Isis was an ordinary soldier, no different from anyone else in the Empire's army. But he carried a dream within him, to become a knight, someone who could turn the tide of an entire battlefield. And yet, to be fair, he had no special talent whatsoever. The swordsmanship he possessed was nothing more than something he had picked up from a crippled former mercenary who had wandered from place to place. Even so, that old soldier was the first person to plant in Isis's heart the belief that he, too, could become a knight. From that day on, he never stopped training, practicing every morning, forging himself every night, from summer through winter, without missing a single day. Even when others mocked him for such a foolish dream, Isis still believed he would succeed. But then, that dream was quickly shattered by a single blow from a 12-year-old boy. The child had only studied the sword for 6 months, yet he defeated Isis with ease in a duel. A man who had spent nearly half his life swinging a sword had been utterly beaten by a child. That shock completely broke Isis. After that humiliating defeat, he joined the Imperial Army. There, he was appointed squad leader, only to be assigned to one of the most unruly and overbearing squads in the military. Today, just like every day before it, Isis woke up and rushed onto the battlefield. The only difference was that this battle was far more brutal than usual. He did everything he could to kill the enemy, while also struggling to stay alive himself. But fortune was not on his side. The enemy was too strong, and with a single stroke, the man drove his sword straight into Isis's neck. He collapsed. He couldn't believe it. Was he really going to die in such a miserable way? To die without accomplishing anything at all? Filled with regret, Isis slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, a sound rang in his ears. Bang, bang, as though echoing from far away. Isis jolted awake. Before him was the same familiar scene. His familiar comrades, and someone yelling his head off because a bug had crawled into his shoe again. Isis was stunned. No way. Was this a hallucination? Why was everything matching up so perfectly? It was terrifying. And then, that day, he stepped onto the battlefield once more. The same battlefield. The same warrior drove the same cold sword straight into his throat. Isis woke up again. This time, confusion completely filled his mind. That blade, that burning pain as it pierced his neck, there was no way it had been a dream. He stepped onto the battlefield again, and once more faced that same man. Everything repeated endlessly. The positions, the light, the screams. This was the 17th time already. The same thrust. A perfect attack. No, this wasn't an illusion. This was real. He truly had been killed for the 17th time. Half conscious, he could only whisper to himself, if I had practiced my sword a little harder, if I had pushed myself just a little further, then maybe I wouldn't have died here, right? While he was still lost in thought, a voice suddenly rang out beside him. Do you really believe that? The voice continued, you say that, but you're nothing more than someone who sends off the souls of others. What's the point of trying? In the end, you'll just give up anyway. That wall, you'll never overcome it. All that awaits you is despair. Do you understand? Isis said nothing. His face held only gloom and anger. Clang, clang, the sound rang out again like metal striking metal. He woke with a start in a new day. This day had already repeated itself for him 21 times. Squad leader, you're actually up on time today. Do you think I'm not improving? I'm moving forward step by step. This 22nd time, I'll try again. At that moment, the two sides charged in a battle once more, and Isis crossed blades with that opponent again. This was already the 33rd day. I finally saw the path of his sword clearly and dodged it just before it reached me. But at that very moment, he spun around and sent the tip of his sword straight at me. Damn it, he's too fast. Blood sprayed everywhere, and Isis dropped the bracelet onto the ground. Back when I was a mercenary, I accepted a few missions to kill monsters. Actually, I wasn't obligated to take those jobs. It was just that while traveling, villagers in the places I passed through asked for help, and I agreed. The reason I helped them was because of my desire to become a knight. To me, protecting the weak was the duty of a true knight. At the time, they were very poor, and the only thing they could give me in thanks was a talisman. Compared to the value of a life, it was almost laughable. They said that this talisman would grant its owner the wish he desired most. Back in the present, could it be that this was the reason I had been dragged into today's loop, all because of my dream of becoming a knight? While Isis was still lost in thought, that man on the other side approached with his weapon in hand. You must be in a lot of pain. Huh? I'm showing you mercy. Forcing himself upright, Isis glared at him with blazing anger and thought. Mercy my ass. You're obviously a lunatic who enjoys tormenting people. And then he was killed again, returning once more to that point in the past. Jim, I just dropped a bug into your boots. Huh, what? You just woke up and you're already pulling weird stunts? Have you lost your mind? Stop dodging the issue. Come here and teach me the beast heart technique. Hearing that, Daimim said nothing at first. Then after a moment, suddenly swung the axe in his hand with force. But this time, just as the blow was about to land, Isis deftly dodged it with ease, leaving Daimim staring at him in surprise. You're acting a little strange today. Where'd that grit come from? I trained for it, but improving this fast is a bit much, isn't it? Isis thought to himself, I've gone through this conversation dozens of times already. Beside him, Daimim continued, my inherited skill isn't the kind of thing you can learn just because you want to. He was right, Isis thought. This fighting spirit didn't come out of nowhere. I had to risk my life again and again to gain it. Then I guess I just got lucky and learned it. Isis answered, then walked off to fetch another weapon. After that, he raised it and looked straight at Daimim. Fight me again. Daimim froze, unable to hide his surprise, then curled his lips into a faint smirk. Fine. Even if I learn Beast Heart, it won't mean anything if I can't strike at the right moment, Isis thought. Each time Daimim attacked, Isis used subtle, low-profile footwork to dodge skillfully. Are you planning to keep dodging forever, squad leader? Daimim growled. Isis knew the only real technique he had was the sword style of the mercenary Valen. A strange style invented by a man named Valen. Many people had mocked it before, dismissing it as a cheap and cowardly sort of swordsmanship. The strength in your lower body is pathetically weak, Daimim said bluntly. But right now, out of everything I have, this is probably my most reliable move. Isis took up a defensive stance, and in his memory appeared the image of that pervert, the man who had killed him countless times. He copied the man's movement. However, the instant he launched the strike, Jem blocked it in time and knocked Isis's sword to the ground. I just recreated his thrust. Maybe because I died under his hand more than a dozen times, my body unconsciously memorized the technique, Isis told himself. Beside him, Jem frowned. Damn it, someone almost got bloodied there. Out of all the attacks you've shown me, that thrust just now was the most proper one. You should have thrown it like that, just with a little more power behind it. You get what I mean, right? Your arm, it needs to be more decisive. You have to strike in a way that can't be blocked or deflected. Stop hesitating. You need to attack with resolve. How are you supposed to dodge that? You're done for, brat. That's how a swordsman should fight, delivering killing blows with absolute decisiveness. After hearing what Daimim had just explained, Isis looked down at his own hand, his eyes full of thought. Even if he didn't explain it very clearly, I can still tell the difference between my thrust and that bastard's. Mine isn't ruthless enough, and it lacks decisiveness. This is my mercy. I need to deliver a sword strike filled with conviction. Back in the present, Isis chose to try again, but the move was immediately knocked aside by Daimim's axe. This is my mercy. Step by step without retreating, no matter what it takes. I will keep moving forward. On the 111th day, then to the 123rd day, and then on the 124th day. When Isis swung his sword, Daimim suddenly froze at the sight of that stance. Are you insane? Your hand is covered in blood. It can barely move anymore. Why are you grinning like a madman? Isis thought to himself, I've mastered that bastard's thrust. With the fierce will to bring everything to an end. My first thrust failed. In that instant, Isis lunged forward. Immediately, his opponent sidestepped and drove his sword toward Isis's throat. I won't blink. I won't loosen my grip. Everything that happened from the first time I ever swung a sword to the thrust just now has led to this moment. You look like you're in so much pain. This is my mercy, Isis said coldly. Tomorrow you die. There is no tomorrow for the dead. Boy, the other man replied. And so, the necklace Isis wore spun once more through its cycle of reincarnation. Seeing a bug fly past, Isis crushed it underfoot without hesitation. I saw him earlier. Thanks. If you're grateful, then become my bodyguard. How could he give orders that casually? Day 125. Big eyes, find me Greaves, a shield, and a dagger. I'll pay you later. Pay later? It's only because you're the squad leader that I'm helping. Normally, I wouldn't help anyone. You know that already. The previous squad leader used to hand me this kind of work too. You people are always shoving everything onto him, you lazy bastards. What did you say? Want to taste an axe to the face? Good luck, buddy. Jim thought to himself, something's off about this guy today. He's never this tense. Every time I die, I feel that searing pain all over again. But what if after thousands or tens of thousands of times, I still can't win? If I find a way to escape this place, what will happen? Will I truly be able to wake up tomorrow, or will I go on living forever in today? I've grown stronger, but is that really enough to satisfy me? No, I can't choose the path of complacency. I have to shatter the wall before me. I have to learn how to thrust and how to cut. I can't waste this blessing. I have to keep moving forward and seize victory. And so, Isis began equipping himself piece by piece for the battle, weapon by weapon, armor by armor. Not long after, the alarm horns sounded, and the group under Isis's command began to move out. I, a man with no special talent, survived this battlefield using only 3 things: thorough preparation, a bit of luck, and a cool head. On the 46th day, my left shoulder was crushed by a spiked mace. On the 47th day, I rolled aside to avoid that mace, only for another enemy to smash me in the head. I had to turn and cut him down before he could strike again. On the 71st day, an enemy severed my leg and left me unable to fight. On the 89th day, an axe blow took my head clean off. If I let him live, he'll come back and interfere in this battle, so he cannot be allowed to survive. After countless repetitions, I mastered how to throw weapons. By now, that's nothing unusual to me anymore. And then, another enemy appeared from behind, a sharpshooter known as Eagle Claw. I don't have time to deal with him right now. It's time to face the wall I could never overcome. That pervert's eyes looked at me like those of a wild beast. Isis, on the other hand, was no less ferocious. And in the very next moment, that pervert unleashed his decisive strike. At the same time, Isis raised his shield and blocked the attack. Do you think dodging and stabbing is enough to win? No, this way works better. He's just an ordinary soldier, yet he's this strong. He's almost reached the threshold of genius. The pervert observed silently. He looks like he's attacking aggressively, but he's defending fluidly too. Isis thought, but he clearly lacks real battlefield experience, which makes him easy to catch off guard. The shifting forms of the Valen mercenary sword style will definitely work on someone like him. Isis immediately kicked up some dirt with his foot and flung it straight into the man's face. In that very instant, he seized the chance and charged in. But the opponent regained his vision in time and tried to turn his blade toward Isis. Just as expected, Isis dodged in time, causing the man to lose his balance and pitch forward. At once, the enemy switched moves and tried to continue his counterattack with another swing. Now I understand, as long as I can read that sword path. In the next instant, the 2 blades clashed violently, ringing out with a sharp metallic crash. The opponent's sword shattered into pieces and scattered across the ground. Not far away, another soldier had already raised his bow, and an arrow shot through the crowd toward Isis. That other man was still stunned from the clash just now. Beside him, Isis immediately took his stance and drew his sword back. I will win. From above, the arrow came flying down. But before it could hit its target, a thrown axe smashed into it and broke it clean in 2. From the opposite direction, Isis drove his blade into his opponent's throat. He shouted, "I have to finish off that bastard Eagle Claw once and for all." Too late. Don't waste your effort, the man answered, even as the sword tip pressed against his throat. He stood frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief. Right before him, Isis raised his sword, his gaze icy. "This is my mercy." With that, Isis swung his sword, and the man's head separated from his neck. His expression was calm, like someone who had won a complete and final victory. At last, I overcame that wall. Suddenly, a tremendous force slammed into Isis's body. He was kicked away, crashing hard to the ground and crying out in pain. Nearby, Jackson and Daimim saw it happen and panicked, rushing over at once. "It's him. It's a frog," Jackson stammered. Isis lay motionless in pain as the frog boss slowly approached, his hoarse voice rasping out, "I put so much effort into raising him, only for him to lose to trash like you. Better you just die." Hearing that, Isis could only grit his teeth. Just as the frog boss raised his weapon to finish him off, Daimim's axe came flying in at the perfect moment and stopped the attack. Not stopping there, Daimim charged in and launched a relentless counterattack, forcing the other man to hurriedly raise his weapon in defense. The 2 plunged into an intense battle, neither giving so much as half a step. On the other side, another enemy drew his weapon to strike, but Jackson was faster and sent him back to the earth. After a fierce clash, Daimim and his opponent were both blown back, retreating dozens of meters. Fixing his gaze on the frog boss, Daimim asked coldly, "If you want to cut off our squad leader's head, then first step over my corpse." What? He's the squad leader? That weak little runt? The frog boss was stunned. You're not the leader? He muttered. He belonged to the Frog Spirit Warrior clan, a race born to fight. The only ways to kill him were to burn him alive with magic or pierce his heart. What a nuisance. Why would someone like him get dragged into such a trivial battle? To kill him, I'd have to stake my own life, and this battle isn't worth that much. After wavering for a while, the frog boss finally turned around and retreated. Coward, someone sneered. At the same time, another foe suddenly charged Jackson. However, before he could make a move, the axe in Jim's hand swung out and severed his head in an instant. Another enemy took advantage of the chaos to launch a sneak attack from behind, but someone else intercepted him in time and hacked him into pieces. Immediately after that, a group of people suddenly appeared, instantly forming a shield around the motionless body of Isis lying on the ground. Retreat! Retreat now! A moment later, Isis slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself standing in a completely unfamiliar space. A mysterious voice rang out. You survived today, but only this far, because you will never overcome the wall that always blocks your path. Your fate is nothing but despair and surrender. Isis replied, Fate? To me, walls exist to be broken. The voice in the hazy void continued. I will wait for the moment when the light in those ambitious, selfish eyes of yours finally goes out. Back in reality, Isis looked around and wondered, where's this? Someone nearby said, Good grief, you're finally awake. You were out cold for 2 whole days. I saved you from that damned frog, remember? The frog? Isis frowned slightly as pain spread through his entire body. Was it that frog? I'm still alive. The other man continued. You didn't break any bones, but your head was badly injured. Do you still remember me, your bosom buddy? I don't remember ever calling you my best friend, Isis replied, then suddenly raised a hand to cover the man's mouth. The tent was fairly quiet at the moment. Everyone seemed sunk in exhausted sleep. Just because nobody cared about that secret, you had to shout it out loud? The man kept grumbling. Isis turned to him and asked sternly, So what are you, an outsider or my closest friend? Pick one. Anyway, today wasn't the end of the world. I survived. Another voice spoke up. Captain, you'll have to pay me triple, got it? Do you know how much money I spent to get you into this recovery tent? That red-haired man was Zai. He's probably wondering why a lowly soldier like him gets to lie in a recovery tent like this, Isis thought to himself. Isis turned and asked, Where were you during the whole battle? Vanished like always, huh? Zai laughed. I'm already giving you a special discount, but fine, double the price. A little while later, Jackson stepped into the tent, glanced at Isis, and said, If you've got something to say, spit it out. He tossed a bottle of medicine onto the bed before turning to leave, not forgetting to call back. Apply it twice a day, morning and night. Don't ask me where I got it. Isis thought, this is the ointment Jackson used before. Strange. He absolutely hates sharing his things. In front of Isis sat Odin, a man quietly praying. The man suddenly burst into tears. Go away. I'm not dead yet, so stop overreacting. Night gradually fell. Isis lay motionless on the bed, his mind filled with thoughts. They took turns watching over me. Normally, they only care about themselves. And now, they're acting like this because of me? How strange. At the same time, someone else stepped into the tent, looked straight at Isis, and asked, Why are you here, Captain? That young man was Zapna. After saying that, he turned around and walked out without hesitation. Zapna? No way. That brat never cared about anything, Isis thought. Besides him, there were 2 other injured people in the tent. One was a platoon leader from another company, the same man who had picked a fight with Isis before. What are you staring at? He snapped. As for the other man, Isis did not know his name. All day long, he simply stared silently into empty space. He looks like a low-ranking soldier, so why is he here? Just as the atmosphere in the tent was growing strange under all those looks, someone else pushed open the flap and entered. It was a woman with a cold expression. She said, Who is the captain of Squad 444? At once, everyone in the tent fell silent, each seeming to think of something. Suddenly, someone cut in and asked, Anef, which unit are you from? I'm Vang, platoon leader of Platoon 3, Company 2. So your company taught you to announce someone's race when speaking to a superior? Opuludisa? He muttered. So that woman is the new commander of Company 4, I thought. Isis spoke up. I'm Isis, leader of Squad B, Platoon B, Company B. The woman gave a slight nod. I heard you've led your men very well. I have high expectations for you. Huh? Did she come here just to say that? Isis wondered inwardly. After taking a few steps, she suddenly turned back and asked, "Oh wait, and you, what's your name?" Krang. "I am Krang," he answered hesitantly. "He just made that name up, didn't he?" Isis thought. His attitude is careless, and he's not even serious in front of a commander. Is he a noble? After hearing that, the woman stood still for a moment, lost in thought, then quietly left. Sometime later, the pain had almost completely disappeared. "I need to use this chance to train so my body recovers faster." A voice called out from behind. "Where are you going?" Isis turned and answered, "The training grounds." "Pretty full of yourself for a low rank," the other man muttered. "Right now, I need to replay the battle in my mind. It was one of the few useful skills I'd spent a fortune learning when I was young. That final thrust, what if it had failed? I really shouldn't put all my eggs in one basket. If that attack had missed, I would have been dead too. Every one of Daimim's axe strikes is a killing blow. After putting everything into a single stab, the next step would be..." As Isis sank into his thoughts, someone spoke up. "You're really diligent. I don't get what you're doing. You were twitching around in the tent, and now you're out here staring into space." "I'm doing it to train my grip strength," Isis replied. "I'm recreating the battle. And what's the point of that? So I don't get into trouble. And what do you try and stay alive for?" Isis thought to himself, "What I want to achieve is my dream. Even if people laugh at me, even if I have only mediocre talent, I've never stopped yearning for it." After a moment of silence, Isis said softly, "To become a knight." At those words, Krang's gaze trembled slightly, making Isis instinctively turn toward him. "It's the first time I've ever seen that," Krang said. "Seen what?" Isis asked. "Someone not mocking me." "All right, I forgot. It just came back to me," Krang said awkwardly. "Looking at you, I know what I need to do now." For the first time, Isis thought, if one day you really do become a knight, remember my name, my friend. He thinks he's being encouraged from somewhere else. Who is the hero of the Cyprus battlefield? Why isn't breakfast here yet? Are they planning to make me eat leftovers? Isis thought, waking up to that same old song and waiting on the delayed breakfast, I decided to take a walk instead of going to the training ground. Walking beside him, Jackson said, "Captain, how's your wound?" "The medicine worked really well." "Thanks," Isis replied. "If you're grateful, then get back to work." Night fell quickly. "Sleep well, Isis." "You too," Isis replied. "You think all I do is go to bed early? Those bastards gossip all night and never do anything useful." The next morning, noises outside woke Isis up. Who is the hero of the Cyprus battlefield? Isis thought, so that wandering musician came again today? I thought he'd disappeared. Where's the food? Breakfast still isn't here? Are they planning to make me eat leftovers? He's really noisy. He shouted the exact same thing yesterday, too. Suddenly, Isis narrowed his eyes. Cold sweat pouring down his body. Could it be? The medicine worked really well. "Thanks," Isis replied. "If you're grateful, then get back to it. I'm certain of it now. Today is repeating exactly like yesterday." In another dimension, a voice echoed. "Another wall will stand in your way. Do your best to survive." Maybe I died in my sleep without ever realizing it. This time, it feels even more hopeless than when I was stabbed. Even so, that only makes me more determined. Another trial has begun. Isis lay on the bed, his mind heavy with thoughts. Who killed me? And how did he do it? To get in here, he'd have to get past countless guards. Only a knight could do that. No, that's impossible. He has to be an unidentified assassin. Most likely, that person is mixed in among us. He knows the exact location of the recovery tent and hides himself perfectly. Someone highly skilled in assassination, with light, silent footsteps, the exact traits of an elf. Truly perfect for an assassin. So that means she came that day to confirm the tent's location. But why would she need to see it with her own eyes to verify it? The recovery tent has only one entrance. If I shout, the soldiers will wake up immediately. I just need to wait for the assassin to appear. Suddenly, an object flew straight toward Isis's throat. A poison needle? Why haven't I seen his face yet? I can't move, and I can't open my mouth. This is a poison that paralyzes the whole body. That's why I died without even realizing it. The others, Platoon Leader Vang and Krang too. Could it be that bastard? At that moment, the assassin raised the tip of his sword, then suddenly drove it straight down into Krang's body, killing him in an instant. At the same time, another sword tore through the fabric of the tent. Don't tell me he has an accomplice too. Cold sweat poured down Isis as he instinctively looked toward the newcomer. It was her, the company commander. Time looped once again. Who is the hero of the Cyprus battlefield? 3 identical mornings. I've stayed on guard the whole time, but I still haven't discovered anything. This isn't simple at all. And then there's that company commander too. Even if I stop the assassination, I'll have to face her next. This is truly hopeless. Still, I felt that way a few days ago too. But in the end, I was the one who won. I'll definitely find a way. I just can't give up. Isis yanked the blanket aside, his eyes sharp. The person lying in the next bed woke up and muttered, "What's wrong with you today? Have you gone crazy?" By now, I can confirm that my original guess, that the assassin infiltrated from outside, was wrong. That means I have to be on guard against people inside as well. Planning to train with a sword to catch an assassin? The other man mocked. That suits a low-ranking soldier. Isis replied coldly, "I didn't realize you cared about me. I'm insulting you, you lunatic." "Really? I thought you were joking." From behind them, Ving cut in, "Get lost. I don't want to see your face." Just then, Krang walked in and asked, "Are you two arguing again? Then I'll come back later." "It's fine, come in," Isis said. What a bunch of troublesome people, Isis thought. Those assassins are definitely watching him. The real target might actually be him. He's hiding something. But what exactly is his identity? I hadn't planned to dig any deeper, and I didn't want to force him like those bastards would. But because of him, I got dragged into this assassination. At the very least, I should ask clearly what this is all about. Isis spoke up. "Krang, who exactly are you?" At that, Krang's eyes trembled slightly, sweat beading on his forehead as he froze in place. Did I ask that the wrong way? My communication skills are probably only on Diamond's level. Isis sighed. "Who am I?" "That. I can't tell you." "Why not?" "It's a long story. Hard to explain." If you're going to say that, Vang beside them cut in, "Look at that. You wanted an answer. And now that he's hesitating, you're backing off. You blockhead, Krang or Crab, or whatever your name is, you're obviously not from this kingdom. Anyone can see that. Tell the truth. Which country spy are you?" At those words, Krang's expression suddenly turned serious. Step by step, he walked toward where Vang was sitting and said firmly, "I have never betrayed this kingdom, and I never will." Isis could see it clearly in his eyes and in his actions. The aura of a knight truly radiated from this man. "Is that how you speak to a superior?" Vang shouted. "Sir," Krang bowed his head calmly. "Ha. Do you think Krang can't be a knight just because he was helpless before the assassin?" Even so, Krang was clearly hiding something. "Sleep well, Isis. You too." Is he scared of Krang now? He suddenly softened his tone. "If the assassins really break in here, all of us will die." Weapon in hand, Isis paced around the room. From behind him, Ving asked, "What are you doing? Why won't you just go to sleep? The assassin could burst in at any moment. If you want to live, cooperate with me." At that, suspicion flickered across Vang's eyes before he turned away and muttered, "Lunatic." That expression, I knew it. At the same time, a voice sounded nearby. How'd he find out that we were about to make our move? Hearing that, Isis's eyes jerked wide. By the time he calmed himself, a poison needle had already lodged in his throat. The poison needle wasn't the end of it. The assassin immediately darted away, throwing a second needle into Vang's throat before instantly shifting toward Daimem. And just like that, Isis slowly lost his life. The time loop started up once again. Who was the hero of the Cyprus battlefield? This was the fourth time. There is still no clear evidence of the assassin's appearance. I can't ask Krang or Vang for help. I'll have to report it to the higher-ups and have the defenses strengthened instead. Have you lost your mind? Get out before I make sure you're mute for life. Then I'll predict the moment they appear and shout before they can strike. Is it now? Maybe right now. But before he could open his mouth, a blade pierced straight through Isis from behind. Damn it, they're too fast. I can't rely on anyone else for support. I have to ambush them and beat them before they make their move. But how am I supposed to fight when I can't even see them? They can clearly see everything I do while I'm completely blind. If I can't avoid that poison needle, then I won't be able to do anything at all. Another day, the 20th morning already. Still no progress. 20 times. I have died exactly 20 times. First, I need to find a way to dodge the poison needle. Then I can think about fighting back. How am I supposed to avoid a move before the enemy even lets me see him? Looking toward Jackson, Isis suddenly remembered something from the past. Why do people call Jackson the perverted stray cat? Oh, right, because he never fights head-on. He only likes sneaking up from behind and disappearing afterward. He really is just like a sly, bizarre stray cat. Jackson spoke up. "Captain, is your wound all right?" He could probably kill the assassin as easily as breathing. But I can't keep it by my side. I don't have that authority. And even if I did, this is a wall I have to overcome myself. Then I'll become strong like Jackson. Isis asked, "Jackson, if you were the one stabbing me in the back, what would I have to do to stop it?" Hearing that, Jackson pondered for a moment, then turned back and answered, "So far, no one has ever survived once I made my move. You need a pair of eyes on the back of your head." Eyes on the back of my head? Isis was dumbfounded. "What are you talking about? Do you see that cart over there?" Jackson pointed. "The cart? Behind the camp, Jackson replied, "How can he see something that far away too? Don't tell me he really does have eyes on the back of his head. That cart is about to break down," Jackson continued. The moment he finished speaking, the cart really did malfunction, leaving Isis stunned. He turned and asked in shock, "Are you some kind of prophet? What kind of nonsense are you talking? Did those moji bite you and infect your brain too? Stop joking around. Tell me, how did you know that would happen in advance?" Isis pressed. Jackson answered calmly, "I heard the sound of the wheels shaking. Once I had heard clearly enough, I could guess what would happen next." Isis thought to himself, "Can he really hear sound that faint? I'm not even sure I'd notice a cart approaching." Jackson added, "That means you don't necessarily have to use your eyes to observe everything. If you want to train a skill like mine, try focusing all your senses and following even the faintest sounds." How surprising. He was explaining it in such detail. Before this, every time I asked, he always looked annoyed. Jackson shrugged. "I'm still annoyed now. But if it keeps you from nagging me in my ear all the time, it's better to just tell you. Lately, it seems like the squad leader has really made up his mind. He's not planning to give up anymore." Night fell quickly. Isis lay on his bed, quietly listening to every sound in the air. The second wall I have to overcome is that invisible scythe of death. Only when I can see it will I be able to survive. The steady footsteps of the patrol soldiers, the crackling of burning torches. Just then, a dark shadow slowly circled through the sky, then landed near the huts. Where is he? Which direction is his sound coming from? In the very next instant, the shadow suddenly vanished, and a poisoned needle drove straight into Isis's throat. Failure was inevitable. A new day. Who is the hero of the Cyprus battlefield? I still haven't improved at all. Even so, this body still clearly remembers the days of brutal training when I forged a courageous heart along with a razor-sharp sword. There are many things you can sense just by listening. You can determine position from the direction and intensity of sound. Once you can hear the faintest noise from the farthest distance, your ears become no different from a second pair of eyes. Jackson flicked his arm lightly and continued, "Sound is made of waves. Those waves are always around us, even in the quietest place. Hundreds, thousands of sound waves overlap with one another. What you need to do is catch a single wave." That's how I snapped that bastard's neck. People around them chattered noisily. "Have you ever been to that village? There's a really pretty girl there." "Nonsense. He's just a swindler." Isis thought to himself, among this chaos of sound waves, which one is the real sound? How do I tell them apart and seize it? The flapping banner sounds like there's only one large flag. But in reality, how many flags are waving here? 3 people are walking from right to left. 2 are nearby. Another 2 are farther away. A familiar sound echoed back. Even unfamiliar sounds were all present. Krang walked over and spoke up. "Isis, what kind of training is this?" "Increase. Why are you suddenly calling me that?" "You can call me Asia too, if you like." Krang shrugged. "Don't like that much, but if you want to call yourself that, go ahead. I'm just sitting here resting." Looking at me, do I really seem like I'm training that hard? But you're not exactly some idle bum, are you? Night fell again. Once more, Isis was struck by a needle. The very moment he turned his gaze away, Krang was stabbed by the assassin's blade as well. The 33rd time. Failure. The 34th time. Still unable to hear anything. Failure. 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 To break through that wall, determination alone wasn't enough. He had to focus his entire mind, his entire will. No miraculous enlightenment was needed. No waiting for help from any god. Just endlessly repeating the smallest things over and over. Never stop observing, listening, and thinking. Night descended again. Isis was killed once more. While Isis was training in a corner of the camp, Krang came over and stood in front of him. "Hey, I snuck over and you still noticed? Opened your eyes pretty fast, huh? I thought you still had them closed. Or are you training to sense killing intent? You really aren't the type to sit around doing nothing, are you?" Night fell again. This time, the assassin once more fired a poison needle. But Isis finally managed to dodge the strike. Immediately, he drew the sword he had hidden in advance and swung it hard at the assassin. This was not part of the man's plan. The assassin began to panic, sweat pouring across his forehead. Isis thought to himself, from now on, he is no longer the invisible scythe of death. At that very moment, the assassin sprang up and tried to counterattack. "Bastard," he roared. He was only good at surprise ambushes. As for close combat, he couldn't compare to the one who had defeated me so many times on the battlefield before. This one might be the right opponent for me to test myself against. In the midst of the chaotic struggle, Isis swept his gaze around. Vang had already fallen. Krang was still desperately holding out. Even though the surrounding soldiers had already awakened and joined the fight, Isis knew very well that he could not let his guard down. The man might not be strong in close combat, but he was still an assassin. The assassin immediately hurled a knife at Isis. The blade slashed past, leaving a wound that made him stagger, then fall backward onto the ground. At the same time, another blade ripped through a strip of cloth. Isis's eyes instantly swept toward the source of the sound. Platoon leader Awang, the woman, had arrived. I need to move first. Otherwise, everything will fail. The assassin spoke up. So you called in more people too? The moment he finished speaking, he frantically unleashed a barrage of poison needles. Nearby, Krang anxiously swung his sword to block. At the same time, Isis's eyes flashed as he rushed toward the woman. However, she swiftly avoided his blade and used the very cloth she carried to block the shower of needles. Isis thought before, I suspected she might be connected to the assassins. But it seems that's not the case. She came to rescue everyone instead. And if that's true, then our side has gained an advantage. At once, Isis lowered his body, gathered his strength, and lunged toward the assassin. Seeing Isis closing in more and more, the man gritted his teeth and raised his knife to defend himself. Damn it! In the next instant, he spun around and fled in a hurry, leaving the crowd staring after him. He got away, Isis thought. Clearly, I was his target. A voice rang out. How do you know that? He wasn't acting at random. They choose their targets very clearly before they strike, Isis replied. A few others, and I seem to have nothing to do with them at all. That makes sense. The woman nodded. He was pretty dangerous. Good thing I arrived in time. Your response in that situation surprised me too, squad leader. Isis thought to himself, I know she came to protect everyone, but I still don't know what kind of relationship she has with Krang. If she came here to keep Krang's secret, then I might be the one turned into a target. I need to be more careful. Suddenly, Krang stepped forward, stood in front of the woman, and said, There's something I want to say. Everyone got dragged into this because of me. I sincerely hope no one dies today. That is what I hope will come true as well, the woman replied. Krang looked around, then continued. Platoon leader Ving seems to have been badly poisoned. I'm afraid he won't make it. I don't even know whether anyone else in the camp was dragged into this because of me. Don't worry. We already prepared an antidote, the woman reassured him. So Ving may not die after all. Isis thought to himself, she seems to know quite a lot about poisons. Good. All right, she said sternly. First, we need to deal with the scene. Things are still chaotic, so we need to clean this up quickly. If everyone else comes over later, it'll become troublesome. We may be able to find more information from what the assassin left behind at the scene. He moved in such a hurry that he's bound to have left quite a few traces. Outside, flames were surging high. Shouts rang out, fire, hurry and put it out. Quick, bring water over here. Before withdrawing, that bastard had even set a fire to erase the evidence. Now tracking down his clues would become much more difficult. If he hadn't woken up in time and warned us, you might have lost your life. Is the reason you trust him so much because he truly has ability and courage? Krang nodded in confirmation. That's right. Don't you think he's someone trustworthy? He thought to himself, I tried so hard to hide inside the camp, yet somehow the assassins still came as if they had known everything in advance. Elsewhere, Isis was devoting himself to training. Krang, carrying a pack in his hand, smiled and turned away. I really was too careless. I only hope nothing like this happens again later and drags everyone else in too. For now, farewell. I hope I can meet everyone again another time. In a different dimension, the image of the scythe of death gradually faded away. Not far off, Isis was also staring intently at the man holding a torch. We'll meet again soon. Isis silently vowed, no matter what, I will come back. The next morning, I escaped the loop. I survived. I overcame that silent death. This was the morning after the battle with the assassin. I was starting to feel better about the sounds I could hear and what my eyes could observe. However, the appearance of the platoon leader was still something I'd failed to grasp. Later on, I would need to train even more to improve my ability. Fortunately, I hadn't suffered any injuries last night. Beside him, someone spoke up. Because you warned me in time, I escaped last night's fire. Why did you save me? Isis thought to himself, strange. I saved him, but why does it sound like I'm being blamed for it? Did I do something wrong? Isis calmly replied, You're my comrade. Saving you is only natural. There's nothing worth talking about. Really? I treated you badly before, and yet you still didn't hold it against me. Thank you. By the way, where are you going now? I'm going to train, Isis answered. Vance stepped over and continued. After last night's fire, it seems some strange things have started happening in the camp. Did you know? Huh? What do you mean? Isis asked again. Vance spoke seriously. There are rumors that our camp has been cursed by a deadly curse. Don't get so full of yourself, you bastard. As soon as he finished speaking, the man shoved Daimem hard, instantly getting Daimem fired up. Chaos broke out around them. Everyone cried out in alarm. Run. Are you people insane? Why are you fighting inside the camp like this? Does he have a death wish? Where are the squad leaders? Hurry and get your men under control. How can you let them act like this? Damn it. If this isn't cleaned up fast, it'll be a huge problem. One man roared. If you dare get back up again, I'll beat the hell out of you. Immediately, he grabbed the wooden bucket beside him and hurled it straight at Daimem. However, Daimem threw a punch and shattered the bucket in midair. All right, very nice. Then I'll use this axe to trim your hair a little. Don't use a weapon. If you've got guts, come fight me barehanded and we'll see who drops first. Someone else cut in. Will somebody stop them before there's really a death here? Isis thought to himself, I don't know where these absurd rumors started either. But clearly, far too many complicated things are happening in this camp right now. Stop right there. A voice rang out. The squad leader's here. Oh, you survived yesterday's fire? Whatever. That doesn't matter. Go break up those two. They've really gone mad. Relax. I'm not dead yet. All right. If the two of you insist on fighting to the finish, at least tell me why. 3 days had passed since Isis returned to his unit. One morning, he jerked awake in surprise when he saw Jackson walk in. I came in without making a sound, and I still woke you up? Jackson asked. Isis replied, No, I was going to get up and train anyway. Jackson gave a faint smile. How long have you been practicing sensing sound? Not bad. You hear well. Because I've trained hard, Isis answered. Keep it up. It'll be very useful on the battlefield. Isis thought to himself, winter is getting close, and the battles are gradually becoming less frequent, which gives us more free time, and this is the best time to train. At the same time, someone else spoke up. Good morning, squad leader Odin. You're up early training? Pretty diligent. You should think more carefully. A sturdy body is no different from a solid shield. At the very least, you should be able to withstand one of Brock's kicks. You're still too weak. You need more training. Isis thought to himself. He talks as if he's incredibly strong himself. Creed replied, I still have many things I need to improve. Odin continued, as for the muscle training method I taught you. Elsewhere, Daimon put all his strength into a kick straight at the blonde man's face. You lazy bastard. All you do all day is eat and sleep. Useless trash. The blonde man groaned as he crawled up, snatched up a sword, and charged at Daimon. Take your shoes and get the hell out of my sight. Seeing that, Daimon refused to back down and immediately hefted his axe. At that moment, Isis stepped in and said, Arguing again? Both of you stop it. Violence solves nothing. Someone in the crowd cut in. That directionless idiot is trying to starve us. He's lazy as hell. Isis turned and said, Zapna, if the squad leader has ordered it, then make breakfast. Zapna sighed. If the squad leader has spoken, then I guess I have to. That bastard is finally moving his hands and feet. Move that table out of the way. The food is burnt to hell. It reeks. What's wrong with you? Don't you know better than to cause trouble? Or are you so idle you've got nothing else to do? So you finally noticed? Not being allowed onto the battlefield is driving me crazy. Shut up and come fight me hand to hand. A while later, night fell. Isis and Daimon were still deeply absorbed in training. Your stamina is terrible, Daimon sneered. The moment he finished speaking, he swung his axe hard. Isis thought to himself, maintain the focus of a beast, listen with the ears, evade by reflex, and deliver a lethal strike honed through hundreds of failures. At that moment, Isis used the same move the assassin had once used on him, trying to stab toward Daimon. But Daimon easily neutralized the attack and pinned Isis to the ground. He sighed. I expected more after seeing your improvement, but now you've become as boring as before. That thrust is ancient. I already know its weakness. Don't you have any new tricks? Isis thought to himself, but now I'm different. From body to mind, I'm no longer the same as before. Even if I have to repeat this hundreds, thousands of times, I will still keep moving forward. Isis said in a powerful voice, This time, I'll crush you. Daimon thought to himself, such an ordinary move. So why can't I take my eyes off that look in his eyes? Why? He asked. At the very least, you should be able to touch a single strand of my hair. At the same time, dark clouds gathered and heavy rain began to fall. Isis thought, it rains then clears again. The weather has been truly strange lately. Nearby, are grumbled irritably. Damn it, rain like this will make my feet rot with fungus again. How many times has it been now? The rain ruins every plan. Huh, weather like this. Doesn't it mean the curse is falling on our camp? What curse? Isis asked back. You haven't heard. Squad leader? Isis thought about it. Now that he mentioned it, before I returned, Captain Vance did say something like that. An image from memory surfaced. The curse is quietly spreading through the entire camp. Zai continued. The weather is strange. The number of wounded has suddenly increased. Then there was the fire too, especially in Jack B's scout unit, where Rotan had a lot of people injured. Everyone's saying all of that was caused by the curse. Of course, there can't really be such a thing as a curse, but the weather really is changing too strangely. It feels like some kind of magic has been cast over the camp. And so, the rumors spread like a forest fire. Isis spoke up. It won't be good if false rumors are allowed to keep spreading through the camp. I believe the higher-ups will move to stop it soon. He turned and asked, by the way, why are you just standing there in front of the door? Are you training to sense aura in the middle of a storm? The other man replied, it's precisely because the rain is so heavy that I need to train even more. Hearing that, are cut in irritably. What the hell are you doing? Standing there like that is bad luck. Jackson said gently, actually, that's not a bad way to train. You've done very well. Hearing that, are flared up. What the hell is this? Since when did you start teaching him? And why are you suddenly so concerned about the squad leader? Creed thought to himself, it's so noisy. I can't even hear the rain anymore. This rude bastard is seriously ignoring me? Odin chimed in. If you're looking for ways to train, there are plenty in the camp. You can even train while sitting still. Zapna added, it's been a while. Let me take another look at your sword grip. Our thought, what? Look at that. So they all want to train in here too. Everyone's expressions were serious, and the atmosphere seemed to soften. Zai smiled and whispered, see, everyone works hard. You're not the only one. At the same time, an order was issued. Tell the squad leaders to keep the soldiers under stricter control. We need to send another scouting unit to gather information before winter arrives. But right now, the camp doesn't have enough manpower to spare. What about the squad leader of Squad 444? That nobody? He doesn't seem very reliable. Won't he just hinder the scouting team? Who knows? Maybe he'll bring back unexpected results. Do you have any reason to believe that? Just the intuition of a fairy. The scene shifted. Isis was summoned to meet the girl. So, I've been chosen for the scouting unit? He asked. The girl remained silent, as if confirming it. Did the platoon leader rope you into being a military policeman now? Someone teased. Do I look that easy to order around? Isis replied. Then why accept the assignment? Didn't she send you there to scout? Isis thought to himself. Ever since that assassination attempt, it seems she's had her eye on me. By then, Krang had already left the camp. Or asked, so you're really going to take the mission? If you don't like being assigned by the platoon leader, you can still refuse. Isis shook his head. It's fine. If a superior gives me an order, I have to obey it. What a model squad leader, Ar said sarcastically. I just want to set an example for everyone. If I don't, this camp will descend into chaos sooner or later. Odin sighed. Good grief. Why do the heavens keep giving me such troublesome trials? Anyway, I still pray you'll achieve what you want, and more importantly, survive the difficult missions ahead. Isis thought, this is exhausting. Are you okay? Zapna asked, how about I go in your place? Isis gently refused. No, you don't have enough experience in this field. Ar continued, he's right, Zapna. You're strong in other areas, but when it comes to this, you still can't compare to him. Vance spoke up. The scout post the platoon leader mentioned. That's the wide grassland, right? If you hear anything there besides the wind or rustling leaves, be extremely careful. That means something's wrong. It's basic. If you want to avoid being ambushed, you need to understand that. So now you're trying to act superior and lecture the squad leader again? Other than sneak attacks, what do you even know about scouting? Isis thought, what a pain. If I leave, who's going to stop these idiots? If I leave them like this, they'll definitely start fighting. But no matter how I think about it, there really is no one in this camp more suited to the task than me. Ever since I enlisted, because I didn't possess any special abilities, I was often sent to the least desirable places. I've gone through almost every post, but hardly gained much experience from them. Only this position, being a squad leader, has made me truly feel useful. Just then, a loud shout rang out. You bastard! Jack immediately drew his weapon. The two were about to lunge at each other. In an instant, Isis stepped between them and stopped the fight. He thought, this is exactly where I belong. The unit under my command is a place no one in the camp wants anything to do with. Isis said sternly, what do you think you're doing? One of them snapped back. Squad leader, he's the one who picked a fight with me. I seriously couldn't hold it in anymore. The other shot back, you should be thanking the squad leader. If he hadn't stopped us, you'd be dead by now, got it? Yeah? Nice speech. But who knows which of us would die first, he growled. Isis looked at both of them and thought, they're always causing trouble for each other, but they're both excellent warriors on the battlefield. I just hope they can learn to get along and support each other in the brutal battles ahead. This scouting mission will be dangerous, but I know exactly what I'm capable of. What I need to do now is train even harder. The scouting unit is always the first to gather information at the front line, so caution and vigilance are absolutely vital. As he sank into thought, a voice rang out ahead. Hey, rookie, what are you standing around for? Move it. Even if you used to be a squad leader in the scouting unit, you're just a rookie. I'm the one in command here, and you'll follow orders. Got it. That man was Andrew, leader of the scouting unit. Another man cut in with a sneer. A guy like him got recruited too, Captain. Just ignore him and act like he's not here. With that dumb look on his face, I bet he'll die before he even does anything. Oof. Of course, once we're in battle, I'll keep half an eye on you. Otherwise, you'll die and never even realize it. I know you're the squad leader of Company 4. I heard that squad is full of difficult cases. If you manage to lead them, somebody must have been backing you to get you that position, right? All right, that's enough. Listen carefully. If we run into the enemy, kill them first and talk later. Understood. Understood, Isis replied. He thought to himself, this is bizarre. What kind of scouting unit talks this loudly? The leader is as impulsive as a child. I wonder if he'll even survive a real fight. There are footprints here, someone shouted. Another quickly commented, looks like antelope tracks. All right, follow them. Maybe we'll get ourselves a nice roasted meat dinner. Isis thought, antelope usually travel in herds, at least 30 or so. Why are there so few tracks here? They really have no idea what they're talking about. A blue-haired man standing nearby cut in softly. What antelope? These tracks belong to a different species from the same family, but the shape is completely different. After saying that, he turned to look at Isis, seeming slightly awkward. You knew, so don't take the captain's words too seriously. He's a little childish. He was a member of the scouting unit. He had once been a hunter, so he was very experienced at tracking. I can learn a lot from N, knowledge that's actually useful for surviving on the battlefield. N continued. On a grassland like this, there are countless trails used only by animals. Tomorrow I'll show you a few more things. Isis let out a sigh. Damn it. That day, because the whole team got caught up chasing antelope, they accomplished nothing worthwhile. Andrew scratched his head, clearly embarrassed. Those really did look like antelope tracks. Fine, whatever. Since we're already here, tomorrow we'll conduct a thorough investigation and report back. The next morning, the whole team arrived at the scouting point. We're here, someone said. This is the area our scouting unit has to inspect. People call this place the Green Prairie Battlefield. Standing before everyone, Andrew barked, listen up. We need to cross this area and search for Asen's army. After that, try to capture a few enemy soldiers alive for interrogation and merit. Understood. Understood, they answered. She turned to Isis and asked, are you really going in there just like that? The mission is only to scout the outer perimeter. That's the captain's order, Isis said with a shrug. It can't be helped. Getting through grass this tall is no easy task. You only understand how difficult it is after you've done it yourself. I had to push myself to the limit just to manage it. Still, I have to admire the members here. They didn't complain even once. Behind him, En surveyed the surroundings and spoke. There really don't seem to be any traces of animals here. Isis nodded. That's exactly why it's worrying. With grass this tall, there should normally be plenty of grazing animals around, but there isn't a single one. That clearly means something's wrong. Amid the dense grass, a heavy sound rang out, as if a giant foot had slammed into the ground. The sound made Isis whirl around in alarm at once. At the same moment, a black panther suddenly shot past, and Isis shouted in terror, "Get down." The warning had barely left his mouth when two men were struck by arrows and collapsed. One of them stood frozen, cold sweat breaking out. It's the enemy. Run. But after only a few steps, the enemies hidden behind the grass all burst out at once. They closed in on each man and killed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, Isis's group was surrounded on all sides. Isis tried to flee. Behind him, the enemy archers already had their bows drawn. He thought to himself, the sound reading skill I learned should have been useful in a situation like this. But there's too much chaotic noise here. I can't distinguish anything at all. Everything I trained for is useless right now. A spear pointed straight at Isis and killed him in an instant. If I only knew which direction the enemy was coming from, I could dodge. But there are too many of them. Another day, the time loop continued. What did you just say? I'll slit your throat right now, one man shouted. Quit spouting nonsense, another growled. Isis thought, this captain doesn't pay any attention to what I say. Fine, this time I'll find my own way to survive. A yell rang out. Ambush. Run. Even though he tried running in every direction, enemies were waiting everywhere to cut him off. But I won't give up. I'll find another path, because I can revive and return to the previous day. This time, Isis was ambushed from the west by a group of about 20 assassins with bows. He died soon afterward. On the next attempt, he changed direction and ran north to evade them. But a cavalry unit quickly surrounded him. Capture him. He's nearby. No matter how I hide, dodge, or carefully stay out of sight, I always get discovered in the end. The pursuers all wore green armor, the color blending into the grass, so no one noticed them. Why is the defense here so dense? What are they trying to protect on this green prairie? Looking toward the flag fluttering in the wind, his eyes suddenly lit up as if he had realized something important. But before he could react, a stranger stabbed him from behind and killed him. I can't figure out what those Asen bastards are hiding. We need to cross the green prairie and track down Asen's army. Then capture a few of them alive and extract information. Even though his real body had died and revived countless times, it was always the same. Once he stepped into that tall grass, death was waiting for him. Why are there so many of them lying in ambush? What are they protecting? I have to survive no matter what. Only then can I uncover the truth. But if there's no way to escape right now, then all of this is meaningless. I'll spoke up. Hey, is there something you want to say? Isis thought, this is going to keep repeating, but I can't just keep dying like this. I have to do something. All right, I made up my mind. Up ahead, Andrew turned back and shouted, Hey, rookie, what are you standing there for? Move. Someone beside him said gently, I know you're unhappy with what the captain says, but we're on the same team, so just let it go. We need unity more than arguments, right? Isis replied, his voice tense with frustration. Honestly, just seeing him act as captain pisses me off. At this rate, we're all going to die. He doesn't understand strategy at all. It doesn't matter how much you defend him. This mission will definitely fail. What did you say? Andrew exploded. Are you saying you won't obey your commanding officer anymore? I have my own plan. Isis stepped forward and declared clearly, I will command this battle. I'm the one who will survive. What the hell did you just say? You want to steal command? Exactly. From now on, I'm the one in charge here. Understood? Isis continued thinking, if I can make use of each member of this scouting unit properly, our chances of survival will rise dramatically. There are 3 people in this unit I judge capable of breaking through the ambushes. Andrew, the current captain, the experienced hunter, and that big cavalryman. Even if he only obeys Andrew, his strength is undeniable. Fine, Indriuisid. If you want to take command, then win. The stronger man gives the orders. Pick up your sword and prove it. Isis assessed him. With that stance, he's clearly had formal training, but his combat skill is too weak. He's probably a real noble. But if that's the case, why risk his life like this? Maybe his family is in decline, and this is the only way to win merit and restore his house. Andrew sneered. I haven't seen a single thing worthwhile in your abilities, and you think you can command others? You're just some competitive fool who doesn't know his place. Come here, I'll teach you some manners. Isis replied calmly, all right, first, I'll put down this idiot. What I'm doing isn't what you think. I have my own reasons, and I have a mission I need to complete. Come on, one move is all I need to end this fight. Provoked, Andrew charged forward at once without testing his opponent. He had underestimated him too much. There was only one outcome to that carelessness. The moment Andrew swung his sword, Isis blocked it with his hand and immediately countered with a brutal strike to Andrew's stomach. Andrew collapsed, spat, and crumpled to the ground. Just one move, unbelievable. Wasn't he supposed to be nothing more than a mediocre cavalryman? Isis stepped forward and declared, from now on, I will command this scouting unit. Does anyone have a problem with that? No one answered. One by one, they silently exhaled and nodded in acceptance. So the first step went well. A little later, Andrew dragged himself along behind them and muttered, that bastard, what the hell is he thinking? Only asked, what's your dream? Huh, why ask that so suddenly? My dream is simple. I just want to live peacefully with the girl I love in my home village. I see. If you want that life, then first you have to survive. What about you? My wife just gave birth, one man said. I get it. You need to return to your little child. The next man spoke up. I just want to run a small business and live with my family like an ordinary farmer. Aiden added, I want to fulfill my mother's wish. This mission is my chance to do that and restore my family's honor. Isis said firmly, all right, every one of us is carrying our own dream. But to make those dreams real, we first have to survive and return alive. I'll do everything I can to help all of you achieve that. At that moment, everyone was ready to follow my command. There is no motivation more effective than awakening their hope of fulfilling their own dreams. At this point, I had more or less achieved what I wanted within this unit. Isis raised his hand and pointed ahead. Shoot an arrow into the tallest patch of grass over there by that tree. But there's nothing there. Hesitatif. I told you already. Just do as I say. Hurry. The arrow shot out, pierced through the thick grass, and took down a man hiding inside it. Immediately, Isis's team shouted in alarm. Ambush. They're attacking. Run. Now we had seized the initial advantage. As we closed in on the enemy, I thrust my blade straight into the back of one of them. For the first time since this time loop began repeating, we had struck first. Damn it, kill them all, an enemy shouted. But before he could act, Andrew quietly closed in and drove his sword straight through the man's throat. Isis calculated inwardly. The enemy had been thrown on the defensive by the shock of our sudden attack. We had to seize this chance and reduce their numbers as much as possible. Once Andrew joined the fight, his tall knightly bodyguard was forced to act as well in support. With those two fighting alongside us, the odds of victory were clearly shifting in our favor. Before the ambush, the enemy had about 12 men. Now only 8 soldiers remained, staggering as they tried to resist. One panicked sentry screamed, "We've been ambushed! Report back to main camp. Call for reinforcements." The enemy had begun to steady their formation again. Everyone, take them down quickly before they can counterattack. The two sides immediately crashed into each other in a storm of blades and blood. In the middle of this dense forest of tall grass, being discovered was almost impossible. Last time, the reason they found our team was because of an unexpected force of nature. A black panther suddenly leaped past, catching the eye of one of the soldiers. Gnashing his teeth, he hissed, "You damn beast, die." But before he could make a move, Isis appeared behind him and finished him with a fatal strike. Isis silently recalled, "This is the same beast I encountered when I first entered the tall grasslands. Now I've run into it again, but this time it was being chased. Its sudden appearance distracted the enemy, and thanks to that, my plan succeeded." His gaze softened, and Isis quietly let out a sigh. "I'll spare this beast," from the distance, and shouted, "We've cleaned them up. We should pull out of here immediately and head to the next point." Behind them, the Black Panther silently followed the group step by step. After this first grueling battle, we lost one man. Now only 6 of us remain. No matter how many times time repeats itself, this battle is always a brutal tug of war. But this time, it's the first time we've truly won. Now, then, on to the next point. Thanks to the time loop, Isis had pinpointed the enemy's ambush locations exactly, and he made plans to avoid them and to make the crucial decisions for the mission. If the group kept moving straight ahead, as before, they would definitely run into nearly 30 enemies already waiting with bows drawn. "We change direction now," Isis ordered. "We can't afford to lose anyone else." So the only choice left was to circle around another way and avoid a massacre. Although we avoided most of the enemy forces, we still spotted a lone soldier on the way. What mattered now was taking him down before he could alert the others. This was the only thing I could do to preserve our current formation. The moment we dealt with that man, we had to leave this area at once and break through the encirclement as quickly as possible. Isis glanced toward Andrew and thought to himself, he's getting a little too bloodthirsty. This battle isn't about wiping out the entire enemy force. It's about retreating safely. Fighting in this thick grass isn't easy, and the enemy outnumbers us by too much. We need to cross this field before dark. Everyone, move forward. One of the men in the squad asked, "Are you sure you even know the way?" Going deeper into this area is extremely dangerous. Isis answered firmly, "I know the way. I'm the one in command here, so just follow me. Complaining won't solve anything." At that moment, everyone's eyes turned at once toward one member who had raised the tip of his sword at Isis. In a stern voice, he said, "This battle has reached a dangerous point. I hope the path you've chosen is the right one. If I see even the slightest sign that you're leading us to our deaths, I won't hesitate to cut you down right here. Understood? You may be the commander, but we're not blindly following every word you say." Isis nodded. "There's no time to argue now. We need to move forward. You understand that too, don't you? The grass is thinning out. If we just stand here, we'll only make it easier for them to surround us. We have to act now. You mean it's safe as long as we do exactly what you say? Isis looked at everyone and said resolutely, "Let me make this clear. Everyone here wants to live. No one wants to die." Andrew thought to himself, "Back then, I always thought he was just a useless fool. No different from my father, a drunkard who squandered the wealth of our entire family. Watching him waste away, all I could do was feel helpless. But those eyes, they're different." In his memories, his father said to Andrew, "Andrew, perhaps our family line will end here. But you've grown up now. If you have enough resolve and courage, you can lead our family into a new era. Train hard and keep learning. Someday, you'll become a dependable head of the family, a man with vision, a leader who can restore this house." Back in the present, Isis spoke clearly, "Put your trust in me. We'll overcome this trial together." After a moment of silence, Andrew spoke. "All right, I trust you. Captain Isis, lead us to victory." The knight beside Andrew added, "Right now, Isis is in command of this battle. All of us need to follow his orders." No one objected any further. Everyone silently lowered themselves and moved forward slowly in formation. After so many failures, I finally found a safe route out of this field. We had to move carefully, silently, avoiding the enemy without leaving any trace. Of course, I had also prepared a backup plan in case the worst happened. But at that very moment, deep in the thick tall grass, weapon blades suddenly rose above their heads, reflecting glittering light among the leaves. Everyone in the squad became tense, gripped by extreme anxiety. After dying and reliving this countless times, I finally realized a few key points in this mission. It is here at this exact time and place that we have our chance to escape the enemy's encirclement without direct combat. Keeping low, Isis's group glided softly through the grass and successfully slipped past the ambushing soldiers. Everything I've done so far has gone smoothly. Now that we've reached this point, the important thing is to stay calm. The grass here is fairly short, so we can be spotted easily. We need to stay hidden and wait until nightfall before slipping away quietly. Isis continued, "Looks like there are quite a few patrols in this area. Damn it, our luck is terrible. We walked straight into the enemy's den. This is their camp." He thought, "It seems they're hiding something here that they don't want anyone to discover. Anyone who dares step into this green prairie will be killed without mercy. Our mission now is to find out what they're risking everything to protect. Only if we do that will we have any hope of getting out of here alive." One man spoke up, "You're seriously planning to light a fire inside the enemy camp? You got to be insane. One mistake and we all die. What's your name? Just call me Mac. I won't accept any objections here." The man named Mac watched Isis's departing figure, still uncertain. Mac thought to himself, "I understand what Andrew meant. Still, I'll trust the captain's decision this time." The sky was covered in black clouds, hiding the moon, and all Mac could do was pray that this choice was the right one. Elsewhere, Isis drew his sword and slashed hard into a tent. This lunatic is really wrecking tents in the middle of the enemy camp. Wait, it's empty. What the hell is going on? Is he really running through the enemy camp like nobody's here? Even though the group was moving quickly, strangely enough, they still hadn't encountered a single enemy soldier. Isis lowered his hand, signaling them to stop. "Wait here," he thought. "I've infiltrated this area countless times. The first time I found a flag and touched it, the entire enemy force immediately converged on me to protect it." Isis continued, "To the soldiers of Asen, that flag is a symbol of survival on the battlefield. It's something they'll protect at any cost. If that flag is burned to ashes, what will happen?" Mac thought, so the captain already knew about the flag's existence? He prepared for this from the very beginning. In that instant, Mac felt as if he had awakened, and an image flashed through his memory. Could this be what the commander once mentioned? He personally chose Isis as captain of the scouting unit, so he had seen Isis's true ability long ago. They will definitely focus on protecting and restoring the flag. Mac continued thinking. This captain, who always calculates every step so carefully, chose to infiltrate straight into the center of the enemy camp. Was it all for that secret objective? We have to destroy that flag, then withdraw from here immediately. We'll split into two groups. One team will serve as a diversion and draw the enemy's attention. The other team will infiltrate and burn the flag. Hearing that, a thoughtful look flickered across Mac's face. This man, who had opposed him all this time, was now willing to cooperate. Good. This will make things much easier. I've led men into Aesin's camp many times before, but this is the first time I've come here with this many people. What a fine day today is. I'm feeling pretty good too. If everything keeps going smoothly, we'll definitely pull it off. After waiting for a while, once the moment came, stones were suddenly hurled at the guards. They immediately panicked and shouted, "Intruders! Catch them! We absolutely have to complete this mission. If we fail today, then we'll do it tomorrow when the loop repeats." Just as his hand touched the torch, a strange figure suddenly appeared, swinging a blade straight down. Fortunately, Isis reacted in time and dodged the strike. He thought to himself, when did he get this close without me noticing? An enemy with overwhelming presence. I've never seen anyone like this before. The other man growled, "Cowards." With a grim expression, Isis replied, "Too late." Ahead, blazing flames had already begun to spread throughout the camp. The tent's on fire. Several intruders have broken in. Catch them and put out the fire. The shouts erupted in chaos. Mac is acting as bait. I'm drawing attention, and Andrew will burn the tent according to plan. Now it's time to retreat. Every combat movement begins by driving force from the legs, stomping hard against the ground and lunging forward. He observed, I've seen his weak point. Quick as lightning, Isis thrust his sword at his opponent, but just as the man turned back, even though the strike was incredibly precise, he still dodged it and counterattacked. A deep wound tore across Isis's body. Isis hissed inwardly. That blow was nearly perfect, and yet I still couldn't bring him down. The other man said coldly, "How troublesome." Isis reflected, at my current level, I can't defeat him. I've broken through so many layers of defense, crossed the reedgrass battlefield, escaped death from ambush after ambush, and thought today was my chance to break through that wall. But it turns out you are the wall I cannot overcome. If I keep fighting, the only thing waiting for me is death, and I'll have to start over from the beginning again. I'll have to lead the team across the battlefield again, reliving a day exactly like today, over and over. I can't afford to fail again. The enemy sneered, "Are you smiling? I'll kill you. I'll throw your corpse to the wild beasts." Isis roared inwardly. I have to break through this wall. Even so, Isis refused to let himself give up because of that. He completely believed that he could defeat this man. I've overcome countless trials and hardships. A mere brute of a swordsman isn't enough to stop me. Isis launched another attack at once, but the burly fighter skillfully caught the sword path and used the opening to drive in a powerful thrust. Isis barely managed to dodge by a hair's breadth, but his opponent did not stop there. Spinning around, he poured in his strength and swung his sword straight at Isis's neck, then followed with another sweeping cut. Isis struggled to block the slash, but he could not help feeling dizzy from the enemy's terrifying speed and precision. Unbelievable. His attacks are too perfect. Trying to close the gap in skill, Isis threw a dagger right after a clash, but the burly fighter easily blocked it with the back of his hand and instantly countered with a lethal thrust. Just then, someone shouted, "The fire is spreading." His attack only grazed Isis's ear as he turned his head to look back and saw their precious flag sinking into a sea of flames. Another person shouted in panic, "Stop fighting. You need to deal with the current situation too." At that point, the burly fighter also realized that his opponent would not go down easily. He sighed, stepped back, and said coldly, "We'll meet again." Isis froze. He could not believe that man had withdrawn so easily. Could it be he wasn't the wall I thought he was? No, that wasn't right. Even if he wasn't the final wall, he was still someone Isis had to overcome if he wanted to survive. He needed to become stronger. At that moment, Andrew ran over and urged, "We have to leave now while we still can." The burly fighter gave Isis one last glance before sheathing his sword and ordering everyone to retreat. The troops quickly obeyed. Isis realized that one member of their squad had vanished. Only 5 people remained in the team. One of the squad's guards asked, "Are we done, or are they still going to chase us?" Isis replied, "They're occupied." He noticed Henry falling behind, while several soldiers from Aesin's side charged toward him. No one in the group was willing to let a comrade die. They all rushed forward together and cut down the enemies before they could strike. After that, Isis shouted. Keep running, Henry said. If we head toward the field of foxes and snakes, they'll have a harder time following us. The man carrying Henry asked, but won't it be harder for us to move too? But Henry smiled. I know a hunter's path. Not many people know about it. Thanks to that secret route, the whole group easily shook off their pursuers. Even so, they still had to cross the vast field. But with Henry guiding them, it became much easier. After fleeing for some time, Isis finally saw the thing he had fought to protect. The next morning, they kept running until they finally reached camp, and most of them collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. Isis took a deep breath, feeling the fresh air of a new day. At that moment, the commander of the Grey Dog unit spoke up and asked about the flag. The mysterious figure only said coldly, "We need to prepare again." I never expected Grey Dog to fail like this. The commander's eyes widened, unable to understand what had happened. The soldiers lying in ambush in the tall grass were Grey Dog's finest men, and yet a mere handful of scouts managed to break through, burn the grass, and retreat safely. Grey Dog was originally an independent force with authority over its own tactics. Their name came from the Grey Dogs that lived in Aeson's territories. Those dogs were stubborn by nature. Once they fixed on prey, they would keep following it, whether driven by obsession or by the craving to tear it apart. Either way, the ending was the same. That was why this force had another name as well, the Stubborn Lovers. The commander turned to MIT Hurrier, who had just fought Isis, and asked suspiciously, "Was your opponent really that strong?" MIT said angrily, "If it weren't for that fire, I would have killed him." Grey Dog, the commander of the unit of the same name, merely remarked calmly, "He was just lucky." And luck is a powerful skill too. From now on, I'll refer to him as Grey Dog for easier tracking, since he's the commander of the Grey Dog unit, and that's simpler than repeating the commander every time. MIT clenched his fists, swearing that next time he would not let him escape so easily. On the other side, while his wounds were being bandaged, Isis was still filled with conflict. He knew he still had not overcome the wall before him. He wanted to keep fighting that man, but the circumstances then had not allowed it. And so, fate seemed to bound these two men together. MIT swore he would kill him, and Isis swore he would overcome that wall, no matter the cost. At the same time, inside the camp tent, Rem was swinging his axe in frustration. Having no news of Isis lately had left him restless. He suddenly stopped, frowned, and muttered, "Damn it, don't tell me he's dead." Even though Isis has improved a lot lately, he's still a weakling. If he really died, it wouldn't be all that surprising. Rem sighed. Still, I kinda like that idiot. That doesn't happen often, you know? But no matter how much I like him, if he's really dead, there's nothing I can do. Ratna slowly woke from a deep sleep, and the moment he opened his eyes, he saw Rem staring at him. Startled, he asked, "What? Why are you looking at me like that?" Rem only raised his middle finger in reply. Ratna was no pushover either. He raised his leg and flipped him off with his toes. Rem flew into a rage at the provocative gesture. "Damn it, I should just kill you already." Ratna immediately drew his sword, sneering. "You maniac, go ahead and try." The moment he returned to camp, the first thing Alchris did was report to Commander Fairy of the Fairy Folk. She was utterly stunned as she listened to him recount how he had discovered the ambush, infiltrated the enemy camp, and even managed to burn down their base while surrounded. Alchris only replied modestly, "I only survived because I made the right decision at the right time, and because I was a little lucky." But Commander Fairy seemed suspicious. Even so, she had no evidence to act on, so she merely told him coldly to go back and rest. Before, she had only half believed in his abilities, but this time he had proven that he was a valuable asset. Just who was he, really? As he left the camp and was still thinking about the look in her eyes, Alchris was stopped by Andrew. With a sincere expression, Andrew said, "I'm sorry for how I acted at the start of the mission. We only survived because of you." Then he hesitated before asking, Will we be able to meet again?" Alchris could not answer with certainty. He only replied softly, "We'll meet again if fate allows it." Before parting, Andrew stepped forward, bowed deeply, and the others followed suit, all of them bowing to Alchris. He knew he had done the right thing. The four people bowing before him now were alive because of his decision. But was that really all he could have done? Alchris had still lost 2 comrades. If he had been stronger, perhaps he could have saved them. Through these repeated twists of fate, he could break past his limits, and one day, this desperate struggle would end. He would walk the path he had always longed for and become a knight. He would use these reincarnations to fulfill that dream. And to stop this from happening again, he would become stronger, While lost in those thoughts, Alchris was suddenly interrupted by soldiers outside, shouting about a fight. Sure enough, Ratna and Rem were at it again, the two glaring at each other as if they wanted to kill one another, even though they were on the same team. Alchris had never seen expressions like that from them, not through all the times they had trained together. Looking at them now, like wild beasts, he realized they had never once been serious when sparring with him. That fight suddenly gave Alchris a new goal. They had to look at him with those same eyes when facing him. As Rem blocked Ratna's strike, he happened to notice Alchris standing in the middle of the yard and shouted, "Hey, weren't you supposed to report when you got back?" Ratna snapped right after him, "Why were you skulking around like a rat, hiding in your shell?" Alchris ignored their questions about his condition and changed the subject, asking about the method Rem had just used to block Ratna's attack. Rem frowned. "You've only been back a few minutes, and you're already at your old tricks again?" Alchris thought it might be best to get some sleep, but before that, he tried asking about the move again. However, Rem cut him off. "You're seriously asking about that right now?" Alchris blinked in confusion and asked, then, "Is something wrong with that?" Rem did not answer. He merely turned away in silence and left. Alchris found it very hard to understand. Rem's behavior made it seem like he wanted to say something, but if there was one type of person who never bottled things up, it was Remington. Sooner or later, he would say it, just not yet. Meanwhile, the battalion commander quickly received word that an enemy force was preparing an ambush near the grassy field, so he immediately deployed the entire battalion close to the area. As for Alchris, his wounds had recovered considerably, and throughout that time, he kept reflecting on the way he fought, especially while eating. Alchris finished eating first, prompting one of his comrades to joke, "Hey, can't you rest for a bit?" He simply replied, "I'm just going out to train a little." Rem frowned and grumbled, "If you keep wrecking your body like that, you'll be on your last breath soon enough." The next morning, Rem woke earlier than usual because of the sound of training outside. It was Alchris. Lazily sitting up, Rem dragged his sword along the ground as he walked, his head full of thoughts. For him, getting stronger had never been the problem. He was extremely skilled with a sword. At one point, he had even stood on the brink of becoming a knight. But all of that only sickened him to his core. Become a knight? So what? There was nothing he wanted to pursue as a knight. Without a purpose, why waste time and sweat? He could find no reason to become strong, and so he had lost his motivation as well. Since then, he had remained stuck in place, neither advancing nor retreating. At last, he arrived where Alchris was training. One glance was enough to tell that Alchris's body was being crushed under his injuries, and he collapsed to the ground. From his movements and stance, Rem instantly saw that Alchris had learned the fundamentals wrong, and fundamentals were the prerequisite for anyone hoping to start down the path of becoming stronger. Alchris had used all kinds of shortcuts to compensate for his weak foundation, but that kind of approach made it impossible to ever become truly strong, no matter how much he trained. Even so, one question remained. Why was he pushing his body this far? Why was he trying so hard? Rem decided to ask directly, "Hey, why are you doing this?" Alchris answered simply, "I just want to become stronger." Rem continued, "And after you become stronger, what do you plan to do?" Alchris answered without the slightest hesitation, "I'll become a knight." Rem frowned. To him, a knight was just someone who knew how to fight. Did that really mean anything? Alchris explained further, "The knight I want to become is someone who decides for himself what is right and wrong, and draws his sword to act on it, for honor, for the poor and the oppressed, and for the people I cherish most." Those words made Rem start questioning himself. If strength was only a tool, then what was a knight? Or rather, what was a sword? What did he truly want in this short life of his? No matter how much he thought, nothing came of it, so it was better to just keep walking that path himself. He stepped closer to Alchris, looked at him for a moment, then made an offer. "Want to learn the sword?" Alchris agreed immediately, without a moment's hesitation. Rem regretted opening his mouth a little. He had already been feeling lazy, but those determined eyes, this might actually be interesting. He continued, "I know Ratna taught you some of that B-style stuff, right? Along with that thrusting technique. Now you have to throw away everything except those two things." Alchris asked, "Even the mercenary techniques I learned too?" Rem nodded. "Yes, especially those. If you don't abandon them, then even if you learn something new, you'll go right back to your old habits. That's human nature. In that case, it'd be better to give up right now. This is the time to choose. Either forget everything and start over, or stay content with your mediocrity." Without a second's hesitation, Alchris immediately chose the path of starting from scratch. That decisiveness surprised Rem, and he looked at Alchris again. "You sure?" Alchris did not answer directly. Instead, with a steady gaze, he simply asked, "Then what do I need to do first?" Rem thought to himself, this guy really isn't normal at all. Rem explained that Alchris's swordsmanship was already fairly decent, so he no longer needed to use a light sword like the one he had now. With his build and style, a longsword would suit him far better and be much more effective. "We should switch swords." Alchris hesitated and asked, "Is it really all right for me to take your sword?" Rem shrugged. "It's fine. That sword isn't anything special anyway." Immediately afterward, Rem began instructing him on how to use the new sword, and while observing him, he realized Alchris was gripping the hilt far too tightly. Alchris explained, "I do that so I won't drop the sword." Rem frowned and asked irritably, "Then who taught you to hold a sword like that?" Alchris replied, "Ratna did." Hearing that, Rem was not surprised in the least. He merely shook his head lightly, then ordered Alchris to get into position. After that, without warning, he attacked with his full strength. Alchris hurriedly blocked and immediately realized why gripping a sword too tightly was such a huge mistake. As he attacked, Rem reminded him, "If you grip it like that, it'll hurt. If your body gets too tense, it'll snap like a dry branch." Hearing that only made things more confusing. Everyone on this team spoke in such hard-to-understand ways. Snap like a dry branch. What was that supposed to mean? Was he saying Alchris was too rigid because he was clenching the sword too hard? Maybe what he meant was that he needed to be more flexible, so neither the sword nor he himself would break. Once he understood that, Alchris began truly training, and Rem strictly corrected every movement, constantly pointing out mistakes and making him repeat them over and over. Time passed until Alchris finally collapsed from exhaustion. Watching him, Rem thought, "I didn't expect things to be this bad. This guy hasn't even grasped the basics yet, and fundamentals can't be taught overnight." Even so, Alchris did not give up. Trembling, he forced himself back up and said, "Again, I'm still fine." That determination made it impossible for Rem to refuse. He gave a slight nod. "All right, but slowly, one step at a time." Just then, Ratna appeared, walking over with a rather strange look and shouting, "What are you two doing here? Skipping food and then disappearing?" He turned to Alchris and asked seriously, "He bullying you? Want me to deal with him?" Finding it strange, Alchris asked, "What's going on? Why are you dressed like that today?" Ratna's face turned serious. "We've been called up." The enemies gathering in the distance. Right after that, all the soldiers quickly took their positions and readied themselves for battle. But in the middle of it all, Rem hesitated for a moment. Maybe teaching him all this was a mistake. He's still too new. He can't fight on our level yet. He might die. Rem sighed, thinking that he would have to keep an eye on Alchris. As for Alchris, he truly wanted to learn more from Rem, but there was no more time now. In the distance, a familiar flag fluttered in the wind. The enemy was approaching. The enemy mage curled his lips into a cold smile and said, "This will be the place where you all meet your end." The moment he finished speaking, a heavy, strange mist instantly spread across the entire battlefield, making it impossible for anyone to see one another. Suddenly, a sharp sound rang out through the air. Only Alchris recognized it. Arrows. Everyone, be careful. They're shooting arrows. But not everyone could react or defend in time. The fairy commander suddenly realized, this isn't normal fog. We've been tricked. Standing among the enemy formation, the mage laughed with delight and boasted, "Preparing this spell took no small amount of effort. We had to sacrifice heaps of animal blood, gather the purest water from sacred lakes, and chant rain-calling incantations for days on end. Once this spell is activated, all sight is smothered. If you can't reach the central point where the flag is planted, this battle will be completely one-sided. Dark mist to fog, fog of annihilation." MIT Hurrier walked over to the mage and saw how satisfied he looked. "You seem pretty pleased with yourself." The mage nodded. "Of course. I didn't even think I could pull it off after losing the flag." Hearing that, MIT Hurrier thought again of his opponent, the man he had sworn to teach a lesson he would never forget. Back on the battlefield, Alchris tried to dodge the arrows flying at him from all directions. Someone behind him shouted, "Get your head down." Alchris recognized the voice immediately. It was Rem. Ahead of him, another voice was endlessly cursing the enemy. That had to be Ratna. Though they were very close, Alchris still could not see a thing, and he realized that in these circumstances, they could not possibly fight as they normally did. Only when an arrow struck the ground right beside him did Alchris suddenly realize it. His breathing was growing heavier, and his body was gradually stiffening. His legs no longer seemed willing to obey him. That meant he could not use anything Rem had taught him. Of course, Alchris had never expected to fully master it all in the first try. Even Rem himself had said that if he had not yet fully grasped this new style, he should return to his old way of fighting, because forcing it would only lead to mistakes. But Alchris understood clearly that if he did that, the only thing waiting for him was death. So he decided he would have to act even more decisively. He charged straight through the thick fog, deliberately allowing an enemy to run a spear through his body. The enemy thought he was finished, but then panic overtook him when he saw the determined smile on Alchris's face. The man hurriedly finished Alchris off at once, but that also allowed him to return to his lessons. To be honest, Rem was not a very good teacher. He was a genius, and everything was too obvious to him. So obvious that it was hard for him to put anything into words. Even while teaching, his instructions were simplistic, swing down. Alchris still did not understand what exactly he was doing wrong, but he knew Rem was not mocking him. That was simply how Rem was. So he asked, "Where should I place my center of gravity?" And just as expected, Rem could not answer. His guidance was terribly rough, but observation and listening were Alchris's strengths. No matter how many times he had to repeat it, he would memorize every posture and every movement. At last, Alchris returned to the battlefield. This time, he could block the arrows, but he was still too stiff. He decided to let himself die one more time so that he could keep learning. He repeated it again and again until the 31st day, when his body finally began to loosen and move more fluidly. Watching him, Rem nodded in approval. "Your footwork's gotten softer. Where'd you learn that?" With that, Alchris had now qualified to learn the basic techniques. The three fundamentals of swordsmanship were the horizontal slash, the straight thrust, and the diagonal sweep. Rem continued teaching. Use the edge of the blade to defend. If the sword is good enough, you can even use the spine. The shortest distance between you and your opponent is called the line of attack. A sword is used to block the enemy's line of attack while expanding your own. Picture the enemy in your mind. Shape him there. Then extend your sword toward him. The next time he entered battle, Alchris easily dodged the spear that had pierced his body countless times before. But unfortunately, 3 more enemies were waiting right behind it. That was fine. Little by little, he was changing the rules of his ordinary days. That day, he learned how to parry, block, and counterattack successfully, and then die. Next, he mastered diagonal cuts and died again. Little by little, each tiny skill accumulated with every passing day. No matter how many times he died, he did not care, because the progress was real. And then, when the time came for him to seriously face Rem, Alchris was able to use everything he had learned. In that clash, he won. Rem stood there in silence, staring at Alchris as if he were looking at a completely different person. This guy, he really had changed. Because of that, Alchris believed he no longer needed to rely on talent alone. Even if Rem shouted at him, he still threw himself into battle. His body was swift, light as a feather, gliding past the enemy's spear. This was the road he had to walk to become a knight. Even if he had to endure the most terrible pain known to man, he still felt complete joy and happiness. That joy was so great that he felt as though it could drive him mad. He remembered that moment long ago when Rem had asked him, "Do you want to learn the sword?" And he had nodded without hesitation. Just like then, Alchris told himself, "I can die as many times as it takes as long as I reach my goal." After testing him a few more times, Rem began to realize it. He's good, too good even. Could it be that all this time, he had only been pretending to be a second-rate mercenary? He had already grasped all the basic techniques. What he needed now was not more training, but real combat experience. With those words in mind, Alchris stepped into another new day, one he had already lived through more than 200 times. This time, he wanted to test everything he had learned to see just how far it could take him. The first enemy appeared before him. Alchris swung his sword, cutting through him like butter. Alchris gripped the knife that had killed him countless times, then used that very blade to charge at the enemies hiding ahead. The enemy soldiers were startled and thrown into panic by his sudden appearance. Immediately afterward, Alchris vanished into the fog, making them think they were safe. But he suddenly circled back and unleashed brutal slashes before they could react. One of them hurriedly raised his crossbow to fire, but Alchris, recalling Rem's lesson, immediately used his whole body, his eyes to observe, his feet to close in, and his hands to finish the kill. Alchris could not help but smile. Everything was so different from before. Fighting now felt light and fluid, and he felt exhilarated. He wanted more. So Al-Chris pressed forward, eager to face new challenges. Right ahead, more than a dozen men stood with crossbows aimed straight at him. One of them spoke up, "Congratulations on making it this far, but this is where you stop." Al-Chris took a step forward, then said, "Fight with swords like real men." Those words made the soldiers tremble. Instead of stepping forward, they immediately fired at him before he could make a move. Al-Chris died instantly, and his soul was dragged once more into the boatman's realm. The boatman sneered and shook his head. "You're truly an idiot, walking into your own grave. Perhaps you've gone mad from dying too many times already." Al-Chris came back to life once again and sighed, wondering why the boatman always appeared only to curse him for dying so often. At that moment, Rem walked over and asked, "Why are you standing there with a face stiff as a statue?" The question made Al-Chris start thinking about Remington. Rem was always the first to notice whenever a spell was cast, while the enemy formation had no clear strategy at all, as if their only task was to guard the flag. Wanting to verify that, Al-Chris asked Rem, "Hey, do you know anything about magic?" Rem looked at him suspiciously. "Why are you suddenly asking that?" Al-Chris merely gave an awkward smile. "Just making conversation." Rem gave a short laugh. "Then do you know the difference between sorcery and spellcraft?" Al-Chris scratched his head. "I only know sorcery is more common." "True enough," Rem nodded, "but spellcraft is different. It always needs some kind of medium to be cast. The medium is extremely important. Without it, the spell cannot exist, unlike sorcery." Only then did Al-Chris understand. That fog had appeared because of a spell, and the flag was the medium. If the flag were destroyed, the fog would disperse as well. He continued, "Does your tribe use spellcraft too?" Rem replied, "I've seen it a few times, but people who truly know cursecraft are rare. Most are curse-wielding witches, also called warlocks." Right after that, Al-Chris abruptly left. He had something he needed to do, continue training. Watching from a distance, Ratna realized that Al-Chris had already mastered all the basic techniques. They had started from the same foundation, but Ratna wondered whether he knew of the Oniak swordsmanship. About 500 years ago, there had once been a genius, a talent one in a million. That boy was born in a sword training camp and killed 12 bandits using nothing but an iron poker from the hearth. Orphaned at a young age, he began learning the sword, and after hearing rumors of him, a nobleman took him in and saved him. That genius's name was Leonisu Oniak, but despite his talent, he was cursed. At 50, he began to lose his strength. At 52, he became completely paralyzed. A genius destined to become a legend was forgotten by history far too soon. Even so, his dream did not die. At the age of 20, he poured his heart into compiling and classifying all swordsmanship into 5 types. The sword of justice, ornate and precise. The heavy sword, mighty and forceful. The flowing sword, elusive and mystical. The swift sword, godlike in speed. And the light sword, made for counterattacks. He rewrote the entire history of swordsmanship, and from then on, the Oniak family became the greatest house in the empire. Even now, his techniques remain the foundation of every school of swordsmanship. Even so, many derivative branches developed from them, such as the Western Speed Sword and the Eastern Sword Aura. Among them, the technique Leonisu personally developed, derived from the Northern Heavy Sword, was even more useful than anything Rem had taught. Ratna thought to himself that Al-Chris needed to focus on one single point, forget everything around him, and look only at his own sword and his opponent's. Ratna said he would demonstrate it first for Al-Chris so he could learn from it. Before Al-Chris could react, Ratna had already unleashed an incredibly fast, lethal slash, skimming across his neck as if he could take his life at any moment. Al-Chris understood. He had nearly died. From a distance, Rem walked over and frowned, asking, "Are you actually trying to kill the captain?" Ratna calmly replied, "People learn faster when they're about to die. I'm only helping him." Rem snapped, "Helping my ass. If he doesn't have a head left, what exactly is he supposed to learn? Do you know how long it took me to teach him beast style?" While the two were still arguing, Al-Chris could only think to himself that these two really were the worst teachers imaginable. He knew full well that Rem came from the south, the land of barbaric tribes, while Ratna was from the far north, where people were even more savage, which made them both eager to fight. Ratna shot Rem a glance and drawled, "Knowing you're from the south just makes me want to fight more." But Al-Chris stopped them both. "Enough. We came here under orders, not to brawl." Before Al-Chris left, Ratna reminded him, "Remember the feeling of when you're about to die. When you focus on a single point, you can do anything with your sword. As he prepared to head into battle, Al-Chris reflected that the technique was quite similar to Beast style, making him numb to death, but there were a few differences, and he knew he needed real experience to fully understand it. As for the medium of the spell, he had to destroy it and escape from the fog. From then on, he set himself a new goal. He had to break the flag. Al-Chris knew that using the whole squad would make it easier to get close, but he decided to go first, until he could go no farther. Focusing on a single point proved very effective. Many times before, he had died simply because he was not prepared to survive an assassin's ambush. He trained his ears to survive on the battlefield and had learned beast style, but maintaining that focus was still incredibly difficult. Ratna kept trying to teach him by simply showing him, saying, "You should be able to feel the sword tip slowing down," or something like that. But Al-Chris still did not understand. Was beast style getting in his way? Ratna continued to explain, "In battle, everything else has to blur away until only your opponent's blade remains. Then you'll be able to predict the direction of a strike." Al-Chris realized that using fear of death as motivation was wrong. So he asked Ratna, "Then when did you start being able to do that?" Ratna answered casually from the start, "I just naturally knew how." Al-Chris sighed. He knew there was no hope of getting proper guidance from a genius. So he had no choice but to fumble through it himself, training over and over until he finally grasped the technique. However, for now, his top priority was destroying that damned flag. When the fog descended, Al-Chris shouted, "Get down." Then he ordered, "Raise your shields." That command saved many soldiers who otherwise would have died to the next volley of arrows. By now, he had repeated this day 300 times. Al-Chris could now identify the exact direction of an attack, even with his eyes closed. And he silently took down the first enemy before the man even realized it, then killed 2 more. The rest charged at him as if throwing themselves into a meat grinder, because now Al-Chris was no longer fighting just to survive. He was fighting to achieve something. The enemy commander shouted, "Form up, prepare to attack." Al-Chris gave a cold smile. He could see the fear in their eyes. He rushed straight into their midst, slipping past every blade in his path and smashing the flag into pieces. It had taken 10 days to get this far, but he had finally succeeded. However, the fog did not disappear. It was strange. The flag had been destroyed. Right afterward, the enemy surrounded him and stabbed him from every side. And one of them said he was tricked. In that instant, Al-Chris understood everything. Only one flag was real. The others were just decoys. He charged in again, with only a 1 in 5 chance of choosing the true flag. Al-Chris again ordered everyone, "Raise your shields." But no one listened. Either they did not hear him, or the chaos was too great for them to obey. As a result, a rain of arrows pierced the formation, killing many of his comrades. Al-Chris wondered why they had not listened this time. Perhaps he had given the order too early. They needed a breath, a moment to prepare. 3 days later, he would try again. Al-Chris had just broken the second flag, a fake one, which meant 4 remained to be dealt with. It took him another 5 days to reach the third flag, which was also false. Then another 7 days to reach the 4th, still a trap, and as every time before, he died once again. Now only 2 flags remained, and he could only gamble. The real one was very likely the farthest away. This time, Al-Chris gave clear orders to the entire squad, and even made Rem come along. Rem asked in surprise, "Have you gone mad?" Al-Chris knew full well that the flag was far away, so he could not let himself be exhausted before reaching it. He left the direct confrontation to Rem, while he himself slipped past the enemy formation, weaving through the ranks like the wind. Even without armor, Rem was more than capable of handling them. As for Al-Chris, after 1 whole year spent living inside this very day, he was ready to end it all. Once he destroyed the real flag, the fog would clear and they would win. Suddenly, just as he was about to reach his goal, his sword was knocked aside by a stranger. A familiar voice rang out, "God has heard my prayer. I begged for the chance to kill you with my own hands, and now I have it." Standing before him was MIT Hurrier. Al-Chris froze. It had been so long that he had forgotten his face. He asked, "Who are you?" Mit Hurrier grew angry. "How is that possible? It's only been a few days. Did you really forget me?" But for Al-Chris, time had passed very differently. He asked again, "Who are you?" MIT Hurrier grew even more irritated. "You'll remember soon enough, the moment you feel my cold blade pierce your chest." Mit Hurrier lunged. Al-Chris cleanly evaded the strike, then used his new position to counterattack, forcing MIT Hurrier to retreat. Mit Hurrier was stunned. Impossible. He was completely different from before. His swordsmanship had clearly improved. But what shocked MIT Hurrier even more was that Al-Chris tried to keep up with him using only a single step. Yet Al-Chris did not stop there. He charged again, crossing blades with MIT Hurrier directly. MIT Hurrier could sense that Al-Chris had perfectly grasped the fundamentals of swordsmanship, and his technique was no less formidable. He was deflecting attacks and countering at the same time, forcing MIT Hurrier backward. MIT Hurrier thought to himself that he had to devote all of his senses to this fight. One moment of carelessness, and he would die. He decided to focus his entire mind on the sword, forgetting everything else, the flag, the outcome of the battle, even the techniques he had once learned. Nothing remained but the cold steel of the blade. With that resolve, MIT Hurrier regained the upper hand, knocked Al-Chris's sword aside, and then pierced his chest, ending the fight at once. At that very moment, Al-Chris remembered who he was. He was the one who had planted the flag in the tall grass. MIT Hurrier introduced himself. "I am MIT Hurrier, commander of the Grey Dog Unit." Al-Chris nodded. "I am Al-Chris, now a captain of the Kingdom of Lilia." As the enemy troops slowly closed in, MIT Hurrier said, "He's good at hiding himself, but a lot of you seem to find him a little gloomy." MIT Hurrier looked back at Al-Chris and saw that he was smiling. Al-Chris had just realized something. It was not about concentration in the face of death. What he had needed all this time was a worthy opponent, someone who could force him to pour everything into the fight, to battle with all he had. MIT Hurrier had no time to listen to a madman's rambling. He pulled his sword from Al-Chris's body, ending everything for that day. The next day, Ratna came over to him and said, "Focusing on a single point feels like the sensation of dying." Al-Chris listened in silence, but Ratna began to wonder, has he given up? As usual, Rem shouted, "Move out and fight." Al-Chris immediately lit up, energy surging through him as he strode forward as if he had never known fatigue. Ratna watched him go and clearly felt the sharp aura radiating from him. He smiled. Then today's warm-up should be a little more serious. The battle continued as usual. Al-Chris saved many lives by shouting, "Heads down, raise your shields," right before the volley of arrows came flying in. But he did not stop there. When Al-Chris ordered Rem to follow him, before Rem could ask, "Have you gone insane?" Ratna had already spoken up, "I'll go too." Rem turned to him with wide eyes and asked, "Did you get hit in the head by an arrow?" Ratna curled his lip. "If you don't want to get hit by another one right now, then hurry up." While Al-Chris quietly advanced ahead, Ratna and Rem charged the enemy together, ripping open the formation in front of them to clear a path for him. Al-Chris chose the same old route where he had once met MIT Hurrier, and, just as expected, MIT Hurrier was waiting there. But this time, Al-Chris recognized him and smiled. "It's good to see you again." MIT Hurrier was surprised that he had deliberately come looking for him. But Al-Chris only replied gently, "You shouldn't be surprised. I fell for you from our very first battle." MIT Hurrier narrowed his eyes. "This is the first time anyone has sought me out just to fight." Tilting his head, Al-Chris asked, "Does that bother you?" MIT Hurrier quietly drew his sword. Not all. The duel began. Al-Chris tried to force himself into that state of absolute concentration where he could feel only the blade, but he still failed and was once again stabbed through the chest. MIT Hurrier stepped forward and sneered. "You lose too easily. Did you really think that with only that much skill, you could win?" Lying there, Al-Chris thought to himself that his approach had been wrong. That state could not be forced. It had to come naturally from the battle itself. He started again, then again, and again. He repeated this day without end until he finally seized that feeling. On the 18th time, he began to clearly see the path of the incoming sword. On the 28th, he could enter that focused state whenever he wished. On the 48th, he attained an awakening. On another occasion, when Ratna tried to show him that feeling, Al-Chris finally saw the sword for what it truly was. He was immersed in its beauty and effortlessly deflected Ratna's slash. Ratna was stunned. "How did you grasp it so quickly?" But by then, Al-Chris could no longer hear anything. He had sunk completely into concentration, where body and sword were one, and his strength and technique could no longer be compared to his former self. Ratna asked, "Where are you going?" Al-Chris answered calmly, "To see the unit commander. It's time to get past this day." When he went to see the fairy folk commander, she asked him what he wanted. Alchris recounted everything he had witnessed during the scouting mission, the incantations, and the decrepit old Aspen soldier called the Mage. Commander Fairy was very interested and asked him to explain in more detail. Alchris told her everything, every detail, every clue that might help them win. And thanks to that preparation, when the fog came rolling in again, the soldiers were ready to raise their shields and block the rain of arrows, while Alchris's squad silently charged ahead without needing any order. Alchris placed his trust in the commander's ability, while he himself had to overcome the obstacle ahead. The moment he faced MIT Hurrier again, he said bluntly, "I remember you now. From the very beginning, I wanted to fight you, and today, I will defeat you no matter what." Alchris swung his sword, unleashing a powerful slash, but MIT Hurrier sidestepped it and countered with incredible speed. Alchris neatly blocked the strike, making MIT Hurrier realize that the situation this time was different. As they fought, MIT Hurrier thought to himself, "This is dangerous." He had barely managed to parry one more strike, and then the two exchanged blows in rapid succession until they fell into a deadlock. Unable to hold back the question, MIT Hurrier asked, "Were you hiding your true skill all this time?" Alchris replied softly, "Seems that way." MIT Hurrier raised an eyebrow slightly. "What is your name?" Alchris answered, "Alchris." MIT Hurrier lifted his sword into guard. "I will remember that name." But Alchris smiled. "No need. I'll make sure you can never forget it." MIT Hurrier raised his sword high, and in that instant, Alchris focused all his gaze on the blade. He felt all of MIT's weight shifting on his right foot. A diagonal slash from high to low, just as he had predicted. Every technique he had learned, every scrap of experience from today's hundreds of repetitions, all of it converged in this single moment. MIT charged in, and Alchris did the same. The two slashed at the same time, their blades grazing each other's necks. Blood sprayed, yet smiles were still clear on both their lips. But Alchris did not stop. He followed up immediately, slashing straight for MIT's throat, forcing the other man to barely evade. MIT had once been certain he could kill him in just a few moves, but now it was different. He was struggling against this bastard, and that was something he could not accept. The flowing water sword technique MIT used was suited for counterattacks, not overwhelming offense. To end this fight, he had to use his strongest ultimate technique. MIT stomped deeply into the ground, his sword sweeping upward from below in a great arc. That was why this move was called Wind Cutter Wheel Slash. Alchris had tasted this technique countless times before, and every single time he had been defeated by MIT's hand. But this time he was ready. Alchris neutralized the attack perfectly, and for the first time, MIT was truly shocked, though his expression still did not change. The Hurrier family, which MIT belonged to, was one of the three orthodox great houses of the Kingdom of Aspen, a house that embodied pure might. They recruited anyone with talent for the sword. MIT had once been a nameless warrior from some remote backwater, and after joining the Hurrier family and taking its surname, he proved himself through sheer ability, defeating two full-grown knights at only 15. In January, he became champion swordsman at 18. At 22, he became the strongest swordsman in the entire city. In the end, he entered the top 3 strongest warriors of the Grey Dog unit through pure talent alone. Very few people dared test themselves against him, and almost no one dared try their luck. Whenever he saw others training to the point of exhaustion, he often wondered why they bothered. Why did they have to do that? Why did they have to swing their swords until their hands split open? He thought it was meaningless. To him, his body itself was already perfect swordsmanship, and that very mistake had led him here. With no option left but retreat, MIT was easily pierced through the chest by Alchris. And then the sword was pulled free. Mitt began bleeding heavily, critically wounded. Grinding his teeth, he regretted underestimating his opponent. "You are not stronger than me in strength or in swordsmanship," he panted. Alchris nodded. "That's true. And yet you're the winner," MIT said bitterly. He could not deny it. In the final moments of his life, he could only regret his own arrogance. What if back then he had actually trained? Just as Alchris's sword was about to touch MIT's neck and finish him, a soldier from the Grey Dog unit rushed in and saved him from the blade. MIT was still losing blood badly and was quickly escorted off the battlefield. That Grey Dog soldier looked at Alchris and said, "I never thought one man alone could cause this much chaos." But your death won't come easily. Al-Chris had already known that. He was surrounded on every side, but he did not waver in the slightest. On the contrary, the flag and the path of escape were simply the next wall he had to break through. The Grey Dog commander ordered, "Fire." Al-Chris braced for the worst and charged forward through the rain of arrows. He could not avoid them all, so he chose to take the hits and keep moving forward. The Grey Dog commander was not just standing there watching. He rushed in with a slash, and from that single blow alone, Al-Chris could feel its weight. If he wanted to win, Al-Chris understood he would have to die many more times. But right now, the most important goal was to destroy the flag and escape this place. He threw a knife toward the flag. Even damaging part of it would nullify the spellcraft. The Grey Dog commander clearly saw that intention and slashed toward Al-Chris, but he rolled away in time, then threw another knife. And this time it hit perfectly. Within the mist, Commander Fairy still held her position, but inwardly she thought, "I already requested reinforcements from headquarters." But no one came. This kingdom is as rotten as ever. They sent nothing but weak troops to hold the front line. At this rate, everyone will be wiped out. At that very moment, the mist began to thin. She moved faster than ever, lightly taking down enemy after enemy. She understood that this was the chance to turn the tide of battle. "Counterattack," she shouted. The soldiers roared, cheered, and charged. And now, the fog no longer blocked their way. The battle line was slowly beginning to tilt in their favor, and the chance of victory became clearer. But who was it that had broken that spellcraft? Perhaps it was the very person who had warned her of it beforehand, Al-Chris. Covered in blood and utterly exhausted, Al-Chris knew he had miscalculated. He had thought that once the fog cleared, he would reunite with his comrades. But no, there was no one at all, and even he had his limits. Elsewhere, Rem was alone against hundreds of soldiers, but his true target was the enemy mage, the man whose head he wanted to take with his own hands. At the same time, Ratna had gone completely off course. He raised his sword toward one of the enemy commanders and only then realized he had the wrong person. On the enemy's side, they began mocking Al-Chris as they saw him dragging himself forward step by step. "Look at him like a dog, and he'll die like a dog too." Just as one soldier was about to strike the finishing blow, a puma suddenly burst out of the grasslands and tore him apart. The other soldiers tried to raise their crossbows, but every bowstring was cut, completely disabling their attack. That puma seemed absolutely determined to protect Al-Chris. But he said gently, "Get out of here. The one in front of me is no ordinary opponent." The Grey Dog commander, now out of patience, prepared to deliver the killing blow to Al-Chris. Right then, a voice rang out. "Al-Chris, take a break. Let me show you what a real man looks like." Vengeance appeared and lunged at the Grey Dog commander with a fierce thrust. But the enemy knocked his sword aside and flung him backward, sending him sprawling flat. Humiliated, Vengeance shouted, "Shoot him!" A volley of arrows flew at the Grey Dog commander, but he did not flinch at all, charging ahead like a monster, forcing the puma to attack from behind with its claws ready. The Grey Dog commander was taken by surprise, but he still managed to slam the pommel of his sword straight into the beast's head, knocking it unconscious. His next strike came straight at Al-Chris. Al-Chris was still lucid enough to see the blade coming, but in his current state, he could not block it. There was only one option left: use the technique MIT had favored, and let the sword guide itself. He relaxed and let his body follow the flow, and the Grey Dog commander's blade was deflected in an instant. The commander froze for a moment. That is MIT's technique. Al-Chris smiled. For the first time, he felt that much joy in the middle of a battlefield. Suddenly, Vengeance charged in again, but this time the Grey Dog commander did not counterattack. He had seen an entire army advancing toward him. The Grey Dog commander withdrew unwillingly, but before pulling back, he turned to look at Al-Chris. "I won't forget that slimy face. Someday, I'll bring you down." He ordered the retreat. Vengeance immediately turned his attention to the dying Al-Chris and tried to get him off the battlefield. Even as his body weakened by the second, Al-Chris did not forget to bring along the puma that had saved his life. Vengeance shouted, "Fall back." Al-Chris gradually lost consciousness as fatigue and his wounds began to overwhelm him. In his delirium, he saw the boatman again. "So this time too, you completed your goal? You really are stubborn." But what was it that kept him moving forward like this? Even so, Al-Chris had survived one more day. He slowly woke up. Around him, his comrades were talking about his condition. How did he even survive that? He vanished without warning, and yet he came back. Let's hope he recovers soon. Al-Chris felt something soft against his hands, and when he looked up, it was the puma nuzzling into his chest like a kitten. Rem walked over, folded his arms, and asked, "So you're finally awake?" Everyone thought you were done for. Al-Chris clumsily sat up and asked with a frown, "What's going on?" Jackson immediately stepped over and handed him some water. "You lost a lot of blood," Gray added. "Good thing the medics treated you in time, or you'd probably be left with lasting damage. Looks like the goddess of luck is still on your side." Al-Chris looked down and saw that he had accidentally spilled water on the puma. He muttered, "I must have blacked out during the retreat." One by one, everyone in the camp left after seeing that their commander was awake. Al-Chris watched them go, warmth rising in his chest. He had survived one more day. Only Rem remained. He said nothing, just stared silently at Al-Chris. Tilting his head, Al-Chris smiled and asked, "You want to pet it or something?" Rem was not very interested in the puma. What he really cared about was this. "How did you know that fog was spellcraft?" Al-Chris hesitated. He knew that if he told the truth, Rem would not believe him. He did not want to lie, but neither could he reveal the secret of his special ability. Rem was a loyal friend, and Al-Chris wanted to return that trust with the truth, or at least part of the truth. After a moment of silence, Al-Chris answered, "A while back, I knew a frontiersman. He used to talk about things like that, so I figured it out. It was a perfect excuse because that frontiersman was Rem himself." Rem asked no more questions. He only nodded, then stood up. "Suit yourself, but don't get too involved with things like spellcraft." Then he turned and walked away. Al-Chris called after him, "So what were you doing during the fight?" Rem gave a faint snort. "At first, I was just going to ask which bastard had planted the flag, but then I saw his face and couldn't stand it, so his head went flying." While Al-Chris was still imagining Rem doing exactly that, Gray was trying to feed the puma a strip of dried meat to lure it over, but it had no effect at all. The beast growled and nearly bit off his finger. Al-Chris smirked. "Careful. It could tear you into pieces if you make it angry." Gray was not afraid at all. "I just want one of its claws. 10,000 krona each. Henry told me that if it has blue eyes, then it's a lake leopard, and there's drift energy inside its body. Each claw is worth a fortune, and they grow back too." Al-Chris's mouth fell open. 1 krona was worth 1 copper coin, so 10,000 krona was equal to 1 gold coin, more than he had ever earned in wages. After Al-Chris collapsed, his comrades had completely seized the advantage. But after that, the battle fell into a stalemate, and both sides withdrew to recover their strength. His mind was still spinning. He wondered, if I tried that sword deflection again, would it work? Perhaps he would never know. A little later, Jackson walked over. "Stop moving around. If you keep stretching like that, you'll never heal properly." Propping himself up with one hand, Al-Chris replied lightly, "I'm not overdoing it. A little movement is good." Ratna nodded in agreement with Jackson. "The best thing now is to rest. If you want to recover quickly, don't push yourself." Right then, Rem appeared and accidentally bumped into Ratna, then grumbled, "Are you trying to pass your laziness on to the captain too? And why are you blocking the middle of the path like that? Did you leave your brain behind?" Ratna immediately stood up and went to get his sword, preparing for a brawl. Al-Chris cut in to ask something that had been weighing on him. "Hey, earlier I used a technique I've never practiced before. I just saw it once, and I could use it. Is that normal?" Rem answered first. "If you use the heart of the beast, you can sense your opponent. When that happens, you'll understand how they swing their sword and how much force they use." Ratna also nodded. "Right, you've already learned the basics and mastered single-point focus, which means you're seeing more than you did before. But that said, you got lucky. At your current level, to do that again, you'd need at least 100 real battles." Hearing that, Al-Chris suddenly realized something. That day had not been just one day for him. It had been hundreds of days of brutal training. He had become stronger not because of luck, not because of talent, but because of relentless effort, because of a will that refused to yield. And he knew that whether he had talent or not, he would still grow stronger. While Ratna and Rem were still arguing, Al-Chris suddenly spoke up. "I want to duel both of you." Rem burst out laughing. "People call me the Mad One, but that title ought to belong to you." Ratna frowned. "In the condition you're in, and you still want to fight? Are you joking?" At that moment, Commander Fairy appeared. She looked straight at Al-Chris and said, "No one is allowed to duel while covered in injuries." Then she stepped closer and asked firmly, "Were you the one who broke the spellcraft?" Alchris thought to himself, so someone finally asked, "But why did it have to be the commander of the entire battalion?" Alchris gave a small nod of confirmation. "Yes, it was me. I saw it while on patrol, and I'd encountered something similar before." Commander Fairy stiffened. "There were up to 5 decoy flags. How did you find the real one?" Alchris shrugged. "I just guessed." The fairy folk commander stared at him for several seconds, then turned her face away as if accepting his answer as the truth. Alchris asked back, "So that's all you wanted to ask?" But Commander Fairy smiled faintly. "I also wanted to get a good look at your face. It seems fate has brought us together." Alchris had no idea what she meant, but Rim and Ratna immediately started getting the wrong idea. Ratna whispered, "Wouldn't have guessed this guy had that kind of skill too." Alchris hurriedly protested, "It's not what you think." Gray also chimed in, half awake. "That really is the perfect face for opening a gentleman's tavern. I'll get you the most profitable contract possible." Alchris snapped, "Shut up." But inside, he was unsettled. Why would she say that? She was his superior. This was awkward. Gray switched to reporting another piece of news. "Oh, and one more thing. An aide from the Scarlet Cloak Knights just arrived." Alchris was startled. Someone from Scarlet Cloak came here. The army he belonged to was the Cypress Branch, named after a certain knight, and Cypress was a part of the Scarlet Cloak Knights. The Knights were people whose combat level was exceptional, something acknowledged across the entire continent. For that reason, a knightly order did not consist only of knights, but also aides, attendants, and trainees. When an aide proved his capability to the knight he served, he would become a proto-knight, a true knight in the making. Normally, aides rarely went to the battlefield without a knight beside them, so this person was very likely on the verge of becoming a proto-knight. Right then, the alarm bell sounded, and everyone prepared to deploy. Gray looked around and remarked, "Seems the enemy was waiting for that guy to arrive before they dared engage again." Rem turned to Alchris. "You should rest. You really need it." But Alchris shook his head. He did not care about his wounds. He wanted to see that man fight, so he could compare himself to someone on the verge of becoming a knight. Seeing that gleam in his eyes, Rem gave a mocking laugh. "Want to see it that badly? Then come along. It's not like we'll be doing much anyway." After that, everyone took formation and prepared for battle. But Alchris was the most excited of all. He was about to witness a small piece of the dream he had been chasing. He would see what it took to become a knight. The knight's aide walked slowly, advancing alone toward the enemy army. The enemy quickly took position, preparing to fire arrows, but he did not falter in the slightest. He simply kept walking forward with unwavering steadiness. The enemy commander shouted, "Fire!" Hundreds, perhaps thousands, of arrows flew toward the aide. He remained still, and only when the arrows had nearly reached him did he lower his body and gather energy around his legs. Ratna murmured softly, "Determination." In the very next instant, the aide shot forward like lightning, piercing through the rain of arrows and crashing straight into the enemy front line. Ahead of him were shields and a forest of spears, but he did not stop. With a single slash, he blasted the entire defensive line apart, sending enemy soldiers flying in all directions like scattered straw. Alchris was stunned, caught between admiration and fear. Even the enemy commander stood frozen, unable to say a word. And right then, the knight's aide began cutting down everything around him without hesitation or mercy. At that sight, the enemy troops began to flee. They did not want to die for nothing. The enemy commander shouted, "Hold the line!" But before he could finish, his head had already fallen to the ground, cleanly severed as if he had not been wearing armor at all. The knight's aide stood atop the back of the horse that had just lost its master. Every onlooker was left with a different thought. Jem shrugged. "It's not that surprising. People call them war specialists. After all," Ratna muttered, "at the very least, we should be able to hold the line against him." Jackson, meanwhile, observed the enemy had at least 5 chances to stop him. Their battle line is collapsing. The fact that the enemy has a commander that's stupid. Gray let out a relieved breath and murmured, "At least this time, we won't have to do much." While Chris was not so relaxed, he was thinking deeply. Was that man using the sword of justice? No. Chris realized that every move from that aide contained elements of both the heavy sword and the swift sword. He closed his eyes and recalled everything he had learned. The sword of justice was an upright and intricate style, specialized in luring the opponent into the user's rhythm. The heavy sword, as its name suggested, was a style that used sheer force to cut through everything and overwhelm absolutely. The chaotic sword was the most unpredictable type, used to confuse, misdirect, and ambush. The Valen technique he had once learned was also one of its branches. The swift sword was a speed-based style, overwhelming with lightning-fast attacks. The soft sword was flexible and fluid, focused on deflection and delicate counterattacks. Alchris clearly realized that the aide was blending both the heavy sword and the swift sword, two completely opposing rhythms competing within a single body. He took a deep breath and reorganized his thoughts. Even if their natures were different, all of these techniques came from a single source. If he could understand the common ground between all 5 sword styles and control his sword as though it possessed a living soul, then perhaps he too could do what that man had done. Alchris closed his eyes while the army roared and charged forward. Jem and Ratna saw their captain sitting in meditation in the middle of the battle. Jem smiled and said to the others around him, "No one is to disturb the captain. He's preparing to break through something." But Alchris knew very well that understanding alone changed nothing. Understanding was only a wall that existed to remind him how much farther he still had to climb. Soldiers on both sides shouted, cheered, and threw themselves into combat. Alchris remained seated, unmoving. He was climbing the mountain inside his mind, and he would climb all the way to the summit. The cries of the battlefield still thundered around him, but Alchris continued to climb and climb. Then, when the cheers of victory rang out, Alchris had reached the peak. He understood that this battle was about to end. In the Duchy of Aspen, the 3 great ruling families were holding an emergency meeting. Aspen, supreme in politics; Hurrier, the undefeated god of war; and Atkins, master of finance. Aspen slammed the table in fury. They dared break the gentleman's agreement and send knights onto the battlefield. Hurrier, who was Grey Wolf, remained silent. Atkins explained they used the excuse that the frog general had been sent out first, and frogs do need knights to deal with them. So technically, they aren't wrong. Aspen ground his teeth. That damned frog, acting on his own. Atkins only shrugged. That's just how frogs are. They always do as they please, whatever the reason. But what angered Aspen even more was that none of this would have happened if the spellcraft he had invested in had not failed. Burning with rage, he turned to Grey House. They must pay for this act of disobedience. Hurrier knew this matter would not end quietly. The war ended, and the Aspen army withdrew. Alchris and his squad also returned to Borderguard, the fortress city lying against the Aspen border, where for 100 years the people had lived as soldiers. A ceremony was held to honor the soldiers who had shown courage and endurance in battle. Not only officers, but even ordinary troops would be rewarded if they had made notable contributions. The first name called was Alchris. For breaking Aspen's spellcraft, he would be honored and rewarded. When Alchris stepped onto the platform, mocking whispers spread everywhere. "Look, the weakling. Bet he slept with the commander to get that reward." At that moment, someone behind the crowd snapped, "Shut your mouth." Then another familiar face stepped forward and said firmly, "You have no right to speak of him like that. To us, Alchris is more than a warrior. He is a real man." Alchris received a fairly large reward, and Cram immediately rushed over and asked, "What are you going to do with all that money? Buy booze or women or both?" Alchris answered flatly, "I want a good shop, more specifically, the best forge in the city." Chase walked with him all the way to the blacksmith's shop, grumbling as he went, "Why spend a pile of money just to buy a damned sword? If you don't care about standard issue blades, just pick one up on the battlefield. That's what I do, and they work fine." But Alchris paid him no mind. He knew that if he wanted to become a knight, he had to prove himself, and more specifically, prove his strength. Alchris decided that he would take the soldier promotion exam because he thought it was time to abandon the life of a mere grunt. Gray understood that, but reminded him, "First, we need to prepare everything." In the kingdom of Narila, there was a military ranking system meant to raise morale. Those stronger than ordinary soldiers were placed in special ranks and received different treatment. To earn a promotion, a soldier had to fight 3 duels against people of a higher rank and win all 3. As for the soldiers not participating, it was nothing more than entertaining gambling. And the head of the betting board was none other than CRA, a notorious bookmaker. CRA also made sure to drag the crowd into wagering, heating up the atmosphere around the matches. Alchris's first opponent was an arrogant man. He glared resentfully at Alchris. A low-rank piece of trash like you dreams of promotion? Just because you got lucky and picked up a little decoration from the whole squad's achievement, you think you're some kind of hero now? Alcris knew this man well. Though arrogant, he had real ability and came from a famous mercenary group. CRA's betting pool was packed with wagers on that opponent, while on Alcris's side, there was exactly one copper coin, prompting whispers everywhere. Who would even bet on him? Gray smiled calmly and said, "Wait for the result and you'll know. Sit down. The match is about to start." Alcris understood clearly. He had only grown stronger through dying and coming back countless times, but this time there would be no death at all. He had only one chance. He tightened his grip on the hilt, focused all his will, and poured everything into this moment. A skill that sounded simple, but was the crystallization of all the training he had undergone. In the past, he would have had no chance of defeating someone like this, but now he would fight as though he were fighting for his life. The arrogant man charged, sword raised high, preparing a showy strike. Alcris thought, maybe I should try the counter I learned before. But unexpectedly, Alcris needed only a single slash to knock the sword from his opponent's hand. The man's face went pale, terrified because his fingers had nearly been broken. Alcris did not bother saying a word. He simply struck the opponent on the head with his sword hilt and ended the match. He thought to himself, this guy is strangely weak. How is he middle rank? One gambler shouted, "Ciara, you were the one who bet on him, weren't you? You knew he was this strong." Ciara gaped and admitted, "I just felt sorry for him," and tossed in a coin. Alcris thought to himself, that guy was careless. Maybe, but this ended too quickly. He shouldn't have been that weak if he was really middle rank. There was no time to think further because the second opponent had already stepped out and declared loudly, "Don't get cocky just because you won one match." Alcris recognized him, a heavy infantryman, the strongest in the battalion. The match began. The heavy soldier wielded a spear and tried to distract Alcris by flicking the spearhead back and forth, and suddenly thrust straight at him. But Alcris cut off the spearhead in a single stroke. He thought that move was just a clumsy feint. He has to be hiding something else. That was what everyone thought as they looked at the second opponent's face. But no, apparently that really was all he had. Alcris kicked him hard in the stomach, ending the second match in an instant. The entire audience was stunned. No one could believe he had just won 2 matches in a row. Gray spoke up. Who's next? Who wants to challenge him? But no one dared step forward, not even those who had mocked him earlier. Andrew muttered, "I think I could win. I've been training with Max every night since last time." But Max shook his head and stopped him. "Don't go. He's much stronger now. Even I can't beat him." Hearing that, Andrew quietly sat back down and began observing the situation carefully. Suddenly, from behind, Rem shoved forward one of the men who had been bad-mouthing Alcris. He had heard every word the man had been rambling since the start. Pushed to the front, the man forced a smile, sweat pouring down his forehead. "I am not scared." Up to this point, Alcris had never once had it easy. Men like that first assassin, then MIT Hurrier, and even his comrades during training sessions had all been recurring nightmares. Now, facing this weakling, he felt something strange, and because of that, he nearly failed to realize that for the first time in his life, he was strong enough to look down on an opponent. The man asked, "What's that look for? What kind of face is that?" Alcris was simply smiling because he had become strong enough to overwhelm someone. He lunged forward, sword swinging like thunder. In the kingdom of Narila, strength was the thing most respected, and by humiliating this man, he would show the entire camp just how strong he was. After a few simple blows, the opponent's sword was smashed apart. Alcris stopped just before cutting him down, proving that he had complete control over the match. The man wet himself on the spot, and then everyone fell silent. At last, they were looking at Alcris with different eyes. That was him, the man who had broken the curse graft. Andrew was the first to leap up and shout, "Spell breaker!" He even forced others to shout along with him, until the entire camp echoed with Alcris's new title. Gray walked over and patted him on the shoulder. "Congratulations, you're middle rank now." But Alcris only shook his head slightly. "It's too early to celebrate. I have to reach high rank." Gray stared wide-eyed. "You still want to climb higher?" Just then, a man rose from the back row, and all eyes turned toward him. On his clothes was the eagle emblem of the Border Guard, the force that served the royal family directly. "The Border Butcher," someone whispered. He walked up in front of Alcris. "I want to fight you. Just a friendly match, nothing special." The crowd stirred, and Rem frowned. This would not be easy. Alchris knew very well that the border guard was as strong as Aspen's gray house, which meant this man might even be stronger than a mighty Hurrier. But at the same time, Alchris thought to himself, if I face someone without the risk of death, can I still improve? He smiled and nodded. Please. The man looked slightly surprised. Not afraid. You're fighting a special operative. But after watching the previous matches, he added, seriously, you're more interesting than I thought. The low-ranking soldiers cheered for Alchris in unison. A true warrior always stands among the infantry. The man looked around and muttered, a bunch of idiots. The border guard infantry are infantry too. This kind of smugness needs to be crushed immediately. And I'll use this guy to do it. The match began. His opponent attacked as fast as lightning, but Alchris still saw the line of the blade clearly and neutralized it successfully. The man was startled. He had not expected an ordinary soldier to maintain such intense focus. He immediately grabbed Alchris, thinking he had him. But at that very moment, Alchris seized his arm, turned, and swung his sword down from overhead. The blow was strong enough to force anyone to face death itself. The man spotted the opening and instantly dodged, then launched a lethal counterslash. But unfortunately, Alchris had prepared for that already. He grabbed the tip of the man's blade and then drove a hard kick into his stomach. He let go of his sword to make that strike, allowing his opponent to seize the chance and rush in for a finishing blow. But Alchris pulled a dagger from his belt and slashed back along the same line. Both of them were only a breath away from victory until Commander Fairy appeared. With a single stroke, the Fairy Folk commander blocked both attacks just before they collided. Alchris realized that his comrades had already taken position behind the border guard soldier at some point. No matter what, they would never let their leader die before their eyes. Rem smiled and remarked, lucky bastard. The border guard soldier sighed. It was just a friendly match. If you get carried away like that again, you'll be punished. Alchris paid no attention to those words. What troubled him was how close he had come to losing control in that exchange. He had not been able to see his opponent's movements. If this had been a real fight to the death, the outcome might have been very different. The man sheathed his sword and looked at him. I wasn't expecting much, but now I can't help admitting your strength. I'm Torres, platoon commander of the border guard. Alchris also bowed his head. I'm Alchris. Then he shook his hand. Everyone around them was stunned. A platoon commander meant special rank, which meant Alchris had now reached high rank. The whole camp exploded into cheers and shouting, but Alchris did not care in the slightest. Torres gave him one last glance and smiled faintly. I have a feeling we'll meet again soon. Goodbye, Spellbreaker. Alchris felt that he had moved one step closer to his true goal. Later that same day, Graham, commander of the 1st Armored Company, came to see Alchris and invited him to join his unit. This was already the 3rd invitation Alchris had received, first from his 2nd company, then the 3rd. It was probably because of his feat in breaking the spellcraft. Graham said seriously, my unit is the pillar of this battalion. Do you understand how important this invitation is? Alchris knew that if he nodded, he would become a member of the elite, but he still refused. Graham was surprised. Because of that commander from the 4th company? If it's because of him, I can speak to him personally. Alchris shook his head. No, and because you seem sincere, I won't beat around the bush. Then he suggested, send Rem over to your side instead. After all, thanks to him, we survived the last battle. Graham frowned. No one in my unit wants that madman. Christ stared at him in disbelief. You're getting invited everywhere like this, and you're really not even thinking of packing your things? Alchris answered directly, no, I'm not going anywhere. That only shocked Christ even more. You're rejecting all of them? No matter where you went, they'd treat you well. Before Alchris could answer, Torres stepped in and said in a serious voice, there's something important I want to ask. Join the border guard. Alchris understood perfectly well that this was the best offer he had received so far. Even Rem whispered, if you turn this down, you're insane. Torres looked him straight in the eye. The moment I fought you, I realized you are always hungry to fight stronger opponents. Join my unit. I will train you and push your body to its absolute limit. Only in the border guard will you truly reach your potential. Everyone in Alchris's squad understood that this was the moment of parting. At last, Alchris spoke. If you're talking about a hellish training ground, then I believe the troublemakers behind me are the most fitting demons for that job. But I don't just want to reach my potential. I want to surpass it. Time passed, the season changed once more, and for Rem, that was the greatest misfortune of all. Though he came from a tribe accustomed to nature, he hated the cold to the bone. Rem groaned. Chris, go give me some hot stones. Chris only sighed. This guy becomes useless the moment the battlefield turns cold. Ordin walked over and tried to drag him up. Move around. Your body's cooling off. But Rem refused to leave his beloved blanket, which made Ordin turn to Chris and ask, "Want to train? It's a fast way to warm up." But Chris politely declined. "I'm on patrol duty." He left the tent, but before he'd gone far, Rem shouted from inside the blanket, "Remember to bring back some hot stones for me." Once outside, even Chris was surprised. Winter had arrived before anyone noticed. Just recently, there had only been a faint chill in the air, but now the sky and earth were buried under white snow. He went to the crowded area and met the other two guards to begin patrol, something they did mostly to pass the time in peacetime. The two introduced themselves. From left to right, "I'm Jack." "And I'm Bo." Today, the three of them would be working as a team. Chris felt that there was something familiar about these two men, as if he had heard their names somewhere before, but he put it aside for the moment. Jack said eagerly, "It's an honor to go on patrol with a spell breaker." Bo added, "I heard you were promoted incredibly fast. Going from a nobody soldier to a fighter of this level is really impressive." Chris only smiled. "I just got lucky." Jack suddenly asked, "I want to know how strong you really are. How about a spar?" Chris nodded in agreement. As they continued through the market, Jack grumbled while walking, "Who the hell cursed me to patrol in weather like this?" Bo shivered too. Freezing. Chris, meanwhile, couldn't understand why they kept sticking so close to him. Suddenly, a small hooded figure appeared out of the darkness and slid straight toward Chris. Thinking it was only a child, he reached out to stop them. But the hooded figure suddenly drew a dagger and stabbed it straight into his chest before he could react. Jack and Bo acted as if Chris was merely drunk, quickly dragging him out of sight so the crowd would not grow suspicious. These three were clearly on the same side. The assassin asked coldly, "Surprised?" The gray dogs never forget their target. Looking closely, Chris saw that he was a half-fairy, most likely an assassin sent by Aspen to take revenge for the broken curse. The assassin viciously pulled the dagger back out, leaving Chris collapsed in a pool of blood. Jack turned and said quickly, "Rem, pull out. The job's done." Only then did Chris finally remember. All three of them were scouts who had supposedly been injured before, just as Graham had once mentioned. He had thought they were simply badly wounded, but it turned out that had only been an excuse to make contact with Aspen. Now he faced 4 against 1, but he had no intention of backing down. Even so, the stab wound made him collapse on the spot, blood pouring out without end, and he died once again. He jolted awake, springing upright in panic and leaving Jack staring at him in confusion. "What is it? A nightmare?" But Chris did not answer. He only wanted to get up, full of energy. He quickly went outside, where Ordin was bathing in the middle of winter, steam rising from his well-built body. Chris asked, "Is this training method meant to keep you warm?" Ordenadif. That's right. In winter, training like this gets your body ready for anything. Hearing that, Chris immediately asked to learn it. Last time, he had seen Rem draw the dagger, but had been unable to react because his body had not been prepared. He also realized that Jack and Bo had stayed suspiciously close, something he had overlooked. Next time, he would take those two out first, no matter what unexpected move that half-fairy pulled. Ordin encouraged him. "Come on, don't let your muscles start crying." Once again, Chris met Jack and Bo. Everything repeated as before, except this time he was not wearing a coat. Jack laughed. "Aren't you cold?" "No cloak." Chris answered calmly. Training. Thanks to Ordin's method, his body was ready. He knew that sooner or later he would have to face Rem directly, and before the man could get too close. Chris spun around and struck at the two men behind him, but Bo reacted quickly, dodged the blow, and drew his sword. Chris understood that Rem would either attack or flee immediately. So before that could happen, he had to deal with these two first. Unfortunately, Rem still had one last trick up his sleeve. He threw a knife at Chris and hit a vulnerable spot in his body. Even so, Chris had to admit that from this distance. Through a crowd, landing a hit like that meant the man truly had skill. Chris heard the knife cut through the air, but by the time the sound reached him, the blade had already pierced his heart. The knife had been designed to fly faster than sound. Now, Chris had to deal with enemies in both close and long range, and the challenge excited him. How was he supposed to prepare for something like that? Rem attacked when he got close and threw knives when he was far away. He thought this wall was not hard to understand, but it was still a wall that had to be overcome. Chris kept training, even though it looked like he was on the verge of death, to the point that even Jack and Zim could not help saying, "Seriously, does it have to be this intense?" Jackson stepped into the tent and saw the scene. Everyone was stretching, even the snow leopard. He froze in place, feeling as if he had walked into some strange ritual, then hurriedly backed back out. Chris knew that if he wanted to survive, he had to find a way to stop that knife before it was launched. But its speed and accuracy far surpassed any ordinary dagger. Jackson dropped by again, and when he saw Chris deep in thought, he realized, "You're thinking about the wind knife, aren't you?" Chris tilted his head. "Wind knife," Jackson explained. "When it flies, it makes a distinctive whistling sound. If the thrower is skilled enough, the target will never know what happened. The best thing to do is stay as far away as possible." Chris remembered that, but he thought that no matter how skilled Rem was, he still would not be able to do anything if the knife was blocked beforehand. He struck first again, attacking the two men behind him. And though Bo dodged, this time Chris grabbed him and used him as a shield. But Rem did not care about his comrades at all. He threw one knife at Chris, one at Bo, and the third hit Jack right in the throat. Chris froze. 3 knives at once. He was insane. Or perhaps he had never considered them comrades in the first place. Rem crouched to eye level and said with relish, "Impressive spirit, but the gray dogs never forget their target." Chris gave a faint smile. "Good." Rem raised an eyebrow. "You really are crazy." Chris understood now that he had underestimated everything. Even when it seemed simple, a wall was still a wall. Beneath the river, the ferryman appeared again. "You're enjoying this, but go ahead and laugh, because soon you'll understand why this is a curse." Chris woke once more, bolting upright in bed as if struck by lightning. He thought, no, this is not a curse. It is a blessing in disguise. He went to find Jackson. "Hey, tell me more about wind knives." Jackson frowned. "Huh? Where did that come from?" Chris remained serious. "I want to understand them better." Jackson had no choice but to explain. A wind knife is actually made from several thin blades fitted together. When it flies, it creates a distinctive whistling sound. Back in the day, people called it the knife you hear but never see because the naked eye can barely track it. Chris asked, "Then how do you dodge it?" Jackson shrugged. "You can't. Once it's in the air, nobody dodges it." Chris pressed. "But what if I have to?" Jackson paused, then asked again, "You're serious?" Chris nodded. Jackson sighed. "There's no point trying to follow the knife itself. What you need to watch is the thrower's hand. The moment he swings his arm, the trajectory is already set. Of course, there are ways to hide the arm movement, but if your eyes are sharp enough, you can still see it." Chris pondered this. "Can I learn?" Jackson hesitated for a moment, then answered honestly, "With your current skill, you can't do anything about it." Chris knew he was telling the truth. Jackson then asked, "Do you want to learn how to throw knives?" "If you're not confident, forget it." Chris understood clearly that this was a precious opportunity, and he decided he had to learn no matter what. The next day, he met Jack and Bo again, with Jackson's words still echoing in his mind. At the very instant the knife is thrown, the whole body must be relaxed, focusing only on the flight path once the blade leaves the hand. To see and to throw are one. The moment Rem appeared, Chris drew his sword and felled Jack in a single move. Bo could not put up much resistance either. The people around them fled in panic, leaving the stage clear for the real duel. Chris saw Rem, and in an instant the man shifted from relaxed to tense. If he protected his heart, he would not die immediately, and that was what Chris was aiming for. Chris blocked the first knife with his hand, but the second buried itself straight in his chest. It was too fast. Even though it was only for the briefest instant, he still saw the knife coming, and that alone was enormous progress. Rem stepped closer, intending to say his usual line, but Chris spoke first. "The gray dogs never forget their target, right?" Rem froze in surprise. "How do you know that?" Chris only smiled. "Good, because I'm starting to understand all your filthy tricks too." The next day, Chris quickly eliminated the two men behind him, then focused only on Remington. He watched the way the man twisted his knife, saw the trajectory clearly, and used his vambrace to block it. Rem could feel the pressure and killing intent radiating from Chris. Chris thought the strike would come from the opposite direction and dodged aside, but Rem changed direction instantly and stabbed him in the heart. Chris died once again, but he could not help being amazed. The man could adjust the trajectory according to his opponent's reaction. This weapon really was astonishing. If there's a next life, I want to use it, he thought. After that, Chris began practicing with knives. When Jackson saw this, he asked, "What the hell are you doing?" Alchris only replied, I'm practicing wind knife throwing. He knew what he was holding was not a real wind knife, but sooner or later he would get one. While practicing, part of his makeshift knife snapped and nearly stabbed Jackson. By the 8th day, Alchris successfully dodged the delayed stab, only to be taken down from behind by a marksman. He memorized that lesson. Next time, he would have to deal with the marksman first. On the 9th day, he threw a knife and killed the sniper, but Rem still hit him with a knife he could not evade. Alchris continued training until he became fairly good at throwing knives, but he felt that beyond the basics, something essential was still missing. Jackson remarked, You're picking it up pretty well, but where did you learn it? Alchris could not say he had learned it from him, so he made something up. I once saw someone throw one and copied it. Jackson stared. You copied it that well? Are you a genius? Whatever. Have you ever heard of the compressed knife technique? It was created by an assassin named Gaius. He wanted to make a knife that produced no sound, and he created an extremely thin, single-edged blade, but it was too hard to use, so later the version we now call the wind knife appeared. Alchris had not expected that knife to have such a history, but Jackson assumed Alchris already knew it well, because his throwing posture was perfect for that kind of blade. On the 10th day, Alchris decided to change the patrol route. Jack objected. If we get caught, we'll be punished. Alchris only said, I'm the highest ranking one here. I'll take responsibility. He heard Jack and Bo muttering in obvious displeasure at the change. But Alchris knew very well that the market was the ideal stage for assassins, and he no longer needed to play by their rules. Jack still muttered, We should go back. Alchris asked coldly, So what did you get for betraying your homeland? A few gold coins? That question immediately drove the two traitors into a rage. They charged in to attack, but Alchris easily cut both of them down with 2 clean sword strikes. Right after that, Rem and the assassin in green appeared. Alchris briefly felt that they were late, but it did not matter. As long as they had all come, that was enough. Rem threw 4 knives at once, but by now Alchris could clearly see his hand, and that alone was enough. The assassin in green circled around behind him to launch a rear attack, but Alchris swiftly drew a knife and killed him on the spot. Seeing the opportunity, Rem rushed in to attack, while Alchris's back was still exposed, but Alchris blocked the stab with superb technique. It hurt, but at least he did not die again. Rem was finally beginning to panic. What the hell are you? But Alchris only smiled faintly. That's none of your concern. His gaze swept over the knife belt strapped to Rem's body. These beautiful weapons of yours, how many do you have? Rem frowned. So, you know how to throw knives too? Are you an assassin? Then he answered Alchris's question. I've only got 2. Alchris narrowed his eyes. Is that so? I've only got 1. I am jealous. Rem flared up. Don't joke around like that. You really are sick in the head. You should know this. If I throw my last knife, you will definitely die. Alchris nodded. Sure, but I only ever learn that after it happens. Even though he could not clearly see Rem's hand, Alchris could still see his arm move. If he kept his stance steady and his eyes sharp, he could dodge it. The instant Rem threw 2 knives at once, Alchris immediately sidestepped and threw one his own back, only tearing Rem's cloak. Alchris thought to himself, he says he only has 2, but there are definitely more. Then again, so do I. He threw his final knife, and Rem barely managed to dodge it. Looking furious at having been tricked, Rem drew his sword, and Alchris did the same, surprised to see him switch to close combat. There is no rule saying an assassin can only fight at range, Alabamacris thought. But this move is strange, low, and incredibly fast. Unfortunately for Rem, it was already too late. Alchris seized his wrist with terrifying speed and declared, It's over. With 1 clean slash across the forehead, he ended Rem's miserable life. Alchris had overcome this wall in only 10 rebirths. Through every battle, every defeat, and every step of growth, all of it had kept him alive until today. He bent down and opened Rem's cloak, revealing the wind knife belt he had coveted. After that, he went to report to the fairy folk commander, still wearing the knife belt himself. Alchris merely shrugged. It was all just another coincidence. The fairy folk commander looked at him. A coincidence? You faced 3 assassins and came away with only a light scratch. Really? Alchris smiled. I guess the goddess of luck is on my side. The commander looked at him for a few seconds, then sighed in defeat. Fine, go back to your post. He returned to the unit quarters. But the moment he opened the door, an axe flew straight at his face. He barely managed to tilt aside and avoid it. Of course, the culprit was Zem. Zem grinned in delight. Oh, you dodged it? Better than yesterday. Alchris growled. Are you insane? Zem shrugged. There's an assassin targeting you, remember? Think of it as training. As if in retaliation, Alchris handed Zem a heated stone and said, "Eat this." Zem thought it was a roasted potato, but burned his hand the instant he touched it. Alchris noticed that his hair had grown long, so he called out, "Graham, cut my hair for me." Graham asked for 10 copper coins. Alchris bargained it down to 5. They eventually settled on 8. While the haircut was underway, Alchris asked, "Graham, have you been charging a lot lately? No discount for a comrade." Graham laughed coldly. "If you don't like it, go get it cut in town." Alchris shook his head. "I'm not getting my hair cut in town. Those barbers are terrible." The snow continued to fall, whitening the entire camp. Graham shivered lightly. "It's really cold." Zem, needless to say, hated winter and snow more than anything, and Ragnar agreed with him. Ordin, on the other hand, believed this was a trial from the gods. Alchris looked up at the sky and thought to himself, "Why are we all standing out here in this weather?" At the same time, he was brooding over the assassins who had infiltrated the border guard. When had they joined, and how? He turned to Christ and asked, "Do you know anything about Jack, Bo, and Rem?" Christ nodded. Jack was once arrested for pickpocketing, then forced into the army. Bo insulted a nobleman right to his face, so he got kicked over here too. Hearing that, Zem widened his eyes. From the sound of it, they almost seemed decent. Alchris nodded in agreement. "What about Rem?" Christ answered, "He came from a failed merchant's guild and worked as a professional mercenary. All 3 of them joined within the last year." Alchris fell into thought. Then they definitely used to belong to the same guild, and if it is a guild that abandons its comrades after a year, it can only be the Thieves Guild, a name that sounded respectable. But in truth, it was just a den of thieves, and its members knew every alley and corner of the city. He immediately turned to Jackson and asked, "What do you know about the Thieves Guild?" Jackson raised an eyebrow. "Why are you suddenly asking me that?" Alchris shrugged. "I thought you might know." Jackson sighed. "You've got nerve, but after the restructuring, I cut ties with that guild. I don't know anything else now." By then, Christ had finally finished cutting Alchris's hair, and now Chris could only stare in surprise at how heavily the snow was falling, thicker than ever before. Jackson got to his feet. "I'm heading into town tonight." Zem narrowed his eyes, trying to dodge snow, shoveling. "It won't be that easy." The moment Alchris heard that, he spoke up. "If everyone agrees to go on a mission, then we won't have to shovel snow anymore." The whole group agreed at once, including Christ. However, Alchris still had to ask the company commander for permission first. Ragnar teased him, "Don't tell me you were too lazy to even do that yet." The group withdrew inside and patiently waited for him to go ask. Alchris went to see the fairy folk commander. "I believe those assassins are connected to the Thieves Guild. I want to wipe them out while we still have the chance." The commander looked at him for a while, suspicion in her eyes. "You're not just using this as an excuse to get out of snow shoveling, are you?" Alchris gave an awkward smile. "I swear that's not it. How is she so sharp?" he thought. As the team crossed the city, Christ muttered, "I wonder which gang you're even talking about. Probably the Juffin Guild. But do you have any information?" Alchris answered shortly, "No. That's why we have to look." He turned to Jackson. "You go find their hideout. We'll wait at the inn." Jackson frowned. "How exactly am I supposed to find it?" Alchris only said, "Figure out yourself." Christ shook his head. "What kind of vague order is that?" But Jackson still nodded as if he understood, which made Christ start doubting himself. Could it be that I'm the weird one here? The group arrived at an inn and ordered a table full of food. Gray asked, "What if Juffin is innocent?" Alchris replied calmly, "Then they still have to be dealt with. Even if they're not connected to the assassins, they're still criminals. The sooner they're cleaned out, the better." At that moment, Gray had already struck up a conversation with a waitress named Lisa, then leaned in and whispered something into her ear. Alchris did not pay much attention, only wondering why Jackson had still not returned. Jackson had skill, but starting with such vague information was still asking too much. Alchris wondered if his order had been too unclear enough to make him feel guilty. Meanwhile, Jackson was standing motionless on a snow-covered rooftop, letting the snow pile onto his shoulders. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on 2 suspicious figures in the distance. An idea flashed through Jackson's mind. At that moment, Alchris turned to Gray. "Do you know anything about that waitress?" Gray narrowed his eyes. "Her name is Lisa. Her father is a shoemaker, and her dream is to open an inn in the capital." Alchris was surprised. "How do you know so much?" Still, Gray only knew so much about Lisa because he was a regular customer who got special treatment. Just then, Jackson finally returned, soaked with snow, shivering from the cold, only to find everyone else eating and drinking warmly inside the inn. Alchris noticed the irritation written clearly across his face face and said, "Sit down and eat first." But Jackson growled, "No, we shouldn't wait any longer. Let's go now." Zem objected. "It's freezing to death outside." Jackson tilted his head toward Zem, his eyes icy. "Want to bathe in your own blood? I guarantee it'll be warmer than the snow out there." Chris nodded in agreement. "Yeah, we should go. But the snowfall is thick and moving will be difficult. It will be best to wait until it eases up." He glanced out the window, watched carefully for 5 seconds, then turned back. "The snow isn't going to stop. Let's go." Gray frowned. "Huh, didn't you just say we should wait?" Chris only shrugged. "I've been cautious enough." On the way through the slums, 2 filthy beggars suddenly pulled knives and lunged at them, their eyes full of killing intent. Zem sneered, spun around, and smashed one of them with his axe, then floored the other with a punch like a thunderbolt. Zem turned to Jackson. "These are pet rats." Christ frowned. "Probably people from a Juffin guild." Jackson then found the entrance to their hideout, but the door was locked. Odin stepped forward and shrugged. "Move aside. Let me knock politely." He lifted his leg and kicked hard, and unexpectedly, the door swung open on its own. Zem stared wide-eyed. "You call that knocking?" Chris said calmly, "As long as the door opens." As the group moved in, Zem asked, "What exactly are we going to ask them?" Chris answered, "First, capture them alive. Questions come later." Inside, the leader realized Chris had come and scowled. "If we have to report our failure, we're in deep trouble. Better settle this on the spot." Another man said uneasily, but his whole team is with him. Before he could finish, Odin knocked again with a second kick. Zem could not wait any longer and immediately rushed in, planning to clean them all out. But Chris raised a hand to stop him, stepped forward, and declared, "Those who have never killed innocents, those willing to surrender, and those who do not wish to die, throw down your weapons and cross to this side. The rest will die." Zem muttered, "Why not just kill them and be done with it? What's with the speech?" Chris only murmured, "I just wanted to look a little like a leader." The leader flew into a rage. "And nobody soldier dares lecture us." Odin stepped forward, his voice low. "They are blinded by the darkness in their hearts. Only force can wake them." Chris nodded and called out, "Send out your strongest man." The leader smirked. Gladly, he signaled for his strongest swordsman, Wyvern, to step forward. The man drew his sword at once, his gaze cold as ice. "You think you can stop my blade?" Before the sentence was even finished, Wyvern had already charged, but Chris blocked the strike with his sword and thrust back into the man's shoulder. It was a move from Violin's mercenary sword technique. A stab delivered while talking, something Chris had failed at many times before, but had now mastered remarkably well. Chris said coldly, "If this is your strongest, then I don't need to see any more. This is your last chance. Surrender or die." Chris's group looked at one another, all thinking the same thing. This guy really loves acting cool. One bandit hesitated, then threw down his weapon and surrendered. But the leader went mad with fury and jumped in to kill the traitor. Before he could act, Chris threw a knife into his head, killing him on the spot. Zem stared. "Does this guy seriously think he's that cool?" Odin nodded solemnly. "Indeed. That was very cool." Gray simply said in admiration, "That was cool." Jackson muttered, "Not bad." Meanwhile, Ragnar held his head. "Oh gods, this is so embarrassing." Chris knew it too. What he'd just done had been pretty cool. Whatever the case, the display made all the bandits drop their weapons and kneel in surrender. Zem muttered, "So what do we do with them now? If we kill them now, it'll save trouble later." One of the men begged for mercy. "Please don't kill us. Some of us have sick mothers. Some of us come from starving homes." Chris fell silent. To him, those excuses could not erase their crimes. The man continued, "If you have to kill someone, kill me. I am Juffin." Chris blinked. "What? You're the leader?" "Not that big guy." Juffin shook his head. "That man was the boss, yes, but he wasn't Juffin." Chris was getting confused. What in the world is going on here? At that point, Christ explained, the Juffin Guild just borrows some random person's name. When they're wanted, they throw away that name and run. Juffin nodded in confirmation. The leader was a rotten bastard, but not everyone in the guild is like that. If you still want to kill someone, then kill me. The people around him tried to protect Juffin, calling him a good person. Some even begged to die in his place. Zem could not believe it. Chris, are you really going to kill them? I didn't think you were that cruel." Chris frowned. "Shut up. You were the first one who wanted them dead." Juffin quickly offered, "The guild has a secret treasure room. If you spare us, you can take everything." At that, Christ's lips curled slightly. Money always lifted his spirits. Juffin showed them the location, but said it needed a key. Odin stepped forward and gently pushed the door. It turned out no key was needed at all. Al-Chris ordered, "Take whatever you want." Zem immediately grabbed an extremely warm, heat-retaining hide. Ragnar, meanwhile, looked doubtful. "Do we really need this?" Al-Chris found a suit of leather armor that was flexible yet sturdy and quite suited to him. Christ whispered, "Hey, why don't we just take over this guild?" Al-Chris looked at him in surprise. "You want me to become a thief?" Christ nodded. "A thief who doesn't kill. Even if we wipe out this guild, another one will just spring up. In that case, why not use Jufin as a puppet and control it?" Zem, sensing that things are going too smoothly, grew suspicious. "What did you say to that girl? How did all of them suddenly gather here like this?" Christ was startled that he had been found out. "Ha, we managed to gather them all in one hall. If you permit it, I can bring in regular money every month along with information." Al-Chris had not done this for money in the first place, but he decided it would not hurt, so he nodded. Christ turned to Jufin. "From now on, this guild won't kill anyone anymore. Anyone truly evil will be caught and sent off for reform. The rest will be reorganized gradually." Jufin trembled. "It'd be easier if we just disbanded, but if we do that, we'll die." The old leader worked for Aspen. "Every spring and autumn, a frog comes to inspect us. If they find out something happened, they'll never let us off." Christ smirked. "Don't worry, we've got a few beasts of our own too." After that, Al-Chris said they should return to camp since the mission was finished. But Zem looked at him and asked, "Do you think the others have finished shoveling snow yet?" Ragnar also felt there were still a few things left unfinished. Odin wanted to sit down, reflect, and preach a little more. Jackson said he still had a few things to do and would return the next morning. Al-Chris looked at them all and sighed. "Sorry, I didn't realize you were all so busy." The next morning, Al-Chris reported that his team had returned and that the Jufin Thieves Guild had also been destroyed. Commander Ferry looked at him and smiled faintly. "You must be pretty happy you managed to dodge your turn at snow shoveling, huh?" Al-Chris looked blank. "What? I have no idea what you're talking about." Commander Ferry glanced at him. "I heard you're very fond of sword fighting. In that case, spar with me." Al-Chris smiled. "I'm ready." The moment Al-Chris was about to draw his sword, he was struck down to the ground. Commander Ferry said coldly, "Get up." Al-Chris struggled to stand and reach for his sword, but she immediately knocked him down again. Al-Chris was stunned. Her sword was so thin it looked like a whip, supple and razor sharp. She kept smashing him down again and again until he could barely breathe. Seeing this, even Commander Ferry looked puzzled. How strange. This man once reacted as though he had come from the future, and yet now he moved as clumsily as a recruit. Even so, there was no denying that he was the one who had broken the forbidden spell and taken down 4 assassins. She looked outside and saw that snow had started falling again. "From now on, I'll be watching you more closely." Al-Chris felt utterly pathetic. He had trained swordsmanship until his body was spent, but had never learned how to fight barehanded. Only now did he realize his weakness, martial arts. He went to find Odin, who was training. "The most important thing in martial arts," Odin said, "is a well-trained body." Someone else suddenly shouted, "Who the hell uprooted that entire tree?" Odin merely replied calmly, "I have an extreme training method. That method is called the isolation method. It pushes the body to its absolute limit, causing pain so intense it is no different from dying and coming back to life." Al-Chris immediately said, "Enduring the extreme is my specialty." He began training, and before long his whole body ached as though it were being torn apart. Odin explained that the basic principle of this method was to destroy the muscles, then rebuild them stronger after they had been torn. Al-Chris collapsed, unable to stand. Odin looked at him and said, "You did it. Even lasting 10 seconds is enough to prove it." He even asked, "Do you regret not starting sooner?" But Al-Chris answered, "I regret nothing. The past is the past. If I were still being dragged back by it, I would have died at the very first wall." He pleaded, "Teach me more. I'll keep training while I learn." Odin smiled, impressed by that persistence, but warned, "You'll have to crawl back to camp on all 4s. The Black Panther beside them silently watched his effort throughout the training. That night, Al-Chris dragged himself inside, looking like a corpse. Seeing him, Zem asked, "Did somebody bully you or something?" "No, I was just training." He lay down to rest, and the Black Panther lay down beside him as well. Zem raised a brow. "Are you planning to keep it? Give a name." Al-Chris tried a few. Kiziyu or Blackablue. The Black Panther immediately gave a low growl, clearly hating them. Zem said flatly, "Those names count as animal abuse." Al-Chris sighed. "I thought they were cute. Fine, I'll think of something else." He drifted off and woke in a hazy space. He thought to himself, "Is it that red-haired guy again?" But it was not. A mysterious woman appeared from behind him. She said only one sentence. "My name is Esther." Al-Chris jolted awake, drenched in sweat, but the girl was lying right beside him. She blushed in confusion, while Al-Chris only said softly, "Good night." He pulled her into his arms and went back to sleep. The next morning, everything returned to normal. Zem asked, "You're going again? Aren't you sore at all?" "On the contrary, I feel pretty light." In truth, it was thanks to Esther. She had used magic to restore his body. "I need him alive to break the curse. I can't let him torture himself to death." Zem shot him a sidelong glance. "Did you meet a priest or something? Why are you so bright-eyed today?" Al-Chris only said, "I dreamed about a woman." Zem was speechless. "I didn't think you were the type to dream about women. So what did she look like?" Al-Chris thought back. "She was pretty beautiful." Elsewhere, Esther smiled faintly. "Good, so his eyes are still working properly." It was perfectly normal for mages to pursue knowledge and magic, but during that process Esther had fallen under a curse and been transformed into a beast. Her powers sealed away, she wandered the wastelands until she sensed the scent of another curse, a familiar scent that led her to this man. As Al-Chris continued training, Esther watched in silence. But the moment he saw her, he accidentally called her Black-a-Blue, the name she hated more than anything. In the world of magic, names strongly affect one's power. If one is called by the wrong name too many times, that power gradually weakens. Esther could only use the last traces of her magic to warn him. But fortunately, he was far too slow to understand, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Even so, she realized something even more frightening. Al-Chris carried a curse even stronger than her own. It had not manifested yet, but it had the ability to erode. Weaker curses. If she stayed near him long enough, the magic within her might gradually recover. Day after day, Al-Chris continued training, and now he was sparring directly with Odin. He had started to dodge some attacks, but most still hit him. Odin was simply too fast. If you want to learn martial arts, your body must always be ready. Like swordsmanship, technique means nothing if you're not fast, Odin reminded him. You're still as slow as an old turtle, but your body is changing. Odin could see in Al-Chris's eyes that he had no intention of giving up. And just like that, a month passed. The snow began to melt, and tender shoots emerged from the damp soil. Al-Chris still did not stop training. This time, it was a match against Zem. Zem could hardly believe how much he had improved. "At last, I can have a proper fight with you." That evening, Al-Chris invited Ragnar out to train with him. After the session, Ragnar commented, "Your adaptability is still poor, but your foundation is excellent. With that kind of muscle memory, you could do in your sleep. However, to reach that point, you need endless repetition. Don't worry, repetition is my specialty," Al-Chris said after catching his breath. At the end of the day, Al-Chris returned to bed and thought, training like this is good, but a little real combat experience would be even better. Right then, a rustling sound came from his left. On pure instinct, he caught the knife flying toward his throat. Pretty good. Jackson stepped out of the shadows. "Now you won't die from an ambush anymore." From inside, Christ snapped, "If you want to train, go outside. You're kicking dust all over the room." Al-Chris turned and asked, "Why are you up so early? Aren't you usually making money at this hour?" At that moment, Esther stretched as she got out of bed, exposing her claws. Christ immediately leaped over to where she had been lying, happily checking to see whether any claws had fallen off, because even a single claw was worth 10,000. Then suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Commander Fairy appeared. "Come with me," she ordered. "But the snow has already melted." "That doesn't matter. I have a new mission for you." It was a mercenary board assignment within the Army's promotion system. Citizens could hire soldiers as mercenaries at a lower cost. They were also well-trained and polite, so they were very popular. Al-Chris thought this was a good chance to test himself, so he agreed immediately. At the same time, a soldier who had just finished his shift happily headed back to the barracks. Exhausted from several straight days of duty, all he wanted was to lie down and rest. But then he spotted Commander Fairy walking with Al-Chris. Al-Chris asked, "How many people do I need to bring?" "3, including me. Pick one person from your squad, and I'll be the third." Al-Chris froze. She was going to take part in the mission personally? Al-Chris wondered why the guard walking beside them knew about the rumors spreading lately. The two of them had been seen together so often. Were they dating? He leaned in closer, just in time to hear Commander Fairy ask, "Are you uncomfortable with me and him taking a mission together?" That remark hit the soldier right in the imagination and sent the gossip even further. The rumors were quickly exaggerated, with some saying they had been a couple even before joining the army, and some even insisting they already had a child together. The next morning, while Al Chris was training, he happened to overhear several soldiers gossiping about his relationship with the female commander, and most of them agreed the two looked very good together. When he returned to the barracks, James burst out laughing. "So you finally came back? How many months has it been now? The baby must be due any day." Al Chris looked thoroughly annoyed. "You all heard it wrong. They're just baseless rumors." Christ, cut in. "Don't be shy. We'll find out eventually anyway. Even if you want to hide it, you won't be able to." Al Chris denied it again. Ragnar smiled. "Good for you. If you keep her by your side, you two can train together." Odin clasped his hands in prayer. "May the gods bless the future of you two." Al Chris could only sigh. Being teased this badly by his own squad mates was too much. James asked again, "So when are the two of you going on your date? I know it'll be awkward being the third wheel, but I can endure it." Al Chris blinked in confusion. A date? Then he realized James meant a mission, and that he had no intention of taking James along. James was stunned. "If you're not taking me, then who are you taking?" Right then, Jackson appeared. "I'm ready. Let's go." As the two of them left, James shouted after them, "You're taking that little rat instead of me? Have you gone crazy from training?" Al Chris thought to himself that it was a tactical decision. If James came along, then once he lost his temper, he would definitely be the first person to throw an axe at the commander's face. Better not let that happen. Once they were outside, Jackson asked, "Did you pick me just because I cause less trouble?" Al Chris replied, "Partly, but mostly because you usually take missions like this, so I figured you'd be useful." Jackson understood, but still wanted to add, "Don't pour your whole heart into one woman. In the end, that'll only hurt you." Al Chris looked Jackson straight in the eye. "I don't need advice about that." After meeting up with Commander Ferry again, he asked, "When will the client arrive?" "Soon," she replied. Al Chris was sure she had heard the rumors, so the atmosphere was bound to be awkward. Sure enough, she asked, "What exactly did we do to make everyone think we already had a child together?" Al Chris hurriedly denied it. Jackson snickered, making Al Chris glare at him. "You're actually laughing in a situation like this?" Commander Ferry continued. "Do these questions make you uncomfortable?" "No," Al Chris answered. "Then do they make you happy?" Al Chris went speechless. He had no idea how to answer. "Then what is it you like about me so much?" Al Chris genuinely wanted to know why she was asking all this. It was far too abrupt. Just then, the client arrived. Commander Ferry seemed slightly disappointed. Right when it was getting interesting, Al Chris still didn't know what to think. Was that a joke? But why had she said it so expressionlessly? This mission was to protect the daughter of a wealthy merchant, who was currently in the middle of a succession dispute over the Roca Fried Trading Company. They had been hired to ensure that everything proceeded fairly and that no one played dirty. When the young woman stepped down from the carriage, Al Chris had expected some fat, rich brat he would have to guard, but she turned out to be a beauty instead. She introduced herself. "I am Leona Eris, heir to Roca Fried." Throughout the journey, no one in her group spoke a single word. All communication was relayed through a maid. They were given rooms at an inn in town and told to wait for the other heirs to arrive. In the end, they had only been hired as bodyguards, nothing more. Al Chris recalled Odin's words. Determining an opponent's age, build, and gaze could be extremely useful information, and predicting an enemy's strategy was also an important skill. He began applying that immediately, realizing that the female guard before him was left-handed and walked heavily, which meant she was carrying many weapons. Her sword alone was enough to show she was no weakling, but even so, no one here had reached the special rank. Though he felt his analysis still wasn't sharp enough, for now it would do. Jackson suggested, "How about we play a sound-guessing game? We still have some distance to go anyway." At that invitation, the two of them started taking turns naming what they could hear around them. Jackson clearly had the advantage. Naturally, he had been specially trained in this area. When they reached the inn, Leona and her guard went upstairs to their room, while the three of them were told to remain downstairs. Commander Ferry sat down beside Jackson and Al Chris to join their game, which made Al Chris feel completely outclassed. There was no way he could compete with those two. However, what they were talking about gradually no longer sounded like a game. Someone was approaching them, a dagger hidden in hand, ready to strike. When the assassins appeared, the three of them reacted with incredible speed. They had already anticipated this, while the other guards were still in a panic. One man lunged at Al Chris, but Al Chris dropped him instantly. He heard a scream from upstairs, and as an escort, he knew perfectly well that the client was the top priority. He immediately rushed up to help. An assassin saw that and threw a volley of knives at him, but Jackson covered him in time by raising a chair behind Alcris's back. Commander Ferry cleaned up the battlefield with astonishing efficiency. Even though the assassins outnumbered them, they were starting to get nervous. Still, they remained confident because they thought they held the advantage. While Jackson fought, Commander Ferry glanced over and realized he was even stronger than Alcris. In truth, most of Alcris's squad mates were stronger than him, yet they still obeyed and trusted his orders. She wondered who had shaped things into this. It was genuinely interesting. She killed one of the men charging at her by simply thrusting her sword straight forward. Meanwhile, Alcris kept pressing on. Compared to assassins like the one who had targeted Krang or the half-fairy from the other day, this level of assassination wouldn't shake him at all. Another assassin charged in, a perfect chance for Alcris to test his new physical skills. He was still slow, but he could move much more freely now, and he could clearly feel the difference from before. Suddenly, Leona's guard was thrown out of the room, giving Alcris an opening to charge in. He saw an assassin holding Leona hostage while the maid desperately tried to protect her mistress. Alcris wanted to use Wind Knife to kill him, but the distance was too close. If he failed, he wouldn't be able to stop the fatal strike. He might make it in time if he moved fast enough, but taking a step that fast required a special kind of power, something he had only seen once before. Even so, he decided he had to imitate that movement. Even a fraction of that power would be enough. He shot forward, and before the slash could fall, he was already standing in front of the two women. A cold blade pierced into him, but thanks to the flexible leather armor he had obtained before, the wound was not serious. Alcris said coldly, "Let's talk downstairs." He grabbed the assassin and hurled him through the window, sending him crashing to the ground, his back slamming hard as pain knocked the breath out of him. Alcris let out a sigh of relief when he realized the fall had been somewhat cushioned by his own body. Now that there was no one left on the second floor, he could focus on the enemy in front of him. Even after being thrown down from such a height, the assassin still got back up. His spirit was admirable. He asked, "Are you border guard?" "No," Alcris replied. The man gave a cold laugh. "Then I have no reason to lose." Alcris observed him. He carried several swords of different lengths, but it did nothing to disturb his balance and movement. The assassin appeared to be using flowing swordsmanship, making it extremely difficult to counterattack. He swore he would kill Alcris, and then that woman would be next. "You talk too much," Alcris replied coldly, prompting the man to attack at once. This was the first time in a while that Alcris had faced a fairly strong opponent, but that only made him happy, because there were many things he wanted to test. The assassin shifted his stance fluidly, and Alcris recognized it at once as Val Duet, a chain multi-strike style. He dodged the first attack, then the second, then the third. The two pulled back, but the assassin quickly rushed in again, and once more Alcris avoided it. The assassin began to panic. How could a mere soldier dodge his attacks? By contrast, Alcris was impressed by his opponent's skill. Maybe the man lacked the talent to learn what Alcris had once learned, but in terms of speed and precision, he was no worse than the assassin who had stabbed Alcris to death many times before. The assassin charged again, eyes burning with hatred. But this time, Alcris had clearly seen the movement of the blade. When the man tried to use double sweep, Alcris closed in and drove his sword straight into the man's chest before he could complete the strike. He had aimed for the heart, but the blow was slightly off. He pulled the sword free and thought that he needed to refine his skill even further, perhaps by training with Ragnar or Jackson. The remaining assassins immediately fled the inn. Alcris was about to pursue them, but Jackson appeared and stopped him. A fight like this draws too much attention. Alcris pointed toward the ones escaping. Jackson shrugged. "We weren't hired to hunt criminals. Now that they're gone, the person we were hired to protect is safe." Commander Ferry had also just arrived and said, "Not bad. Are you all right?" Alcris asked. She smiled teasingly. "Worrying about your lover like this? I bet you'll be too anxious to sleep tonight." Alcris could only look at her with tired eyes. But unfortunately, Leona heard it too and immediately asked, "Are you two in love?" "Not at all," Alcris denied at once. But Commander Ferry pretended to look hurt. "It was all just a joke to you." Alcris was completely speechless. All he could think was that these people really had problems. Leona turned and asked, "What is your name?" After hearing his answer, she lowered her head in thanks. "Thank you for protecting me. I will send an appropriate reward afterward." Alcris only gave a small bow. "I merely did what was asked of me." The next morning, reinforcements arrived in case there was a second wave of attacks, and the captured assassins were taken back to the military camp. Alchris sat alone in a corner, thinking, who were those men? Some of them were highly skilled. Most likely they had been hired by the other heirs. Leona came downstairs from the upper floor, surprised to see he was already awake. My shift starts early, so I have to follow regulations, Alchris replied. Unexpectedly, Leona sat down beside him and said, would you like to join my side? I'll give you a chance to become part of my private force. She explained that the Roca Fried Trading Company was in the middle of selecting an heir, but at present, none of the other heirs satisfied her. They had partnerships with major powers such as the Beast Herders of the Wildlands, the Dragon Hunters Guild, and even the Frost Division Parafrost Defensive Force. In addition, they possessed the Roca Fried Maps, which contained information on trade routes and regional specialties, so valuable that selling just one copy would be enough to live comfortably for a lifetime. She could not allow such an enormous fortune to fall into the hands of her predecessor's foolish sons. I need talented people. She looked straight at Alchris. People like you. Someone who saved me from certain death. Someone who does the right thing without needing a reward. This position is something many people dream of, and I believe you are no exception. I promise to give you everything if you agree to join me. Alchris immediately refused Leona's offer, but when she was about to ask why, Jackson appeared and said, it's not a good look to be rejected and still keep pressing for an answer. Commander Ferry also came downstairs. That's right. You should preserve your dignity. Leona fell silent, understanding that she had overstepped, and said goodbye so she could prepare for her noon meeting with the other heirs. Jackson looked at Alchris mockingly. I never thought you'd be able to charm a rich young lady. Women like that are hard to please. Looks like that really is your type. You seriously need to stop making women fall for you wherever you go. Alchris frowned and denied it. I didn't do anything. Commander Ferry looked hurt. I never thought you were the type to two-time women. Alchris couldn't take it anymore and sighed. I'm sorry, but it seems my taste has changed now. That line stunned both Jackson and Commander Ferry. No one had expected Alchris to strike back like that. But ironically, the nearby guards had heard it and began whispering. So he's the kind of man who changes his affections and doesn't know how to cherish his woman. In this absurd love drama, Alchris once again became the one at a disadvantage. As the sun rose, Christ also appeared and seemed to have heard everything. Did you really sleep with Lady Leona? One guard blurted out in shock. He even won over a rich noble miss? What a playboy. Alchris asked tiredly. Did you come here just to make fun of me? Creístan ser seriously? No. I came to report on the Juffin Guild. We have to stay on top of the situation. Alchris nodded, his gaze turning serious. Good. We have something more important to do. Those assassins escaped. I want to know what they plan to do next. Renu's Roca Fried, the late master of the Roca Fried Trading Company, had once been an upright man with keen business sense. He had viewed his stepdaughter, Leona, as the heir because her intelligence and sharpness were no less than his own. However, he could not remove his sons from the contest, and his indecisiveness left the company without a clear successor until the day he died. Now his son, Polly Roca Fried, was being escorted. When one of his subordinates reported, the assassins failed. It's all because he didn't give them the job from the start. Polly replied with a slight stammer. Even so, the agreement still stands, right? The man beside him did not say a word. He was quiet, but clearly no ordinary person. Before long, Polly's group stormed into the inn where Leona was staying. He immediately began complaining. This place is filthy with dust. But then again, it's Leona, so I shouldn't expect any better. Alchris immediately studied the silent man carefully and realized he was very strong. The two exchanged looks for a few seconds before the other man turned away. Polly shouted, "What are you standing there for? Go call Leona down here." Alchris thought to himself how lucky it was that he had chosen to bring Jackson. If it had been James, Polly's head might already have been split in two by now. He glanced over and saw Jackson quietly drawing his sword. So Alchris immediately reached out and stopped him. Polly was still yelling, "Hurry up." Fortunately, Leona came downstairs looking composed. It's disgraceful to shout like that in a place like this. And besides, you're late. Polly snorted. I don't care. You'd better teach these country soldiers some manners. Smack! Leona slapped him across the face so hard that the entire inn seemed to fall silent. Alchris thought to himself, was there anyone here who didn't resort to violence the moment something happened? Polly flew into a rage and shouted, "Have you lost your mind?" Leona replied coldly, "No, you're the one who's insane. You dare toy with mercenaries under the border guard's watch. Do you want to spend the rest of your life in prison?" Polly froze, clearly knowing nothing about it, but the silent man beside him cleared his throat, prompting Polly to quickly say, "It wasn't me. Why are you slandering me like this?" Leona was merely an outsider in this family, yet she still dared raise her voice and berate him. She calmly admitted, "That's right, I'm adopted, but at least I know how to analyze trade routes and calculate finances." Polly immediately made excuses. "That kind of work is for the servants." Leona looked annoyed. "I wouldn't even waste time arguing if Father's will hadn't said the heir had to be decided through discussion." Hearing that, Alchris thought to himself, looks like the former master was too soft-hearted. Leona is clearly the more suitable heir. So why did he give that brat a chance? Leona continued in an icy voice. "The only reason he can use to fight for the inheritance is that he's the blood son. But no matter how I look at him, he doesn't resemble Father at all, from his idiotic behavior to that ugly face of his. I truly don't know who he inherited anything from." Polly's face turned purple with rage, and he drew his sword. Alchris immediately placed a hand on his own hilt, while also noticing that the silent man beside Polly was preparing to draw as well, but in an extremely calm and decisive manner. The air in the room suddenly froze over, and Alchris stepped in front of Leona, his blade slowly leaving its sheath, while Polly's guards also began to move. Alchris's gaze shifted to that man. His stance was light and fluid. That was the stance of the flowing shadow swordsmanship. Alchris thought, he may even be faster than Blood Flute Knife. I really want to fight him. The man began to move his sword, and Alchris could not hide his eager smile. But at that exact moment, a commanding voice rang out. "Stop at once." The border guard unit appeared, and under direct royal orders they declared, "If you do not lower your weapons, you will be treated as rebels." Polly went pale and quickly sheathed his sword again. Alchris did the same, though he was deeply disappointed that he would not get a fight. Jackson whispered, "You always say you want to fight, but honestly, you're the strangest person here." Torres, the border guard commander, spoke up. "The assassins we captured are foreigners. We'll be taking over this matter. They claimed they were hired by some merchants association, but surely this gentleman here didn't hire them over an inheritance dispute." Polly panicked, and the man beside him immediately covered for him. "They didn't name any specific merchant company, did they? Then there's no evidence." Torres smirked. "You talk too much. It makes it seem like you think we're idiots." Leona stepped forward. "I have a proposal. Continue the investigation and find the true culprit. And in the meantime, detain both of us." Alchris was stunned. Why would the victim ask to be locked up? Torres explained that the ones they had caught were only errand boys who knew very little. They just kept repeating that they were doing what their employer ordered. Leona said, "There's still some who escaped. One of them may be the mastermind, so find them." One soldier asked, "What if we can't?" Leona replied coolly, "Then we will handle it ourselves. This isn't something I can discuss further here, but if a summons is issued, all of us will return to the city." Alchris felt this was a terrible move. If Leona returned to the city, they would not be able to protect her. Her guards could not stand against Polly, especially not that swordsman. She would be killed immediately if she followed this course. But Leona was intelligent, so she had to know that. Then why was she still doing it? At that moment, Leona spoke. "I'm a merchant. I do not ask for help without paying an appropriate price." She gestured to her maid, who handed her a wrapped bundle of cloth. When Leona opened it, inside was a magnificent dagger, the fourth piece in Carmen's collection, named the Carmen Stiletto. Whoever captures the escapees will receive this. Jackson's eyes lit up the moment he saw it, and he immediately raised his hand. "I'll take the job." Alchris turned to look at him, unable to hide his surprise at his comrade's enthusiasm. But what exactly was so special about that dagger? Polly started shouting again, furious that Leona had dared bring something so valuable to a remote place like this. "Do you even know how much that thing is worth?" Leona replied as calmly as ever, "It belongs to me. I have the right to do whatever I want with it." Meanwhile, Alchris turned to ask Jackson about the stiletto dagger. Jackson seemed surprised. "You didn't know? It was made by a legendary blacksmith named Carmen. He was once a slave, but later became an assassin to take revenge, using 7 weapons forged by his own hand. The stiletto was the 4th of those weapons. Some people would offer up their entire family just to get it. Since matters had reached this point, Torres stepped in and declared, "From now on, everyone will remain confined within the grounds of this inn. No one is to leave without our permission." Alcris reassured Jackson, "Don't worry about the stiletto. I already sent Christ to track down the one who escaped. We should hear something soon." Polly kept on arguing, while that silent man looked at Alcris with hidden meaning. Alcris stared back, and then the man left without saying a word. By the time night fell, everyone was still being held inside the inn grounds. Polly worried aloud. What if this assassination attempt gets traced back to us? His aide tried to reassure him. "Just relax. We can't do anything in front of the border guard anyway, so we wait. If the two siblings can't settle who the heir is, the decision will fall to the investors. That's when we'll have to use Polly." His tone was not very convincing, but Polly still nodded. He said he'd already sent letters to all of them, promising generous rewards if they chose him. The silent man looked out the window and saw that Alcris was still training as relentlessly as ever. Just as Alcris finished his session, Torres appeared, surprised. "You're still training like this? Why not take the chance to rest?" Alcris answered in a steady voice, "If I were a genius like you, I might think that way too. But I'm not. What others learn in a week takes me a month, even a year. I can't afford to waste time. I need every day to build a solid foundation for my future." One of the border guard members began to wonder whether the boy was eccentric or whether they themselves were just too lazy. Torres scratched his head and stood up. "All right then, but don't push yourself too hard, Alcris. You're strong enough already. I only won because I didn't expect you to be that stubborn. But why don't we test things now?" Alcris understood that this was an invitation and immediately stepped into the spar. And they fought round after round, with Torres winning every time. Everyone applauded Torres and teased Alcris as well, but he paid it no mind. Again, Alcris shouted. Torres gaped. "You not tired? We've already fought 11 matches." Another man stood up. "I'll take the next turn." Then gradually more people joined in, lining up to spar with Alcris. Polly watched the scene with disgust. These barbarians don't know the first thing about refinement. One border guard soldier stepped into the ring and immediately threw Alcris down, while the silent man carefully observed the match. Alcris got back up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and asked, "Can we do it again?" The silent man realized that this fellow felt no shame in being defeated. He was like a child who had just discovered an exciting new toy. Even though he clearly knew his opponent was stronger, he still looked eager. He truly was a very unusual person. No matter how unusual he was, at that moment Alcris was still being knocked down by the same move for the third or fourth time, even though he had no innate talent for combat. After experiencing the same thing over and over, Alcris began to grasp it and counter it in a systematic way. The border guard members all cheered when he finally won. Only Commander Fairy looked slightly unhappy. That awful man really did charm every last one of them. Leona asked curiously, "Are you two actually dating?" Commander Fairy answered casually, "Not dating. We're already married. We haven't held the wedding yet, but at this rate the baby might arrive first." Alcris truly could not take it anymore. He thought it would be best if she just stayed quietly inside the inn. Suddenly, the silent man spoke. "May I join in?" Alcris looked over, while Torres wondered what the man was planning. The silent man had already learned Alcris's name. Even though the boy had no talent worth refining, he still felt a strong urge to teach him. He could no longer hold himself back. The man currently sparring with Alcris said, "He's not like us. Just let him sit and watch." But Alcris shook his head. "I've been waiting for this chance for a long time." The silent man smiled with anticipation. Everyone watched as the two prepared. And from above, Jackson observed that even with only a wooden stick in hand, the silent man was still extremely dangerous. He was ready to jump down at any moment, because this could easily go beyond the bounds of friendly spar. Alcris felt his whole body tense, as if he had returned to a battlefield. When the man struck, Alcris could clearly see the sword's path, even though it was a feint. But he knew the true target was his neck, so he tried to block before the blow landed. Unfortunately, if this had been a real fight, he would already be dead. The man was too fast, so fast that no one could have predicted it. "You read the attack fairly well," the man commented, "but your speed is still nowhere close." Alcris had already assumed that a fast sword would be fast, but he had never imagined it would be this fast. He had thought he had grown considerably stronger. But the truth was that the two of them were on completely different levels. Instead of despairing, Alcris smiled instead. "Again, The man liked that attitude, and the two of them continued sparring through the night. Most of the people around them had already fallen asleep, with only a few curious onlookers staying behind to watch. The silent man thought to himself, anyone who has ever held a sword knows the despair of facing an opponent you cannot defeat. I showed him the enormous gap between us, and yet he still refuses to give up. Jackson watched and realized that Alcris's reflexes were too slow. He could not dodge everything. If this continued, he would never break through that wall. That made Jackson decide that he would help Alcris focus on improving his speed. The silent man said, "You should go sleep, otherwise you'll be exhausted tomorrow." Alcris only replied with an admiring gaze. "You're extraordinary. I will definitely learn your fast sword." The man chuckled softly. "You're the extraordinary one. If you had just a little more talent, you would surely have become a legend." The next morning, a shout rang out for Torres. The escaped mercenaries had been captured. Alcris nodded in praise, signaling that Gray had done well, though he also felt it had been rather easy. Those rats had never known how to hide in the first place. Leona realized he was part of the team and bowed her head in thanks. Torres immediately interrogated the mercenaries. "Who hired you?" Polly's chest tightened with fear that the truth would be exposed. One of the mercenaries answered, "A mercenary association from Aspen hired us. They wanted to expand their influence through the disputed region. Other than that, we don't know anything. We only received a letter and some money, with a promise of more after the job was done." Leona looked at Torres. "Then I suppose what happens next is up to you." Torres felt conflicted. Leona seemed satisfied with the answer, but he thought to himself, wasn't she hoping her foolish little brother was behind this? She had even brought out the stiletto as a reward. But now she herself could not question them directly. Torres knew what she was hinting at. Their duty was to clarify the case involving the criminals. So Torres said they were free to leave and that he would personally report everything they had gathered. While escorting Leona's carriage, Jackson could not take his eyes off the dagger, his face glowing like a child lost in a candy shop. Alcris reminded him, don't expose it in public. He had never seen Jackson so happy. Gray, meanwhile, warned, don't go falling for Leona. She's terrifying. Alcris insisted he had never had such intentions. Still, Gray found the whole thing strange. No matter how one looked at it, Polly was obviously behind everything. But yesterday, after they caught the mercenaries, a strange man had approached them. He knew Gray's identity, knew Odin's name, even knew Alcris's position in the Juffin Guild, and said he worked for Leona. They knew exactly where the mercenaries' hideout was and knew everything about the guild. They had even intended to pay the army to release the men, so long as they repeated the same testimony that had already been arranged at the inn. Alcris wondered, if Polly really was behind it, how would proving that hurt Leona? Gray explained, if her younger brother were proven to be involved, then their late father's reputation would be tarnished. It would stain the legacy he left behind. Alcris thought it might be out of loyalty to her father, but Leona said, you don't really care about things like that, do you? Then forget it. Alcris was still concerned. Once we leave the border, if Polly attacks, there'll be no one to protect you. Leona smiled. Don't worry, I've already prepared for that. When they reached the city gate, a group of soldiers was already waiting there. At the front stood a man who introduced himself as Mathis, commander of the Zoe Free Trading Company escort unit. I have come to escort the new leader of the company, Leona, who has been unanimously chosen by the shareholders. Everyone immediately knelt before her. Alcris stood there, replaying everything she had done. She had deliberately allowed herself to be detained, used that time to lobby the shareholders, and relied on loyalty, decisiveness, and information to secure victory. She was truly terrifying. Leona turned to Alcris and said gently, I want to invite you once more, but that would make me lose my composure. You have a talent for attracting others. I hope that in the future we can meet again and help one another. Alcris shook her hand and agreed. Just then, Polly rushed out of his carriage shouting, What are you doing? How dare you betray my father, the man who lifted you out of the mud? Mathis replied coldly, You are not worthy of bearing his family name. You're just a fool. The people in Polly's carriage admitted defeat, but the silent man spoke up. Even in defeat, we've gained important information. The leader of the trading company is a calculating woman, and there is a soldier who may shake the world in the future. When he had sparred with Alcris earlier, he had said, Put down your sword. I admire your effort, but you have no talent. At this point, it's just sad. Chris remembered that he had heard those words many times in the past, yet he had never cared. Even so, he had still made it this far. The silent man walked away without another word. That was the last time they met at the encampment. The next morning, Chris woke James up. "Don't call my name anymore. You went off to play with that cat instead." Chris explained, "I need you for training." James's face lit up. What Chris truly needed in order to master the fast sword was sharp judgment to find the most effective line of attack, followed by smooth, efficient body movement to match it. He lightly slashed James with his sword, leaving him bewildered. What was that? Thanks to days of relentless training, Chris had become even faster than James. And James admitted it with surprise. "So you finally understand how to swing faster? In that case, I'll speed up too." Before Chris could even understand what was happening, James had already charged forward at twice the speed, bringing his hammer straight down and then swinging his axe at Chris's neck, forcing him to retreat into a defensive stance. That axe was insanely fast, now like a cannonball. Chris was astonished. He knew he had grown stronger, but he still had a long road ahead. That evening, while practicing alone, Chris suddenly felt someone approaching from behind. Reacting instantly, he raised his hand to block. Jackson appeared and nodded. "Good. Your eyes and ears are still working fine, so there's no need to train those anymore." "Wait, you did that just to test me." Jackson nodded in confirmation. But at that moment, Chris sensed a wave of killing intent surrounding him, and he began to feel as if he could not breathe. Jackson looked at him and explained that it was something born from a person's intent to kill. If you can't predict an attack with your eyes or ears, then you have to learn to sense this instead. It's a skill that goes beyond the five senses, a kind of sixth sense. And of course, he would teach Chris in exchange for the Carmen Stiletto. Chris smiled. Wonderful. Having more things to learn meant having more things to enjoy. Jackson continued explaining, "The sixth sense is based on instinct. Don't rely only on awareness, because that depends on the other five senses. Sensing direction, movement, the way a predator brings down prey, all of that is instinct. If you train with every sense stretched taut like a drawn bowstring, you'll be able to sense killing intent." No matter how hard he tried, Chris knew this wasn't something he could learn quickly, but he would train until it awakened. That night, while Chris was sharpening his blade, Jem looked at him. "You seem different." Chris thought he meant his appearance, but Jem shook his head. Odin said, "You smile more than before." And Chris stated firmly, "No, you're crazier now." Everyone agreed. "I'm the most normal one here, in a group full of lunatics," Chris argued. When everyone went to sleep, Ether quietly slipped into Chris's bed. She realized his body had once again been pushed past its limits. Every day, he trained to the point of seeming to die and come back to life. Without her magic, he would have collapsed long ago. "I can't let you die. If you do, my curse will never be broken." So she decided to reinforce his clothes, just as he kept repeating the same day, training without rest. Even so, Chris still struggled with his sixth sense. He couldn't sense anything at all, which left everyone somewhat disappointed. Jem sighed. "All right, I take it back. You're still the same." Odin found it strange, because Chris had clearly grown much stronger yesterday. Radna thought Chris might be a genius, though maybe it had only been a brief stroke of luck. Everyone knew the fastest way to learn was real combat, but since Aspen was peaceful at the moment, Jem advised him to take some kind of monster hunting mission. So Chris went to the mission board. He thought everyone wanted him to prove his strength, since he still hadn't broken through that wall. Just then, a stranger handed him a slip of paper. "If you don't see any interesting missions, take this one." Chris glanced over the strange request. "Investigate the basement of a shoemaker's house." He frowned. "Shouldn't a mission like this be handled by a scouting team?" The other man replied, "That won't be enough. According to the shoemaker, there may be undead in the basement." Chris was surprised. Undead? In the middle of the city? It was probably just some giant rat he'd heard down there, but in terms of combat experience, the mission seemed far too trivial. The man begged him to take the job, saying it was obvious no one wanted this mission, and it didn't help that the shoemaker had a terrible temper. But deep down, he was a good man. His wife had recently gone missing, and that was probably why his mood was so unstable. Chris only had to go take a look. If things seemed bad, he could just leave at once. Chris intended to refuse, but somehow he found himself nodding and accepting the mission. When he arrived, the shoemaker's daughter quickly invited him inside. The shoemaker was digging beneath the floor and was delighted to see Chris arrive. He had just discovered something under the wooden boards. After only a little digging, Chris was stunned to see it, a tunnel right beneath the city. This definitely wasn't dug by rats. He decided to climb down, carrying a torch. At a glance, it was clear the tunnel had been made by human hands. It was wide, long, and definitely hiding something. He and the shoemaker continued on until they stopped at a six-way junction, confirming beyond doubt that this was an artificial structure. Chris decided to scout ahead by himself, but the shoemaker insisted there were definitely undead inside. "Don't wander around. I'll go first and check." Chris was serious, but the moment he stepped into one of the branching passages, Chris felt a tremendous surge of heat. In a single, fleeting instant, a burst of fire exploded violently and incinerated both of them, leaving nothing but black silhouettes scorched onto the ground. Chris opened his eyes and woke up once again. He knew exactly what had just happened, a magical trap. That was why people always said that if you encountered a mage, the best choice was to run. Those who died at a mage's hands were the lucky ones. If you survived, you could end up suffering a fate far worse. The same was true of traps created by them. Back at the mission board, Chris stood there thinking, what could he do against something like that? Was there any skill he could learn to get past it? The man urged him to take the mission again. Chris thought this was something that needed a magic specialist or someone of higher rank. This wasn't like the walls he'd faced before, the kind he could simply throw himself at. He thought about asking Commander Fairy for help. But before that man climbed down there again, he had to hurry. Then he suddenly remembered something, and Chris immediately dashed to the house, kicked the door open, and jumped straight into the hole. He ran at full speed toward the six-way junction, only just in time to see the shoemaker stepping into one of the passages. "Stop! Don't go in there!" he shouted, but it was already too late. Once again, the magical trap exploded, and they were burned to death again. Chris woke up. This time, the familiar voice of the ferryman echoed in his head. But an instant, I felt your flesh and bones turn inside out, your body reduced to ash. And you still intend to walk into that fire? Chris clenched his fist. Yes, it hurt like 1,000 needles piercing through his body in a single flash. But it hurt even more to watch an innocent man die meaninglessly before his eyes. That was not the path of a knight. Waking up once more, he dressed as fast as he could and rushed out. Jim saw him and asked, "Where are you running off to?" "To save an annoying shoemaker," Chris replied without looking back. "Going to fight monsters wearing shoes?" Jim muttered behind him. Back at the house, Chris couldn't force the man to stop digging, but he also couldn't let that thing continue to exist beneath the floor. After helping finish the digging, Chris said sternly, "Stay here. Absolutely do not follow me." The shoemaker objected, but Chris was firm. As he went inside, Chris thought about finding a mage, but there was no time. Who would believe his story about some mysterious magical trap? Clearly, if he didn't investigate it himself, more people would die. He had to learn as much as he could, even if he had to pay with his own life. He already knew one of those passages contained a trap. Chris decided to test it with his own body. But repeating a single day like that over and over felt almost like cheating, so he looked for a better way. He began searching for clues, something that could tell him where the trap was. While doing that, he thought about how many times he had died and the pain he endured each time. When had he truly thought he was beaten? When his throat was pierced? When his weapon had been knocked away? Or simply when he felt killing intent? He remembered what Jackson had once said. Killing intent was something that desired only your death, nothing more. As he walked, Chris suddenly felt murderous intent behind him, and then an axe came slashing down. In the very instant his foot touched the ground, he sensed it, but it was already too late. The axe split his body cleanly in two. And yet, Chris smiled. He had felt it, the killing intent of the trap. When he returned to the shoemaker's house, his mind was wholly focused on sensing killing intent. This time, he didn't go straight into the basement, but paced back and forth instead, feeling every pulse of the air. He tried stepping into a branch he had never entered before. Nothing happened. Maybe this was the correct path. Then he tried the two remaining routes. One where darts had once been fired, one where he had once been split in half. And he recalled something. Back then, he had sensed something far from ordinary. The shoemaker watched him pacing and asked, "What are you doing? Need a piss?" Alchris told him to stay upstairs, though it hardly mattered anymore. He returned to the previous path and decided to keep advancing until he could clearly sense the killing intent. From dawn until nightfall, Alchris finally crawled out of the hole, his body utterly exhausted. The shoemaker was shocked that he had endured all that time without food or water. Alchris said he would return tomorrow and warn the man not to touch anything. "That place is full of traps." The shoemaker begged for help again. He couldn't sleep from fear that he would lose his only daughter too. Alchris asked whether he had any clues about his missing wife. The shoemaker shook his head and only said that recently many people had been disappearing, but no one cared. "If you see a brown-haired woman with freckles, wearing a wedding ring like this, please tell me." Alchris nodded and returned to the dormitory, where he continued training his ability to sense killing intent, only to fail completely. Jim grumbled, "Are you spending too much time on that shoemaker?" After that, the two of them went to sleep. For the first time, Alchris ended a repeated day without dying. But then he asked himself what would happen next. Would the timeline continue? He decided to ignore it and just go to sleep and see. But fate did not let him off. Alchris woke up in the same day again. There was no more doubt. He had to overcome this wall before he could reach the next day. But that was fine. He had never intended to face tomorrow without first breaking the wall before him. 20 days passed. Alchris tempered his body to overcome fear. Not ordinary fear, but the fear of imminent death. 40 days passed. He threw away the torch altogether. He didn't need it anymore. 50 days, 60 days, 70 days. Horrific deaths no longer frightened him. On the next attempt, he was ready. He trained with Jackson, who was astonished to find that Alchris understood everything after only a few days. Day 72. He armed himself completely, and Jim looked at him and asked, "Are you planning to start a war with the shoemaker?" By now, Alchris knew the 6 passages like the back of his hand, and only one of them seemed to be an exit without traps. But he had been wrong. The one who designed this tunnel really was a madman. There was no safe path at all, but there was still one way forward. The only way to escape this place was not to stop in the middle of the traps. The first path had a magic beam trap. If he stepped wrong, he would die instantly. Even so, this was probably the easiest route. Alchris took a deep breath and tried to step forward, but the knife-sharp pain from the explosion made his whole body convulse. He decided to adjust his footing, shift a little to the left, then step again. Nothing happened. He had succeeded with the first step, then another. Then another. He focused completely. The 6th sense had awakened. He wasn't just looking. He could feel exactly where each footstep needed to land. And then he had crossed yet another wall. A pack of ghouls lunged at him, but Alchris's mind was no longer affected. In fact, he even felt happy, a wonderful gift. He knew very well that the fingertips of ghouls carried a potent poison. Even the slightest scratch was enough to kill. Normally, only a full team would dare face them. But for him, someone who could move freely and without hesitation, it was too easy. Alchris continued slaughtering the ghouls. Not a single one could touch him. After finishing them off, he thought to himself that he fought pretty well, so well that he wished the others could see it. Suddenly, a group of grotesque monsters appeared. Hybrid creatures, half human and half beast. Alchris had never seen anything like them. He wondered what exactly was before him and continued deeper into the passage. Not far away, Ether was making her move. Alchris looked strange today. Why did he go to the shoemaker's house carrying a full set of weapons? Was he planning to fight a pair of boots? If Alchris died, that would be very bad for her. He was far too reckless. When Ether reached the shoemaker's house, she immediately sensed an evil energy there, the unmistakable scent of magic. Meanwhile, just after Alchris killed the last monster, he sensed a faint breath deep inside the cavern, so faint it could vanish at any moment. Was it another demon, or something even worse? When he reached the end of the cavern, a horrifying sight spread before his eyes. The cave was piled with human and animal corpses, hung from iron hooks to rot. From deep in the darkness, a voice rang out, begging for peace, pleading for death to come and release her from this hell. Alchris recognized the ring on the woman's hand. It was the shoemaker's wedding ring. She was his wife. Suddenly, a bizarre man appeared. He heard the noise and muttered, "Looks like I have fresh meat to play with again. Maybe I'll make a new friend for Bilo. It's been lonely." Alchris asked all these corpses, "Was this your doing?" The man did not deny it. All trash. Failures, every one of them. But Bilo is a masterpiece. And soon, you two will become another perfect creation. Alchris knew well that the best way to deal with a mage was to run. If you were lucky, death would be a mercy. If you survived, the price would be far more horrifying. But this time, he was not afraid. Even if he had to die 1,000 times, he would end this wretched life. He threw a throwing knife at the mage. The knife was deflected by a magical shield, but that gave Alchris the opening to rush in with a silent strike. Even so, the mage easily knocked him away. From a hidden corner, Ether watched. She knew there was a mage here. His power was still weak, but if she unleashed everything she had, this bastard would be nothing. The mage swung his hand, firing a deadly gust of wind, tearing through Alchris's cloak. Though he could neither see nor hear it, he still sensed the killing intent. The mage was surprised that Alchris had dodged, but Alchris did not stop. He charged in, perceiving all of the man's movements. Once, Alchris had asked his companions, "If one day I have to face a mage head-on, what should I do?" Zen had told him to shoot arrows. But honestly, that would be useless against a mage moving at this speed. Ragnar had suggested it was best to kill him while he was distracted. As for Odin, he advised getting close, then finish him. But that method had also failed. The invisible magical shield made every attack useless. Ragnar had only said one simple thing: don't be afraid. Anything that breathes can be killed. Carrying all of that resolve, Alchris charged straight at the mage. His silent wind knives couldn't pierce that shield, so he had only one choice left: smash it apart like an eggshell. The mage smiled. "Come on, then. I prepared a killing blow for your weakest moment right now." Ether watched from afar. She saw the attack coming, but then gradually relaxed. She knew Alchris had already won. The magical shield suddenly collapsed. Without missing the chance, Alchris swung his sword so hard he nearly split the mage in two. For this wall, he did not need to die even once. The mage fell, and Alchris's sword dropped with him. It had endured countless impacts, yet still completed its task. Though the shock ran all the way into his bones, he was uninjured. Perhaps that armor was not merely meant to block ordinary slashes. He turned to look at the shoemaker's wife. Alchris could no longer sense her breathing. It had gone out. He had trained until his sixth sense was enough to defeat even a mage, and yet this was not a victory. He had failed the original mission. He walked away in silence, ashamed. Ether stepped in afterward and looked at the mage's corpse. What an idiot. He lost just because he didn't use his masterpiece. On the floor was a fresh golem, a machine of living flesh used to enhance a mage's physical abilities. It would wake up with just a few light taps, but since he never used it, it was hers now. Right after that, Alchris reported everything to Commander Fairy, the fairy folk commander. She was genuinely shocked. If the public learned that citizens had been experimented on right in the heart of the city, chaos would be unavoidable. Alchris agreed that it would be better to keep it hidden, but the commander warned him that if they did that, he would receive no credit for his deeds. Alchris replied, "I don't care. The lives of the people matter most." Soon after, they began sealing the tunnels and fabricated a story about a band of thieves. Even the shoemaker believed it. He came to see Alchris with a gift, a new pair of shoes. "I noticed your shoes were worn out, so I made these to thank you. I hope someday my wife will come back. I know you've already done a lot, but if you can, please try to find her one more time." Alchris was silent for a moment before answering, "I'll try." After that conversation, he quietly went to a peaceful place to think. Had he done the right thing by giving the man hope, or should he have told him the truth so he would no longer torment himself? If he became a knight one day, would he be able to stop things like this from happening? No one gave him an answer. He left those thoughts beside his old sword and buried them under the damp soil. After that incident, Alchris and his squad received a monster hunting mission. It sounded like it might be interesting, but the monsters were so slow and weak that it was almost sleep-inducing. Alchris thought to himself that this really was work for ordinary people. He should have gone alone instead. Jim also noticed the bored look on his face. "You bored? Let me fix that." He tossed aside his shield, drew two swords, and charged straight into the monsters, leaving the mission commander stunned. "Someone stop that idiot," he shouted at Alchris. But Alchris had already rushed after him, ignoring the order. After bringing down a monster, Jim turned back and said to the commander, "Don't get it backwards. They're the ones driving me crazy, not the other way around." In any case, it no longer mattered, because Alchris and Jem were now venting their fury on the beast together, leaving the ordinary soldiers with nothing to do but stare. After the battle, Alchris still didn't feel satisfied, so the commander told him, "If you want more action, go fight alongside the Iron Armor unit. They're dealing with much stronger monsters over there. And it was true. Aside from the disgusting monsters, the Harpies were also a major threat. They could easily snatch soldiers into the air and drop them from above, causing severe injuries. Alchris and Jim didn't hesitate to charge in. Alchris had a history with Harpies. On a previous mercenary mission, his team had been slaughtered by those very creatures. He remembered it clearly, because back then he had been surrounded by kind comrades. He drew his sword with a cold look in his eyes. No one else would die to those flying chickens again. One Harpy saw the two men rushing toward it and let out a piercing screech that made many soldiers collapse in pain. But Alchris was completely unaffected. He had faced death far too many times already. With a precise slash, Alchris cut off the Harpy's wing. Jim grabbed another one and shouted, "Nice one. Why don't we bet on who kills more?" Another Harpy came at him from behind, but Alchris only replied coldly, "I didn't come here to play." He dodged the attack and finished the Harpy neatly, making the soldiers around him gasp in admiration. Jim wasn't about to be outdone either, and before long, the Harpies had been completely wiped out. Torres and his group also appeared. They had originally been sent to support the Iron Armor unit, but by the time they arrived, everything was already over. However, the Harpies had already begun to regard Alchris as a genuine threat. One of them immediately snatched away his weapon, and the whole flock prepared to overwhelm him. But Alchris brought one down in time with a wind knife, proving he was far from out of the fight. The remaining one realized time was running out and lunged the moment it saw Alchris reaching for his sword. In an instant, he caught the hilt and slashed upward, killing it on the spot. That ferocity made the rest of the Harpies flee, leaving the soldiers open-mouthed. Alchris looked at the Harpy corpses. He knew these might not be the exact ones that had killed his team, but perhaps one or two of them were. That day, after his entire team had been wiped out, someone had come and called him weak. They all died protecting me, and now I'm the one protecting others. Torres spoke up. "We should probably head back." But someone in his group suggested, "Let's hunt something else to bring back. We can't exactly return to camp empty-handed, can we?" The Iron Armor unit commander agreed. "You've already finished helping with the Harpies. Go ahead." But Alchris didn't see it that way. It was still too early to go back. At the very least, they should kill a few more. Torres and his team looked at Alchris as if he were insane. After helping the Iron Armor unit, Alchris continued training. Some soldiers were surprised and wondered why he pushed himself so hard. "When are you ever going to get serious like him?" one man asked his friend. The next day, Alchris accepted another mission, promised to finish it before evening, then immediately took another one, making the mission board manager wonder whether he could split himself into two. Even after completing a whole string of missions, he still kept training. That persistence began drawing attention from the other soldiers, and some of them even started training after him. One day passed, and a few people joined in. The next day, the training grounds were packed. Commander Fairy observed the change, and her assistant said, "They're all following Alchris. It's basically become a trend now." She could no longer ignore him, so she led him to a deserted place. "I've received orders from above. Starting today, your squad 444, will be upgraded into an independent platoon under Company 4. You're now a platoon leader." Alchris froze. "But my platoon only has 5 people. That can't count as a platoon." The fairy folk commander immediately explained that she would assign reinforcements according to his requirements. Alchris thought being a platoon leader certainly sounded impressive, but with the lunatics already in his squad, it would be a headache to death. The commander added, "Platoon leaders are exempt from miscellaneous chores. That means you'll have more time to train." Hearing that, Alchris immediately bowed his head and thanked her for the opportunity. But she wasn't finished. "Now duel me. No weapons, bare hands only." For Alchris, this was exactly the opportunity he wanted. After his humiliating defeat before, he had trained hard with Odin. It was time to test the results of his close-quarters combat training. He remembered Odin's teaching. In close combat, you have to get in tight. Fast and efficient beats, flashy every time. The female commander rushed in, but Alchris used his size advantage to stop her, then forced her to the ground. A single counter was enough to win the exchange. The commander smiled. "So this is how intense human marriage proposals are." Alchris was startled. She was playing games again. The moment he lost focus, she immediately reversed the situation, slammed him down, and sat on top of him. "You did very well, my fiancé. I've never been engaged to anyone. Get off me." She laughed softly, apologized, and brushed the dust off herself. As for Alchris, he didn't even bother asking further. He was already far too used to this sort of bizarre behavior. As the winter chill gradually faded, the battlefield began heating up again. Aspen began mobilizing its forces, determined to wash away the shame of its previous defeat. That made New Relia's army rush to prepare as well. A new battalion commander appeared, Marcus, whom Alchris immediately recognized as a war maniac. His presence proved that things had become serious. Marcus was one of the key officers of Cyprus Division. Unlike his predecessor, he was a true strategist and had real battlefield experience. He knew very well that the Aspen army was no easy opponent, because while most of their forces were numerous but weak, aside from their armored corps and border guard, there was only one person who had caught his attention, the platoon leader nicknamed Spellbreaker. Marcus didn't know whether that was ability or luck, but he would soon give the man a chance to prove himself. So Alchris and his squad were sent to scout along the Penhan River. Jim immediately complained. Another boring mission? Alchris didn't care much. As long as he still had spare time to train, it was fine. Alchris recognized the area, and the newest member of the squad confirmed it. This is near Aspen's Cross Fortress. His name was Henry, and he explained that Cross had been built for military purposes, much like their border guard. Alchris understood that they might have been sent there to gather information about the place, but Jim didn't want to go and quietly whispered to him. Even so, no one dared refuse an order from the commander. Jim could only say, "If you're going, then I have to follow." At that moment, however, someone else appeared and announced, "By order of the battalion commander, you are to obey a new leader." A young man stepped forward with excessive confidence, declaring himself the new captain. His name was Andrew. Jim stepped forward with a dangerous look and said, "What kind of worm is wriggling around over there in the corner?" Andrew trembled. "I am the new captain." Odin crossed his arms, looked at him, and sneered. "Oh, a captain who's shaking like that?" Radna couldn't believe that a brat like that was supposed to be their new captain. Andrew refused to back down. "If you got a problem, then duel me. I volunteered for this squad just to fight beside Alchris. I won't retreat." Jem laughed in delight. This kid's got guts. Odin merely wanted to warm up his knees a little, while Jackson guessed that one finger would be enough to deal with him. Alchris had to step in. "Everyone, go a little easy on him." Andrew's bodyguard also desperately begged him to stop provoking them, but Andrew still braced himself even as his legs shook violently. "They actually seem kind of compatible," Alchris remarked. "You mean if Jim challenges someone the first time they meet, it means he likes them?" "No," the bodyguard whispered. "Normally, he'd probably just kill them." Andrew kept provoking them, while the bodyguard panicked and tried to stop him. At that moment, Henry turned to Alchris and asked, "Do you know much about the terrain around the Penhan River? That area is dangerous. I'll explain more once we set out." That evening, Alchris appeared in new armor and found Torres waiting. Torres guessed that Alchris was about to leave on a mission. He had seen him around here quite a lot, and had also heard about his promotion, so he offered congratulations. So now we're the same rank. Alchris smiled modestly and said he couldn't compare to the royal family's finest. Torres laughed. "Who cares about that stuff? Anyway, how old are you?" 30. Torres was stunned. "You're older than me? And you've got a handsome face too." Alchris replied, "I heard I should relax a little, so I'm trying." "What's the mission?" Torres said that they would cross the Penhan River first. He had planned to explain things more thoroughly once everyone had arrived, but even Bosun still hadn't shown up, so they might as well relax a bit. Alchris nodded and began swinging his sword in practice. Torres sighed. "You call that relaxing?" Watching Alchris train made him jealous. The man was recognized, handsome, and still trained hard on top of it. Sans signe à mur de roue. Alchris turned around, only to realize it was just Torres's blazing jealousy. Torres recalled that the score at the end last time had been 14-6. "That's old news," Alchris said with a smile. Torres replied, "I've gotten a lot stronger too." Alchris answered, "Good. Then let's try again." The two began sparring. Torres attacked first, Alchris countered, and they exchanged moves in perfect balance. From the battle against the Harpies, Torres had already realized that Alchris had grown unbelievably stronger. He couldn't afford to lose easily, so he forced both swords down to the ground and threw a sudden punch. At first, Alchris looked confused, but when he dodged, a hidden dagger concealed in Torres's sleeve flashed past, lightly cutting his cheek. Instead of being afraid, Alchris was deeply impressed. "So that's a hidden blade technique? You can use it without cutting off your fingers like other people do? That's cool." Torres had expected to be cursed out for fighting dirty, but instead he got praised, which left him flustered. Still, he agreed to teach him a few moves. When the boat arrived, the two of them were still too busy fighting to notice, and the boatman could only shake his head in exasperation. At last, they crossed the river. By the time they arrived, dawn was just breaking. They had planned to meet up with the scout group, but didn't know the exact rendezvous point. Torres suggested washing up a little, since they were both drenched in sweat after the fight. Alcris couldn't deny it after catching the smell of himself, so he agreed. But when Torres turned back, he saw that Alcris was taking off his pants, and the warrior's true sword revealed itself. Torres stared blankly. I give up. My fighting spirit has vanished into the clouds. Alcris didn't really understand and asked, if you're ready, then come at me. But Torres replied that he had absolutely no desire to duel. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out. I've been searching everywhere for you two, and here you are casually taking a bath. Alcris was startled. He hadn't sensed her presence at all, nor the presence of the people with her. The woman continued, we have to get close to cross before dark, so hurry up and get out and prepare. Torres frowned. You expect us to come out right now? With you staring like that? How am I supposed to get up? I don't care what you're showing off. Just get out. Alcris was the first to climb out, and of course that gave the girl a clear view of his warrior's true sword. Quite a remarkable sight. Torres shot her a look and remarked, your expression is way too obvious. The girl hurriedly answered, I was only looking at his abs. Then she introduced herself. I'm Finn. I look forward to working with you, Alcris. Alcris shook her hand, while Torres muttered, are my abs really not worth looking at? As the three of them started moving, Finn said, before we talk about the mission, I'll summarize the situation first. They had an operative working inside Cross, codenamed Ket, who had gathered extremely important intelligence. They were supposed to receive a report from Ket 4 days ago, but she never appeared at the rendezvous point, and they had been unable to make contact. Alcris asked, could she be in danger? Finn nodded. Very likely. We'll have to infiltrate Cross to rescue her. The area in front of Cross was monster territory, and the enemy used it as a natural barrier, so they didn't patrol there often. Finn continued, we have 3 ways to infiltrate. The first route is Dak Ho, a trail commonly used by smugglers. The guards know about it, but pretend not to. The second option is climbing the fortress wall at night. It's physically demanding, but also the safest. The last choice is to disguise ourselves as a merchant caravan and go through the main gate. It's riskier, but more convenient. Finn's platoon would wait at the rendezvous point in case Ket appeared, so only the 3 of them would carry out the infiltration mission. Alcris thought she made it sound easy, but everyone understood the mission would not be that simple. Torres told Finn to decide, since she understood the situation best. Finn chose Dak Ho and announced, we'll depart tomorrow morning. When night fell, Alcris kept training, but the only result was that he managed to throw stones a few arm spans away. Torres teased him, with skills like that, you think you can learn swordsmanship? Still, just be patient and you'll get there. Finn came over to their resting spot and, seeing that they had skipped dinner, asked, why aren't you two eating? And what are you doing with your hands like that? Training, Alcris answered. Finn burst out laughing. You should eat too, so you'll have the strength for it. She handed them some dried meat made by one of her squad members, a man who dreamed of becoming a chef. Both Alcris and Torres praised the taste enthusiastically. Finn added, if you want more, visit his parents' shop near the guard post. She also warned them not to sleep under the yellow rock, because there were venomous snakes there. Alcris already knew that from the story of a comrade who had once been a hunter, and Finn looked impressed. You're really well prepared. I like men like that. Do you want to train with me? I mean the adult kind. Alcris froze. Huh? What? Torres explained. She's hitting on you. Finn burst out laughing. I know I can be a little rough, but when it matters, I'm soft too. Torres cut in. Please don't start seducing people in front of my dried meat, okay? But Alcris shook his head and refused. Finn seemed a little surprised, but then, as if suddenly remembering something, all right, you're dating the fairy folk commander. What a shame. Alcris had no idea what was going on anymore. Since when had that joke become a truth? Finn walked off, saying as she went from now on, we should talk more casually. Tomorrow will be a long day, so get some rest. As Alcris lay down beneath the red moonlight, his mind grew hazy and the ferryman appeared, making Alcris sit bolt upright at once. He had not seen that bastard in a long time, which meant he had come to convey something important. He also remembered Commander Fairy's apology, but strangely enough, that made him smile. He knew this mission was another enormous wall he would have to overcome. The next morning, Torres asked, why are we sneaking in during the day? Finn explained, the soldiers may pretend not to notice things, but they aren't blind. This is the time they'll be least suspicious. Alcris agreed. We're attacking when no one expects it. Torres muttered. Feels like I'm only here to take the hits for you two. Even so, Finn reminded them all, let's go. As they started moving, Chris analyzed Finn as a scout. She had to move lightly, with as little equipment as possible. He noticed that her footsteps made almost no sound at all and wondered whether he could do the same. Suddenly, a group of guards appeared in front of them, clearly lying in ambush. Finn was about to signal a retreat when soldiers appeared behind them as well. The officer ordered, kill them. The fight broke out immediately. Crossbows fired in a storm, and Finn was the first to be wounded. They counterattacked at once, taking the enemies down one by one, but Chris knew Finn and Torres were not used to fighting against large formations, so they could not bring out their full strength. And that was exactly what happened. Finn lost focus on a target on the ground, while Torres leaned too heavily into defense, and both of them were quickly killed. Chris understood that this was the wall he needed to overcome, but he refused to give up. He hurled a series of wind knives and charged in with his sword. But the officer pinned him down. Even though he tried to evade, death was unavoidable. After time rewound, Chris considered the situation calmly. A force that large could not have just happened to be there. They had been waiting in ambush, so that had to be factored into the plan. Finn asked, why aren't you ready yet? It's time to use the smuggling route. Chris replied, I have a bad feeling about that route. How about we climb the wall instead? Torres said to Finn, he once broke an enemy's magic just by trusting his instincts. You won't lose anything by trusting him. Finn nodded, but reminded them, if we do that, we'll have to wait until nightfall. So it'll take more time. Chris suggested, then let's spar. Finn looked a little surprised. You like training during the day? Chris only meant hand-to-hand sparring for practice. Finn was disappointed that she had misunderstood, but agreed. I won't use a sword. Hand-to-hand is fine. Chris thought that although they would fight under any circumstances, testing his companion's abilities was still necessary. He asked, do you want to attack first? Finn pointed at him. You come at me. Chris rushed forward with a punch, but left his side open and was kicked in return. He managed to raise his other arm to block. Finn feinted a retreat, then suddenly launched another kick. Chris realized the situation was dangerous, so he decided to use the tactic he had once used against Commander Fairy, using his size to close in and throw his opponent down. But just when he thought he had pinned her beneath him, Finn caught his arm and hooked his leg, completely restraining him. Torres declared, stop the match. She wins. Chris thought to himself, small but solid as iron. No wonder she prefers hand-to-hand combat. She really was the perfect training partner. Chris asked, want another round? Finn stayed silent and did not answer. She frowned, making Chris repeat that he only meant practice. Torres sighed, please, stop doing things like that in front of me and everyone else. As evening began to fall, Finn reminded them, we're leaving right now? But, Chris, are you planning to go out looking like that? Chris was surprised. Is there something wrong with the way I'm dressed? Finn pointed at him. Too many weapons. You'll pass out from exhaustion before you even get over the wall. Torres cut in, what about me? Finn glanced at him and answered indifferently, fine, I guess. Snubbed like that. Torres sadly went to cry in a corner. Chris reassured her, I think I can climb the wall just fine. This many weapons won't be a problem. Finn smiled faintly. Such innocent thinking. We are just climbing a wall. We still have to cross a mountain too. Chris understood perfectly well that climbing a mountain would not be easy, but had any wall he had overcome ever been easy? After returning from the wizard's dungeon, Chris had picked up a few spoils of war, and he used them to trade for a new sword because his old one was broken. CRA had been shocked to see him bring back magical tools. Just one of these is enough to buy a whole new set of equipment. Chris only replied, I need the best sword this money can buy. CRA, it could only stare at him and wonder, does this guy think about anything other than swords? Chris knew very well that for a person who lived by the sword was their one and only lifeline. For anyone else, carrying such a large sword would be a burden. But Chris was different. His body had been trained to the absolute limit to become stronger, so he no longer reacted to trivial matters like that. And he had done it. He had finally made it to the top. Finn could only shake her head. You're really just making things harder for yourself. Torres, meanwhile, thought, this guy probably carries around that whole arsenal just to make his training heavier. Suddenly, a pack of lion rov appeared below them. Torres was astonished. You hardly ever see these things moving in such a large pack. Finn warned them, from here on, be careful. The wall is right ahead. We can climb it, but in daylight, there'd be no cover at all. She reassured them, but don't worry. With both moons up like this, the guards won't be paying much attention. When I signal, just rush in. They acted according to plan, but Chris was the only one who noticed. One of the soldiers was staring straight at them, his gaze sharp as a blade, not inattentive at all. Even so, they still made it to the foot of the wall. Finn was pleased. See? Even easier than I said. Alchris still was not at ease. That soldier definitely saw us. But maybe it was just an illusion. They prepared to climb. Finn explained, behind this wall is the slum district. If we hide there, no one will be able to find us. She also suggested you should throw away that long sword. Climbing with it is going to be rough. But Alchris refused. If I don't carry weight, then what's the point of training? Finn could only think to herself, this guy is completely insane. As he climbed, Alchris understood why this was the safest route. If they could get over the wall, infiltrating Cross Fortress would be as easy as turning over a hand. But what if this was a trap too? Just like the ambush in the tunnel, someone could very well be waiting on the wall. And that was exactly the case. The moment they set foot on the top of the wall, a woman appeared. You've done well to get this far, but now it's time to rest. She waved her hand, and a flurry of vines shot toward them. Finn shouted, watch out, it's a mage. She started throwing knives, even as she yelled, you too, get back down to the foot of the wall now. But the mage simply destroyed anything that came near her. Alchris had not expected such an impressive trap. Even so, he still charged in. He had faced mages before, and thanks to his sixth sense, he could close the distance. As he advanced, he remembered Jackson's warning. Trust your instincts, but don't rely on them completely. A strong enemy will deceive every special sense you have, especially a mage. And that was exactly what happened. He was knocked backward by the vines. Finn shouted, you idiot! Right after that, both Finn and Torres were pierced through by the savage vines. No matter how hard he struggled, Alchris could not break free from the mass of vines binding his body. The mage clapped in praise. Bold of you. Then she introduced herself. I am the rage of the rose vines. She clenched her fist and detonated them. Alchris was blown away, and he cursed himself for being such a fool. Just as not every soldier was the same, he should never have assumed every mage would be the same. He had grown arrogant, intoxicated by victory after feeling that he had become stronger and charged in without analyzing the situation. The ferryman appeared and asked, do you understand your place now? He could see that Alchris had been using the power of today to train himself instead of letting himself be punished by the consequences. But in front of a wall this terrifying, he was no more than an ant. Alchris nodded in thanks. Thank you for reigniting the fire in me. This is exactly the kind of wall I need to overcome. The ferryman smiled. We'll see if you can still say that after you meet the third wall. After that, Alchris said to Finn, this time I want to disguise myself as a merchant to get in. I have a bad feeling about the other routes. Finn agreed, but said, then we'll have to enter together with a real merchant caravan, which means we'll have to wait until tomorrow morning. That was a problem, because Alchris could not let a day pass without getting over the wall. He wondered how that would manifest this time. Torres sighed. There's no other way. Since we're free anyway, then. Finn understood immediately and knew what to do. She ordered one of the members to bring out all the dried meat and wine, and everything was spread out before them. Alchris was surprised. We're throwing a feast right in front of the enemy? Isn't that too careless? Finn smiled. When you have nothing to do, being too tense will make you lose the ability to see the bigger picture. Relax a little. Your shoulders are stiff as boards. Alchris had always thought that doing his utmost was best, but perhaps Finn was right. He had been too rigid, believing that only direct confrontation could overcome walls. He should think calmly. Enduring head-on was not always the only way. Even today, even this moment, would become a part of him. Finn told him to rest, but she could not make sense of what he was doing. Torres guessed, for him, this probably is resting. Though she did not understand, Finn admitted. Still, he is easy on the eyes, which made Torres, sitting beside her, visibly annoyed. As night fell, Alchris realized that today truly was an important day for him. The first time it was the guards, the second time it was the mage. So it will be waiting for them the third time. Suddenly, the chilling howls of the lion rov rang out, making everyone freeze. Alchris recognized them as the very pack he had seen on the second day. Finn shouted, run, but they were already surrounded. Torres cried out, one of these things takes 10 people to handle, and there are at least 20 here. We're dead. Finn could not understand it. Why are they here? This area isn't supposed to have monsters. Alchris realized that Finn's senses had been deceived. There was a good chance Retra had arranged this. Even though he had once said he would not interfere, Alchris knew he would not be defeated so easily. He tried to use his senses to dodge the attacks, but the Lion Rov's strikes were too irregular, coming from every direction and revealing their beastly nature. Al-Chris was forced to use his sword to block the next blow. He tried to widen his awareness, but all he could hear were the sounds of his comrades being torn apart by the monsters without the slightest mercy, even knowing that everything would reset when today repeated. The sight of his comrades dying so horribly still hurt beyond words. He began cutting down the beasts one by one, until a much larger one from the pack charged in and smashed its fist into his chest hard enough to send Al-Chris flying. That was probably the leader of the Lion Rav pack. He was thrown high into the air, left completely helpless before the combined assault of the remaining beasts. The ferryman appeared and spoke. No matter which path you choose, the walls are despairingly high. As long as today continues to exist, you will have to repeat this scene forever. So now, are you still enjoying yourself? Al-Chris replied, this situation is clearly not ideal. The others had no idea what he was talking about. But I will not give up. Even if all 3 paths are blocked, I will still find a way through. They tried the tunnel again. Al-Chris asked himself, if you're surrounded and have no other option, what do? Not everyone can fight solo like Torres or Finn, especially when surrounded like that. So he tried to use instinct to determine the ambush point in advance. Unfortunately, his senses failed him again, and the whole group was killed once more. Al-Chris guessed, there is definitely magic involved here. So he climbed the wall again. He asked Retra, were the magical traps in the tunnel you're doing? Retra looked incredulous. How'd they get caught so fast? That Captain Roger really is useless. And then she killed Roger as well. Al-Chris kept practicing with the hidden knife, though it still was not effective yet. He knew that once a mage got involved, his senses were no longer reliable. Even a simple trap could become unimaginably dangerous. On top of that, all of his enemies were zealots who could not be dismissed so easily. And with that many Lion Rav, how could one person possibly hold them off? When he charged in, Al-Chris realized he was acting on emotion again. There was no need to rush. This was a precious opportunity to experience real combat. No matter how many times he died, the knowledge he gained would remain forever. The ferryman appeared again and said, are you planning to keep playing around like this forever? If you don't want to be trapped here forever, then choose one wall and throw yourself through it. Al-Chris replied, the more I repeat this, the more clearly I can feel it. All 3 routes are solid walls. So be it. I will choose one and smash it apart. The next morning, Torres saw Al-Chris practicing with the hidden knife. This time, he drew it with astonishing fluency. Torres was stunned. Yesterday, you couldn't do that. Why can you today? Al-Chris answered calmly. It took me 30 days to master this skill. Torres froze. What? Al-Chris gave no further answer. This was already day 79. He believed that today would be the day he crossed the wall and stepped into tomorrow. Knowing they still had time before entering the tunnel, he asked one of Finn's soldiers to make him a small leather pouch to wear on his wrist. The soldier agreed. Al-Chris then went to Finn and asked about her boots. There's something special inside them, isn't there? Finn nodded. A few extra layers in the lining to reduce sound. There are a lot of sharp-eared monsters around here. Al-Chris said, then the whole group should wear them, including Torres. As they crossed through the tunnel, Finn asked, were you a scout before? Moving that quietly isn't easy, even with special shoes. Al-Chris only replied, I trained over and over again to survive. If they wanted to live through this stage, they had to find the ambush point and open the way first. But in darkness like this, that was difficult. Luckily, they had an expert in the group. Al-Chris asked, what if the enemy really is lying in wait inside the tunnel? Finn replied, the odds of that are low. But what if they have a retreat route? Al-Chris asked, what if their retreat route is blocked? How long is this tunnel? How wide is it? Are there any branching passages? Torres turned to look at him. Are you scared? Why are you asking so many questions? Al-Chris only answered calmly. If there really were armed guards waiting ahead, the whole group would die. Finn curled her lip. If you're scared, stay behind. Don't say unlucky things like that. But Al-Chris had no intention of backing down. He only wanted the team to be a little more careful. I need to make them act the way I want, but with my current status, I can't force them like before. He had to persuade them. He had to be like he was back at the medical station before. A strong will could convey everything through a glance, through words. At that moment, Finn also realized she had been too careless. She focused her senses, raised her guard, and immediately noticed something strange. The footprints on the ground had been deliberately erased. Finn said sharply, everyone, turn back now. But it was too late. The ambushing archers were already in position. They could fire at any moment without warning. At that very moment, Chris rushed forward and shouted, "I'm a messenger from Captain Roger." The two soldiers hesitated a little and looked at each other suspiciously. A messenger? They whispered. They had heard nothing about any courier, but they did not stop him. And that was when they made a fatal mistake. They let Chris get too close, opening the way for the real plan to begin. While the archers were on high alert, a figure came hurrying over from the distance. He shouted loudly, "Messenger here. I'm Captain Roger's messenger." Chris's eyes showed clear resolve and firmness. He charged straight toward the group of archers, thinking, "Roger is the name of the enemy commander I learned from Retra's mouth." Recalling her fierce expression, he used that information to devise his plan. He remembered what she had said earlier about someone called Captain Roger. He thought to himself, in any case, in the dark they won't be able to make out my face or uniform. While they focused on him, Chris adopted a panic tone to disrupt the enemy mentally. In the city, damn it, there's a monster. Contrary to his expectations, the archers became confused and unsettled. One of them spoke up. "Captain Roger? What do you mean by that?" Only then did he realize they had misunderstood him. "Because I know the name Roger, they think I'm an Aspen soldier, one of their comrades." The right moment had arrived. His gaze turned sharp, heavy with danger. Chris swiftly drew the sword from his back under the enemy's dumbfounded stare. In a flash, his blade pierced the enemy, blood spraying everywhere. His face was extremely serious, his thoughts careful and precise. "Of course, if I get too close, they'll definitely realize who I am. But getting close also means that by the time they realize it, it'll already be too late." Only after their comrade had been killed did they belatedly understand. At once, they stepped back, faces filled with wariness. "He's not one of us, an intruder." Before he could finish speaking, Chris had already grabbed him by the collar. Fear flashed across the man's face as he gritted his teeth and endured it. "Shoot him." But Chris did not choose to finish him immediately. Instead, he turned him into a hostage and raised his voice to threaten the others. "That's right, if you shoot, this one dies." A second earlier, he had been making bold declarations. The next, he wore a craven, terrified expression as he begged. "Lieutenant," seeing that his comrades still intended to raise their bows and fire, he panicked and pleaded, not caring in the least about an archer's honor. "Don't shoot, damn it, don't shoot." Meanwhile, Chris kept pressing on the enemy's nerves. His eyes were bold and challenging, his tone openly provocative. "What is this? And you call yourselves the elite warriors of Aspen? You can't even handle one man like me?" Hidden behind a nearby wall, Finn and Torres silently watched the fight in fear. They heard his taunting tone clearly. "Do something, you idiots." Hearing that, both of them were stunned. What was he trying to do? Provoke the enemy? As if that were not enough, Chris hurled even more insults at them. "Are those crossbows just for display, or are your brains the things that are only for display? Shoot me. It's not like your legs are weighed down with lead. So why are you standing there like statues? Come and attack me." At the same time, Finn kept darting her eyes around, staying alert for enemies. "Damn it, what if there are more of them hiding nearby? Let me try sensing the area." But his loud, ringing voice made it difficult for her. "So this is how your Captain Roger taught you to be cowards?" Finn's face showed clear irritation and annoyance. She frowned and tried to sense the surroundings. "It's too noisy. I can't hear anything." Then, as if realizing something, her expression froze slightly. A look of astonishment flickered through her eyes. No way. Over on Chris's side, things were still in utter chaos. One man provoked while the others waved frantically for restraint, creating a scene overflowing with noise. Roger, are you all such cowards that you won't come attack me?" This left the enemy confused and at a loss. They did not know how to respond and became deeply anxious. What am I supposed to do in a situation like this? Taking advantage of that moment, Finn dashed out and struck from behind. Darkness, chaos, confusion. Without a hint of hesitation, she swiftly assassinated one of the archers. She yanked his neck backward until his bones snapped with a crack. Torres joined in as well. His blade sliced through another enemy before the man could react. Blood kept pouring down, and he died on the spot. The way they struck was silent yet vicious. Excitement was playing on Finn's face. She decisively pulled out her dagger and stabbed it into the artery in the enemy's neck. Chris, that genius bastard, he thought this far ahead. The number of enemy soldiers kept dwindling, and he had used all of them to conceal himself. Only when they sensed something strange did the survivors jerk around to look behind them. They shouted in alarm, "There's something behind us. Are there more intruders?" Before they could grasp the situation, another man was cut down by Torres. He immediately slashed hard across the man's neck, not letting the enemy finish speaking. Torres shouted loudly, dispersing shadow, dim moon. The surrounding scene grew more and more violent. Some were butchered brutally, others fled in terror. Only the eyes of Finn and Torres remained wild like bloodthirsty beasts. Sunrise replacement, dawn shining ahead. Stay alert. With so many of their comrades already bleeding out and their anguished cries ringing around them, the remaining soldiers were driven into a corner. His face twisted with both fear and fury as he immediately rushed toward Chris. They shifted their target to him. Without hesitation, they raised their bows forward, their voices burning with rage. Don't even think about. But instead of firing at him, they ruthlessly slaughtered their own comrade first. Each one decisively shot the hostage in the head, killing him on the spot. GUH. Then the entire group of archers charged recklessly forward. Their faces burned with anger and fury. They staked their lives on killing him and shouted decisively, "Kill him." Faced with that, Chris did not tremble at all. His gaze focused as he fought the enemy with grim seriousness. His hand quickly drew the weapon strapped to his calf. Playtime's over. He hurled a barrage of sharp throwing darts forward. At the same time, Chris dashed straight at the enemy. His mind overflowed with fighting spirit and fierce competitiveness. Wasting this much time is enough. Time to act. Those darts struck them in the eyes, making them scream in pain. Blood sprayed violently from their wounds, reducing their ability to fight. After wiping out the archers, the three of them quickly regrouped. Finn, urgently notify the others. Get to the exit now. But before they could withdraw, hurried footsteps sounded from not far away, signaling that another danger was about to erupt. The noise behind them drew Finn and Chris's attention. Their faces showed shock and alarm as they thought in fear. They're here. Right on their heels was a powerful force, every face savage and intimidating. Each man held a long spear, brimming with aggression. It was the main force of the Grey Dog unit, led by Roger. Faced with that desperate situation, Chris immediately came up with a bold idea. He turned back and shouted with a serious expression, "Mage Retra has issued an order." At the mention of her name, Roger's whole body instantly stiffened. His eyes filled with shock and disbelief. How does that bastard know Mage Retra? Taking advantage of their momentary confusion, Chris used every ounce of strength in his body and sprinted toward the cave entrance. He did not forget to shout a warning to his companions. Run. Tricked by him again, Roger flew into a rage. He ground his teeth, his eyes looking as if they wanted to devour Chris alive. Damn it! At once, he pointed toward the three fleeing figures and gave the order in a furious voice. Catch him. As soon as the order was given, every enemy soldier obeyed and chased after them with spears in hand. The cave entrance gradually appeared before Torres. The light spilling from it gave the three of them new hope of escape. Even so, the brutal battle had not ended there. Though they had left the cave, a whole formation of soldiers was still pursuing them from behind, only a few steps away. As she ran with all her strength, Finn kept glancing back at the enemy behind them. Her face was extremely tense and panicked as she desperately tried to think a way to shake them off. They really mean to chase us. Where can we go to lose them now? To the stream? No. Or should we head for the cliff? Just as she was wavering over where to escape to, Chris beside her proposed, "Run to the forest. Go now." His suggestion left her startled and suspicious. What? Why there? With time running out, Chris said sternly, "No time to explain. There's no time to argue. Hurry." Hearing that, she stopped questioning him and ran even faster, determined to go where he had indicated. At the same time, she called out to their companion, "This way." The sun had already sunk behind the mountain, and the sky was slowly turning to dusk, staining the whole world red. The sun was about to set. At the same time, as Chris ran, he came up with a plan to slow the enemy down. His eyes fell on the large rocks along the path, and his arm poured force into his sword. It's time to lure them into the trap. Remembering his comrade's warning, he gave his advice with a calm, detached expression. Near the Penhan River there are clay-colored rocks, and underneath them is where the vipers nest. Extremely dangerous. His sword immediately stabbed straight into one of the clay-colored rocks. The force of the strike disturbed the vipers beneath it. Quick as lightning, he flung those rocks toward the enemy, exposing the snake's tails, while shards and fragments scattered with them. With a soldier's agility, one man quickly raised his spear and blocked the path of the rock, gritting his teeth as he endured the force of the impact. That bastard's got a lot of tricks, but he had not expected Alcris's cunning. Hidden behind the rock was a snake with sharp fangs and blood-red eyes. The sight filled him with terror. Just as Alcris had predicted, the enemy troops began falling into chaos. They kept retreating under the threat of the vipers, their faces showing obvious fear and horror. Snakes, poisonous vipers. There's a snake under the rock. Though they did not fully understand what was happening below, Finn and Torres also looked anxious and uneasy, cursing inwardly. What the hell are those lunatics trying to do? If they keep screaming like that, then the werewolves... It seemed everything was proceeding according to his plan. The corners of Alcris's lips curved into a sly smile. Clearly satisfied, he thought to himself, right? With ears that big, there's no way they wouldn't hear it. The sun sank lower and lower until it disappeared completely, while the three of them kept running along the rocky dirt path, not daring to stop and rest. Very quickly, night fell, yielding to the light of a huge red moon, beside which hung a small crescent moon. The moon is up. The instant the red moon appeared, the hidden danger drew near. The footsteps of the werewolves became clearer and clearer. They were all monstrous beasts with powerful, muscular bodies, mouths full of sharp teeth, and fierce eyes hungry for human blood. Night was the monsters' playground. Beneath the cliff, the beasts were trying to track their prey. They sniffed through every corner, leaving no place unchecked. To them, it did not matter who stood before them. Their only purpose was to tear flesh and drink blood. The situation was becoming more and more severe. Now was the time for him to carry out his plan. With a serious look, he told his companions, "Split up, Finn, Torres." Hearing that, Finn was taken completely by surprise and asked in shock, "What?" Torres answered with an irritated yet unyielding voice, "You're telling us to abandon our friend?" Finn also spoke up, her eyes full of determination. "Exactly. What are you thinking, telling us to leave you here alone?" Faced with their stubbornness, Alcris narrowed his eyes. He scolded them in a low voice, yet his tone somehow reassured them. "Just do as I say. I already have a plan. Your job is to listen to me." Immediately, both Finn and Torres veered off in different directions, while he turned around and came to a complete stop, facing a mass of seasoned enemy soldiers alone. Seeing them split up, Roger quickly ordered another detachment to pursue the two of them. With a fierce, overbearing expression, he shouted, "They've split up. After them." The other soldiers, absolutely loyal, immediately changed direction at their general's command. As for Alcris, he had been driven to the edge of the cliff. In front of him was a mass of spear-wielding soldiers threatening him. Below, wild beasts waited to tear him apart. Yet he remained extraordinarily calm, without the slightest fear. Now, both the Grey Dog unit and the werewolves have gathered in one place. I'll make them slaughter and destroy each other. Then he slowly lifted his head and prepared to enter a state of intense combat focus, his mind working through a plan to kill them. This will be the turning point of this battle. To keep them from pursuing Finn and Torres any farther, I have to make them focus only on me. Focus so completely that they lose control and throw themselves at me. Alcris's power erupted violently. A dark crimson aura enveloped his body. Along with it came eyes full of death, the ground trembling fiercely as killing intent spread outward. The instant he used that move, General Roger's eyes locked onto Alcris. His pupils shook, and he shifted his target to him. Not only the soldiers, but even the beast men were stirred up. The prey now chosen was Alcris. At that moment, to Roger, Alcris was his mortal enemy. Roger's voice turned furious with rage. Quickly changing targets, he stepped forward, hatred rising to its peak. He pointed the tip of his sword at Alcris and gave the savage order, "Kill that one first." A wave of soldiers rushed at Alcris, determined to eliminate him. Even the beasts began their hunt. Their claws dug deep into the cliff face as they used the terrain to haul themselves upward in a pack. The situation became even more dire. Alcris stood between two enemy forces, both savage and dangerous, and the distance between them steadily shrank. Beneath the red moonlight, a bloody battle broke out. His face immediately settled into focused caution. The soldiers were only a few steps away, and the beastmen had successfully climbed over the cliff and leaped up to attack Alcris. Sensing the threat behind him, he instantly turned his head. With agile, powerful movements, he skillfully avoided the beastman's fatal attack. The beast's destructive force was so intense that even the cliff seemed to shake. But instead of fear or trembling, his face remained perfectly calm. He observed the battlefield closely, his body constantly evading incoming strikes. Friend or foe, it's become so chaotic now that no one can tell anymore. Total chaos. And that's exactly my opportunity. Everything unfolded just as Al-Chris had planned. A brutal life-and-death struggle erupted between the soldiers and the beastmen. The clash of metal and the roars of battle mixed into the dusty air and the stench of blood, full of violence and upheaval. Al-Chris thought to himself, friend or enemy, everything is completely tangled now. With a sharp gaze, Al-Chris stood in a posture ready to attack. At that moment, a thought echoed through his mind again. This place has become complete chaos. Al-Chris stared toward the Aspen soldiers. They were under attack from the wolves, each one fighting desperately. Torres and Finn hurried away to escape the wolves. Torres asked in a raised voice. He said he had a plan for this, right? Do we need to go back and save him? Torres and Finn both turned back at the same time, their faces filled with worry. They looked back at the battle between the wolf pack and the Aspen soldiers and could not help thinking, he really is right in the middle of the enemy. Seeing that scene, Torres made up his mind. We need to save him. Torres's eyes widened and his brows drew together as he stared ahead with deep concern. Looking back, Finn saw Al-Chris evading the wolves, and Torres also stared more carefully. Wait a second, how is he dodging so well? A spear flew straight at him, but Al-Chris quickly avoided it. In his mind, Al-Chris thought, use the enemy while they're fighting each other, and sense whether their killing intent is aimed at me or not. The Aspen soldiers and the wolves surrounded him and attacked again and again. But he nimbly dodged every strike. A large, powerfully built wolf lunged with a direct punch at Al-Chris, but his movement technique let him evade it once. Al-Chris concentrated his thoughts. Use expanded senses and focus all attention on the places I cannot see. He dodged every blow the wolves threw at him in rapid succession. Al-Chris calculated inwardly, then made his decision in an instant. The Aspen soldiers and the wolf pack attacked relentlessly, but he avoided them all with swift precision. He thought to himself, one mistake would mean death. A spear shot past Al-Chris's shoulder. Al-Chris turned and looked at them with killing intent. The entire army. Roger thrust his hand forward and gave the order. Form a defensive line. Those gray dog soldiers were seasoned warriors. Al-Chris had already advanced to face Roger directly. He thought to himself, if they've regrouped into formation, then the werewolves may not be able to handle them. My plan only works smoothly because of this chaos. Al-Chris recalled something and thought to himself, there was one thing I discovered by accident while reliving the earlier part of today. Al-Chris rushed Roger, his sword slashing down in front of him. Inside the cave, one Aspen soldier sat with his comrades and smugly shouted, that idiot. Captain Roger never takes off his helmet when he fights. The helmet on Roger's head looked sturdy. He stared at Al-Chris with sharp eyes. How could the likes of you ever trouble him? Hearing that information, Al-Chris thought to himself, so he never takes off his helmet. But why? Al-Chris lunged forward and slammed his sword into Roger's helmet, knocking it off. The helmet immediately fell to the ground. The Aspen soldiers who saw it all became anxious and terrified. Captain, another soldier muttered in disbelief. He's never taken his helmet off. Don't tell me he's kept it on all this time because of that. The helmet had fallen off, and the reason Roger never removed it was because not a single hair remained on his head. Al-Chris's face turned serious as he realized the truth. It's just baldness. What's there to be ashamed of, Roger? Roger was seething with rage now. A spark seemed to flash in his eyes because Al-Chris had knocked off his helmet. Al-Chris thought to himself, this guy is bald, so he's terrified of losing his helmet. Back in the present, he shouted at Roger, Roger, take off your helmet. Al-Chris raised his voice loud enough for everyone to hear. Then he mocked him. Let everyone see that shiny bald head of yours before you go to hell. Show your men that gleaming scalp of yours. Roger roared, his face twisted in anger, teeth grinding. You bastard. Inwardly, Roger tried to calm himself. I need to stay calm. I can't let him provoke me. Al-Chris reached up and touched his own hair. He flicked his hair lightly, pride written across his face. He somehow looked even more handsome now, his sharp eyes sweeping over everyone. Finn and Torres, watching from the outside, both looked grim. Finn sneered, "Oh no, he's lost his mind." Roger put his helmet back on, still unable to hide his anger. Taking a battle stance, he taunted, "Arrogant fool." As he spoke, he charged forward and swung his sword at Alcris. "Did you think I'd let you die that easily?" But Alcris swiftly dodged. He drew his sword. "Try it, if you think you're good enough." Alcris slashed Roger's blade, knocking it backward. The sword trembled from the impact, while Roger's furious expression never changed. Roger charged again, slashing straight at Alcris. But Alcris instantly blocked it with his own sword. The tip of Alcris's blade shot toward Roger's face, just a hair away from piercing his eye. But Roger ducked and narrowly avoided it. Alcris shouted, "Soon enough, you'll be reunited with your hair in hell." He drew his sword back behind him, gathering strength into the blade, preparing to cut Roger down. Roger saw it and widened his eyes, unable to react in time. Then suddenly, from nowhere, a werewolf's claw came hurtling in. Alcris quickly ducked. The werewolf's hand struck hard, sending Roger's head flying as blood sprayed everywhere. Alcris immediately rose into a fighting stance and faced the hulking werewolf. Roger's body rolled to a stop at his feet. The werewolf's hand came down onto a soldier's head. Even so, that soldier still tried to warn him. "Damn it, Captain, be careful." The giant werewolf stood beneath the red moon, growling without end. Alcris thought to himself, did he really just get finished off like that? The giant werewolf then charged at Alcris, but instead of stopping to fight him, it shot right past him. Alcris shifted aside and turned to look behind him. Those werewolves weren't targeting him at all. They were focusing only on the Aspen soldiers. A thought crossed his mind. In the middle of this chaos, anything can happen. Alcris stood in a guarded stance. Inwardly, he began calculating. That alpha werewolf is a difficult opponent. With its intelligence, strength, and savagery, if it fixates on me, getting away will be hard. Suddenly, the alpha werewolf lunged from behind him. He spun around at once, his eyes cold and sharp. Alcris calculated in his mind. The battlefield is in chaos. I need to use that to end this. He raised his sword and prepared to strike the alpha werewolf. Now, Alcris and the alpha werewolf stood face to face. The beast drew back its fist, preparing to attack. Alcris had already raised his sword into an attacking stance, ready to meet it head-on. He rushed in and cut off the werewolf's arm with a single slash. Then he slashed its belly, sending blood spraying everywhere. The werewolf opened its mouth wide and roared. It still swung its arm at Alcris, but he swiftly dodged the blow. Inwardly, Alcris thought, "Got you." Alcris's sword immediately pierced through the alpha werewolf's abdomen. It had already lost an arm, and now its stomach had been run through. Elsewhere, the Aspen soldiers had subdued the other werewolves. Finn, looking shocked, said, "That monster didn't even get the chance to do anything." Torres frowned as he watched the battle ahead. He couldn't help praising him. He really fights intelligently and fast. Just watching him makes me dizzy. After taking that stab to the abdomen, the alpha werewolf immediately collapsed. The other two could only marvel. He always knows exactly what he needs to do. Alcris held his sword, tilted his head back, drew a deep breath, and stood sideways before the alpha werewolf sprawled on the ground. Finn crouched, ready to run, and said to Torres beside her, "Regroup." Then from somewhere in the distance, someone shouted, "Alcris." He immediately turned to look. Finn and Torres were running from the outer edge, shouting loudly, "Get out of there now." The soldiers tried to stop Alcris from escaping, yelling to alert their comrades. "He's running. Stop him." One soldier was being bitten hard by another werewolf while gripping his spear and cursed. Damn it. Taking advantage of the soldiers being occupied fighting the werewolves, all three of them immediately fled the area. Damn. Running beside Alcris, Finn couldn't help remarking on what he had done. "You planned all of this, didn't you? How did you know the werewolves would show up right then?" Alcris glanced at her and answered calmly, "Just luck." Torres, running behind them, couldn't help praising him either. "Since when did you get this strong? And how did you know that Captain was bald?" Alcris could not help calculating inwardly. For me, knowing everything because of this day isn't strange at all. But for them, it's hard to believe, so of course they question it. But there's no way I can explain it. Instead, suddenly Alcris stopped and said to them, "There's something extremely important. Our mission isn't over yet." The other two stopped as well and looked at him. Alcris turned his head and looked in another direction as he said, "We still need to get over that wall." A pair of high heels appeared. It was Retra. Not long after, they had moved to the fortress wall. A hand drove an iron spike firmly into the wall. The person above threw down a rope, making a foothold for the two below to climb up. Finn strained with all her might, her whole body tense and covered in sweat. What's with him? Was he a cavalryman or something? Torres replied, I don't think so. She said, then how can he move like that? A voice cursed, damn it. The young man clung desperately to the wall, fingers dug into the stone. I don't understand him anymore either. Chris made it to the top and swept his eyes around, checking whether anyone was nearby. He thought, because of that mage, I still can't use my instincts, but I know where that person might be. That mage has never once changed her defensive position on this wall. In the dark of night, not a single figure could be seen. A young woman walked beneath the moonlight. He observed the situation and carefully surveyed everything around him. Something fell off. Chris raised his arm and signaled the others. He whispered, there's an enemy up here. I'll go in first. Finn and Torres were startled. What? Chris darted forward, gliding as lightly as the wind toward the woman. Sensing someone approaching, she spun around, her eyes sharp as blades. Chris tightened his grip on his sword hilt and swung with force, preparing a killing blow as steel flashed. She threw out a branch that coiled around Chris's wrist, jerking him backward and forcing him to retreat. He still forced out his remaining strength and swung his sword precisely at the vine. Looking at the severed branch, Retra growled, why is he here? I was sure my subordinates had already acted. He spoke up. Those soldiers are busy dealing with the monsters. Chris stared at her coldly. Maybe you didn't train them well enough. Hearing that, Retra flew into a rage and lashed out with her vines as fast as lightning. Thinking quickly, he raised his sword and blocked the force. The vine shot toward him at terrifying speed. She thought he knocked the branches off course. Then Chris burst forward, slashing again and again, cutting through every vine that blocked his path. As the thick roots twisted together, he poured all his strength into a powerful swing and cut through them with a sharp slash. Retra had not expected him to charge in so fast, cut everything apart, and split them in two. His face overflowed with killing intent as he tore through it all. Watching from afar, Finn and Torres were stunned as well. That level of skill against a mage. He said, should I go help him? But she felt that if they joined in now, they would only get in his way. Guards appeared and rushed forward, all of them burning with determination. Protect the young lady. Capture him. From a distance, an axe flew in and struck a soldier in the back of the neck, blood spraying everywhere. One of the enemy lackeys had been taken down. Finn hissed, don't let them get near Chris. Seeing more of their allies fall, the guards panicked. More enemies. Stop them. Retra glared furiously at her opponent. You nameless swordsman. With a razor-sharp gaze, Retra thrust out her hand and petals shot toward him. How dare you? He looked at her as if he understood the technique. I've already learned how to defend against a mage's attack from last time. Retra, mad with fury, directed petal after petal at Chris. They're only human. Cut them in half, and they die just the same. He thought to himself, so I say to find one opening and cut her down. To do that, I picked up something useful. Chris gripped his sword hilt tightly and charged into the tangle of branches. He cut through each branch one by one, reading the space within the technique, then swung hard, severing another vine with a single stroke and rushed straight toward Retra. She was knocked backward. Clenching his hands tightly, he launched his hidden attack, using the knife he had prepared beforehand. He remembered what Chris had once asked him. What about the magic items left behind after you took the sword? Should we just sell them too? Chris had answered without hesitation, no, keep them. They may become useful someday. A glowing gem shone and glittered from within his glove. He hurled the gem at her. It was one of the magic items taken from the mage's cave. The battle raged fiercely as a burst of light exploded forth. The brightness was so intense that it blinded everyone, making it impossible to see. My eyes, I can't see. Within that blazing brilliance, everyone turned to look. The dazzling radiance scorched their vision. The light stabbed into her eyes, and she staggered, squinting in pain. Then a slicing sound cut through the air. Chris swung his sword in a horizontal slash. Retra clutched her head in agony. He lightly sprang back. Only when I relaxed my shoulder did it fall out and stun her. I don't need to stick to any single style of fighting. The gem floated in the air, glowing all around them. She fell flat onto the ground, and all the branches gradually withered away. He had used every bit of combat ability he possessed to bring down this enemy. The battle died down, petals drifting in circles on the wind. I've used everything I learned from those experiences to make this day possible. He smiled, feeling a weight lift from him. At the same time, Finn and Torres had already defeated the rest of the soldiers. She growled and asked, "Where did you get that item?" Torres answered, "Hey, this isn't the time to ask that. The enemy will come swarming in when they see that light." She hissed, "Move now." Two soldiers carrying torches patrol the area, checking for any dangerous threats nearby. Alchris whispered, "We managed to infiltrate this place by getting past the guards. Now, just as planned, we need to rescue Mio and return." The three of them wore cloaks. Finn pointed ahead. "This is the place. The last place Mio made contact from." They looked inside. "Hey, look over there." Objects were strewn everywhere. On the ground lay rope and sharp tools. It was the sign of an attack. Was our Mio exposed as a spy? Finn became even more certain of her conclusion. That confirms it. Mio is dead. They connected everything that had happened in their minds. The enemy had been stationed along every route. The Mio we were supposed to meet has been dead for some time already. Alchris said this mission was a trap set entirely by Aspen. Based on the information he had gathered, he said, even that message about Mio's important intelligence was probably fabricated to lure us here and kill us. The whole thing was arranged by Aspen. Hearing that, Torres grew angry. We were completely played. Nearby, soldiers were still searching for the three of them. "Over there. Have you found them yet?" "Search everywhere. They're not here. Check every corner." The three argued again as they searched for a way out. "At the very least, we need to get out of here alive. With guards everywhere like this, moving is a huge gamble. Is there any way to split their attention?" An idea sprang into his mind. "Well, I know one way. Want to try it?" Flames erupted, and the fire kept spreading. "Fire! There's a fire!" The soldiers rushed in. "Get water and put it out. This place is burning." Feeling pleased at how effective the plan was, he thought, nothing attracts attention better than this. His expression stiffened, and only one thought remained in his head. Doing this over and over is giving me a certain reputation. At this rate, I'll become an arsonist instead of a knight. I'd better practice my swordsmanship more when I get back. They took off their cloaks. "We've arrived." All three of them sprinted toward the border watch post. It was a ruined, desolate place after being scorched by the blaze. A subordinate reported, "So the intruders escaped while the fire was spreading." Wiener said, "All the plans we built have come to an end in a single night." He muttered softly, "They really did defeat us. I still can't believe Mage Retra died in a place like this." He could not believe that this had actually happened. It had been a perfect plan, wiping out the enemy spies and knights before the war even began. It should have shattered their morale and broken them psychologically, but it failed. Then he still smiled faintly. "It's fine. We still have many other options." Wiener stood up and walked away at an unhurried pace. "Cool, mate. We still have much to prepare for the next step." This man was Aspen's brilliant strategist, Wiener. The group sat in a boat drifting over the sea. The blazing sunlight poured down on them. Torres and Finn both looked utterly exhausted, sweat pouring down in the midday heat. Only Alchris still kept a bright expression, sitting properly as he challenged Torres. "Torres, want another match after we get off the boat?" Hearing that question, Torres became furious, gritting his teeth and cursing right at Alchris. "You maniac! Before we came here, we already fought dozens of rounds." The boatman turned to look at them and thought to himself, why are these passengers always sweating like they've just been drenched? At the same time, the boat reached the shore. The three of them got off and continued walking. Torres, trailing behind, kept grumbling nonstop. "The mission's already done, so why won't they rest, right? And taking a break was your idea in the first place." Seeing that Finn looked tired, Alchris urged her on. "Finn, let's go." Sure enough, fatigue was written all over her face, her eyes dull as she hunched forward and looked ahead. At this point, no matter what bait you dangle in front of me, your intentions are way too obvious. You training-obsessed demon. Then suddenly, Alchris and Finn saw an old bald man kneeling in front of the city gate, begging the guards standing before him. Why do I always end up on a team with a bunch of lunatics? Seeing that, Torres was puzzled too. What was wrong with that bald guy? Incred kept a stern expression, did not turn around, and instructed the other two, "You two head back and report first." "I know that bald guy." The bald old man turned around. It was Jupin, calling Incred's name with a worried face. "Squad leader Incred." The moment Jupin saw Incred, he rushed straight to him, not forgetting to warn him, It's very dangerous. You must be careful. Sir Chris is in danger. Incred also stepped toward Jupin. Jupin, what happened? Jupin knelt before Incred and lowered his head as he said, "It came." The frog. Hearing that, Incred still did not understand what had happened, so Jupin began to explain. The moment it overwhelmed our entire guild. He lowered his head deeply, his face full of sorrow, and recounted everything that had happened. The guild leader who died was only a pawn bound by contract, working for Aspen for money. Every spring, Aspen sends people to investigate the guild, and then one frog came. Incred's eyes sharpened as he thought to himself, so it has come? That frog. Going back 3 days earlier, many money pouches along with gold, silver, and jewels lay on the table. Someone was evidently checking the totals. This should be enough. Chris leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and let out a relieved breath. He thought to himself, I still have a mountain of things to prepare before the deployment. It's already been a week since I got back to camp, hasn't it? The higher-ups have all profited from the military supplies I arranged, so stopping here for now is probably the smart move. Just then, Jupin came in and reported to Chris. Guild leader, we have a report. Jupin lowered his head politely as he spoke. An innkeeper reported seeing a suspicious man. They suspect he may be an Aspen spy. Hearing that, Chris placed a hand on the table, widened his eyes, and ordered Jupin, send men to check immediately. If he really is a spy, capture him and eliminate him. Jupin continued telling Chris how their guild had been suppressing criminals on the streets. Jupin's guild now called itself the Midnight Patrol. They had taken on a role of maintaining order in Ollie was, a place the border guard could not fully control. Chris smiled and examined the coins in his hand. Thanks to them, public awareness had improved significantly. Collecting tribute had become far easier as well. Now, if the people here have anything at all, they have to report it to me. The whole intelligence network has changed completely. Jupin kept recounting the situation, while Chris said nothing and simply focused on the money bags on the table. If I keep pushing this expansion further, our influence will only grow stronger. Chris propped his chin on his hand and listened as Jupin continued outlining his plan. If everything goes smoothly within 1 year, no, maybe only 6 months, we'll be able to take over every district in this place. Outside the door, several guards stood watch, all of them large, powerfully built men. Suddenly, a hooded figure approached. The guard looked confused, not knowing who it was. He raised a hand and challenged him. Hey you, who are you? The stranger's hand lashed out toward the guard. Before the guard could even figure out who the man was, the mysterious figure had already knocked him down right in front of Chris. That mysterious person entered the room where Chris and Jupin had been talking. Both men showed surprise mixed with worry. Seeing this, Jupin wondered how could it be? Chris now recognized the man standing before him. Frog. The foot of a frog was stepping closer. It was Morin. He walked in expressionlessly, looking down. On the floor, the guard Morin had just struck had been blasted almost all the way to Chris. Now, he lay there trembling in pain. Chris was nervous, a bead of sweat rolling down his face. He guessed inwardly, he has no intention of killing anyone, so there's still room to negotiate. The worried look disappeared. Chris returned to a bright, welcoming smile and extended his hand toward Morin. Kulmein, Kulmein. Morin heard the invitation, but said nothing. He only lowered his gaze to look at Chris. Morin's face remained calm, his slight smile tinged with mockery. Quite cheerful, aren't you? Do you know who I am? With that welcoming expression still on his face, Chris gestured as though inviting Morin to eat. Who you are isn't important. Have you had lunch yet, sir? Morin stroked his chin and said disdainfully, what a funny idiot. Suddenly, Morin stopped talking and threw a punch straight forward. His fist slammed directly into Chris's throat. Chris's eyes flew wide open, blood spraying from his mouth. Morin's blow launched Chris into the air, blood scattering everywhere, while Jupin was knocked down to the floor. Morin grabbed Chris by the collar and yanked him closer. Morin kept clutching his collar, making it hard for him to breathe, while Jupin now lay sprawled on the floor. Morin mocked them. Human understanding and manners usually improve after they've been punched. That's my philosophy. Even after being hit, Chris still forced himself to offer Morin a faint, ingratiating smile. But there was no need to hit me, sir. I would have told you whatever you wanted to know. So then, what is it you want to know? Morin raised an eyebrow and smiled faintly, continuing to sneer at Chris. You can still smile after that? Interesting. What happened to the previous guild leader? How do we end up having to look at a freak like you sitting here? Hearing the question, Chris replied calmly. The former guild leader, sir? He's dead. The moment Morin heard that the old guild leader was dead, he reacted at once. Dead? Who killed him? Chris kept that same smile, though his whole body had begun to tremble, and answered, the border guard did. Name. When Morin asked for the man's name, the smile on Chris's face vanished at once, replaced by wide eyes. Then Chris let a faint, almost imperceptible smile curl at his lips and said, Ragnar. The one who did it was a soldier named Ragnar. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Morin's gaze turned dangerous. He licked his lips. Morin still had not let Chris down, but when he looked down and saw Jupin lying on the floor, he immediately ordered, Hey you, the kneeling one, bring Ragnar here. Hearing Morin's command, Jupin looked uneasy. But Chris grabbed Morin's hand and looked down at Jupin beneath him. If he says do it, then do it, Jupin. Bring the real guild leader here. Jupin was terrified, but he had no choice except to obey Morin's order. He immediately turned and ran out, leaving Morin still refusing to let Chris go, continuing to choke him. Returning to the present, Jupin lowered his head and told Incred everything. So, following Sir Chris's order, I went to find Sir Ragnar, but every member of the independent unit had already been selected for the high-level military operation and sent off to prepare for battle. Incred pondered with a thoughtful look. That bug-eyed bastard really does have a brain. Thinking of Ragnar, who spent all day sleeping, Incred reflected, out of all of us, Ragnar is the laziest one. He only sits up properly when there's an actual mission. So it makes sense that the order he gave was to bring in any unit member capable of killing a frog like that. But Incred considered another angle. Still, he probably never expected that every member of the unit would be sent away on assignment. Even so, the way he won the enemy's trust in that situation is impressive. Incred looked down at Jupin and asked about Chris's condition. It's been 3 days. That bug-eyed guy is still alive, right? Jupin answered respectfully, yes, he's still alive. Incred asked further, his arms and legs are still intact. At that question, Jupin's face grew even more worried, not understanding why Incred would ask that. What do you mean, sir? Standing opposite Jupin, Incred explained, I mean, he hasn't been tortured, right? Jupin replied gently, no, he's still doing fine. Incred calculated in his head. I brought down the commander of the Dogmen and Wolfmen and successfully killed a mage. I'm much stronger now than I was before. But what about that frog? Can I beat him? Back then, I was utterly crushed by someone like him. Deep down, he still felt a trace of anxiety about the frog because he had once lost badly to one of them. But he still made up his mind. Now, I believe I can do it. No, to be honest. Incred's eyes sharpened, his resolve hardening inside. I want to fight that guy. I want to test how strong I become. He worked it out in his head. He only needed 1 day to recover from the exhaustion left by that recent infiltration into the enemy fortress. Incred turned and instructed Jupin, go tell that frog this. As he walked away with his back to Jupin, he added, tell him Ragnar will come tomorrow. He kept walking, his mind full of calculations. It's only a 1-day delay, so Chris probably won't die that easily. The enemy's actions make that clear. Incred reasoned inwardly. Frogs may look like mindless beasts, but they're like humans too. They adapt and scheme. This one wants to use Chris as a hostage to lure me out. If it were truly just a witless animal, it couldn't do that. Incred stepped in and stood before his commander with his hands clasped behind his back, reporting seriously. Squad leader Incred of the Independent Combat Unit, Company 4, reporting. Hearing that, his commander answered calmly, all right, I heard your unit has been merged into the high-level force. He asked, are you joining them right away? Incred lowered his head and replied, I'm still tired. I'll join in 2 days. Wooden houses stood packed close together. This was where Incred rested, lying on the bed beside Esther. Incred still could not stop thinking. If that frog beats me and I have to fight him again, I need to make sure my body is in the best possible condition. The next day, he started by eating as usual. After that, he went out to train in the yard under the blazing sun. Sweat dotted his face, but he still did not give up. Incred thought to himself, there's still more. He looked at the throwing blades in front of him and pondered for a long time. Then he set the 2 blades he had left down by his feet, mentally calculating his next steps. Since I couldn't repair all my weapons after the last battle, I only have 2 daggers left. I need to find a way to get a few more. Esther came out from inside, and he looked down at it and called, "Esther." He rubbed its head and could not help sighing. "You're surprisingly affectionate. Guess you were left alone for a long time." Incred stood up and opened the door for Esther to go outside, asking, "Want to come with me? But you're only allowed to watch." "All right," Incred said firmly. "I've really been looking forward to today." His eyes were full of determination. "The moment I get my rematch with the frog." Outside, the houses were in ruins, as though someone had just smashed the place apart. "I think I've waited long enough." Morin scooped up a handful of rune meat from a bowl and brought it to his mouth. He said he would come today. He'd better keep his word. Someone answered firmly, "Of course. Definitely today. Sir Ragnar will definitely come." Chris offered Morin another bowl of rune meat and said respectfully with a smile, "But first, please try this. Fresh rune meat. It should suit your tastes very well." Seeing Chris behave that way, Morin was extremely pleased. "You know your place. I'm starting to feel like killing you wouldn't even be worth the effort." Chris kept that same smile on his lips, his hands clasped together. "You flatter me, sir." But inside, Chris was screaming, even as his mouth kept smiling. "Could someone from the unit get here a little faster? I'm seriously going to die." The frog sat comfortably with his feet propped on the table, chewing noisily. Chris sat beside him. His face was covered in bruises. He frowned and thought, "If they're late, I'm done for. What the hell are those people doing that they're so late? I want to go find them myself," but suddenly Morin cut him off, breaking his train of thought. "Bring more of that over here." Chris looked at him while still smiling and answered respectfully, "Yes, sir." Chris bent over and brought him a plate of cakes, but inwardly he cursed, "This crazy frog hardly sleeps at all. He just keeps watch nonstop. We only need to hold out a little longer, and then we'll smash that frog to pieces." Footsteps approached, thud, thud. Chris's thoughts clung to a single hope. As long as just one person from my unit shows up. The figure of someone in armor descended into the basement, flickering in the torchlight. A small throwing blade silently slipped out, resting neatly between slender fingers, without a glint of steel. Morin was eating an apple now, with no sign of hurry or urgency. His gaze still looked completely normal, as if victory were already firmly in his hands. Bang! The door was smashed apart by Incred. He charged in. Throwing blades were in his hands, his gaze razor-sharp, his face cold as he stared at the enemy. Chris's eyes widened in shock when he saw who had come. He never imagined it would be him, and shouted, "No, not you. You're not the one who should have come. You're the weakest one on the team." Ignoring the shouting in his ears, Incred rushed forward at full speed, releasing 2 wind knives at the same time. But that frog was just as fast, springing up at once and dodging them. Incred did not hesitate either. He slashed with all his strength. Morin leaped over Incred's head, preparing to come crashing down. Incred's quick reflexes saved him, and he avoided it. Then Morin landed, and the two of them settled into combat stances. Incred's gaze on Morin made it clear he intended to defeat him. Morin was no less intense, seeming as if he wanted to devour him alive on the spot. The two clashed again, neither willing to yield, sparks flying with every exchange. Watching the fight, Chris was stunned and could not believe his eyes. Huh, is that really our Incred? His head was full of questions. How can he hold his own against a frog? The battle did not lose any of its tension. Both were fierce and overbearing. As he fought, Incred searched for an opening. Only an amateur would try to block a frog's attacks with brute force. One wrong step and my bones will shatter on the spot. He did everything he could to intercept Morin's attacks. While parrying him, he kept thinking through his strategy. Redirect his attacking force with flowing water swordsmanship. The ringing of their blades, colliding, echoed out. Then, aim for the frog's one and only weak point. The tip of his sword drove toward the heart, pierced through it in a single strike, so it cannot regenerate. Suddenly, Morin kicked Incred with tremendous force. The impact sent him flying several meters away, smashing objects apart. Chris could only clutch his head. Chris stared at Incred in panic, recalling the past. They haven't fought head-on yet. If he blacks out again like last time, he cried out, "Squad leader." Morin slowly advanced toward Incred, speaking as he walked. "You dared aim for my heart." His face darkened as he stared at Incred and thought, he has an eye for seeing through other people's talent. This truly is a formidable opponent. We frogfolk can discern the strengths and weaknesses of our opponents. But as Incred sat on the ground, Morin thought that man, I truly can't understand what he's thinking. He has already reached my level in skill, strength, and talent. Straining, Incred stabbed his sword into the ground and used it to pull himself back to his feet. The frog was still thinking. Right now, he's touching the wall of his limits. I cannot let him live long enough to break through that wall. Incred had recovered himself and was ready to fight again. The corner of his mouth lifted as he taunted him. Now I can even endure a frog's kick. Those words instantly enraged Morin. Speaking as he charged forward, he roared, "You hateful little bastard! I'll kill you right here." Incred gripped his sword hilt and pointed the tip straight at Morin's heart. Morin noticed at once and flew into a rage. This bastard is aiming for my heart again. The two of them rushed each other and resumed their duel. Incred thought, of course, I have to stab the heart to stop regeneration, but without another word, the tip of his sword shifted toward Morin's arm. Morin reeled backward, blood pouring down. Incred immediately leveled his sword at him. If I do this, he won't have the strength to recover that injured arm during the fight. If I can slip into that opening. After his arm was severed, Morin became utterly furious. His eyes turned blood red as he growled. Even with only one arm, I can still kill vermin like you. Incred unleashed attack after attack at him, not giving him time to react. The strikes were beautifully executed. Then Incred was sent flying by one of Morin's blows. Morin was now consumed by rage, his eyes saying he had to kill this insect immediately. Seeing clearly how terrifying Morin was, Incred stared at him in shock. So this is where it ends, then. Up to now, everything has led to this. I'll challenge you this time, and the next time as well. Morin lunged in, his sword seeming only a hair away from splitting Incred's skull in two. But just when it seemed everything was over, the frog's slash suddenly stopped, leaving Incred startled as well. Then came the sound of teeth grinding in pain. Morin slowly lowered his hand. Incred stared fixedly at him. Why? Why did he stop right before killing me? Morin seemed to realize something. I can feel it. Two heavenly eyes are staring at me as if they want to kill me. A powerful surge of magic rippled around Morin. Everything turned chaotic. That aura was pouring off that beast. It was as if it were warning him that if he killed him now, then he himself would die here as well. The leopard was brimming with killing intent, every step carrying the breath of death and making the air itself grow heavy. The leopard slowly approached. The frog thought to himself, I want to kill him. A human who has surpassed the limits of talent. A human impossible to predict. His hand lifted. This human must be killed, no matter what. The leopard stared at him unblinkingly. Morin had lost an arm, and he turned around. But his life was not as important as preserving his own survival. He looked back and said, "Remember this, human." With an icy gaze, he declared, "My name is Morin. Next time, I will kill you." After delivering his threat, he flicked his sleeve and walked away. The two of them watched him slowly leave. Al Chris, who had been silent the whole time, finally spoke up as well. "He's gone? He left, right? He really left, didn't he?" As he got his feet, Al Chris said, "I seriously thought I was about to die. Since when could our Incred fight a frog on equal footing like that?" Incred merely replied coldly, "Being evenly matched still isn't enough." It seemed Al Chris still did not understand what he meant, so he asked again, "Huh?" At that moment, Incred looked down at his injured hand and thought, that final attack broke my right wrist. I even dropped my sword. His hand was swollen and bruised red, nearly 3 times its normal size. He clenched it tightly and told himself, if I'd had just 3 more days, I could have one today. In the crowded marketplace, the male lead was talking with his pet and Al Chris about what had just happened. Al Chris folded his arms as he walked and said, "No one even reported they were coming, and we don't know how long we'll have to wait either. I can't believe that bunch of lunatics actually went in a battle without complaining." With no emotion on his face, Incred slowly replied, "Even I was surprised." Hearing that, his friend lowered his eyes and sighed. "Well, whatever. Good thing that frog bastard left." At the thought of that, Incred frowned deeply. A strange chill flashed through his eyes. Why did that guy just leave like that? With a flick of his hand, he could have easily killed both me and Al Chris. Why? Suddenly, the leopard accompanying them stopped short and stared straight ahead. Noticing Esther's reaction, Incred immediately asked, "It's a person, right, Esther?" Esther let out a cry, as if agreeing with him. Seeing that, Al Chris exclaimed, "You really have gone crazy. Now you're even talking to a leopard." In the distance, a large middle-aged man came running over and shouted, "Hey, where have you been?" Recognizing him, Incred replied, "First Unit Commander. When a man came closer, he noticed Incred's bandaged arm and asked in surprise, "You're hurt?" Incred raised his arm and answered casually, "Just a flesh wound." The man rubbed his head, looking extremely troubled. "Why'd it have to be now?" Then he looked up at Incred and explained why he had come. "We don't need you to use force, but if possible, could you attend a military meeting with your unit? Your superior requested it." Hearing that, Incred froze slightly and thought with curiosity, "Battalion commander." Elsewhere, the elf woman stood on a cliff, watching the fierce battle unfolding below. Her expression turned thoughtful as she stared downward and thought to herself, "So that's it. Now I understand why they're called madmen." 1, 2. Each number she counted matched another head falling to the ground. Rin was still counting. 3. At the same time, his hand kept cutting down opponents one after another. As soon as he finished counting, he immediately slung his axe onto his shoulder, lifted his head, and turned away. "That's today's quota." Another man saw that and pointed into the distance, calling out to stop him. "Hey, there are still plenty of enemies behind you." Rin indifferently repeated, "I've met the quota." In another place, Ragnar was yawning in boredom. He was even carrying some unlucky man's severed head in one hand. The nearby soldiers immediately backed away. One of them asked, "Isn't that the one who hasn't shown up on the battlefield lately? I thought he was dead, but he's still alive?" Suddenly, Ragnar lifted the head and held it out to a man standing nearby. "If you people move the camp, you should at least say something. I had to search forever to find it." The other man immediately cut in. "We didn't move. You're the one who got lost." Hearing that, Ragnar looked visibly sleepy. "Whatever, I'm going to sleep. Don't bother me while I sleep." The soldier, startled, took what Ragnar handed him and asked, "What is this?" The moment he got a clear look at what he was holding, he threw it down and shouted, "It's the enemy commander's head." Another man looked toward Ragnar as he walked away and asked in horror, "That guy really charged into the enemy front line and came back alive?" Elsewhere, a soldier was being lifted by one arm by a huge man with a ponytail. The man screamed in terror, "A giant." Odin smiled gently, his face friendly, even though his words were full of cruelty. "You're too noisy, brother. You need to be taught properly." Then he gripped the man's arm tightly and twisted it backward. The man screamed miserably in pain. The people around them could not help but shudder and whisper among themselves. He lifted a man with just one hand. Another person cut in and asked, "We're allies, so why is everyone backing away?" The other man immediately replied, "Because if you stay close, he'll grab you like that." As for Jackson, he was lightly slipping past the attacks of several enemy soldiers. His mocking, sarcastic voice drove them mad, yet none of them could hit him. "What, that's all? Come on, you can't even land a single blow? Just one hit. Hit me. Go on, hit me." After a while, he straightened up, his hair fluttering in the wind, and looked down at those defeated men. One soldier was practically on the verge of collapse and cried out helplessly, "Just one hit." In response, Jackson merely whistled and turned away. The blonde elf took in every one of their actions and frowned in displeasure. Inside the command tent, a doubtful voice spoke up. "How did you manage to bring those stubborn bastards here?" Io Yang closed her eyes, folded her hands over the map, and answered calmly. "Getting them here was the easy part." She recalled going straight to their room and saying from the doorway, "You need to go to the battlefield and make up for your captain's absence." The brown-haired young man looked rather uneasy, glanced at her, and said hesitantly, "Yes, we'll prepare to leave, so." Zim, who was standing closest, darkened visibly, looking as if he were angry. "Why did you take our captain away on your own and then tell us we have to fill the gap he left?" In response, she immediately turned cold, frowning as she warned him, "If you disobey orders, your captain will bear the responsibility. Do you want to become a burden on Captain Incred?" He did not answer, but his eyes locked onto her as though he wanted to split her with an axe just to vent his anger. Holding on to the last bit of reason he had, he said only two things: 3 enemy lives per day. Then he picked up his axe and stood. "After that, don't expect me to do anything else." The others in the unit also stopped what they had been doing and got up to follow. Remembering that, Io Yang frowned even more deeply. Getting that much out of those lunatics was already a blessing. How could those superiors possibly understand? The commander picked up a game piece and continued the discussion. "In this battle, our unit will charge into the front line. Depending on the outcome here, it will greatly affect the main army." Then he rested his head on one hand, contempt flashing his eyes as he said, "Alphen has been provoking duels between soldiers. They lost the last engagement, and now they want to use cheap tricks like this. She narrowed her eyes and replied expressionlessly, "Even so, only the enemy's strongest fighters are entering the field, and we won't win even a single match." After pausing briefly, she continued, "After one defeat after another, some people in the army have started saying this. If the skill gap between both sides weren't so huge, we wouldn't be losing every match, right?" Hearing that, the commander gradually lost his patience, his fingers repeatedly tapping hard on the table. "If this keeps up, morale will plummet. We need to send someone capable." Then he looked up at her and remarked, "Those lunatics are the most suitable choice." Ignoring his gaze, she recounted what she had just observed. It was already hard enough to drag them onto the battlefield, and if we push them any harder, they may refuse to fight at all. "Are you really fine with that?" He clicked his tongue in irritation and replied, "They are indeed a disobedient bunch, but it's true that every one of them is highly skilled." Then he paused and turned to ask her, "So, is there any way to control them effectively?" Understanding what the commander meant, Io Yang rose to her feet, already having made up her mind. "I understand. I'll call their captain back." After she left the tent, he remained seated alone, contemplating the current state of the battlefield. Folding his hands on the table and resting his chin on them, he thought, "Those Alphan bastards love dirty tricks. They've never believed in strategy or anything like that." Then he suddenly remembered intelligence they had gathered about a mysterious figure. "Recently, we've received reports of a young genius strategist who joined Alphan not long ago." Murderous intent filled his eyes as he became certain of his guess. It must be him. At dusk, the last rays of sunlight shone over the camp. 3 soldiers were walking along, and the one in front wore a deeply serious expression, his hand clenched into a fist. The acting leader's squad appeared beneath the evening glow. His face was bruised and covered in injuries. He thought to himself, "I am Andrew, descendant of House Gagner. Lately, I've had to serve that bunch of lunatics. In Incred's absence, I've had to take responsibility as acting captain." One of the men behind him asked worriedly, "Is your eye okay?" "You don't have to keep sparring with Zem," Andrew answered bluntly in annoyance. "Then is there anyone who can satisfy that blood-crazed lunatic? The moment we let our guard down, he'll turn this whole place into a sea of blood." After pausing for a moment, he looked down at his clenched hand, utterly determined. "Besides, when I fight Zem, I feel like I'm going to die, so my skills improve because of it. If I cross that line between life and death enough times, I'll become even stronger." Jackson, walking behind him with one eye bruised as well, nodded seriously in agreement. "Yeah, I don't want to admit it, but that's true." The remaining man could say nothing more and could only marvel. It was obvious that the 3 of them in that unit had been busy with their own things. A scene from his memory surfaced. Odin was sitting in a corner praying. Ragnar was lying down asleep. Jackson was seated on his bed, cleaning his weapon. But the problem was, in front of them, a mustached man was angrily shouting, "A separate unit? More like a bunch of lunatics gathered in one place." That was what drew Andrew's attention. The man stood there with his hands on his hips, facing Zem and loudly berating him. "Do you see everyone fighting for their lives here? Do you think war is a joke?" Seeing that, Andrew immediately broke out in a cold sweat and thought in panic, "This guy is the new captain. Does he have a death wish?" With his battered face, Andrew immediately ran over and stretched his hand between the 2 men. "Our unit is completely independent and takes orders directly from the Supreme Commander." Hearing that, the other man grew even angrier and shouted, "So that's why you're all relying on that excuse to laze around, you brats?" Seeing his reaction, Andrew actually felt a little sympathy instead. "I feel better just seeing someone brave enough to say that." But Zem was gradually losing patience. Killing intent burst from him, making Andrew jump in fright as he silently prayed, "No, we have to save this innocent captain." Realizing that if this continued, Zem really would make a move, Andrew shoved the other man aside. "If you have a problem, fight me instead." Zem remained seated where he was, not showing any reaction. In his ears, he could still clearly hear the acting captain's words, "The winner gets the right to speak." "Are you scared?" And then the other man's furious bellow, "Huh? Do you know who I am? You're just a damn puppet." Right before his eyes, the troublesome instigator grabbed Andrew by the collar and dragged him away despite the efforts of the 2 men accompanying him to stop him. "Come out here. I'll tear you apart." Zem lifted his eyes to the sky and let out a thoughtful sigh. "Damn, this is boring." Then he got up and started back toward the tent, thinking to himself as he walked, "Nothing but cripples. I finally found someone to fight, and those brats had to interfere." He yanked open the tent flap with force, frowning irritably. There's nothing fun here at all. He stood in the doorway, staring for a long while at the mess of belongings scattered across the bed. Then he sank into thought. Maybe I should just quit. Ragnar was awakened by the light shining on him, still stretched across the bed. He thought to himself, Captain. He wore a detached expression, but a trace of worry surfaced inside him. There hasn't been any news at all. He was probably delayed, or maybe he's dead. Odin, who was praying nearby, could not avoid letting his thoughts wander either. It's time for me to return to my homeland. There's no reason for me to stay here any longer. Not far away, Jackson was not much better than the others. He lowered his head and thought, it's pointless. He sat cross-legged on the bed, his face still bowed. I've already accomplished the reason I joined the army. There's no need to waste more time here. Though all four of them were different, at that moment, they strangely shared the exact same thought. If he doesn't come today, each of them wore a different expression, but all of them silently resolved in their hearts that they would leave this place. Outside, hurried footsteps approached. Io Yang had been waiting outside. The moment she saw him arrive, she urged, hurry up, get back to your unit, fiancé. Eris stepped inside, his face showing no emotion at all. Andrew was in the middle of a sword match with the other man, but the instant he saw Eris, he stopped. The people inside the tent also stopped their trains of thought and looked up. The male lead's face did not waver in the slightest. He simply said seriously, I'm back. When Zim saw it was him, he lifted his head, looking noticeably brighter. Captain. Before he could finish, Andrew charged in aggressively from outside. Emotion overflowing, he shouted, Captain. Tears streamed down his face, and with his bruised, battered look, he seemed utterly pitiful. Why did you take so long? Almost immediately, Andrew dropped to his knees and clung tightly to the male lead, crying even louder. Solby, do you know how long I've been waiting for you to come back? All the pain I've had to endure. Zim looked at him with a face full of judgment. Then he laughed. You gotta be kidding. He got up and dragged the tearful man, who was glued to his captain, away. What's with this guy? Why is he faster than me? The evening sunlight streamed over them, illuminating the reunion as the whole group gathered around Incred and welcomed his return. You're late, Captain, Zim said with a loud laugh of reproach. Seeing that, Incred replied, yeah, I'm back. That evening in the camp, Incred sat on the bed, looking across at them, and thought, judging from the situation, they called me back in a hurry, so I could keep an eye on these guys. Then he suddenly spoke. Everyone, try a little harder to follow orders from above. The people around him looked indifferent and kept doing their own things. Only Zim answered in a casual tone, that depends on my mood. Incred did not argue. Unlike others, they truly listened to his orders. Suddenly, Zim braced a hand on his thigh and rose from the bed. That's not the important issue right now. He glanced at Incred, his eyes sharp, and curled his lips as he asked, Captain, are you feeling any better? Incred immediately grew wary and glared at Zim. A sudden thud rang out on the floor. Ragnar appeared, sword in hand, seriously issuing a challenge. Let's have a match. Alchris, who had been lying down, sat bolt upright in confusion and looked toward Ragnar. Wait, don't you people see the captain is injured? Zim flew into a rage and charged straight at him, jabbing a finger at Ragnar's forehead as he shouted, You lunatic, are you blind? The captain's first opponent is always me. Ragnar's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth as he shot back. Since when did we start caring about order? Zim grew even more furious, grinding out each word at Ragnar. Do you want me to rearrange the shape of your face for you? Suddenly, a huge man appeared out of nowhere, grabbed both of them by the head, and pulled them apart with a bright smile. Ho ho, calm down, brothers. The big man beamed as he offered his advice. We haven't loosened up our muscles for a while, so our technique seems to have slipped a little. Zim irritably slapped his hand away and roared. Ragnar, beside him, also looked disgusted. Don't interrupt me, you lamppost. Incred looked at the chaotic scene before him. After remaining silent all this time, he finally spoke. Everyone, stop making such a scene. Alchris let out a sigh of relief. Finally, the captain is stopping them. Incred spoke seriously and decisively, making his declaration. I'll face each of you one by one. Someone immediately shouted in protest. No, Captain, you're injured. How can you fight like that? Incred answered, It's not broken. I can still move it. Jackson brought medicine over to him and immediately warned, don't be careless just because it's a light injury. Jackson opened the medicine box and took out some ointment. Let me wrap it again for you. Incred stared intently at his own hand, undoing the bandage around it as he thought, I shouldn't wrap it too tightly. It'll make it hard to swing my sword. His mind drifted back to the full moon night when he had fought the enemy. After fighting those guards and that frog bastard, I've become a little stronger. He had forced himself to withstand a fatal strike from his opponent. Of course, the road to becoming a true knight was still very far away. He clung to the cliff face and climbed upward. But no matter how far that road might be, standing on the summit and gazing out at the vast sky, he made up his mind. I will climb it steadily, one step at a time. Incred's eyes burned with fierce conviction. I want to show them the strength I've gained through daily training. Jackson closed the medicine box and spoke. If you push yourself too hard, Captain, your condition could get worse. The only one who'll suffer is you. Incred said nothing and merely curled his lips into a smile. Ragnar was squatting on the ground in the arena between Auden and Jackson, watching Incred walk over. Zen stood opposite him with a weapon in both hands and spoke provocatively. Hearing the way the captain spoke, he sounded pretty confident. Zen lowered himself into a ready stance and issued a challenge. Let's see just how strong the captain has gotten. He shot forward like an arrow, roaring wildly. Let's take it easy, shall we? Incred looked at the axe in front of him, his gaze sharp. Without a single wasted movement, he slashed the opponent's weapon away. Zen was stunned and exclaimed inwardly, "It feels completely different." Looking at the frighteningly serious Incred before him, he could hardly believe it. His movements no longer held any hesitation at all, which meant the captain had risen to a whole new level. Zen grew even more excited, his grin turning crazed. "Good. Show me more, Captain." The two charged at each other at the same time. Jackson, who was watching the match beside Ragnar and Auden, suddenly spoke up. "We've only been away from the captain for a week, and his skill has already improved by that much." Auden watched the scene ahead and spoke as well. "I'm about out of patience." Ragnar remained expressionless and thought to himself, hurry up, you barbarian." All three of them were brimming with killing intent as they stared at Zen in the middle of the fight. Sensing something, Zen glanced back. These lunatics are glaring at me like they want to kill me. Then again, who could stay calm after seeing something like this? Incred remained focused on the fight and rushed forward. Night fell, and the camp grew quiet again. Inside the room, everyone had gathered together. Jackson asked Incred, who was bandaging himself on the bed, "Tell us, Captain, who did this to you?" Incred answered indifferently, "It's nothing much. Before I came here, I fought a frog." The short-haired man sitting nearby, his face covered in bruises, looked at him in confusion. The way he said it didn't sound like nothing. Zen was puzzled too. "Weren't you heading to the border? What frog will be out there?" Jackson answered, "No, that frog came because of the guild. I got injured after coming back from there too." Zen finally understood. "So you couldn't beat that damn frog and came back here like that?" Auden kept his cheerful smile and said, "What about the mission? Did anything happen?" Incred was still wrapping his bandages when he looked up and answered. The enemy had traps set everywhere. He clenched his hand. Those gray dog bastards, werewolves, and even a mage were all lying in ambush there. The short-haired man was baffled, sweat pouring down his face as he thought to himself, "Strange. I've already worked so hard, even fought those lunatics." He cursed himself inwardly. "Even so, I still haven't closed the gap with the captain." Someone sighed at Incred. "You're lucky to have survived." He looked back, stroking Esther as he agreed. "Yeah, really lucky." The candle was blown out, and everyone drifted off to sleep. Holding Esther against his body, he closed his eyes and thought, "I learned a lot from today's fights. Because of my injury, I couldn't use my full strength." Incred looked at his injured arm in front of him. "I want to recover quickly and fight at full strength again. I want to see just how far this squad can go with the skills I have now." Suddenly, Zen, lying in the next bed, spoke up. "From now on, don't lose to frogs like that anymore." Ragnar, lying nearby, added, "There's still a lot we need to learn." Auden, still smiling even in bed, joined in as well. "Training is the answer, Captain." Jackson said, "I can already see there's still a lot of shortcomings." Incred closed his eyes and replied, "Next time we fight, I'll beat him." Zen laughed happily. Look at someone getting confident. After that, everything gradually fell silent. Just as he was drifting off, Zen spoke up again to encourage him. "Come on, once that wrist is healed, let's have a real fight." Ragnar chimed in too. I'll help you fix your flaws. Auden refused to stay quiet. Let's train without rest, brother. Even Jackson joined in. There are plenty of ways to help improve your reflexes. Esther lay on Ingrid's chest, letting out a low whine and covering its face with a paw. He woke again, then closed his eyes and answered fine. Once my hand heals, I'll take all of you on. Everything fell silent once more. Ingrid and Esther woke yet again, helplessly listening to the voice coming from nearby. Seriously, that frog was nothing. Then suddenly sat bolt upright, waving his arms around. You just block like this, then stab, stab, easy. Once your wrist recovers, I'll take the frog killing role. Ragnar said, I still need more time to get used to the greatsword too. The one beside him added, even while your hand's recovering, don't let your skills rust, brother. Without even thinking, Ingrid replied, I never neglect my defense. The whole group chatted, laughed, and talked cheerfully together. Ingrid growled, are you people going to sleep or not? Someone heard that, lay down, and pulled up a blanket. Let's sleep. Night blanketed the camp, lit only by torchlight. The sun had just risen, and soft light spread over the mountain peaks like a strip of golden silk stretching across them. Rays of sunlight slipped inside, and Ingrid slowly sat up. I overslept a little. He smiled to himself. It really has been a long time since I woke up this late. Turning to the little leopard, he asked, did you sleep well? Esther? He got dressed and stepped outside, where Chris called out, you're awake? Ingrid answered, have the others already gone to the front line? Outside the camp, everyone was busy with their own tasks, and even the guards stood at attention. Everyone ready for battle had already gone to the front line. Only the supply corps and camp guards remained. Thud! He pressed both palms to the ground, feeling his strength. He touched the scrape near his elbow. It seems worse after sparring with those guys. I probably overdid it, Ingrid thought. When I wanted to fight that badly, how could I ignore them? Just thinking about it makes me want to pick up a sword again. Looking into the distance at the swords, spears, pikes, and blades lined up on the rack only made him want to touch one more. The moment he picked up a sword, he felt more vitality surging through him than ever before. A long sword normally needed two hands, but if he held back a little, one hand was enough. Before, he had always swung it with his right hand. He began practicing his forms, trying to swing the sword downward. Then what if I train with my left hand now? But he immediately felt how clumsy he was. The trajectory was all over the place, just like the first time he had ever held a sword. Ingrid ran through everything he had learned in his mind. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt, and confidence flashed in his eyes. Now is the best possible time. Holding the sword in his left hand, Ingrid began training and thought, starting all over again won't be easy. But thanks to the isolation method, I'm not lacking strength. He started swinging the sword. Vinzenz looked at Ingrid practicing and muttered. He said he was injured, so what the hell is this? At that moment, Ingrid noticed him and turned his head in greeting. Captain Vinzenz, haven't you already gone to the front line? He explained our unit was assigned to defend the camp. Ingrid tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. He called softly the leather strap. Vinzenz immediately reached out and replied, both the sword and its owner are a mess. Hand it over. How are you planning to wrap this with one hand? He sat down on the ground and focused on rewrapping the sword hilt. Watching him, Ingrid thought quietly. He used to snarl every time he saw me, and now he's acting friendly. Ingrid thought to himself, why was he so unpleasant back then? Then he suddenly asked, why did you hate me again? Remind me. Vinzenz didn't look up and only shot him a glance. Then he said a name. Jenny. Ingrid repeated it inwardly. Jenny. After thinking for a while and still not remembering, he asked, who's that? Vinzenz exploded in anger. You bastard, Jenny the herb seller. That Jenny. Ingrid's face clearly showed he still remembered nothing, and Vinzenz roared at him angrily. Annoyed, Vinzenz shoved the sword straight against Ingrid's chest and shouted, forget it. I'm not talking to you anymore. He turned and walked off, still irritated enough to kick a stone by the roadside. Ingrid called after him. I don't care anyway. Vinzenz froze when he heard that. Lowering his head, he said, Jenny liked you on her own, then thought, now that you mention it, I do remember. He thought of a beautiful blonde girl. Jenny used to run an herb shop here in the border guard, and because her herbs were so effective, he had often gone there. Then he remembered Jenny blushing as she spoke to him. She must have gradually developed feelings for me. Meanwhile, Vinzenz had been standing in the distance, holding a bouquet of flowers as he watched the two of them. Then Vinzenz had dropped the bouquet to the ground, and only now did Ingrid realize it. So Vinzenz had secretly liked Jenny too. Ingrid said, I care more about the herbs than about Jenny herself. Vinzenz lowered his head gloomily and replied, I know. You've always been more serious about swords than women. Then he thought inwardly, if I had to say it, it was probably an inferiority complex. Looking at Ingrid's handsome face, Vinzenz thought, Jenny wouldn't even spare me a glance, but she was infatuated with that bastard's face. Vinzenz turned his face away and said only, lucky bastard. Ingrid was still bewildered and didn't understand. Vinzenz turned and walked off, saying to him, take care of your sword, all right? I'm going to work. Ingrid watched his back and thought, that guy's mood changes 5 times a minute. He let out a light sigh and thought, still, he really is a strange guy. Inside the small tent, Esther was lying on the bed and yawning. Ingrid stepped over, gently stroked Esther, and asked with concern, you seem strange today, Esther. Are you feeling unwell? Esther glared at him and thought, obviously, it's because of you. Esther recalled what had happened the night before. It had tried hard to heal him. You were already injured, and then you went and sparred too. I tried to use magic to lessen your burden, but I overdid it. Looks like I won't be able to use magic for a while. Ingrid stroked Esther and comforted it. We'll have time to rest while we're stationed in the rear anyway, so get some rest. Outside the camp, 2 soldiers were advancing toward the shoreline to scout. The 2 gradually approached the water. Suddenly, there was movement below the lakeshore. The one in back seemed to notice something unusual, and the one in front asked, what is it? The other replied, no, just now there was something by the water's edge. A sudden arrow shot straight into the soldier's head. Hearing the noise, Ingrid jerked in alarm and became alert. Vinzenz immediately shouted orders. Enemy attack. Defend the camp. We cannot let them seize the supplies. Ingrid hurried outside and asked, where's the enemy? When Alchris saw him rush out, he shouted, what can a wounded man do, Captain? Get inside. The enemy troops were marching forward through the water. Alchris was trying to push Ingrid back into the camp. Ingrid's eyes suddenly widened. I never thought I'd see him here again. A group of men in full helmets and armor steadily approached. They stepped on shore and calmly advanced straight into the camp. Ingrid spoke a name, Midhurier. The eyes of the leading man were sharp. Midhurier and Ingrid stood facing each other. He spoke in a low voice. The gods have answered my prayer. I have long hoped to meet you again, Ingrid. Ingrid answered without emotion, so you still remember my name. Grinding his teeth, the man replied, thanks to you, I recognize my own arrogance and awakened to a whole new level. Midhurier raised his sword and said, I've wanted to end this with my own hands. Ingrid handed Esther to Alchris and shouted, Alchris, Esther, protect them, then began drawing his sword and charging forward. The 2 began swinging their swords as they rushed at each other. The blades collided violently. Sparks flew from the point where the swords met. Ingrid's face hardened because his injured wrist caused his sword to be knocked back. Midhurier asked him, injured? Ingrid's expression turned startled. Then Midhurier continued, what bad luck. He raised his own sword overhead with both hands. Suddenly, another blade flew in. It was Vinzenz, rushing in and using his sword to force the 2 apart. Vinzenz immediately thrust his sword toward Midhurier and shouted at Ingrid. Ingrid, run. Ingrid staggered backward and shouted a warning. Vinzenz, get back. He's not someone you can handle. Midhurier's sword instantly pierced through Vincenz's neck, blood spraying everywhere. Ingrid froze at the sight before him. Vincenz's head was severed from his neck and flew into the air. The head fell beside Ingrid. Ingrid stared blankly, eyes wide, at Vincenz's severed head. Looking down from above, Midhurier spoke in contempt. You insignificant insects. Esther let out a furious cry and lunged forward. Alchris hurried after it, shouting, Esther, stop, come back. Watching the direction they ran, Ingrid thought, no, if you go that way. Esther and Alchris charged toward Midhurier. He swung his sword and slashed across Esther's belly. Ingrid's face darkened as he gripped his sword and charged forward. Alchris, who was rushing in as well, was also about to be struck by Midhurier. Ingrid hurriedly raised a hand to stop it, but Alchris had already been pierced through the neck by Midhurier's sword. Ingrid's eyes widened as he watched them fall one after another. Midhurier then said, what a shame. If only your wrist had still been whole. By then he had already walked close to Ingrid and said, then I could have shown you just how much stronger I've become. blood sprayed. Mid-Hurier had also thrust his sword straight through Incred's body, and just like that, he returned to the morning of that day once again. Esther lay on the bed, growling softly beside Incred's injured hand. He lowered his head and thought, I couldn't do anything. He thought it was all because my wrist was injured. Staring at his bandaged hand, he felt he had become useless. He took his sword outside and sat down. Alchris passed by carrying several swords and asked, Captain, you're awake? Incred continued thinking, there won't be any squad mates left for me to help. Before afternoon, the enemy will attack the camp. As he thought, he spread his arms and swung the sword with all his strength, training so hard that sweat poured down him. A thin stream of water flowed along the path of his blade. He recalled how an old man had once told him, it's because you're weak, insect. The old man laughed wickedly, his face full of naked contempt, and continued, they died because they tried to save you. Incred swung the water-coated blade brutally down into the ground. He breathed hard and fast, then dropped to one knee and braced himself against the sword stuck in the ground with obvious effort. Vinzenz walked over and asked, your right hand is hurt, so now you're swinging with your left? Looking at him in confusion, he continued, any progress yet? Incred answered firmly, if there isn't, then I'll make some. He frowned, determination plain on his face, and thought, everyone, I'll protect you. Vinzenz looked at him in puzzlement. Incred sheathed his sword, turned, and said, sorry about Jenny. Vinzenz jerked in surprise and asked, you know? Incred turned his face away, scratched his head, and replied, forget it. I didn't do it on purpose. Then Incred said, cheer up. There are plenty of women out there who don't care about appearances. At that, Vincenz's face darkened, and he glared at him. You bastard. Then he shouted, go on, keep bragging about your pretty face and acting high and mighty because of it. Incred gave a faint snort. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept in, and everyone started shouting in alarm, enemy attack. We're under attack. Defend the camp. As if he had already known, Incred strode forward with his sword already in hand. The large man gripping a sword, his face full of killing intent, also approached. Incred thought, Mid-Hurier's son is very strong. He's beyond elite level. The man rushed in incredibly fast, eyes razor sharp, sword gripped tightly as he thrust forward. Incred hurriedly swung his blade up to block. Watching carefully, he thought, now that I'm facing him again, he's even more cautious. A shrill clang rang out as their swords crashed hard against each other. Mid-Hurier's face did not change. He remained savage and overflowing with killing intent as he pressed forward recklessly, while Incred looked far more strained because of his injured arm. At last, Incred swung and sprang backward, touching a hand to the ground to keep his balance, thinking, I can't use both hands, and I'm completely outmatched in strength too. Mid-Hurier charged again without hesitation. His sword was about to sweep toward Incred's neck, and Incred hurried to block with his own blade, thinking that the man's superior swordsmanship was dragging him along. The blade touched his neck, drawing blood. He was knocked to the ground, pain clear on his face. Mid-Hurier looked down at him and asked, what happened to your right hand? Incred answered calmly, raising it slightly. It's injured. The man's eyes sharpened. He raised his sword high and said, what a pity. I wanted to defeat you when you were at full strength. He brought the blade down in a powerful slash across Incred's abdomen, and blood burst out. One of Mid-Hurier's legs pinned him down, leaving him unable to move. Incred thought, no matter how much stronger he gets, there's only one thing I can do, train my left hand. He remembered holding his sword and practicing. As he struggled to swing his sword, he thought about everything he had learned from the village instructor as a child. How to grip it, how to swing it, how to move horizontal cuts, downward cuts, thrusts. He swung with all his strength and kept thinking. There was nothing about the swordsmanship he had learned, or even the basics of other sword styles, that he did not know. He would not lose his way. The sharp ring of a sword strike startled him, bringing back memories of all the times he had swung with all his might. He thought to himself that this was the path he had walked with his right hand. A cloud of dust billowed up, and he hacked fiercely at the straw dummy, training without pause. Then mid-Hurier stabbed him again, and once more time rewound. He remembered his training, the bold and decisive way he had delivered each heavy slash. Because of that, he had improved quickly, but his bits of straw scattered everywhere. He panted and thought, even after 40 days, my trajectory is still off. Why? Is it because my hand still isn't used to it? Vinzenz stood watching from afar, thinking for a moment before walking over and calling out, "Hey, Incred, wanna spar?" Sweating heavily, Incred thought, spar with Vinzenz? That hasn't happened once in all these days. What wind is blowing today? The captain's expression was hard to read as he stared intently at him. Incred looked at him and wondered, is he serious? At last, he picked up his sword and said, "No reason to refuse a spar." The two faced each other with swords at the ready. Vinzenz gripped his sword firmly and charged forward with force, shouting, "Here I come." He swung, and Incred hurriedly raised his sword to block. Incred thought, he's a captain after all. He's strong. It'll be hard to hold out with just my left hand. Incred grabbed the sword with his injured right hand as well and struck back. Then he kicked Vinzenz's supporting leg. Vinzenz tumbled forward and rolled on the ground, his face twisted in pain. Incred turned away and said, "Looks like I won." Grimacing, Vinzenz pushed himself up and replied, "Tisa, damn it, and you only use your left hand." Incred continued, "I've been training my left hand for quite a while now." He said it firmly, then asked, "Why did you suddenly ask to spar?" Vinzenz answered vaguely, "I don't know. Looking at you like that just got my blood pumping." Incred asked in confusion, "I was only practicing the basics." Sitting there, Vinzenz replied, "That's just it." He held out a hand and said, "Watching you reminded me of the first time I held a sword. The desire to grow stronger. The thrill of simply swinging it." Then he hesitated and added, "But your sword feels strange." Incred looked at him and asked, "What do you mean?" Vinzenz replied, "How do I put it? It feels like a dead sword." Incred did not understand. A dead sword? Waving his hand awkwardly, Vinzenz said, "No, I know that's a weird way to explain it, but what I mean is," Incred fell into thought. "A dead sword? What does he mean? Am I lacking force at the start of the swing?" Or, Vinzenz called out, "Hey, I'm still talking. Are you even listening?" As if he had suddenly realized something, Incred looked at his two hands and thought, "I've been trying to follow the path of my right hand. That's it. I was blindly copying it." The left hand and the right hand never felt the same from the beginning. He swung his sword and thought, "I need to find a trajectory that suits my left hand." A perfectly straight strike sliced cleanly through the straw dummy's arm. Incred smiled. A straight line, from the sound of the wind to the path of the blade. It's completely different. He turned and said with a grin, "Thanks. Because of you, I found a clue I needed to use my left hand." Incred told himself that he needed to awaken the feeling in his left arm, because that would be the key to mastering it. He began by changing his daily habits. When Grace saw Incred eating with his left hand, she asked, "Do you always do that?" Incred replied, "My right hand is injured, so I'm just letting it rest." Grace commented that Incred was taking things too far, especially when he dropped his food and even splattered Esther with it. But Incred remained resolute. "Whether it's eating, dressing, or training, I'm using only my left hand for everything." During training, he drove his sword into the ground and told himself that to speed up his progress, he would also practice the technique Torres had taught him. He tried flicking his wrist, launching the hidden dagger. It fell to the ground, but he remained certain that this weapon would become a major advantage in battle. Today was the 50th loop. Vinzenz appeared and challenged him to a duel. In the blink of an eye, Incred was thrown to the ground. Vinzenz said, "You use your left hand pretty well, but your sword still isn't perfect." Incred answered, "I'm still carrying the sword of a dead man, and I have to keep going until that burden disappears." The next loops followed one after another. Incred and Vinzenz kept crossing swords without end. He gradually became more proficient, blocking strike after strike, then began to speed through each battle. He passed the 60th loop, then the 70th. By the 80th loop, Incred could easily overwhelm Vinzenz. He focused on the hidden dagger skill. With a light flick of his wrist, the dagger flew out with precision. In battle, he knocked Vinzenz's sword away and sent it stabbing upside down into the ground. Vinzenz was stunned that Incred could control his left hand so skillfully. As Vinzenz sank into thought, Incred silently guessed what he was thinking. Vinzenz spoke up, "If I get out of this place, I'll train harder than ever before." Incred realized that Vinzenz was no longer talking about the dead man's sword. He encouraged him, "Do your best. Jenny will definitely notice you soon. Those words made Vinzen's flare up in anger, shouting that they should fight again. Incred laughed. Your reactions are always entertaining. I definitely have to see you confess to Jenny. But if that's going to happen, you can't die here. Alone by the lake, Incred sank into thought. He reflected on the idea of talent and how it could not be defined so simply. Refining the body was only one part of it, but the real core was the ability to focus and not be distracted. He remembered his youth, when each swing had made him fall in love with the sword. Now, as he gripped the hilt in his left hand and drew it from its sheath, he tasted for the first time in his life what it meant to be truly gifted. Training day after day, in only 100 days his left hand had accumulated results equal to 30 years of tempering his right. Then came the 112th loop. Mid-Hurier emerged from beneath the water, and Incred steeled himself to overcome the wall called Mid-Hurier. Vinzen shouted, calling for the base to be defended and the enemy driven back. Grace held Esther tightly, stopping her from rushing forward, while Incred advanced slowly. Mid-Hurier looked at him and spoke his thanks for the chance to meet again. It was you, he said, who woke me from stagnation. Now I'll pour out all my strength to crush my enemy and climb to a new height. Incred admitted that there was still a trace of regret in his heart, because he had witnessed Mid-Hurier unleash his full power many times. He understood clearly that if he relied on pure swordsmanship alone, he would have no chance of winning. But this time, Incred suddenly rushed in, making Mid-Hurier leave an opening. Even so, Mid-Hurier still managed to turn, deflect the blow, and keep his footing before immediately counterattacking, because his raw strength far surpassed Incred's. Incred abruptly seized Mid-Hurier's sword hand, snapping his thumb and making him scream in pain, forcing the sword from his grasp. Immediately afterward, Mid-Hurier drove a savage kick into Incred's chest, forcing him back. Incred stabbed the tip of his sword into the ground to steady himself. Seeing his weapon on the ground, Mid-Hurier roared in fury, unable to believe his opponent would use such filthy tricks. Incred calmly replied that through all the previous loops, he had used only swordsmanship to overcome Mid-Hurier. He had wanted to keep crossing blades as well, but if he repeated the same thing forever, his left arm would never progress. A sword duel with Mid-Hurier was genuinely exhilarating, but he knew he had to rise beyond it. Mid-Hurier said coldly, "Maybe that's the way you claw at life, but it's useless." He bent down, picked up his sword again, this time with his left hand, and warned that he could use either hand. Incred gave a faint smile. "So can I. That's exactly why I worked so hard to train." He understood clearly that to overcome the next wall, relying only on the sword would not be enough. It was time to unleash the trump card he had kept hidden for a life or death moment, the final move of the mercenary sword style. He swung his arm back and hurled his sword with all his strength. Mid-Hurier instantly raised his sword to block. While he was still hesitating in surprise, Incred rushed straight at him, grabbed him by the throat, and growled, "The only way out is for you to fight me barehanded." He threw a thunderous punch, and Mid-Hurier barely dodged it. Mid-Hurier hissed and slashed upward, but Incred gave him no chance. He wrapped an arm around Mid-Hurier's waist and slammed him to the ground. "No matter what, I have to close the distance." The two rolled across the earth. Incred pinned Mid-Hurier's wrist with his knee, holding him down so he could not keep his sword. He roared, "No matter what, I have to win, even if I have to tear you apart with my teeth." Then he lunged, hammering Mid-Hurier's face with one crushing punch after another. This was the true face of a fight to the death. Mid-Hurier was dazed, but just as the next blow was about to land, he kicked backward and sent Incred flying. Incred landed, and Mid-Hurier roared and charged again. "Fight properly. Use a sword and duel like a man." He brought his sword down in a heavy chop. Incred did not dodge. He took it on his shoulder. Mid-Hurier froze, then realized Incred had prepared beforehand with a shoulder guard. Incred stared at him and said in a low voice, "I'm being completely serious." Then he counterattacked. It was not an ordinary slash, but the hidden dagger technique. A flash of steel streaked across Mid-Hurier's face as he tilted his head to avoid the punch. Blood sprayed out. Half his face was drenched, and his left eye was slashed apart. Mid-Hurier roared like a beast and pushed back with all his strength. The blade tore through the shoulder guard and sank deep into Incred's flesh. Gritting his teeth, Incred exhaled sharply. First the wrist, now the shoulder. If this keeps dragging on, I'll lose. He realized that with one eye injured, Mid-Hurier would have trouble judging distance, and that was his only chance to turn the tide. Mid-Hurier howled and charged madly. Incred gave a slight flick of his wrist and launched the hidden dagger. Mid-Hurier raised his sword to block, but the dagger drove straight into his hand. At that instant, Incred threw himself forward and tackled him down once more. Mid-Hurier's sword rang out and skidded across the cold ground. Mid-Hurier screamed, "You bastard!" But Incred had already grabbed his leg, locked it in place, and snapped the ankle in an instant. The crack of breaking bone rang out, and Mid-Hurier shrieked in agony, throwing wild punches to escape. Incred showed no mercy. He switched to the other leg, and with another wrench, that ankle shattered too. Mid-Hurier let out a miserable scream. Realizing the hopelessness of his situation, he gave a mournful roar, like a beast driven into a dead end. That frenzied sound echoed across the battlefield, leaving everyone stunned and wondering what had happened. They remembered that Mid-Hurier had once been called a lazy genius, a man born with heaven-given talent who had been complacent with what he had. But from the day he returned after the final battle, he had changed completely. The fire in his eyes had blazed back to life, and he never left the training ground, practicing day and night until his sword reached a subtle, exquisite realm. And yet now, all that brilliance ended in tragedy. With both legs ruined, he crawled desperately toward his sword. In Mid-Hurier's heart rose a bitter question. How had everything come to this? Incred walked over, picked up the sword, and stood directly in front of him. Mid-Hurier looked up, his eyes full of despair, and softly called his name. Looking down at him, Incred felt no satisfaction at all. He admitted that Mid-Hurier had been a towering wall, and both of their encounters had given him harsh awakenings. Mid-Hurier whispered, "I didn't want to battle this cruel." That wall was collapsing before his eyes. He dragged himself forward bit by bit and pleaded, "Please, give me a proper duel. I only wish to cross blades with you once." Incred raised the sword, a trace of sorrow in his eyes. "I wanted that too, but this is a battlefield, and in the end, all of it is war." With that, he swung the blade hard, cutting through Mid-Hurier's neck and pinning him to the ground. Looking at Mid-Hurier's corpse, Incred felt no exhilaration. As a swordsman, he held deep respect for him. The cries of Mid-Hurier's comrades rang out from afar, and they charged forward, but an order was immediately given. "Fire! Wipe out the Aspen soldiers!" The volleys of arrows forced the enemy to retreat, preventing them from approaching Mid-Hurier's body. Incred turned back for one last look and realized that the wall blocking his path had completely collapsed. He took several deep breaths, his eyes already on the next challenge. It truly had been a memorable battle. Mid-Hurier, even if this ending was not what either of us wanted, I'll use you as a stepping stone to go farther, to surpass even my own limits. Back in the camp, Grace let out a breath of relief. If we had lost this place, it would have been a disaster. Luckily, headquarters sent archers in time. Aspen walked in and tossed him his sword. "You're only alive because I held them back. Here, your sword. Keep it safe. Don't leave it lying around out there." Grace blinked in surprise. "Huh, don't you already have a sword?" Incred drew it from the scabbard, looked closely, and realized that this was Mid-Hurier's sword, the sword of the enemy who had just fallen. Aspen observed it and nodded. "An excellent sword." Grace stepped closer and saw a pale blue light sing from the blade as it caught the light. She guessed it must be forged from black steel. "This is even more valuable than the Valerian steel we usually use. Sell it, and you'd make a fortune." Incred ignored that and only asked Aspen, "Are you heading to the front line?" Aspen raised a brow. "Want to come along?" Incred shook his head slightly. "No, I can't leave the soldiers unattended for too long." Grace cut in. "So are you going to use this sword instead of your old weapon?" Aspen reminded him. "Keep using the one you're already familiar with." But Incred tightened his grip on both swords and said, "I don't need just one. From now on, I'll use both." At the front line, the soldiers gathered again. Jam whistled and laughed. "The boss is ready to climb another step." Who would have thought he'd value a guy from the continent that much? Maybe before long, Hill even grasped the beast heart secret art. Meanwhile, Auden was lost in thought. He told himself, my muscles are enough. Now it's time to train all the way down to the joints. Once the joints become sturdy, the body itself will change, and it will be harder to break under locks or lethal blows. Even so, Auden understood that if he tried to handle everything at once, the burden would be overwhelming. It was better to advance one step at a time. While lost in thought, his steps slowed, and Jam accidentally bumped hard into his back. Jam rubbed his head, asking Auden what was wrong with his legs, then urged him to keep moving. Auden only replied that perhaps he had not improved much at all. The two began bickering, and just as it seemed they were about to lunge at each other, Ragnar appeared, yawning broadly as he cut in. Auden reproached Ragnar for being lazy as always, not caring about anything, and just drifting along. Both Jam and Auden cursed him in unison, calling him insane. Ragnar merely said calmly, Incred also needs to train his body to adapt to the sword, to control the tip naturally, as if it were part of his body. But first, he yawned again and muttered, I need a nap. Suddenly, Jackson spoke up. Instead of that, he should be taught how to walk, not silently like an assassin, but at least how to reduce unnecessary movement and increase efficiency. That would be more useful. He shrugged, wondering why he had gotten dragged into this troublesome business. Meanwhile, someone had to keep hold of Ragnar so he would not wander off. As he was dragged back, the other shouted, Idiot, you're always drifting all over the place. Ragnar sneered and replied curtly, I'm still more normal than you. The two started arguing noisily again, leaving Jackson with nothing but a shake of the head. He could not let Incred turn into a madman like them. I'll straighten him out myself. Just then, Commander Fairy arrived as well. She noticed something unusual and immediately ordered the soldiers to halt. From the bushes, Aspen soldiers suddenly appeared. One of them stepped forward, introduced himself as Raoul, and challenged anyone who dared to fight him in single combat. Commander Fairy frowned. As expected, another one of their cheap tricks, provoking a one-on-one duel. She understood it well. The tactic looked crude, but each defeat would crush morale. It could not be ignored, because refusing would be seen as cowardice. She herself could not step forward either, or it would look weak. One victory, even a small one, would be enough to lift the soldiers' spirits. She suddenly remembered CRA's words, let the madmen go to war. Today they were still excited because Incred had returned, so they would surely obey. And so, she glanced toward Jam. She asked whether he wanted to step forward. Jam shrugged, not understanding what she meant, but the moment he heard the Aspen soldiers mocking them, he immediately nodded. Fine, I was bored anyway. Let me have a little fun. As soon as he stepped out, the soldiers burst into ridicule, not expecting them to send out a barbarian-looking brute. Before the words had even finished leaving his mouth, Raoul's head was already severed from his neck, blood spraying everywhere. The soldiers panicked and screamed, while Jam let out a crazed laugh. Who's next? The Aspen troops trembled as they called him a madman, yet they had no choice but to admit that his fighting ability was terrifying. They began begging for mercy, and Commander Fairy gave a faint nod. At the very least, the soldiers' morale had risen quite a bit thanks to someone like him. But what happened next filled her with disgust. Raoul had already collapsed, yet Jam still did not stop. He shouted loudly, I surrender, I surrender. And yet the axe blade kept hacking down again and again onto the already cold corpse. Even allied soldiers had to turn their faces away, unable to bear the savage sight. Commander Fairy shouted, That's enough. But Jam paid no attention at all. Another Aspen soldier dropped to his knees and begged him to stop, trembling as he called Jam a monster. Yet Jam showed no intention of stopping. He kept swinging the axe, tearing the corpse apart. A wild smile spread across his blood-splattered face. Jam laughed loudly like a lunatic, shouting that he couldn't hear a thing. The soldiers around him stared at him in horror, whispering that they no longer wanted to stand on the same side as someone like that. Commander Fairy shook her head and sighed. So morale had dropped again, all for nothing, and perhaps the only person who could still restrain them was Incred, who was on his way over at that very moment. The whole squad made camp, and not long afterward, Incred appeared as well. Jackson asked anxiously why he had gotten himself injured even more, reminding him that he needed rest and shouldn't even think about charging into battle. Jam also nodded. You can't go back out there until you've fully recovered. Just then, Commander Fairy walked in, half reproachful and half teasing. It seems my fiancé still hasn't lost his reckless streak. Incred lowered his head in greeting. She suddenly tossed him a small bottle of medicine. He looked at it in surprise and asked what it was, but Jackson recognized it immediately. Medicine from the fairy folk. This stuff can't be bought with money. It's even more effective than my poultices. Jum Greened. Looks like she really does care about you. Incred caught it and bowed his head in thanks, but he still did not understand why. She only smiled and softly said, I thought I had made a promise with you, yet I had never given you anything as proof. Then consider this a small betrothal gift. Incred froze, unable to believe she was still serious about that matter. But she said nothing more. She simply turned and walked away, leaving only the words, welcome back. Get some rest. The three men, Jackson, Jam, and Ragnar, all watched her receding figure. Grace laughed and teased, you should sell it. You make a huge profit. Incred frowned and Snap, get lost. Jam burst out laughing. You're better at talking to women than swinging a sword. Ragnar nodded along. That's true, but Incred could only silently wonder why she was still bringing up the betrothal. He truly could not understand it. A few days later, as they advanced toward the front lines, Aspen's forces kept harassing them with small skirmishes, avoiding a full-scale battle. Because of that, Incred's injuries had time to gradually heal. One early morning, he was seen lifting weights in the top squad camp. Auden passed by and asked in surprise, up this early? Is your body feeling better yet? Incred set the weight down and replied with a smile, thanks to the medicine from before. Auden raised a brow. Want to get beaten up again? Incred shot back, try me. After their spar, Auden carefully examined Incred's body. Your right wrist, your shoulder, they're all bruised. This isn't the time for you to push yourself like this. But I know that if battle comes, you'll still throw yourself in, right? Incred nodded. As long as I can still move, the answer is always yes. Auden glanced around to make sure no one was watching, then gestured for him to come closer. Just as Incred was about to ask, warmth spread through his whole body. A brilliant golden light radiated from Auden's body and enveloped Incred. Fine threads of light fell over both of them like golden rain. Incred stared in shock. This is divine power? Auden withdrew his hand. The light gradually faded, and he said sternly, don't reveal this to anyone. I swear in the name of our Lord, I will never speak of it again. Incred understood that he had his own reasons and gave a slight nod. I'll keep it secret. Auden turned away and whispered, my backbone today is the grace of the Lord. People always say that divine power is the mark of priests who serve God, those capable of performing miracles to heal wounds. Auden had always prayed often, yet he had never displayed divine power, causing many to doubt whether he truly was a priest. Now he knelt down and silently asked the Lord for forgiveness. As for Incred, he wondered whether there was some taboo involved, and whether Auden had broken it solely to save him. Incred walked away, quietly murmuring his thanks. In a low, gloomy voice, Auden answered, if anyone learns that I use divine power, doctrine will condemn me, and the Holy Church will send people to investigate. I left the church and countless restraints behind, but they sealed my body, preventing me from reaching this sacred power. Even with his chest twisting in pain, Auden still could not leave Incred to suffer. Auden said, the Lord is always watching us, but he has never answered aloud. Yet ever since meeting Incred, I have started to believe that his words live within you, and I will place my faith in what I believe is right. After the meal, Grace came over. Incred, do you need me to help treat your wounds? I'll apply some ointment. Incred shook his head. I can handle them myself. They're not fully healed yet, but they'll be better soon. I can't let anyone else see if I want to keep this secret. I also need to be careful in battle. When are we finally going to fight? Grace replied, right now both sides are only probing each other. Marcus's troops are acting as the spearhead, preventing us from being flanked, while the main force is stationed at Emerald. Last time they broke the unspoken rule by sending witches and mages into battle. So this time both sides will definitely prepare for a full-scale clash, with the Midnight Patrol ready to move. Zen grumbled, we should have been there ages ago. All these back-and-forth duels aren't interesting anymore. Grace said quietly, but they can't delay forever. I believe the situation will change sooner or later. Sometime later, the war horn sounded. The armies of both sides began to move out and form opposing battle lines. The entire formation was present, and both the commander and deputy commander were there as well. 3 Aspen soldiers stepped forward and hurled insults, calling them a bunch of green little brats. Zen grimaced. Why do these bastards never stop yapping? Their swords are probably only fit for cooking. Grace remained calm. This is a battle of words. Unless one side has overwhelming strength like a knight, the two sides are otherwise evenly matched. They're trying to gain a psychological edge before the real fight starts. They could easily be dropped by a single arrow, but our morale is already low. If we strike first and fail, the consequences will be worse. The Aspen soldiers shouted again, "You'll all die without ever knowing what a woman feels like." Grace glanced over. The commander isn't reacting because he understands this perfectly well. Marcus is prepared too, but he can't use that move just yet. Last time, using those madmen to win the duel backfired. We only need one victory, just once, to raise morale again. The Aspen soldiers kept mocking them, calling them virgins and laughing loudly. Incred placed a hand on Andrew's shoulder. "Calm down. There'll be a time for you to vent your anger." Andrew looked blankly at him. "What do you mean?" Incred smiled faintly. "So what if you're a virgin? Remember this anger, then use it in battle." The other soldiers whispered among themselves, not understanding what he meant. Andrew growled, "I'm not angry at all." Incred's voice turned serious. "Now isn't the time. Calm down." Henry and Max burst out laughing, and even Zen did too. Auden said, "Since you've gone this far, you should choose the path of holiness." Ragnar said lazily, "Relax. You'll get your chance eventually." Andrew fumed. "What did I ever do to deserve this?" The other soldiers smirked. They really got under his skin. "Huh? How are you still a virgin at your age? You don't look any different from a normal person." Andrew shouted, "Shut up, all of you. I'm not angry." The soldiers burst into laughter again. "Want us to recommend you a place when we get back to town?" Andrew flushed red. "No need." Jackson frowned, deliberately teasing him like that is cruel. Incred sighed. "Andrew is still young. He might really take it to heart. I just wanted to keep him on the right path." Zen was clutching his stomach from laughter. "This is killing me." Grace looked doubtful. "I can't tell whether he's serious, joking, or just acting on instinct. But he really is a strange one." "Then answer them back." Incred shook his head. "I don't have anything to say." Grace curled her lips. "Fine, then let me teach you a few lines." Incred stepped forward and said loudly, "This really isn't hard at all." Grace whispered, "With that devil's tongue of yours, you'll definitely be able to raise morale. The changes you create will spread like ripples." When Incred stepped out, the soldiers behind him shouted in surprise, amazed that he dared to stand forward. Grace was confident. "This will be the road that leads us to victory." Grace continued advising him, "Show courage. Step into the archer's range, then provoke them." Vincent frowned and asked, "What are you doing here?" Incred shrugged. "Bad luck. I just got back and already have to serve as the vanguard." Vincent barked, "Shut up. If you keep charging recklessly with them, the archers will shoot immediately." On the Aspen side, the soldiers mocked him. Who would have thought another miserable wretch would dare step out? Incred remembered Grace telling him to just say whatever came to mind, that once he got there, the insults would come naturally. He looked straight at the man opposite him. "What's wrong with you? Why does your face look like the head of a ghoul?" The soldier froze, then flew into a rage. "You, what did you say?" The surrounding soldiers burst into laughter. Vinzenz furrowed his brow. He did that on purpose. He clearly knows how handsome he is. Incred pretended to regret it. "Sorry, I shouldn't have judged too quickly. Your mother must be a ghoul too." The soldier screamed madly. Auden shook his head. "The Lord will punish you for words like that." Zen clutched his stomach laughing until tears came out. Ragnar clicked his tongue. "I don't know if he's even human. A face that ugly, really." Even Andrew started laughing. With a face like that, he probably can't even use his little treasure. How does he dare mock anyone else? Max added, "He must have been obsessed with that for a long time." The ghoul-faced soldier shouted, "Get up here now. I'll cut out your tongue." Incred murmured, "The enemy has taken the bait and is calling for a duel. Then all we need to do is defeat him." He was about to draw his sword, but Zen blocked him with an axe. Ragnar also stepped forward, making it clear that it was not Incred's turn. Jackson reminded him, "Your injuries aren't fully healed yet." Incred fell silent. He could not reveal that Auden had healed him. The two of them exchanged slight nods and unspoken understanding. Zen laughed. "Andrew, your turn. Go kill him." Andrew gritted his teeth and drew his sword. "For my family, I have never known shame. But being insulted, being called a virgin, that makes my blood boil. I'll make this ugly bastard taste it." The ghoul-faced soldier roared, "I don't want to fight you. I want the one who mocked my face." Or is he scared? Andrew shouted back, "Shut your mouth. I'll rip that ugly mouth of yours apart." He charged forward and struck first, but the enemy dodged to the side. Marcus observed in a low voice. The men Aspen sends out are all seasoned soldiers, capable of withstanding an entire formation. They're not easy to deal with. The ghoul-faced soldier swung his sword and knocked Andrew's blade backward, making him stagger for a moment. It looked as if the enemy had the upper hand. Zen shouted loudly, "Andrew definitely won't lose here." Andrew roared and charged straight in, swinging his sword repeatedly and forcing his opponent back onto the defensive. He took a deep breath and steeled himself. Andrew Gartner, no matter how hard or painful things get, have always stood up for my family, whatever the cost. He drove the sword point hard through his opponent's throat. Blood burst out, and the ghoul-faced soldier collapsed. Andrew won the duel. Andrew flicked the blood from his sword and roared. This ugly bastard was nothing at all. Much nutted. Andrew always had talent. It's just been hidden all this time by the people around him. The soldiers began to cheer, calling him the Ghoul Slayer, and some even laughed. For a virgin, that's not bad at all. Incred chuckled softly. I knew it. He's one of our madmen too. From then on, the soldiers shouted, "Andrew the Madman! Andrew the Madman!" Andrew threw back his head and let out a victorious howl. In one duel, he had gained 2 nicknames. Proudly, he asked, "Everyone saw that, right? I finally did it." Max felt embarrassed on his behalf, while Zen laughed so hard he nearly choked. This is too humiliating. Auden and Ragnar clapped to cheer him on, and even Incred could not help smiling. Grace folded her arms. Incred didn't need to fight personally, but just as expected, this has brought the advantage back to us. Marcus shouted, "Now's the time. Break Aspen's formation." At once, Torres and his troops charged in from the flank, cutting down the line of soldiers at the front. When Aspen's forces panicked and turned back, they were ambushed by the border guard and caught completely off guard, their ranks thrown into chaos. Marcus continued issuing orders. While they're in disarray, archers ready fire. The sky was instantly covered in arrows, pouring down like rain. Incred and his companions also rushed in. The tide of battle turned, and victory gradually began to lean toward their side. Marcus sneered, "You Aspen dogs, no matter how many cheap psychological tricks you use, the ones who win in the end are still those who know how to fight." The men prepared to join the battle, but their companions still held Incred back and would not let him fight. At that moment, the enemy commander also revealed himself. It was none other than the leader of the Grey Dog unit, who said, "Preparations are complete. Now we move out." Our commander smiled. So it has finally come to this. Aspen's army began to withdraw, signaling that victory belonged to their side. But Grace was suspicious. Why are they retreating so easily? Something's wrong here. Even Marcus frowned. Do not pursue. They're definitely plotting something. That night, the Grey Dog entered a tent. Inside were the commander and 2 others. He asked, "Did you deliver the message?" "Yes, but they still can't appear yet. They're still holding back at a distance. This time, we've doubled that challenge from 100 soldiers against 1 monkey." The commander nodded. Those in Liars never change. They always use the border guard to attack, then break formations with heavy armor. An old trick, but Abner's plan is different. He already said it himself. Knights have proven that a small elite force can turn an entire battlefield around. But that elite force doesn't necessarily have to be knights. Aspen will be the one to win this battle. The next morning, inside the military camp, a coin spun through the air. The one who tossed it was none other than Grace. She laughed. "It's been 2 days since I got back, and we've still just been waiting for orders. I thought another battle would break out immediately, but instead it's been this quiet. It's truly the calm before the storm." Grace considered the situation. In these circumstances, Aspen only has 2 choices: retreat or bring in a new force. The commander once said he had prepared to deal with mages. Yet, even after doubling the scouts, we've found nothing. I can't figure out what exactly they're planning, and I also don't know what everyone is thinking right now. Why are they so calm? Incred was warming up, and Jackson and Ragnar were there too. Commander Ferry walked over and asked, "Can you move now?" Incred looked surprised. "Why are you here?" She smiled. "If a commander comes to inspect her own soldiers, is that so strange?" Incred let out a soft sigh. "I do wonder whether any commander personally checks on every single one like this." Incred stepped forward and said, "It's time for my body to recover on its own. I'm strong enough for a duel now." Ragnar frowned and asked, "What are you planning to do?" Incred answered, "Last time I held back because of my injuries, but today I don't need to anymore." Ragnar gave a cold snort. "I wasn't planning to hold back either." Immediately, he swung his sword straight down. Incred raised his blade to block, but the impact forced him back. Incred thought to himself, "Ragnar's swordsmanship is clean, almost beautiful. Mine, on the other hand, is rough and crude, but that's exactly what I've accumulated up until now. He charged forward, explaining as he moved. These are the techniques I've absorbed. With each slash, his sword bit into the ground and flung dirt upward. Ragnar swept it aside with his blade and recognized it immediately. Bolan swordsmanship. Incred growled, that's right. This is the path I have walked. He brought a powerful overhead slash down. Ragnar stepped back, his eyes turning sharp. That's a technique I taught you. Incred smiled. But now it's time to open up a new possibility. Suddenly, he drew another sword with his left hand, thrusting it straight toward the direction Ragnar was charging from. Ragnar dodged aside and asked in surprise, why do you use two swords? Incred answered with a steadfast gaze. This is the path I chose to move forward. Ragnar curled his lips. Interesting. He swung his sword and attacked. Incred raised both blades to block. Ragnar laughed loudly. Try harder. This fight is nowhere near over yet. Incred smiled faintly. The two blades clashed, sending sparks flying. In the distance, Jam nervously chewed his nails. Ragnar's really serious today. If I hadn't lost that damned bet, it'd be my turn by now. Jackson muttered, I never like going into battle, but if it's against Incred, I definitely want to try. He shook his head at himself, trying to stay clear-minded. No, this isn't like me at all. Autumn was deep in thought. Next time, I need to be bolder during training. I might even break a few of his joints. I almost sent him to meet the Lord. He chuckled to himself. Grace folded her arms and shook her head. They're all completely insane. Then again, they always have been. Commander Fairy watched them and smiled faintly. They were like children eagerly waiting for their turn to play. Ragnar and the others only ever looked this motivated when they stood before Incred. What was it about him that drew them in so much? Even I want my sword to be part of that. Grace let out a sigh. Don't tell me you're a weirdo too. Jenny shouted. I can't take it anymore. It's my turn now. If you dare cut in line, even if you're the commander, I'll kill you too. Fairy laughed. Is this mutiny? Incred remained calm. Everyone here is very strong, but they still haven't gone all out against me. Even so, I've already seen a glimpse of it, the desire to win burning inside every one of them. The whole group looked at him with eager eyes. Incred spoke slowly. The day I returned from the scouting mission to the tall grass plains, I swore I would awaken that look in every one of you. If there's time to talk, then there's time to fight. I won't rest until I've fought every last one of you. The scene shifted to night. Incred was thrown face down onto his bed. Andrew said, Go wash up already. Jam shook his head. He's exhausted. Let him sleep. Grace grumbled. They fought each other that many times. His wounds had only just started to heal, and they almost split open again. Jam lifted his chin. You looking for a beating? Meanwhile, Incred had already fallen into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes, he found himself standing in a forest. He looked around blankly. What kind of dream is this? It's not the ship, and it's not the flower field from before. This is something completely new. The beasts in the forest suddenly panicked and fled. From afar, Incred heard a man shouting for battle. Then he suddenly realized, this is from when I was still a mercenary, when we fought the harpies. He ran forward. In the forest, someone else was hiding, wearing a crafty smile. It was the very man who had said they had all died because of him. Incred froze, unable to believe it. The chapter opened with memories of Incred's tragic past. A bald man shoved Incred hard and shouted, Get back! They were fighting a flock of harpy demons. In his heart, Incred thought of his comrades. Though they were rough, foul-mouthed men, they were full of loyalty. That mercenary band had opened its arms to him, a weak and lost outcast, and given him a place where he belonged, except for one person. In a flashback, one mercenary suddenly killed the bald man from behind. Incred was stunned. At that very moment, the harpies swarmed in and frenziedly attacked the mercenary group. One man shouted to Incred, We have to retreat now. But before he could escape, a blade plunged into his back. The one who struck him was the strongest mercenary in the group. The traitor used his insane strength to slaughter his own comrades. He growled, No one's running. Every last one of you dies here. Incred screamed, Why? He replied in a contemptuous voice, I got offered something far better than trailing around with this bunch of ragged mercenaries. Better to kill you all cleanly and leave no loose ends. Weak little insects, always yapping about your comrades. You make me sick. Then he spat on the head of a comrade who was dying. Enraged, Incred drew his sword and rushed in, but the man easily struck him down, sneering, You can live. A coward like you staying alive won't change a thing. Left behind in humiliation, Incred briefly thought the man was too strong. But then he realized it wasn't that the traitor was strong. He himself had simply been too weak. Watching his comrades fall while being powerless to help had already been unbearable. But even more tormenting was the fact that he had survived through the cheap pity of that man. If he let hatred keep consuming him, Incred would become nothing but a puppet in that traitor's hands. So he buried the pain of that loss deep inside his heart and kept walking toward his own dream. Even so, Incred often wondered if only he had possessed enough strength back then. The dream instantly turned into a nightmare. In the torment, that man appeared again, mocking him. Maybe this time I should just kill you for good. Incred trembled in fear. Suddenly, a light flashed. A voice echoed out. It's nothing but a meaningless nightmare. Stop losing yourself in it. Incred opened his eyes and saw Esther sitting beside him. She gently climbed onto his chest and whispered, "You're the one who needs someone to take care of you." The previous night, back at the rear camp, Esther had exhausted all her strength to drive the fatigue from Incred's body. But he was still so worn out that he could not even protect himself. Esther made up her mind. Next time, she would not let that happen again. Dawn broke. A battle horn sounded. Incred asked, "What was that?" Jam replied, "Those damned Aspen bastards have crawled out of their hole. They're advancing. Time to fight." Incred's force slowly stepped out of their tents. Someone frowned. Attacking this early in the morning is seriously annoying. Incred put on his armor and prepared for battle. Seeing Esther still asleep, his mind briefly returned to the nightmare from last night. At the end of the dream, that voice, for some reason, it made me think of Esther. With that thought, Incred leaned close to her ear. Keep a close watch on the camp. The scene shifted to the battlefield. Jam thought to himself, the Aspen lot kept us waiting long enough. I hope they prepared something interesting. Today should be fun. Incred agreed inwardly, wondering what trick they were hiding in this battle. Suddenly, the ground shook. Fear rose in the soldiers' eyes. Within the thick fog, a gigantic silhouette emerged from the enemy's side. An order rang out, "Shoot it down." All the soldiers drew their bows and loosed their arrows at once, but it was useless. Incred was shocked to realize that the figure was a giant. It swung its massive weapon, sweeping across the battlefield and crushing soldiers like straw. The remaining soldiers stood frozen in terror. The giant flashed a horrifying smile, as if it was delighting in the slaughter. Incred's mind flashed to the non-human races that lived across this continent. The frog folk, guided by dreams and desire. The fairy folk worshipped nature. The dwarves were obsessed with metal. The beast folk placed reproduction above all else. The dragon race was solitary by nature, always walking alone. And lastly, the giants, intoxicated by killing. They reveled in violence through their very bodies. And because of that, people called them red-blooded beasts. One of Incred's men reported in panic. They're attacking from both flanks. Shouts rang out. The enemy has broken in from both the left and the right. Chris growled. If we can't stop them at the front, we'll be surrounded and wiped out. Incred answered calmly. Then there's only one thing to do. We stop them. Chris could not help being surprised by how strangely calm Incred was. The fairy folk platoon leader nodded. Looks like someone already has the left flank covered. I'll leave it to them. Before leaving, she narrowed her eyes teasingly. Won't you wish me luck with a kiss? Incred's face went stiff. No, she burst into laughter. How cold. Incred thought to himself that even in a situation like this, she still had the nerve to joke around. Jam, on the other hand, was excited. He laughed loudly. Maybe I should give you a little performance. Watch carefully, Incred, because this is what you'll have to learn next. Seeing that excitement, Incred was suspicious. What crazy nonsense was he planning now? Jam felt his own excitement surging. It felt exactly like the first time he had set foot on a battlefield. Jam was not born with the heart of a beast. Even so, when a war axe came flying toward him, he never even blinked. Even so, he had continued to train his beast heart, a technique far more useful than it looked. Jam's heart pounded wildly, his blood rushing through his entire body. While the giant continued its mad slaughter, the soldiers cried out anxiously, "Why hasn't the order to retreat been given yet?" At that moment, Jam charged straight at the giant with 2 axes in hand. The giant swung its mace. The soldiers, who thought they were about to die, were stunned to see Jam stop the blow. Forced backward, Jam roared. His blood vessels swelled, his muscles bulged, and the density of his flesh changed. A right born from the heart spread power throughout his body. Jam braced himself and drove the giant back. This was the power of the beast heart. He laughed like a madman and kept forcing the giant back. One of his two axe blades shattered. The collision between them sent out violent shockwaves. Jam had only one axe left, but he charged in again. The giant roared, "You insect, get lost!" It swept its mace, but Jam dodged easily, then leaped onto its back. His axe sank deep into the giant's head. Grah! The giant screamed in pain and threw Jam off. His remaining axe also snapped. Jam frowned in disappointment. These weapons are all too damn flimsy. Just then, a spear came flying toward him, and Jam caught it in his hand. Turning around, he saw a soldier shouting, "Win this!" Jam smirked and clicked his tongue. "Bastards, at least you know how to read the situation." Gripping the spear tightly, Jam charged at the giant again. One soldier shouted, "He's insane. Support him. Throw him more weapons." The soldiers kept hurling spears. Jam caught them one after another and drove them into the giant. Seeing that scene, Incred was astonished. In his eyes, Jam was fighting the giant on equal terms, even overpowering it slightly. That was a kind of strength an ordinary human should never have possessed. Could this be the next skill I'll have to learn? Incred thought, excitement rising in his chest. Ragnar spoke up. "That's enough, Captain. Don't just stand there admiring the view. Jam and those soldiers are only playing around." Chris cut in. "The battalion commander is holding the left side, and Jam will handle the giant. If we can crush the right flank, we might completely turn the tide against Aspen." Incred nodded in agreement. As he moved, he said, "If we can't see the other squads, they must have advanced to engage already. Ragnar, what do you intend to do?" Ragnar called Incred Captain and laughed as he answered, "I'm going with you. Just standing around watching is boring." Incred thought to himself that now was not the time to get excited over new techniques. The top priority was to lead this battle to victory. In the middle of the battlefield, one soldier had been gravely wounded. Another soldier said in a panic, "The lieutenant got hurt because of me." The lieutenant gritted his teeth and shouted, "Shut up, fall back." At that moment, a hooded man stepped forward and laughed mockingly. How touching. He swung his sword and rushed straight toward the wounded lieutenant, hissing, "How much longer do you think you can hold on?" Just as the blade was about to strike, Incred appeared and swept the attack aside with his sword. "Vinzens, you look terrible," Incred said to the wounded lieutenant. Vinzen snapped, "Shut up. This is an honorable wound. I saved my men." The hooded man halted and stared hard at Incred, then slowly pulled back his hood. Incred froze. "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" the man said with a sinister smile. "And see, you haven't forgotten an old friend's name, have you?" Memories from Incred's mercenary days flooded back. Back then, he had been forced to bow his head before this filthy man, whether he liked it or not. In those days, if the man called them friends, Incred had not even dared to object. But now things were different, Incred thought. A traitor who murdered his own comrades had no right to call anyone a friend. Only those willing to risk their lives to protect their comrades were true friends. Incred said sternly, "I remember your name now. You're Emperor, right?" At that, the other man turned furious and stunned. Incred continued, "Sorry. That was just your nickname. Your real name is Subuman." The man shouted as he drew his sword. "You weak little insect! How dare you speak to me like that?" The two rushed at each other. Clang! The hooded man's blade was effortlessly stopped by Incred. Incred looked straight into his eyes. "There's something I never got the chance to repay you for back then." With one strike, Incred knocked the weapon from his opponent's hand and forced him down to his knees. The hooded man's eyes widened in shock at Incred's terrifying strength. Incred tightened his grip on his sword, his eyes shining with resolve. "This is vengeance for my comrades." The hooded man gave a disgusting smile and sneered. "So you survived only for revenge? I do wonder how trash like you is still breathing." Chris ran over, shouting, "Captain, are you going to fight again?" One enemy soldier looked at Incred with disdain. "He's definitely going to die." That soldier added, pointing at the hooded man, "That's our commander. Even if an entire squad rushed him, we still couldn't beat him. He's not someone a common soldier can take on." Ragnar watched and thought, those weapons, that stance, everything about him reeks of killing intent. Incred's skill had been honed through blood and fire on the battlefield, while these people had only trained to indulge their lust for slaughter. The hooded man said, "You cling to hatred while dragging yourself forward. But me? Once I win this battle, Aspen will grant me a title. I'll rise to the top, to a place you could never reach." Incred fell silent for a moment. then replied indifferently, "Is that so?" That detached attitude made the hooded man grind his teeth in rage. "I hate those eyes. I've despised them since the very beginning," he roared, then lunged. Incred easily dodged, while thinking a curved, razor-sharp sword. Is this an Eastern style? He immediately shifted into an attacking stance. In his memories, Incred again saw the scene from years ago, when the hooded man had stabbed through his body and mocked him. "Even if you survive, you'll never amount to anything." Another memory surfaced, him killing Incred's comrades and calling them weak, stinking insects. "Enki," the hooded man roared. "This time I'll kill you." His sword suddenly split into a rain of countless blades. Chris panicked. "I can't read this sword path at all." He wanted to warn him, but Incred stood firm, his concentration absolute. "I already learned how to deal with sword aura from Ragnar. All I have to do is hold steady and use my own sword." Incred rushed forward. Ragnar watched, thinking no matter how powerful that bloodstained blade may be, he strayed from the proper path long ago. His limits are obvious, and the captain knows that. Thrust. Incred's sword drove straight into the hooded man's abdomen. "Cough, cough." He spat blood, his eyes full of disbelief. Incred said coldly, "Let me correct your misunderstanding. You aren't worthy of becoming the purpose of anyone's life." He pushed the blade in deeper, then pulled it back out. Scarlet blood poured out in torrents. "I'm no longer someone who can only stand by and watch my comrades die," Incred thought. Looking at the man who was about to collapse, Incred said, "You are no longer my nightmare." With relief in his heart, Incred lifted his face to the sky and remembered his fallen comrades. Though the dead could no longer answer, "I hope this repays at least a part of the heart of the friend who once protected me." Meanwhile, Ragnar quietly drew his sword from its sheath and dragged it through the mud. "In that case, I should warm up a little too." An enemy soldier mocked him. "A shrimp like you wants to fight us? You think you can take on an entire squad by yourself?" Ragnar did not answer. He charged straight in and swung his sword. Slash! The soldier was cut in half instantly. The others went rigid with terror. Ragnar asked flatly, "What was he saying just now?" Chris stood there dumbfounded, thinking, what's the point of asking after you've already cut his head off? Enraged, the enemy charged together. But in the blink of an eye, Ragnar had taken a few more steps and casually cut off one man's head, pierced another through the skull, then twisted his blade through the neck of the next one. Incred watched and thought. With only a few steps of movement, he immediately seized the upper hand and ended it with clean, decisive strikes. At that moment, Incred once again deeply felt the true strength of his comrades. All the soldiers charged forward at once. Ragnar said, "Incred, watch carefully. This is the path you'll have to walk." Incred fixed his eyes on Ragnar. Ragnar fixed a fierce gaze on the enemy, then settled into his stance. The enemy soldiers came charging in with a roar. Ragnar took a deep breath, and then with a single slash, he swept down every last foe. Incred was stunned. In that instant, he felt as though an unshakable wall had appeared before his eyes. A perfect sword strike, utterly overwhelming. Ragnar spoke leisurely. "I just came up with a name for this move. I'll call it Severance." Incred froze for a moment, then frowned. Is that really the best name you could come up with? The scene shifted to another part of the battlefield. The Aspen troops shouted confidently, "We've got the giant on our side. Those soldiers will be crushed easily." On Incred's side, the soldiers were trembling in fear. Then suddenly, a gigantic figure from Incred's unit appeared behind the enemy lines, the priest Odin. With a single blow, he sent an entire mass of soldiers flying. Aspen weapons shattered, and their troops stared in horror and disbelief. One of them cried out, "Why does Noria have a giant too?" Hearing that, Odin said in a low voice, "Brothers, what are you saying? I merely possess the build of an ordinary man." A soldier stammered, "D don't lie. You're absurdly huge." Odin replied, "I will give you time to retreat." The soldiers were stunned and confused. Odin advanced step by step at a measured pace, counting down as he went. 5. As he prepared to swing his giant mace, he counted again. 4. One soldier shouted, "What are you all standing there for? If your spears aren't broken, hold formation and kill him." The entire Aspen army closed in on Odin with their spear points. 3, 2, 1, boom! Odin charged straight in and smashed their formation apart. "Today, I shall offer my whole body in answer to the Lord's call." Odin roared, praying as he swung his mace. "Lord, please guide those who still remain by my side." The Aspen soldiers trembled and screamed, "Monster! He's a monster! Kill him now!" But Odin continued sweeping his mace in a frenzy, bellowing, "Come here, brothers! Step into the embrace of the Lord." The scene shifted again to another wing of the battlefield, where the elven commander was fighting. The elves had traditionally lived in forest packs deep in the woods, but the times had changed. An Aspen elven soldier saw her and smirked. "So there are more elves like you after all. If you run now, I won't hunt you down." The female commander drew her sword and replied coldly, "Those are the words I should be saying." The Aspen soldier raised his golden needle sword and laughed. "Your netter's sword against my golden needle. Let's see which is stronger." A brief moment of stillness passed. Then both of them lunged at once. Clang, clang. Their blades collided, but the elven commander quickly gained the upper hand. In the blink of an eye, she was already standing behind him, saying coolly, "In the elven armory, no blade stands above another. Everything depends on the swordsman's hand." The two continued fighting. Suddenly, the Aspen soldier seized her shoulder and shouted, "Now attack!" But before he could understand what was happening, every remaining Aspen elf soldier had already been cut down. Jackson, her comrade, appeared and struck in a blur, finishing them all in an instant. Seeing that, the Aspen elf soldier went rigid with shock. The elven commander asked coldly, "So your plan was to use one of my own kind to distract me, then kill me together?" She gave a slight nod and mocked him. Not a bad plan. A moment later, her blade pierced straight through his throat. She turned to Jackson and asked, "Are you really comfortable leaving your captain behind like that?" Jackson answered firmly, "If my captain were the sort to die in a place like this, he'd have been dead long ago." The elven commander narrowed her eyes. "You trust him that much?" At that, Jackson merely remained silent. As he left, he said softly, "The tide of battle is turning." The elven commander smiled. Unlike that old commander who was dumb as a sprouting potato, Marcus is a real general who knows how to fight. He won't let this opportunity slip. Right after that, Commander Marcus gave the order, "Heavy turtle armor, forward." At his command, the heavy turtle armor unit charged out together. The Aspen soldiers panicked. "If they roll over us, we'll be crushed into powder." One of them hurriedly shouted for retreat. Andrew roared as he chased after them. "Don't even think about escaping." The Aspen troops whispered, "Isn't he the one from the last battle? That madman still isn't dead?" Another stammered, "If you don't want your head turned into a walking corpse, run while you still can." Andrew rushed forward and screamed like a lunatic, "You useless trash. Your little thing hasn't even finished growing, and you still dare come to war? I'll kill every last one of you." Watching Andrew, Max thought to himself, "I can't believe it. I can see Rem's shadow in him." But Andrew learned from the wrong madman. The narration rang out. The spring wind carried magic with it. Now it too was sweeping across this battlefield. A spring wind heralded a new beginning. While pursuing the Aspen army, Marcus shouted, "Their commanders are fleeing. Border Defense Force. Kill them all." Marcus thought to himself, "We shattered the enemy's prepared knife point. The entire battle has turned around, and it's all thanks to that crazy squad." Chris watched in silence. If they were the madmen from before, they never would have charged like that. It's all because of the captain, one man alone, yet his influence has swayed the entire battlefield. The elven commander said softly, "It seems everyone is drunk on a spring wind." Marcus shouted another order, "Soldiers, raise your voices for the heroes of this battlefield." The whole army cheered in unison. "Madness! Invincible! Madness! Madness!" Hearing those cries, Chris thought to himself, "Is this what cheering is supposed to sound like? It feels a little strange, but as long as the captain's happy, that's good enough." Incred raised his hand high, joining in the cheers of the entire army. Meanwhile, Aspen's commanders began fleeing the battlefield. One muttered, "In's plan wasn't wrong. We just never imagined there'd be someone strong enough to take down even a giant. There's no way this could possibly have been in Marcus's calculations." Another ground his teeth. "Inca, that bastard. He got in my way in the last battle, and now even Mid-Harrier has fallen into Incred's hands." Just as he was still cursing, several blades suddenly slashed into the back of his horse. The horse shrieked. He lost control and he was thrown to the ground. Another commander turned as if to help him up, but he waved him off. Don't. Just run. The ones hunting me are the Border Defense Force. At that very moment, a Border Defense soldier charged in and knocked the Grey Dog's commander to the ground. At last, the commander of the Border Defense Force officially appeared. He said to the commander of the Grey Dogs, "Up until now, we were considered evenly matched, but you've lost far too many troops in your assault on the outpost behind us. Now you have nothing left." Immediately, the Border Defense Force began slaughtering the Aspen soldiers without mercy. Witnessing that scene, the Grey Dog's commander thought bitterly, "Too many of my soldiers died with Mid-Harrier. The Grey Dogs no longer have the strength to block the Border Defense Force." Meanwhile, another Aspen commander continued fleeing. Suddenly, Commander Marcus rushed in and with a single slash chopped off his head. The Grey Dog's commander forced back his opponent and then shouted, "All Grey Dogs, retreat." A Border Defense soldier asked, "Sir, should we pursue the Grey Dogs?" The commander replied indifferently, "No need. A fail hunting dog is abandoned by its master. Now, they're nothing more than stray dogs without an owner." Incred thought, "We just won a major victory against Aspen." But this was only the opening clash. The real battle against the enemy's main army still awaits us on the tall grass plains. While they were cleaning up, Chris said to Incred, "Tomorrow we'll move camp. We'll station ourselves near Crossguard and squeeze Aspen harder." Incred thought to himself, there was no wine, no celebratory feast, but the heroes of today would still be rewarded. Rem grinned smugly. Being named heroes means we don't even have to carry our own luggage anymore. Not bad. It's all thanks to me bringing down that giant. Odin cut in. That was my duty to clear out the shield-bearing troops. Those bloodthirsty mercenaries, if they hadn't been restrained in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Rem's expression darkened as he snarled, "You bastards just want to show off, don't you? Don't get carried away." Incred stepped in. "Enough, Remington. If you want to fight, fight me." Andrew burst out laughing. The captain never passes up a chance like this. But honestly, what I felt just now, it was my first time. The excitement, the madness echoing across the battlefield, the blood boiling in my veins. It really is addictive. Rem gave a cold laugh. If something like that moved you so much, then you're still green. Then he gave Andrew a nickname. "You're a one-of-a-kind madman too. Never done it, man, Ron." Andrew flushed red and snapped. "That's enough, Rem. Stop making fun of me." Rem sneered. "Oh, you dare talk back to me now? Think you've gotten tough?" Just then, Incred noticed Henry sitting alone outside the tent, his face thoughtful. Incred walked over and sat beside him. "You look awfully serious. What are you thinking about?" "Don't tell me it's that widow from the flower shop." Henry immediately turned red and said nothing. Incred thought to himself, from what I heard on the tall grass plains, Henry's dream is to marry that widow. But as long as he's still bound to this battlefield, that dream can never come true. Incred asked quietly, "You're starting to want to go back, aren't you?" Henry lowered his head and answered honestly, "If I said no, I'd be lying. But how can I go back alone while everyone else is still here fighting?" A great many thoughts stirred in Incred's heart. Henry's hunting skills had helped the whole squad escape danger many times. When they crossed the tall grass plains, it was Henry who led the way. At Crossguard, it was also Henry who warned them about the venomous snake hidden beneath the yellow-brown rock. He was good with a bow, too. Henry truly was invaluable in war. Incred rose to his feet, thinking as he walked, "I carry a sword because I have a dream, but Henry deserves to live for his own dream, too." At that moment, the Elven commander called out loudly, "Henry, soldier of Independent Squad 4, you have been granted a special discharge. You will join the convoy of wounded on the wagons departing immediately." Hearing that, Henry was dumbfounded, unable to understand what was happening. He turned to the Elven commander and asked, "What do you mean?" She replied, "Didn't you hear? This was requested by your captain." Henry silently began packing his things. Inside the tent, Jam was sprawled on the bed and said, "So you're really leaving? Good luck, Henry." Ragnar laughed and said, "At last, after your discharge, you'll finally get to sleeping for once. Must be nice. Staying with a pack of lunatics like us all this time couldn't have been easy," Chris chimed in. Andrew also came forward to wish Henry a safe journey. When Henry stepped out of the tent, he saw Incred already waiting outside. Incred thought to himself, unlike Andrew or Max, who fit in easily, Henry always seemed like an outsider. Besides, this battlefield never suited him from the beginning. I just hope Henry succeeds when he confesses his dream. Henry bowed his head and sincerely thanked Incred. Incred silently watched his figure fade into the distance. The elven commander walked over and asked, "You saw Henry off properly, didn't you?" Incred gave a small nod. "Thanks to you for granting my request. I am truly grateful." She gave a snorting laugh, her tone half teasing, half serious. "If it's a favor from my fiancé, what else could I do but agree? So, when are we holding the engagement ceremony?" Incred answered calmly, "Let's say 10 years from now." The elven commander pursed her lips. 10 years is fine, but I prefer a youthful partner, not an old man. Incred's expression did not change. "If we're talking preferences, elves have never been my type either." She paused in surprise. "You don't think saying that would hurt me?" Incred looked straight at her. "But you're not actually hurt, are you?" The elven commander fell silent, then said, "Fine, come with me. Before you return, the battalion commander wants to see you." Incred entered and stood upright behind battalion commander Marcus. Chris's words came back to him. After returning from the infiltration mission at Crossguard, then blocking the Grey Dogs at the forward base, and now today's battle as well, with achievements like that, the battalion commander would probably notice him soon. Marcus sipped his tea, then turned his head and asked, "Do you like tea, Incred? Want a cup?" Incred shook his head. "No need, sir." Marcus nodded. "I imagine you've been very busy since morning with the camp relocation. I hope I'm not troubling you." Incred smiled. "Not all. Since I had no luggage to pack, I ended up with free time." Marcus chuckled softly. "So you do know how to flatter people." Incred replied politely, "I'm only speaking the truth." Marcus set down his teacup. "Good. And indeed, Incred, you have won many glorious achievements." The elven commander observed and thought to herself, even Incred's direct superior has been excluded. This offer is clearly a declaration permitting him to be transferred directly under the battalion commander's authority, without causing any stir. Marcus continued, "Judging from how calm you are, I assume you already expected that I would want you under my command." Incred gave a faint nod. "Yes." Marcus's voice turned stern. "Then what is your answer?" Incred replied decisively, "I refuse." Marcus frowned slightly. "I've heard you've refused many invitations before, but you must understand, an offer from a battalion commander is not like those ordinary invitations. Is it?" Incred lifted his head high. "I have a dream. I will become a knight." Marcus was taken aback. In his heart, he thought for an instant, a man with a dream truly shines that brightly. Long ago, I had that same dream, to become the sword that protects the royal house. But as time passed, I slowly compromised with reality. Now Marcus's life had become nothing but dull, uneventful days, content with the present. A stagnant heart that forgets its dream becomes, in the end, nothing but chains that keep others from moving forward. The battalion commander sighed, telling himself that he no longer had the right to order Incred around, and gestured for him to withdraw. Marcus turned to the elven commander and asked, "Do you think Incred will truly become a knight?" She answered evenly, "I don't know. That is for him to decide." Marcus smiled faintly. "That excessive honesty of yours, elves, is both your strength and your flaw." Even so, in his heart Marcus still respected Incred's dream of becoming a knight. With resolute eyes, he too became determined to walk a new path. Nerelia had always been a centralized nation, but power had been seized by the nobility. The noble faction was overwhelming everything more and more. Marcus, too, once belonged to that faction, but now I want to reclaim the old dream I abandoned. The relocation began at dawn and did not end until sunset. When a new camp had been set up, Jam grumbled, "Being rewarded means we don't have to do the menial work, which is great, but man, it's boring." Odin said harshly, "Even now we must train. Muscles only grow under constant strain. There can be no rest." Ragnar turned to Incred. "If you're going to use twin swords, you need better balance than before." From a distance, Jackson called out, "Focus your senses. The noisier the environment, the sharper your senses must become." Incred raised an eyebrow. "You're way over there saying that. Does that even count as training?" Jam, meanwhile, was annoyed, cursing, "You useless bastards get lost." "Hey, Incred, you still remember Sim's brute force, right?" But before he could finish, the elven commander strode over and snapped, "You're interfering with the reinforcement of the fortifications. Get out, all of you." The whole group was thrown out of the area. Jam angrily turned to Odin. "You hunk of meat, when they were dragging you out, why didn't you curl up tighter?" Then he grumbled at Andrew. "My little brother's talent for dodging responsibility is really something." And with that, Jam and Odin started bickering again. Watching them, Max shook his head lightly. We didn't even do anything, so why do we get dragged into it too? Andrew laughed awkwardly. I thought only the captain could handle these lunatics. Max said, that elven commander is no less formidable. Chris shrugged. Incred's just as crazy as they are. Andrew glanced at Max, saying that about him is kind of disrespectful, isn't it? Mux shined. Let's just stop getting involved in those madmen's business. Chris, meanwhile, swept his gaze around the area. Look closely. This place isn't just a field. It seems like it used to be an enemy camp. Incred asked, what are you doing, Chris? Chris chuckled. When soldiers go to war, they usually stash valuables somewhere. Whoever finds them gets to keep them. Incred asked again, but how do you know where they hid them? Chris answered, you just have to use your head. If I were them, I'd choose a place I'd still recognize, even if the camp was destroyed, so I could come back and retrieve it later. Then Chris looked straight at Incred. You understand what I'm saying, right? Incred nodded. A place you could recognize at a glance. Chris pointed at the strange tree roots below. Look, with the traces of the old camp still here, this is the ideal spot. Easy to stop by before marching out, and easy to find again. It's the perfect hiding place. Incred looked at Chris and thought to himself, his mind really is sharp. Even in the middle of a battlefield, Chris still watches the bigger picture and predicts every possibility. He says he learned it through survival instinct, but honestly, he's better than most strategists. And yet his dream is only to open a tea shop for noble ladies. Just then, Chris found a map. He cried out in excitement. I can't believe it. A precious map like this was left here. Jam frowned and snapped. Now I've got to clean up after Big Eyes and his nosy habits again. Incred thought to himself, it's still early before nightfall. I need to kill time until the camp is set up. He turned to Jam. You didn't finish what you were saying earlier. Jam replied, his eyes gleaming. Beast Heart. The name says it all. It grants strength beyond human limits. This is a secret art I developed myself, a technique that forces the heart to work beyond its limits. But one mistake, and it can kill me on the spot. Hearing that, Incred only grew more excited. Don't worry, even death won't stop me. Jam looked at Incred and thought, he's just like a beast stalking prey. His greed is flowing more fiercely than blood. No wonder I'm looking forward to this so much. The two of them raised their hands and placed them on each other's chests. Grinding his teeth in excitement, Jam grinned viciously. Let's see if your heart explodes and kills you. Incred clenched his hand, an indescribable thrill swelling inside him. Then Jam grabbed Incred's hand and said with complete confidence, all right, let's try it once. A mysterious smile spread across his face. Come on, let's see if your heart explodes. Incred only watched in silence, without a word. Jam began to explain. In truth, in moments of danger, humans can erupt with monstrous strength. But with training, you could draw out that power even in a normal state. That is what Beast Heart is. In the distance, everyone watched intently. He continued, the most important thing is to focus on the sensation. Incred thought, I've picked up a few things from them too. He noticed the three of them still staring at him, then suddenly remembered that thanks to those training sessions, a vessel capable of enduring monstrous strength had already begun to take shape inside his body. Jam spoke again. The core of it is belief. Make your heart explode, but only enough that it doesn't actually burst. Incred was doubtful. Make it explode? Immediately, he felt his own heartbeat. Incred was stunned. That explosive pulse, the monstrous strength from Jam's heart spread all the way to his fingertips. He smiled, as if he had just realized something. So, this is what it feels like. Jam hurriedly warned him, keep it light. Only about a quarter of what I just did. His face turned serious. One slip and your heart will pop. You'll die right there. The protagonist told himself, just follow that feeling from before. Then he opened his eyes wide, determined to detonate his own heart. The other three stood there watching, not missing a single movement. Incred's hand remained steady, and Jam suddenly blurted out, this turns out I worried for nothing. He sighed. You really surprised me. You learn fast, but sometimes you're slow. You were the same before. Sometimes you look like a genius, and then you suddenly stall. Sweat poured off Incred as he thought. Jam frowned and asked, are you deliberately trying to piss me off? Zigo Hyen spoke up. It really is hard to deny that he's fast at times and slow at others. Ryuman nodded too. Sachion added, the squad leader really is hard to figure out. Incred replied quietly. From the part about controlling the heart onward, he looked up, but the moment he saw Jam's furious face, he hurriedly pulled back. I'm serious. A little later, when night had fallen, Jam's voice still echoed through the silent mountains and forest. Try it one more time. The next morning, a shout suddenly rang out. What the hell are you doing? It turned out Jam and Incred had still been sitting there since the night before. Jam roared in anger. Do it already. Hurry up, right now. That night, he was still yelling like a madman. Now do it faster. Someone shouted irritably. I don't know what the hell you people are doing, but let people sleep, will you? Then he crawled into his tent in a foul temper, face dark with anger. After that, someone asked, what about the squad leader? Sitting on his bed with a scowl, he replied, he said he was going to swing his sword for a while and then come back. As Ryumin wiped down the sharp blade in his hand, he said, at this point, isn't it because your skill is useless that he doesn't even bother learning it? Fine, I'll just fight him myself and train him while I'm at it. Jam shot him a cold look. Shut your mouth, bastard. Sit there and wait your turn. Zigo Hyen still lay there lazily with his hands behind his head and his eyes closed. If it isn't because he lacks willpower, then the teacher must be worthless. Jam did not even bother turning around. As if you're the only talented one. You sleepy bastard. Zigo Hyen sprang up and growled. Hey, you savage. The red-haired man quickly cut in. Enough. If you want to fight, take it outside. Jam's face darkened as he thought. Beast Heart is originally a secret art of my tribe. I modified it a little before it became this. At first, I used my art to guide him into sensing the heartbeat. But after that, he has to grasp it himself and activate it through feeling. No matter how much effort I put in, I still can't understand what exactly he's doing. In his memory, a scene surfaced of him teaching people from his old tribe. One of them could not withstand the pressure and vomited blood. Even among my own tribesmen, using the guiding art, no one ever grasped it in a single try. Some learned it, but one small slip, one lost sensation, and they still ended up in the grave. Jam frowned to himself. I can't rush this. Back then, even the squad leader took an extremely long time to truly master Beast Heart. He is plenty able to train, so I'll give him more time and keep watching. If he still can't do it, I'll have to abandon it. Thinking that, he slowly opened his eyes to stare at the ceiling, then pulled up the blanket and lay down. Outside, Incred was still training tirelessly. Drops of sweat rolled down his handsome face. Suddenly, his eyes opened wide, blazing with determination. The next day, Jam once again guided him through the sensation. The air was silent, and every gaze was fixed on Incred's movements. Suddenly, Jumpao said, Then he turned away and said curtly, that's enough for today. You're still far from ready. But Incred refused to accept it and grabbed his hand tightly. More. His eyes burned with resolve. Do it again. Jam let out a helpless sigh. I know you're determined, but there's no point training more if it's useless. Grinding his teeth, Incred pleaded, harder. Stimulate my heart even more violently. Jam stared at him in shock, hesitated, then spoke. Hey, squad leader, did you forget? The heart is fragile. One careless mistake and you die. You want me to kill you with my own hands? Without the slightest hesitation, Incred answered firmly, just do it. The stronger, the better. Jam went speechless at that declaration. He thought, why? Even if I indulge this stubbornness, I don't expect you to grasp Beast Heart anytime soon. You could die. Even if you don't die, you could be crippled, and yet you still choose to risk it. Seeing that unwavering gaze, a faint spark of hope rose in Jam's heart. Fine then. I don't want to refuse an order like this. He placed his hand on Incred's chest. His cold eyes were fixed on him. All right, even if it's foolish, it's your choice. You must have some conviction if you're willing to go this far. Silence fell again. His hand remained there, pouring force into Incred's heart. Suddenly, the heart pounded violently, as if a crushing pressure burst outward. Veins stood out on his face as Incred clenched his teeth and endured it. His eyes widened, blood vessels throbbing, and then he laughed. As expected, this is the right answer. Hearing those words, Jam froze, unable to understand what was happening. Then suddenly, Incred's heart began to bleed. Next came sprays of blood, and he coughed up a mouthful, racked with unbearable pain. At the sight, Jam's eyes flew wide open. He muttered, damn it. Instantly, the three others rushed over. Pulling his hand away from Incred, saw Chion ground his teeth and shouted, you crazy bastard. Zigo Hyen caught him and yelled, what the hell are you doing? At that moment, Incred's eyes grew dim and his consciousness began to fade. He felt his heart withering away, and then a hazy space appeared before him. Still water, and he sat there with his head bowed. A man whose face could not be seen approached him and said in a deep voice, "I truly can't understand you." He continued, "You didn't come here today because of some wall." Incred answered softly but firmly, "This is something I'll decide for myself." The man stood on a boat, holding an oil lamp, and coldly asked, "What exactly is going on inside your head?" Incred raised his face and replied with unwavering eyes, "To master Beastheart, I'm only using the method I'm most familiar with." It went back to the night before, one day before the loop began. Incred sat alone, quietly placing a hand on his chest to feel the beat. He knew very well that when Jam stimulated it, his heart could start moving, but alone, he was completely helpless. He remembered what Jam had said then. It's rotten luck, but if you can't do it, you have to accept it. Even a captain should understand his limits and let go. Thinking of those words, calculation flashed in Incred's eyes. His hand clenched tight. Giving up meant accepting that he would remain stuck in place, and that was no different from death. He picked up his sword. Back when he trained his skills, unlike the naturally gifted squad members, he had found his own way. Drawing the blade, he told himself, "Instead of trembling in fear of death, I learned to gather all my focus into the battle, to pour everything into a single point." He planted the sword in the ground and thought, "Then now, what does Beastheart need?" He closed his eyes and asked himself, what is Beastheart truly born from? Back in reality, his heart buckled under the unbearable pressure, and streaks of blood sprayed out. Sa-cheon grabbed Jam by the collar and roared, "You mad savage!" Ryumin hurriedly patted Incred's body and shouted, "Wake up, squad leader!" His eyes were shut tight, blood still spilling from the corner of his mouth. In his mind, the man's voice echoed, "Is that all you could think of? Are you just going to keep letting your heart explode and die?" Incred bowed his head. Beastheart is what allows monstrous strength to erupt in a moment of danger and be used even in a normal state. Then he raised his eyes and emphasized softly, "In other words, if I'm pushed into a life-and-death situation, activating Beastheart becomes easier." The man said helplessly, "You really are an incurable lunatic. Don't you think about the pain of death that you yourself have to endure?" Incred stamped hard on the surface of the water. "I can endure it." Standing tall and straight, he said in a resolute voice, "As long as I can take even one more step, even just one." The next morning, sunlight stretched across the camp. After the training session, Jam spoke up. "That's enough for today." He turned his face away and said indifferently, "Stop being stubborn about something you can't do. Go wash your feet and rest." Incred frowned and thought, "Today is the 27th time, and I still can't make my heart move on my own." Suddenly, he grabbed Jam's hand and refused to let him leave. "You just need to stimulate my heart more strongly." Jam stared at him in shock. "You want me to kill the squad leader?" Incred nodded seriously. "That's right." Jam ground his teeth, turned his face away, and muttered, "If you're going to be crazy, at least be properly crazy. I don't want to kill my superior with my own hands." Incred exclaimed in surprise, "Huh." Pushing himself up with one hand, he gave a faint smile and asked again, "Since when do you care about that? You're the one who killed nobles." Pointing as he walked away, Jam snarled, "Every time I want to forget that secret, this bastard drags it back up. Believe me, I'll rip that mouth of yours open." Incred silently watched him go and thought, that reaction is different from before. Even if this wall was one I built myself, if I can't overcome it, then today will repeat forever. Incred raised his hand. Since there's still time to spare, there's no harm in continuing to focus on training. But for what reason would Jam refuse to obey? His eyes burned with determination as he repeated, "Until I find the answer." By the 30th training attempt, he was still gripping Jam's hand. "Stimulate my heart more strongly." That made Jam freeze. On the 40th time, Incred was still resolute. "Just do it." On the 50th time, his voice was firm. "Keep going." By the 60th time, a steadfast blue light flashed in his eyes. "Trust me, this is an order." Jam looked at him, and fear rose in his heart at the sight of that young man. He placed his hand on Incred's chest and poured force into it. Incred looked at him and thought, after repeating this around 60 times, I finally understand. This guy only listens when I give him an order. He remembered that Jam and the others were all the same. Nothing but unruly men gathered into a ragged squad. At first, I thought it was only natural they wouldn't obey, so I left them alone and turned my back, not even bothering to stop them as they argued behind me. And yet, somehow, at some point, they had started following my orders. I was curious about the reason too, but right now, the most important thing is this. He pulled back the tent flap, his eyes overflowing with hope. First, I have to focus on Beastheart. make the heart thunder drive blood through the entire body. His heart kept pounding wildly, every beat bearing immense pressure. The blood vessels in his heart churned as power beyond its limits gathered and compressed into every strand of muscle. He gave Jam the order. Do it. Jam's eyes were filled with fear. Incred's voice still rang out. Do it. The moment that command left his mouth, do it, his heart began to bleed again. Blood spilled from the corner of his lips, but he still forced himself to say, keep doing it. Even when all strength left him and he fell backward, his mouth still kept shouting, do it. His eyes blazed, his will erupting, and he roared, do it now. Jam was swept along by the rhythm of those commands. Grinding his teeth, he drove all his strength through his hand into Incred's chest. Incred still endured through gritted teeth, coughing up mouthful after mouthful of blood. A moment later, Jam looked at him and asked anxiously, in just one day you grasped the sensation of controlling your heart. At that point, Incred's heart had fully started. A triumphant smile spread across his face as he clenched his fist. After repeating it so many times, I finally succeeded. I made my own heart explode by myself. He drew his sword and walked over to a boulder to continue training. Hundreds of days had already passed. Behind him, everyone watched silently. Suddenly, as if realizing something, Jam muttered under his breath, he's completely insane. A blue gleam flashed in Incred's eyes. He drove the tip of his sword straight into the boulder, blowing it apart. The massive rock shattered, fragments flying everywhere through the thick cloud of dust. Incred thought to himself, I broke through the wall I built with my own hands. From afar, Sa Chion whispered, hardly able to believe it, monstrous strength. Jam spoke up. I have two things I want to ask the squad leader. First, are you from the western regions? He pointed toward Incred and continued. And second, are you actually a genius? Incred turned back, his face cold, his gaze sharp as a blade, and answered decisively, neither. Sincere thanks to an anonymous fellow cultivator for the support from the 30,000 Spirit Stone shop. It's a huge source of motivation for me to keep doing this work. That evening, the camp was still lit, but everything had already sunk into sleep. Incred thought to himself, even though I figured out a safe way to surpass human limits, I didn't expect this consequence. Inside the room, the squad leader was still lying there thinking. He spoke up. I can't move, Jam. Is this skill always like this? Jam, sitting across from him, turned and answered, you still don't have enough aptitude. At that moment, Odin came over and said to him, this is the first time in your life that you've pushed your muscles beyond their limits. So it's only natural for them to stiffen and ache. Incred pushed himself up and did a few push-ups, thinking to himself, even so, this muscle pain is so terrible that it feels like a huge, jagged boulder blocking the road and keeping him from taking another step. Beast Heart was an alluring skill, one that granted its user power far beyond that of ordinary humans. But if it was used without control, it put an enormous strain on the body. Now he understood that more deeply than ever. White coattails fluttered in the wind. Knights had no need for a skill like this. They had long since surpassed human limits. Though they wore human form, they possessed the strength of giants. The image of a warrior striding across the battlefield with a sword in hand made him think of speed like the wind and the keen senses of a beast. That was what a crusading knight was. Incred lay down and sighed. The road ahead was still very long if he wanted to reach that realm. Sitting beside him, Odin advised, at least for today, don't do anything. Just rest. Incred looked up. Odin stepped closer and said, let me help you relax. Odin was smiling, but there was danger all over his face. Pinning Incred down, he told him, I call this blood sweat and tears. Sweat broke out on the squad leader's face as he anxiously repeated, what? Odin slowly pressed a hand down on Incred's calf, making him cry out in pain. Incred gritted his teeth, the muscles in his arms bulging as he clutched the pillow tightly and endured the agony shooting through his calf. Odin, meanwhile, went on calmly, his expression unchanged. The pain was so intense that Incred's vision blurred. His face twisted as sweat streamed down it. He thought to himself, it feels like I'm about to die. This is almost like another wall he's built for me. Then Odin took hold of Incred's ankle and rotated it. He continued, "Remember carefully the pressure points I'm pressing." Every movement he made was highly professional. He held the squad leader's ankle and gripped his foot. As he worked, he explained, "This is a technique for loosening contracted muscles. Its proper name is the Ballarat-style acupressure method." Incred clawed at his head and thought, "If I learn this technique, it'll definitely be useful." His vision was still dark with pain, sweat beading across his face. Gripping the pillow hard, he clenched his teeth and endured, telling himself, "I just have to bear it." The man with the boat in the depths of his mind appeared again. Even if a whole river of hardship lay before him, he had to endure it. At that moment, Jam saw the savage scene in front of him. Odin smiling casually while wrenching Incred's joints, and Incred suffering as Odin bent each joint in his body. Jam shouted, "You slab of meat, are you trying to kill the captain?" The next morning, sunlight poured down over the thick forest below. After an evening of being turned into Odin's experiment, bruises had appeared on Incred's calves where Odin had worked his joints the night before. He thought, "Thanks to Odin, I almost met the ferryman to the underworld." Even so, the pain had eased a lot. He got out of bed while everyone else was still asleep and continued thinking, "Even though I was told not to do anything while I recover, it feels like such a waste of time just staying here." He walked over and picked up his sword. Looking at it, he thought, "At the very least, I can maintain my weapon." Then Odin appeared looming behind him with that dangerous smile again, emphasizing each word. "Do not do anything." He took the sword from Incred's hand before Incred even understood what was happening. Odin said, "I told you not to make a single move." Incred stammered, "And no, I was just going to maintain the sword." At that moment, the red-haired boy stepped forward. Taking the sword from Odin, he said, "If your sword needs maintenance, give it to me. I'll do it for you." Incred hurriedly grabbed the sword back and asked, "You do it for free?" The boy gave him a sharp look and replied, "Quick reaction, Captain. 20 coins." And then the two of them fell in a haggling over every last coin. Incred, a squad leader no less, bargained it down to 10. The red-haired boy refused. 18. Incred shot back, "What? You're charging me?" The boy didn't back down either. Then 17. Final offer. The captain asked, "Why is it so expensive?" The boy turned away and said, "Because the captain's sword is high-end gear, so it needs more careful treatment." Then he held out a hand and added, "And there's one more thing. You use 2 swords, don't you?" That took the captain by surprise. Then the boy stepped out of the tent. The captain watched him go and thought, "Even though I did say I'd use dual swords." He turned and looked around at the others. One was carving stones. Another was lazily scratching his back. Yet everyone treated it like the most natural thing in the world. I thought at least someone would try to stop me from using dual swords. Meanwhile, Odin was folding blankets and bedding. Ragnar was still sprawled on the bed, refusing to get up. Dual swordsmanship was something even talented people rarely used, because in actual combat, it offered less practicality than its difficulty and danger on the battlefield. Without enough strength and muscle, it was hard to even support a sword's weight with one hand. Compared to using both hands to swing one sword, you couldn't pour full force into your strikes, so your offensive power dropped. Even so, the captain lifted his face and asked, "Why is nobody trying to stop me from using dual swords on the battlefield?" The whole camp turned to look at him. Jam, picking his nose, asked, "Why are you suddenly asking that?" Odin kept his calm expression and asked him in return, "Why do you think?" Jackson, still carving a stone as he answered Odin, said, "Because the captain is stubborn." Incred pointed at himself and asked, "Me?" Then Odin smiled leisurely and said, "You don't listen and insist on doing things your own way. Captain, you're extremely obstinate." Incred lowered his eyes and said, "I'm not stubborn for no reason." Over on the other side, Ragnar lay stretched out on the bed with his chin propped up and asked, "Is there some reason you want to use dual swords?" Incred thought for a moment, then answered, "Because I like it." He raised his eyes, his expression solemn and resolute. "Using dual swords feels far better than using just one. It's the same reason I admire knights." He remembered a time from the past, sitting alone in a corner and watching the knights by the campfire. That talented knight brought an end to this battle. We call that man. The moment he heard those words, his eyes lit up as if he had found new hope. The glorious knight. One passerby smacked him on the head, while another laughed and said, "There he goes bragging like an idiot again." The other one laughed theatrically and said, "Hey, just listening to that song won't make you as strong as the glorious night." Then the two of them left, leaving him sprawled on the ground. One of them sneered as he laughed, pathetic. Incred slammed a hand against the ground. "Even if everyone mocked me and said I could never reach my dream, I still live for what I longed for." He raised his eyes, full of determination. "Because I love that night." Returning to the present, he lowered his head and said, "So I have no intention of giving up on my dream, just like I have no intention of giving up." Jam looked at him thoughtfully. He thought becoming a knight or wielding dual swords. Everyone in the room was looking at him, from Odin to Ragnar, then Jackson and Jam. He really was different. At that point, Jam lowered his head and thought, "I'm different. I was born with everything in my hands, and yet I threw it all away and turned my back on it. All I have is a sword and my pride. Even so, I keep moving forward without wavering." Then he sighed and gave a helpless smile. Looking up with a smile, he said, "That's why I like the captain." On the other side, Ragnar rested his chin on his hand and said, "Come on, shut up already." Jam raised his middle finger and snapped, "I really hate people who stick their noses into other people's business." Ragnar sneered back, "Yeah, I hate you too." Jackson closed his eyes and chimed in, "I feel the same." Odin smiled and said, "God teaches us to embrace everything in the world and forgive them. But as someone who is merely God's servant, I still have my limits. I hate all of you too. That's my confession." None of the four men would yield to the others. One spoke, another shot back. Jam, irritated, raised his fist and barked, "You all talk too much." Sitting beside them, Incred said, "You actually get along pretty well, huh?" Ragnar propped up his chin and said, "Captain, when you say it like that, it sounds very insulting." Jackson held the stones in his hand and said, "If you're bored and have nothing to do, then train." He walked over to the captain. The captain looked up at Jackson and said, "I was told not to do anything." Jackson tilted his head and answered, "Right, you don't have to do anything. This is training where all you do is move your eyes while staying in place." He looked at Incred and continued, "Dynamic vision. Next, I'm going to teach the captain this skill." Hearing that immediately interested Incred. He looked at Jackson with anticipation. Outside, the captain's sword was being cleaned until it shone. The red-haired boy clicked his tongue in admiration at the sword. "Looks practically new." Suddenly, nearby soldiers were saying to each other, "Looks like this battle is dragging on too long." The red-haired boy pricked up his ears to listen. The other two continued, "The enemy doesn't look like they have any intention of withdrawing. Battalion Commander Marcus already has a plan. Our battalion is looking for a way to take control of the enemy's supply line." The red-haired boy fell silent in thought. The two men continued, "A new unit has already been sent to seize the outpost behind the enemy camp. I heard the enemy remnants, they were beaten back and fled." After hearing the whole conversation, the red-haired boy rubbed his chin and thought, "The battlefield situation is unstable." Then he picked up the sword and pushed himself to his feet, thinking, "I need more information. Looks like they're using a new tactic." Elsewhere, a blue-haired man sat with his head lowered, writing something in the stillness. "Sincere thanks to the anonymous fellow Taoist who supported 2 Quan with 300,000 spirit stones. This is a huge source of motivation for me to keep doing this work." Outside the camp, Jackson told Incred that reflexes meant seeing with the eyes and evading. Holding 2 stones as he explained, he said that pushing one's speed of response to the absolute limit was one way to train reflexes. But more important than that was what came before it. Eyesight, the ability to perceive motion. Then he said, "I'm going to throw a stone with a carved letter on it. Watch it and try to guess what it says." Incred's eyes followed Jackson's hands intently. At once, the stone flew straight past him. He shifted his gaze to follow it, but still didn't understand what had just happened. Jackson calmly said he would throw it again, and at the very moment the stone passed Incred, before Incred could make sense of it, Jackson asked what letter was carved on the stone. That went on until late into the evening. Jackson kept throwing stones and asking. He urged, "Focus and look." After finishing training with Jackson, Incred returned to camp, only to be made to lie down by Odin, so his tendons and joints could be worked over, forcing cries of pain out of him. A while later, Odin raised a satisfied thumbs up. "Much better. Now you can even do it while moving, brother." Meanwhile, Incred was still sprawled there struggling. Really, before he could even rest, a stone skimmed past his face. Jackson stepped in and asked what letter. Incred darkened and asked him, "Did you do that on purpose to catch me off guard?" Jackson casually replied that on the battlefield, there was no such thing as taking time to assess the situation. Early the next morning, sunlight poured over the camp. There was a rustle in the bushes. A glint appeared behind them, along with a mysterious pair of eyes, and instantly a stone came whipping out. Incred's gaze snapped at once toward the stone. It shot through the air and dropped right in front of the captain. He looked at the stone and muttered softly, "I saw it." But before he could say more, a soldier shouted, "Enemy attack." Jackson and Incred both turned to look. The soldier continued, "It's a raid. Everyone assemble." But Jackson showed not the slightest concern and calmly turned to Incred instead. "What letter?" Incred, helpless in the situation and still being questioned, said, "You're still asking?" Then he lifted his head and answered, "The letter on the stone was me, right?" Jackson replied, "You finally succeeded after I threw 40 stones. Admirable. At last I can carve a different letter into the stones." That made the captain suspicious. Is that praise or mockery? Then hurried footsteps rushed closer. Raid? The enemy. It was Jam. Excited, he asked, Where are they?" Incred spoke up at that point. "What is this? Has he finally gone crazy?" Jackson, beside him, explained he's frustrated because the squad leader got sick and ended up better and he didn't get to fight and try out Beastheart. Even after the Bachelor subunit leader was tormented like that, he still wasn't satisfied. Elsewhere, a young man had been trained until he was bruised all over and now lay flattened on the ground, while the man beside him said, "Pull yourself together. We're moving too. Boy, over here." Everyone turned their eyes toward the enemy. Standing in the back, Incred asked, "Aren't we fighting? Why is everyone just gathering around?" Jam barked, "Where are they? Where's the enemy? Where's the giant? Where's my toy?" An orange-haired soldier asked the dark-skinned man, "Hey, where's the enemy?" The man answered, "Looks like they fired arrows and ran. The Border Defense Force will catch the archer. There's nothing left for us to do." Jam raised his head. "How was the Border Defense Force supposed to catch him?" Incred asked, puzzled. The man said, "Look carefully at the arrow." An arrow was lodged in the head of a soldier in the camp. Compared to normal arrows, it was longer, with the fletching extending farther back. It was a special bow capable of firing from long range. The man narrowed his eyes and said, "It's that same one we saw before, Eagle Claw." The captain folded his arms. "Do eagles even have claws?" The man replied, "Really? Then Eagle Fong." The captain said, "I don't remember exactly, but I don't think that was it either." The man sighed. "Is your memory really that bad?" Incred thought. For him it was months ago, but for me, repeating it today, that was years ago. The man went on, talking about when the squad leader got beaten by Frog and had to lie in a field hospital, and how that archer had appeared on the battlefield back then. In memory, the image rose of a hooded man drawing back his bow and firing. Incred suddenly remembered. "Right, I remember now. I even saved a soldier who almost died because of him." At that time, he had raised his shield high to protect the soldier behind him. And inwardly, he said, "Eagle Claw." Back at the camp, a voice rang out. "Huh? There was a raid." The captain, sitting off to one side, said, "What were you doing all day that you didn't know?" "No, actually, I know exactly what you were doing during the day." He looked at Ragnar's face and said, "You've been sleeping so much your face is swollen." Ragnar hauled himself upright and said, "Anyway, I've been thinking about the squad leader's dual swords. I think you need to get used to handling 2 swords first." The squad leader replied, "Is there some way to do that?" Ragnar said, "Let me explain it simply." Holding up 2 fingers, he said, "From now on, think of it as if the squad leader has 2 lovers." The man beside them said wearily, "Wow, if the squad leader's fiancé hears that, this will be a huge problem." The squad leader replied, "She's not my fiancé." The lamplight still flickered, and the voice continued, "Eating, sleeping, going to the bathroom. Whatever you do, carry the swords with you. First, get used to holding 2 swords." Sometime later, Incred had fallen asleep with the 2 swords laid beside him. The Black Panther saw it and panicked. "I've lost my sleeping spot." The Black Panther leaped onto him. "This guy's even training while he sleeps now. What a pain." But before it could settle down on him to sleep, a sudden shout rang out, "Raid." He jerked upright, flinging the Black Panther away. Its claws came out like an angry cat's. They just shot arrows and ran again. "Call the Border Defense Force." The Black Panther, thrown to the ground, still had no idea what had happened and remained frozen with its rear in the air. Jam, lying beside them, cursed. For real. After being knocked down, the Black Panther got angry and slapped him across the face with its paw. The Black Panther kept smacking the squad leader's face. Go to sleep already, so I can sleep too. Incred could only cry out, that hurts, Esther. I'm sleeping. I'm sleeping. The red-haired boy lying nearby watched the pet assault its owner. He sat up at once, but his gaze turned outside. This was already the second raid. A continuous chain of repeated drills, repeated cries of raid. And amid those attacks on the Allied base were the arrows of Eagle Claw. Over on the other side, Incred kept training tirelessly with the stones. Watching a stone fly past him, he muttered, man, meanwhile, the soldiers continued to come under attack. One soldier had an arrow buried in his head, then another was struck as well. Jump spot, that bastard's quick. The squad leader, however, continued training with the stones. The soldiers shouted again, we're under attack again. At night, while the squad leader slept, Esther was still unhappy about losing the sleeping spot and angrily sprawled on top of him. Another stone slid down to the ground. Jackson asked it, what letter? He raised his eyes and looked. In his mind, he linked together the letters that had appeared so far, and they formed the phrase crazy savage. He said that Jackson was clearly insulting Jam under his breath. Just then the old man appeared right behind him, raising an axe and threatening Jackson. Instead of killing me, enemy, I'll kill you. The squad leader lifted a hand to stop him. Jackson, you do know you started this, right? Jackson shrugged as if he didn't care. Meanwhile, the soldiers were still tearing their hair out because they could not find so much as a feather or a trace. He's too fast. That archer vanished without leaving any sign at all. Chasing him down seemed impossible. The red-haired young man cast a glance over the scene, thinking to himself that these several times a day raids still hadn't revealed the culprit. He looked at the soldiers lying on the ground with arrows stuck in them. The losses for now seemed minor, but if this dragged on, it would become a major problem. What are the higher-ups doing that they still had no countermeasure? He scratched his head and muttered inwardly that he had never wanted to get involved because it was dangerous, but now there was no other choice. Then, spotting Incred, he suddenly called out, "Squad leader." With a serious look, he pointed at himself and said, "I have an idea. Do you want to submit a plan to the higher-ups?" A moment later, Chris stepped closer and quietly called, "Captain." He pointed to himself and said he had an idea and wanted to present it to the commanders. Inside the command tent, the atmosphere was taut as a drawn bowstring. Lanterns flickered in the dim evening light, casting long shadows across the large map table. Around it stood the senior officers, their faces tight with exhaustion and irritation. Reports of Aspen's sudden ambushes weighed heavily on everyone's mind. At that moment, the tent flap was pulled aside and a soft shaft of light slipped in. The ferry commander entered, bowed politely, and said, "My apologies for being late." The whole tent erupted in murmurs. Marcus raised a brow in surprise. That blockhead, that reckless fool, came up with strategy. The ferry commander began explaining the proposed operation in a calm voice, laying it out step by step. The other generals leaned in and listened intently as she described every stage. When she finished, the command tent fell silent. Marcus slowly rose to his feet, his eyes shining with resolve. This will work. The scene shifted to the enemy's side. Jam trudged along with the mad squad, muttering curses under his breath. Eagle Hunt? Huh, that's what they named it. I thought this was finally going to be a decent plan. But instead of going straight after Eagle Claw, why are we moving toward the enemy rear camp? His voice dripped with annoyance. Incred continued, explaining more clearly. For now, the Mad Squad will operate like a guerrilla unit. Once we start hitting the enemy's rear, they'll be forced to assign similar guerrilla detachments to guard it. Jam sighed, clearly dissatisfied. This kind of slow hunting is irritating. Chris stiffened, his face turning pale. He lowered his head in fear, his whole body trembling. Ignoring the tension between them, Incred turned to Pin, the scout guiding them through the dangerous terrain. "How far are we from the target?" Incred nodded. The core of this plan was mobility, strike, and withdraw. For that, they needed a skilled scout who could find safe routes. He glanced at Pin, recalling the day she had been transferred in. "Why did you switch assignments to the Mad Squad? Wouldn't a temporary support role have been enough?" Pin tilted her head teasingly and whispered, "I'll collect later with something interesting." Incred froze, his face tightening. "You're still aiming at me?" Pin raised a hand in a sharp signal. "Keep low. Enemy right ahead." But Jam, eyes reddening with bloodlust, ignored the warning. "The mad blood in me is already boiling. Ragnar, come with me." They were testing him in the middle of battle. One of them narrowed his eyes as he saw Jam charging like a madman, waving as if deranged. "Hey, do you know that guy?" one soldier asked. "Isn't he your friend or something?" "No, he's not. Enemy! Enemy attack!" the survivor screamed. Incred's eyes widened as he caught up to Jam's movement. What was that just now? That speed, that charge, it was faster than anything I'd ever seen. Is Jam still hiding techniques I don't know about? I have to learn this. No, I must learn it. Incred shouted an order. "Withdraw now, before they overwhelm us. There will be plenty of chances to fight later." Aspen's soldiers spotted them, and one man hurled a knife straight at Incred. Incred focused, remembering Jackson's teaching. Dodging means seeing it yourself and evading instantly. Once you see it, you move immediately. Incred dodged cleanly, and Jackson's calm voice came from behind him. "Reaction time, 0.44 seconds. Too slow. You need to bring it down to at least 0.1 seconds before your dodging sense can be called proficient." Incred's eyes widened. He actually timed it. He signaled forward. The rest of the enemy are coming. This time the enemy gave fierce chase, but no matter how hard they pursued, they could not catch up. Odin carried Chris on his back during the retreat. Chris clung tightly and thought in astonishment. "Honestly, I was worried whether these lunatics could really do it. But now I can see there is no need to worry. In their own way, they really are monsters." Chris followed right behind them, and he had not expected this at all. Seeing Incred command so steadily, keeping control over a group once infamous for chaos, left him deeply astonished. As the squad rested beneath the cold, starlit sky, Incred sank into thought. After a while, he turned to Jam. "That move from earlier, tell me about it." Incred blinked in confusion. "Why? He's never refused to teach me before. He had skipped over that. Getting spoon-fed only makes growth hollow. That path inevitably leads to mistakes." Incred closed his eyes and sank into deep meditation, silently searching for the answer within himself. He ran while gasping, each breath coming in broken bursts. Since setting out, they had maintained top speed the whole time, with no intention of slowing down. Moving at such intensity through mountainous terrain was truly unbelievable. His gaze settled on the back of the captain running in front. A fierce sense of admiration rose in his heart. The captain, too. He faltered for a moment and bent over, panting heavily. Sweat streamed down his face without stop. Taking his captain as a model, Anders silently clenched his fist and steeled his resolve to advance. Max glanced at Incred, a trace of reflection passing through his mind. He remembered the first time he met him, when Incred was still the son of an old friend. After the Garner family fell, Max had stayed by his side in place of that deceased friend, protecting and helping him. Looking at Incred's broad back now, Max could not help feeling how quickly time had passed. The boy who had once looked like a child now carried the bearing of a fully grown man. An indescribable emotion welled up in him, making his eyes redden slightly. Looking at that back, Max vaguely sensed that the day was not far off now. Just then, Incred turned to Jam and said, "I've figured out the principle behind your charge." Seeing Incred analyze it so clearly, Jam laughed. "See, when a captain actually uses his head, he gets it right away. What was the point of asking me?" She looked down below, studying how the opposing group had set up camp, then quickly analyzed it. Their campsite is on flat ground between rock walls. If their retreat is cut off, their escape route disappears. This terrain is extremely favorable for an ambush, but in reality, it's to lure us into a blind corner. Incred continued his analysis. If this trap fails to work, Eagle Claw will be forced to appear sooner. Incred quickly assigned roles. Chris stays in the rear. Pin, Ander, Max. The three of you protect him. Below, inside the camp, the enemy captain trudged along in fatigue, his thoughts in turmoil, his gaze dark and dispirited. An unbearable sense of discomfort rose inside him, both humiliating and bitter. Seeing Incred's squad charge straight in, the captain could not hide his shock. They knew this was a trap, and they still dare to enter? What a pack of fools. The captain glared at him, hatred filling his eyes, and growled, "Are you one of that guerrilla squad? Jamsru Gid Jaswali." Incred, why ask me? I already told you, my memory is terrible. He drew his sword, his dark gaze locking onto Incred's squad. "No matter what, all of you will die here today." Incred immediately drew his weapon to meet him. The greatsword swept up and blocked the strike at once. But when the captain saw the weapon in Incred's hand clearly, his expression suddenly darkened. That sword, but with his own skill, Incred quickly countered, and the two entered direct combat, evenly matched. The last time we crossed paths, I could barely escape alive. I wonder how it will go this time. He swung the iron axe in his hand, a vicious glint flashing in his eyes. We'll deal with them. Even though they were surrounded on all sides by enemies, Incred's comrades remained calm. That attitude drove the helmeted man into a rage. "These bastards dare look down on us," he roared, charging forward with his axe. Zen immediately stepped out to block him and said coldly, "Quiet." As he defended, he kept watching the fight between Incred and the enemy captain. His blocks were clean and precise, without a single wasted movement. On the other side, the captain kept pressing Incred with non-stop attacks. Incred widened his eyes, focusing on even the slightest movement from his opponent. Then an opening flashed before him. Incred circled behind the captain and brought his sword down. It was a clean slash. The captain was struck at once, bright red blood spraying out like a fountain. Jason watched that smooth chain of movements and silently admired it. A reaction time of only about 0.1 seconds. Dodge after catching the preceding motion. That alone was enough to surpass him. Grievously wounded, the captain felt both pain and humiliation. He spun around, roaring in fury as he swung his sword in retaliation. "You bastard!" Incred reacted with incredible speed, drawing his sword in an instant. With both hands gripping twin blades, he powerfully received the attack. Zana watched closely and immediately understood what Incred intended. He's learning how to use dual swords. The captain had realized it too by then, and the battle entered an entirely new phase. Grinding his teeth, he threw all his strength into attacking Incred. After a prolonged struggle, he finally managed to knock one sword from Incred's hand. Odin watched Incred's string of movements, a thoughtful look in his eyes. So he still doesn't have enough strength to counterattack with only one hand. Next time, I should probably add another stone. Forced back by the impact, Incred had no choice but to retreat, planting his sword into the ground to steady himself. Seizing the chance, the captain closed in, attacking while constantly mocking him. Dual swords? Just empty showmanship from a brat. Incred's brows tightened, and his terrifying gaze locked onto his opponent. The moment Zen saw that expression, he understood what Incred was about to do. Right? Beast heart. Incred's heartbeat seemed to ignite in his chest, and a fierce surge of power spread through his entire body. He immediately shifted into a defensive stance, and in the very next instant, his whole body shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bowstring. His sword rose and drove straight at the captain. Sensing that abnormal burst of strength, the captain gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with fury. Incred brought down a heavy slash, forcing the man to use all his strength just to block it. The sword in the captain's hand trembled violently, cracks gradually spreading across the blade as he bit down hard and resisted in despair. At that exact moment, Incred suddenly drew another sword. He stared straight at his opponent, his eyes icy cold. A red flash streaked out. Fresh blood burst forth as Incred's blade pierced straight through the captain's throat. He pulled his sword back, and the man's body immediately toppled backward, blood pouring out in a stream. Incred still did not relax his guard, his eyes fixed on the fallen body. One of the soldiers who saw that screamed in despair, "Impossible! The captain can't have lost." Seeing Incred win so completely, Zen burst into delighted laughter. "See? I told you. As long as the captain uses beast heart, it's perfect." Zana gave a faint nod and sighed in admiration. "Not bad." Odin also spared no praise. "Even the gods would be pleased by my brother's growth." Suddenly, Zen turned his gaze toward the captain's remaining soldiers and shouted excitedly, "Hey, you sacks of meat, come on already. I'm so fired up I want to cut something right now." The Grey Dog troops instantly flew into a rage and charged together. Show them the pride of the Grey Dogs. Fight to the end. One of them rushed forward and slammed an iron club hard into Odin's arm. Odin clenched his fist and wore a strangely gentle smile. "To honor that courage, I shall send you back to the Lord." The moment he finished speaking, Odin threw a hammer-like punch straight into the man's head. Blood splattered everywhere, and the man collapsed at once without even managing a single cry. Enzi's eyes widened in shock. He blocked it barehanded without getting hurt? Just what kind of training did he go through? Xin flushed with excitement and blurted out, "That old guy really is useful." Elsewhere, one man raised the axe in his hand in excitement and decisively brought it down on a gray dog soldier. But before the blow could land, someone else suddenly rushed in and cut across him. "Damn it, are you blind? Were you trying to cut me too, you crazy lazy bastard?" Na shot him a sidelong glance and sneered mockingly. "What a shame. You dodged it." At that very moment, the soldier who had just escaped death counterattacked with a sneak strike. Na instantly leaned aside and swung his sword with precision, slashing the man across the shoulder. The man howled as he swung his axe and cursed, "You insolent brat." One of these days, before he could finish, another enemy suddenly jumped out from behind to ambush him. Na spun in an instant, brought his axe down, and split the man in two in the blink of an eye, all while still grumbling, "I'm going to chop you into pieces." Jack Na kept his cold expression and mocked him. "One of these days?" Scared now, Zen ground his teeth and shouted, "Huh? Hey, you murderer! Go tell your lord I'll be sending you down there soon enough." Odin smiled and leisurely clapped once before replying. "The lord says he has no need for friends like that." So, standing nearby, looked utterly bewildered. "Wait a second, are you people seriously about to fight each other? Right now?" Just then, another group of gray dog troops came rushing in and quickly surrounded them. While the enemy side was still in chaos and had no time to react, a blade as swift as the wind swept across the battlefield. Jason moved alone, taking down more than 10 men in an instant. His eyes were ice cold, and his voice remained calm as he uttered 2 words. "Idiots." Incred calmly gave the order. "No need to kill them all. Most of them are going to die anyway. Take it slow." Just then, a flash suddenly glinted from the dense underbrush. Jason instantly sensed danger and swept his gaze toward it. An arrow tore through the air. Without hesitation, he leaped to Incred's side and swung his sword, knocking the arrow away. It fell to the ground and bounced a few times from the momentum. Incred frowned as he studied it. "So he's here." Jason nodded. "Yeah, it's Eagle Claw." Zen bent down to pick up the arrow, then suddenly asked the captain, "Do you know the difference between a sniper and a hunter?" He pretended to think for a moment, then smiled and continued, "Being a hunter is a lot more fun, especially when you're hunting rabbits." Incred glanced at him, slightly puzzled. "What exactly are you trying to say?" Zen raised the arrow, the corner of his lips curling upward. "If you receive a gift, you should return one." The moment he finished speaking, he dashed off, scaling the cliff face in just a few steps. Pin hurriedly called after him. "Hey, that guy," she asked anxiously, "is it really okay for him to go off on his own like that?" So answered calmly, "He's not the type to die somewhere that easily. Just leave him be." Anlo hurried over and said quickly, "Sorry, but I think we need to leave here immediately. There's a high chance the enemy's main force will come after us. If we stay in one place, we'll become Eagle Claw's target." Incred did not stop him. He only instructed, "All right, then use the best smokescreen we can and withdraw." Not long after, the enemy camp erupted in flames. Thick black smoke billowed upward, obscuring visibility. As they ran, Incred blurted out, "Looks like this has become a habit." Pin turned back in confusion. "Huh, what did you say?" High on the cliff, a man in a black cloak looked down and clicked his tongue softly. "TCH Smo?" Another narrowed his eyes as he watched. "They've disappeared. What do we do now?" The man called Eagle Claw curled his lips into a cold smile and gave a firm order, "Pursue them." Meanwhile, Incred's team was carefully making its way along the cliff face, climbing higher as they withdrew. Zen, acting alone, had not been part of the plan, but looked at closely, it was not a bad strategy. Incred calculated silently. Zen is targeting Eagle Claw, and Eagle Claw is targeting us. Then I'll act as bait and draw his eyes to me. This dangerous route was chosen on purpose, even if Eagle Claw can still observe us. Terrain like this makes it difficult for him to strike. Behind him, So trembled all over, while Jack Na crouched into a hollow in the rock and could not help remarking, "It's pretty comfortable here." Incred quietly thought to himself, "Hunt however you want." At that moment, Zen was slowly advancing deeper into the forest along the cliff. He curled his lips with interest. "Tisich, this brings back old memories." Images from the past resurfaced. Back then, he had been the one carrying the future of the entire tribe on his shoulders, an outstanding hunter. Then he dragged himself back to the present. "Even if I left, I can never return to that time, but at least I can stir up a few memories. Zen silently approached the enemy group ahead. From the very first moment their eyes met, his gaze had already locked onto the man leading them. "You become my prey, you damned eagle claw." One soldier in the enemy group roared. "He's good at running, hiding in darkness at unpredictable positions." Eagle Claw spoke with confidence. "He's only stalling for time. I've never let prey escape my grasp." Before he could even finish speaking, a flash of steel lit up and a head flew straight into the air. One soldier cried out in panic, "We're under attack." Eagle Claw immediately ordered, "Scatter." At once, the soldiers quickly spread out and took positions around the area. Zen, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. Wild with excitement, he charged straight into the enemy formation. Each time the axe in his hand swung, another life fell. He kept advancing like that, taking lives without the slightest hesitation. As he ran, Eagle Claw ground his teeth. What the hell is this? That barbarian doesn't have the slightest trace of presence. When did he get this close? Before long, Zen had silently slipped in behind him, raising his axe to strike. Eagle Claw clenched his teeth and spun around. "The hunter is always me." He drew his bow, shouted, and loosed an arrow. The instant the arrow flew in, Zen split it in midair with a swing of his axe. Not stopping there, Zen charged straight forward and brought down a savage blow, chopping the bow in half while at the same time burying the axe blade deep into Eagle Claw's shoulder. Crying out in pain, the man collapsed to his knees. Zen slowly walked toward him, his voice full of mockery. "Hey, you damned Eagle Claw. Quit pulling useless tricks. Put a little more strength into it, will you?" He raised the arrow he had picked up and gave it a small shake. "It's been a long time since I hunted, and for it to end this blandly? What a bore." Eagle Claw gritted his teeth and struggled, but in the end he could not launch even one more counterattack. Zen drove the arrow straight into his chest. "TCH, even at the end, you were still boring." Eagle Claw went completely still. Zen lifted his axe, his voice filled with regret. "If only you'd struggled a little harder." He let out a disappointed sigh. "Would have been a good chance to sharpen my hunting skills, too. It's been a while since I used them." Suddenly, Zen froze. Did I look a bit like the captain just now?" He rubbed his chin and thought, maybe after being together so long, I started copying him without realizing it. Remembering Incred's back, Zen suddenly recalled the captain once admitting that he had no talent, that all he could do was keep finding ways to move forward. That thought gradually made his gaze turn firm. If I can accept and admit that too. He shifted his footing, wondering just how much meaning that choice would ultimately hold. Carrying his axe on his shoulder, Zen walked on leisurely and thought to himself, maybe nothing will change at all, but I'll try it anyway. With one hand tucked in his pocket, he strolled forward in an easy manner, looking exactly like the captain he saw so often. By then, the evening glow was settling over the vast plains. The wind swept across them as the mad squad had just finished its eagle hunt. On a field of tall grass, two armored figures stood with their backs to one another. A moment later, both turned at the same time, their eyes locking on each other. The wind flung their cloaks into the air. The man in the red cloak swung his sword and cut a line through the air. Grass and leaves were severed in two and scattered skyward, as if carrying invisible killing intent. Behind the mask, the other man showed no emotion at all. He raised his sword and then unleashed a powerful strike of his own, sending the leaves around him soaring upward. A current of force shot straight ahead with terrifying power. Over here, Incred suddenly started and turned to look in one direction. He said in a low voice, "The two sides' main forces are clashing beneath the plains." Jason also turned back and remarked, "Looks like it's all squires fighting each other." After saying that, both of them continued onward. Incred thought to himself, a clash between squires really is worth watching. Just then Zen asked, "Captain, do you want to go see?" Incred calmly walked ahead and answered briefly. No, as he walked, he reminded them, right now, victory on the battlefield is the top priority. If Chris's plan goes as intended, Marcus's company will soon enter the Crossguard stronghold. Elsewhere, a troop had already taken position atop a high cliff looking down below. Inside the camp, furious shouting rang out. "Those Nardia bastards have taken the front yard across cross guard already. He angrily pointed in one direction, his voice full of outrage. This humiliation is unbearable. The city has been plundered like this, so what are we hesitating for? Send part of the night order here at once. Avinio spoke up hesitantly. There are still standing forces inside the city. At this point, it would be better to concentrate all our strength on the main battlefield. Hearing that, the other man ground his teeth and shouted, cutting him off. Silence. What does a foolish commoner know to interfere? Avinio lowered his head and fell silent, saying nothing more. Inwardly, he thought, as long as those nobles remain this stubborn, anything I say is useless. Every soldier in the night order is a strategic weapon. Pulling out even a portion of them would be enough to collapse the balance of the battlefield. This war is as good as over. He turned and went outside, giving orders to the soldiers. We'll return to the royal capital first. Yes, sir. The soldiers answered at once. Avon stood on the city wall, looking into the distance as he asked, "Where did the Nalia forces go?" A soldier replied, "If you look at that hill over there, sir, there were soldiers there earlier, but now no one can be seen. The whole area is empty. They've all vanished." Right after that, the thunder of hoofbeats resounded across the ground. Marcus spurred his horse forward at full speed, calculating as he rode. If they feigned an attack on cross guard to force Aspen to send reinforcements. The soldiers' excited laughter and chatter rose without end. He silently made up his mind. Our squires won't miss that opening. Once their forces are scattered, they won't be any match for us. At that moment, Marcus's sharp gaze fixed straight ahead. With this plan alone, our company has already earned great merit. It's all thanks to those lunatics. After this defeat, Aspen has suffered such heavy losses that it can no longer continue the war. He recalled what happened afterward. In the end, the other side had no choice but to propose a ceasefire treaty. In exchange, all the territory of the tall grass plains was ceded, and Nalia accepted those terms. A loud sound rang out as the gates opened and soldiers marched inside in unison. The people tossed flowers into the air. Petals drifted down over the soldiers' heads. In the warmth of spring, flowers bloomed everywhere, and on every face there was a clear expression of confidence and solemnity as they looked ahead. The long war with Aspen had finally come to an end. The scene shifted to another place, quieter and more secluded. 10 days after returning to the border stronghold, all the soldiers were resting whenever they were off duty. Incred, meanwhile, still had not stopped practicing his sword. Sweat soaked his entire body, but he still refused to let himself stop. There were still too many battles to review and countless skills left to keep training. Just then, a man approached from behind and asked, "Would you teach me a move, sir?" Imprivatapao. Wiping away his sweat, Incred looked straight at him and silently assessed him. One of the few soldiers as diligent in training as I am. That face looks familiar, probably because he's always on the drill ground. Pao stood stiffly upright, his tension obvious. Incred answered in an indifferent tone. "Why me? I've never taught anyone before. I might not even be able to give you any worthwhile advice." At that, Pao's voice dropped, tinged with disappointment. "So, that means no." His eyes looked straight at Incred, serious and resolute. Incred suddenly realized that those eyes were full of passion, exactly like his own had once been. Incred smiled faintly. He could no longer ignore him. "Come here," he said. "Let's trade a few moves." Soon, the repeated clang of metal striking metal rang out and echoed even beyond the doorway. Zegna walked along with his head lowered, absent-minded enough that he was almost nodding off. Suddenly, from the side, a sword swung at him without the slightest restraint. The sharp crash jolted him fully awake. Incred pointed the tip of his sword at Pao, his eyes stern as he gave his assessment. "The strength in your legs is still far too weak." Pao fell back onto the ground, coughed a few times, then lifted his head and said, "Please give me one more chance." Nearby, a soldier silently watched the scene and thought to himself, the squad leader is personally supervising a spar? If someone that's skilled teaches you, you'll definitely improve fast. But then he noticed something else as well. It seemed that even the squad leader himself had forgotten some of the fundamentals of basic swordsmanship that could always be brought up later. Right after that, Incred resumed the spar. With a single clean strike, he easily knocked Pao's sword away and sent him stumbling back. As he moved, he reflected inwardly. Since when did I start becoming like this? He suddenly remembered something an instructor had once said. If you want to grow stronger, you first have to clearly understand where you stand. While training, Incred evaluated his opponent and examined himself as well. Because he had grown so used to comparing himself to stronger people like the members of his squad, only when he lowered his gaze did he truly see the distance between himself and those below. The road ahead is still very long. Where exactly am I right now? And what are my weaknesses? Incred stepped back and raised his sword into guard. For a long time, he had focused too much on technique and neglected the basics. I need to return to the fundamentals. The two charged at each other again. In the blink of an eye, Incred knocked the sword from Pow's hand. Watching from the side, Zegna could not help but sigh in admiration. The proper stance he had once been taught. Now that he saw it again, he found himself naturally understanding more and adjusting his own posture. He muttered softly, as expected, you can learn quite a lot just by watching. At that moment, Zen walked over, absent-mindedly picking at his ear as he asked, "What is it?" Then he tilted his head toward the blond man beside him and said, "That big guy looks like something's brewing in his head too." Just standing there muttering to himself. Auden smiled gently and replied, "Achieving enlightenment isn't that easy. If you ask me, he was probably just praying to the gods." Zen clasped his hands solemnly and asked, "Then what did the gods say?" Zegna spun around with an annoyed look on his face. "Get lost." Auden kept smiling and deliberately called after him. "Did the gods tell you to get lost?" The atmosphere instantly turned tense. The two began bickering again. Ragna shouted, "You stupid barbarian." Seeing that, Jason grabbed him by the collar and shouted, "Bastard, why are you blowing up at me?" Then he turned to the others nearby and added, "Come on, help break this up, brothers. Hold back the violence and the idiotic behavior." Looking at this all-too-familiar scene, Incred could only fall speechless. Here we go again. Standing beside him, Jason lowered his voice and reminded him, "A lot of eyes are on us right now." Hearing that, Incred froze and quickly looked around in surprise. "When did this guy even get here?" he muttered. Then again, that bunch was always noisy. Suddenly, Jason asked, "Captain, have you been properly training your senses?" Incred went stiff, his head full of question marks. Jason immediately explained, "Those people aren't looking at those idiots. They're looking at you, squad leader." He even voiced the thoughts in everyone's hearts. "I'm so damn jealous of Pow. Maybe I should ask for a spar too. Damn it, resting right now really is a waste. If we keep training like this, could we one day become someone like squad leader in Cred too?" Elsewhere, Marcus raised his head toward the light. From a miscellaneous company commander to the mad squad leader, Incred had never stopped advancing. He had become a symbol of change in the hearts of the soldiers, and an image they deeply revered. Marcus slowly stepped up the stairs. "Now, you become a hero acknowledged by all." Below, everyone gathered together, their eyes all turning toward Marcus. He spoke in a steady voice. "The reason I have summoned the nobles and soldiers of the border stronghold here today is to reward everyone's achievements in the recent battle." Marcus stepped forward, his voice ringing out. "Then tell me, in this battle, who rendered the greatest service? If I still have to say it out loud for someone to know, then that person's head isn't even worthy of being used as a rack for helmets." A group of nobles on the opposite side huddled together and whispered among themselves, their words coarse and unpleasant. Yet a man born from one of 5 great families still kept a calm smile, not shaken in the least. No matter how much those ignorant nobles despised it, most of the soldiers sympathized with that praise. The people below all listened with smiles, not showing the slightest discomfort. Marcus shouted again, "You led the battlefield to victory. Come up here." He directly called Incred, squad leader of the Mad Squad. Incred straightened his back and calmly walked toward the raised platform, the very podium of honor he had once stood upon after unraveling the Tide Mist spell. This time, everyone watched the scene with complete seriousness. Gone were the mockery and contempt of the past. Only focused silence remained. After stepping onto the platform, Incred stood facing Marcus. Marcus said in a low voice, "I gave it a great deal of thought. What reward would be worthy of a soldier who has made such great contributions?" He signaled for a subordinate to bring something forward, then continued, "So I have prepared a reward that contains my sincerity and represents the utmost regard I can offer." The small box was opened. Incred looked inside and could not help but freeze. Lying within was an exquisite dagger. Murmurs immediately rose all around. "That's a royal dagger." Marcus lifted the box in his hands and slowly continued. This is a dagger of status, bestowed only upon those who have rendered great service to the royal family. Under the gaze of all the soldiers and nobles, he went on to explain, a royal dagger symbolizes the standing of its owner and grants them the right to become an honored guest of the royal family at any time. Many soldiers below looked up at Incred with eyes full of admiration. As for Incred, when he held the box in his hands, he could not help but think to himself, a symbolic ornament like this doesn't have much value compared to an actual weapon. But at that very moment, faint sounds suddenly reached his ears. By instinct, Incred turned slightly and looked toward the crowd that was continuously shouting his name. Incred, he suddenly understood. This was honor. All the soldiers raised their fists and shouted his name again and again. With every chant, Incred thought, if a knight pursues only strength, then in the end he is no different from a mercenary. He cast his gaze into the distance. Then he slowly curled his fingers into a fist and raised it into the air. A knight is one who builds honor upon the foundation of strength. That raised fist was like a declaration of glory and also proof to himself. Incred pressed his lips together in a faint smile and looked toward the soldiers below. This moment will become the stepping stone that carries me forward on the path of a true knight, amid the cheers of the crowd. Below, Zem pouted in dissatisfaction. Incred, I made contributions too, so why call only the squad leader? Auden stood beside him, clapping with a smile, looking exactly like a devout believer answering a divine call. Not far away, Jason silently observed Incred, while Ragna yawned again and muttered, "Can we go home now?" One soldier, so moved his eyes turned red, shouted loudly, "Incred is so damn cool. Squad leader?" Just then, Marcus stepped forward again, his voice carrying a trace of humor. "It seems you're quite satisfied with this reward." He walked closer to Incred and lowered his voice. "But don't be too satisfied just yet. I still have a private gift for you." Marcus smiled lightly and gestured with his eyes. "Just wait and see." Incred could only look back at him in confusion. Then Marcus turned toward the crowd and shouted loudly, "Tonight we feast. The fine liquor is already prepared. Drink until you drop." In another corner, the nobles grumbled in dissatisfaction again. "There he goes again, talking like a brute." Standing nearby, Incred overheard them and thought to himself, his personality really is as bold as ever. His gaze dimmed slightly as he fell into thought. A feast, huh? That night, the soldiers gathered together, laughing, talking, and drinking boisterously. One soldier suddenly burst out laughing and pointed, "That bastard's drunk already." Elsewhere, Zen raised his beer mug high, looking utterly refreshed. He turned to Ragna and asked curiously, "Hey, not drinking?" Ragna sat comfortably on a tree trunk and replied indifferently, "My work is noble. You go ahead and drink." The very next moment, Zen suddenly splashed a huge mug of beer right into his face. "Stop being picky and drink, you bastard." Ragna immediately flew into a rage and grabbed Zen by the collar. This filthy spit water of barbarians. At that exact moment, Auden suddenly appeared and dumped an entire barrel of beer over both of their heads. After doing it, he still smiled brightly and said, "Everyone, have fun." Zen went mad with fury and roared, "I'll stuff you back into the ale barrel, you big ox." In another corner, a gloomy Ragna clutched his head in despair and muttered, "This is the worst." Incred looked toward them and sighed inwardly. They can make this much chaos even without good liquor. It's just that I don't see Raxon anywhere. Did he go into the city? Then again, that guy was never suited for lively places like this. Incred lowered his head, hugging the small beast in his arms, and told himself, "I understand. I'd rather hold a sword and train than take part in loud banquets like this." Just then, Shin suddenly appeared with 2 mugs of beer in her hands. Still thinking only about training, she smiled, sat down beside him, and urged, "At times like this, you should join a little too. When it's time to have fun, just have fun. Come on, drain a cup with me." No sooner had she finished speaking than the faint clink of metal striking the ground sounded out. Iron-shod boots slowly approached. Didin walked step by step toward where Incred was sitting. Incred unconsciously raised his head to look at the girl who had just appeared. Diduin coldly demanded, "Leaving me aside to sit with another woman? You've broken my heart. What a terrible man." Incred replied indifferently, I guess so. The surrounding crowd immediately erupted in an uproar at the sight. I can't believe the squad leader is that kind of person. How can he say something so heartless? Don't you see the hurt in the company commander's eyes? By contrast, Diduin remained strangely calm, her face not showing the slightest emotion. Fi, who was sitting beside them, also spoke up. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Incred casually retorted, I didn't do anything. An elf's eyes sparkle by nature. It's a racial trait. Esther, lying on Incred's lap, silently observed the whole situation. The more she watched, the more irritated she became. Someone had to use her power to return to human form, so you could recover. And yet here you're chatting leisurely with girls, you hateful man. Thinking that, Esther immediately sprang up and suddenly attacked Incred from below. Several soldiers around them panicked and started whispering, can leopards get jealous too? As expected of a demon king, no regard for species at all. Seeing this, Venance furiously drew his sword and shouted, damn it, one after another. I have had enough. I'll make you all pay. Before he could finish, Incred suddenly bared his teeth in a wide grin. Venance's face immediately turned pale, sweat pouring from him like rain. Incred lifted his head and looked at him with cold blue pupils. This is excellent news at just the right moment. Venance instantly sheathed his sword and decided to give up. Behind him, the soldiers started shouting noisily again, pushing him forward. What kind of man goes back on his word? Get out there. Fight, fight. Meanwhile, CA had already started going around pulling people in. It would be a waste not to bet on this match. Place your bets. At that moment, Vincegam suddenly appeared behind them, and Diduin spoke up. So everyone's gathered here, huh? She calmly looked at him and asked what happened. Graham draped an arm over the shoulder of a young man beside him and replied with a grin, I was planning to introduce this kid to Incred. But while he was still talking, the young man stared fixedly at Diduin, unable to pull his eyes away for even a moment. The captain of the border defense unit mostly works outside, so I suppose he's never met the famous figure of our battalion before. Hearing that, Diduin paused slightly, hesitated for a moment, then answered, then you've come at the wrong time. On the other side, Incred decisively planted the tip of his sword into the ground. At this moment, there was only training left in his eyes. When they saw Vinso admit defeat, the surrounding soldiers immediately blinked, then burst into loud jeers. Coward, give me back my betting money. Vinso angrily shouted back, shut up. If you got a problem with it, then fight him yourselves. Incred felt a trace of regret inside. Still not enough. Once I start, I only want to spar even more. As he thought that, he glanced toward Diduin. In that case, I want a stronger opponent. Diduin clearly understood the intent in Incred's eyes and gave a faint shake of her head in refusal. His gaze shifted to Graham, only to see that the man was still lost in drunkenness. Then he glanced toward the newly arrived young man, but the other party was still busy staring at Diduin, paying him no attention at all. Incred muttered irritably, why did she refuse? CA happened to pass by and blurted out, because not everyone is a lunatic like you, Captain. In another corner, someone suddenly asked Ander, who was standing nearby, do you really want to fight? He answered seriously, yes. Ander frowned, his eyes filled with determination, and continued, this is to prove something. The sound of footsteps rang out, drawing the attention of the noisy people over there. Incred remained where he was, quietly watching the shadow that was slowly approaching. He silently observed the opponent who had willingly stepped forward. Ander's expression darkened as he slowly drew his sword. I learned the attitude of never giving up from you, squad leader. Old memories surfaced in his mind. He had once dreamed of restoring his family in accordance with his mother's dying wish. But because he knew his own weakness too well, he had always been anxious and impatient. In the stillness, Ander stood there alone. To someone like him, the squad leader who always moved straight toward his dream was the ideal model. Even while standing behind Incred, he had always watched him. That was the person he wanted to become and the person he respected. Ander leveled the tip of his sword at his opponent and spoke clearly. Ander requests a match with squad leader Incred. He declared coldly, I have worked hard so that I would not be left behind by you. I will prove it right here. Incred raised his head slightly and said nothing. The night wind brushed past, making him suddenly recall something people often said. Within the spring wind, there was always a kind of magic that heralded a new beginning. Incred looked up at the sky, smiled, and said, "Tonight is truly a wonderful night for a fight." Then he looked straight at Ander and answered decisively, "I accept the match." Incred immediately took his fighting stance. "I will go all out." Ander smiled back, his expression full of readiness. The match began at once. A sword came slashing in along with a voice. "Don't you remember that day?" The squad leader immediately blocked Ander's attack. Incred then repeated the words Ander had once said. "Then try taking command for yourself, if you can defeat me with your own strength." Hearing that, Ander flushed red and cried out, "That was just an embarrassing part of my past. It's already over." Suddenly, Incred counterattacked and knocked Ander's sword aside. Then he rushed forward, attacking as he teased. "Things are different now, aren't they?" Ander seemed to gain confidence and let out a loud sneer. "Of course they are." Jem and the others standing behind them kept cheering. "Don't hold back, squad leader. Even that inexperienced company commander has a determination worth seeing." Beside the sparring ground, Ander continuously launched fierce, unrelenting attacks. Watching his demeanor, Incred analyzed him in silence and quickly realized that the immature arrogance of the past was gone, replaced by caution and experience forged in real combat. Ander charged straight at Incred with a savage look on his face, but Incred merely leaned back slightly and easily avoided the sharp blade. He really has changed a lot. The two still could not decide a victor and kept clashing without pause, attacking and defending in constant succession. As Incred seriously faced him, he could not help sinking in a thought about everything from the time they first met to the strength they both possess now. In just a short while, the balance of the fight began to tilt toward Incred. The two swords ground violently against each other, and Ander was forced into a difficult defense. He clenched his teeth, his face turning pale. His feet struggled to hold firm, yet he was still pushed back again and again until even the ground could no longer hold him. In the next instant, Incred struck him and sent him flying backward. A loud boom rang out, and dust billowed everywhere. Ander lay still without moving, sweat pouring off him. After the match, Incred walked over and held out a hand in front of him. Ander took his hand and stood up, his expression calm as he said, "I'm preparing to leave." Incred heard this and simply remained silent, showing no emotion. Ander continued, "It's time to rebuild the family. When you come to the capital, squad leader, I will invite you to stay at the Lur family estate." At that point, he awkwardly scratched his head and added, Of course, since you've received the royal dagger, you'll probably be going to the royal capital too." Unexpectedly, Incred gently rubbed Ander's head. His expression softened a little as he replied, "I'll look forward to it." Ander pressed his lips together, clearly deeply moved, then broke into a radiant smile. "Yes." Beside them, Jana coldly asked, "Hey, are you planning to follow Ander too?" Mr. had tears welling in his eyes, his voice choking up. "Seriously, since when did Ander become so reliable?" Auden also squeezed in and stepped forward to comfort him. "Come on, wipe your tears." But in the next instant, Mr. grabbed a fistful of Jem's hair and used it to wipe his face, making Jem shout furiously, "You've really gotten bold, haven't you?" Hearing the argument, Anderler immediately ran over and said excitedly, "Jem, don't bully Mr. anymore. Just think of it as me going crazy and defending him. Though actually, I'm the one getting bullied." At that moment, Incred was still standing silently in place, quietly calculating. The party would last through the entire night. Watching his comrades tease and joke with one another, he thought to himself, if I don't want regrets, I should just enjoy it. Under the quiet night sky, the soldiers gathered to drink, chat, and laugh without end, and at last, the long night came to a close. The next morning, Ander and Mr. boarded a carriage bound for the capital. With their swollen, tear-puffed eyes, the two of them looked absolutely ridiculous. After being dragged into drinking all night with the squad members, they looked so miserable it was hard to watch. Incred stood there waving goodbye, his gaze full of anticipation for their next reunion. After all, the next time they met, one of them would be the head of a noble house. So perhaps seeing him like this now wasn't such a bad final memory. After saying goodbye, Incred returned to his sword training. Even though there had been a feast last night, he still did not skip his morning practice. Beneath the light of dawn, his tall frame kept swinging the sword, training tirelessly. It was both a promise to himself and something inevitable if he wanted to become a true knight. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. As expected, "You're here too?" Squad leader Incred. Drenched in sweat, Incred turned and greeted him. Company Commander Marcus. The moment Marcus shifted aside, Incred immediately noticed the person standing near him. Behind the company commander stood a strange figure in a cloak, and Incred quickly guessed the person's identity. Just then, Marcus spoke, cutting off his thoughts. I told you before, didn't I? I had a personal gift I wanted to give you. I'll be relying on you for this. Immediately, the red cloak knight shot forward. The figure swiftly took a ready stance, clearly intending to attack Incred. Faced with that move, Incred instantly raised his guard. The red cloak knight suddenly accelerated. Fast as lightning, the knight appeared before Incred in the blink of an eye and brought a sword slashing straight down. Fortunately, Incred managed to block in time. The girl with the standing red hair beside them saw it, and her eyes flashed at once. She was clearly extremely surprised. By now, Incred was already struggling to hold on. In contrast, the red cloak knight spoke with amused interest. You blocked that? Then, stepping back, the knight gestured. Let's try a little more. The surrounding space gradually turned hazy. Countless pink blades appeared and shot toward him at terrifying speed. Incred stood frozen in place, eyes wide, utterly unable to dodge, and was struck immediately. The blades seemed endless, one after another hurtling toward him. Incred's mind rang with a storm of chaotic thoughts. Countless blades came crashing in. His thigh was pierced through. The instant the attacks hit his body, it felt as though chunks of flesh were being gouged away, as though his arm had been severed. Gritting his teeth to endure it, he imagined his throat being cut next. Incred glanced toward the red cloak knight, and a thought flashed through his mind. All of those blades seemed to be telling him in unison, step back, retreat, and you will live. Incred's face darkened, and one final thought rose in his mind. Otherwise, I die. And yet his spirit remained hard as steel. Incred opened his blue eyes wide, light blazing fiercely within them, and said with unwavering resolve, then I'll die. Even though his legs had taken the worst of the blows, there was only one thought left in his mind. I will never retreat before my dream again. His body was like a solid fortress, ignoring the injuries tearing through his flesh. Even if he had to die hundreds or thousands of times, if he could advance even a single step, he would do it. His eyes and expression at that moment were like those of a monster that did not know pain, endlessly affirming his own resolve. If he could not walk, then he would crawl, but he would still move forward. At that moment, only the image of the red cloak knight remained in Incred's eyes, along with one single thought, advance. Behind the helmet, the red cloak knight's eyes widened in shock at the iron strength of his will. Gathering all his strength, Incred hurled himself forward. Just then, a voice rang out. Stop! Frock suddenly stepped between the two of them, and the surging, killing intent vanished at once. The red cloak knight removed the helmet and commented, I've never seen anyone like you. No control at all, and yet you endured this much? Under the helmet was unexpectedly a woman with striking short red hair. She stepped closer to Incred and said calmly, if you'd pushed even a little farther, you really would have died. Covered in sweat, Incred raised his head with difficulty and asked, Who are you? The red cloak knight answered at once, Aisha. She straightened and introduced herself. I am Knight Aisha, probationary Knight Aisha. By then, Incred's gaze had already grown hazy, as if he could no longer clearly hear what was happening around him. The next second, he toppled backward. Graham was instantly behind him and gently caught his body. The entire squad quickly stepped forward and stood in front of Incred. Rem, eyes filled with killing intent, spoke up. So what if you're a probationary knight? That's a pretty rude way to greet someone. Aisha coldly asked in return, Who are these people? Frock stayed silent, giving no answer, inwardly bewildered. What is with these people? Then Aisha opened her eyes fully, her large eyes lighting up as she saw through the four standing before her, Graham, Auden, and Jackna. She assessed them silently in her heart. The savage-looking one in front, someone with no discernible presence at all, and that huge brute too. None of them were ordinary. Especially the one standing at the very back with a sword in hand, blonde hair and red eyes, clearly a northerner, looking like he'd just woken up, and yet his sword posture was genuinely noteworthy. At that thought, Frock suddenly grew interested and could not help glancing at him several more times. In the end, Aisha said nothing, only curling her lips into an unreadable smile. At that point, Marcus spoke to calm the onlookers. It's not what you think, so back off, members of the Mad Squad. From his words, Aisha vaguely guessed who they were and casually remarked, Ah, so they're those lunatics. Then no wonder they're abnormal. Rim still growled tensely, his eyes fixed on the three in front of him as he asked coldly, what exactly have these people been doing this whole time? The moment he finished speaking, a low voice cut in. Out of nowhere, Marcus threw out a question. So what do you think? Can he become a knight? As he asked, his stern gaze swept across them, and the two sides silently locked eyes. Hearing that question, Jim and Jana both froze, their faces full of shock and confusion. Auden and Jackna were no different. Jackna reflexively blurted out a response, his voice brimming with doubt. Night Frock had remained silent from beginning to end, simply observing the situation. Inwardly, she considered why Marcus had summoned both Aisha and herself here. Perhaps he wanted experts' eyes to identify natural talent and assess a person's limits. As she thought this, she unconsciously glanced at the unconscious Incred, then looked back at Marcus, guessing that this was the personal gift he had prepared. But that train of thought was quickly interrupted. Only then did Frock answer Marcus's question. Not even close. After saying that, she added a flat assessment of Incred. The limits of his talent are painfully obvious. The fact that he made it this far is already impressive. Suddenly, Frock seriously made another proposal. What about that one over there? Interested? Her gaze went straight to Jackna, her intent unmistakable, as if directly asking for his opinion. Jackna waved a hand and refused without hesitation. Not interested. Frock had not expected such a decisive rejection, and she could hardly believe it. I'd heard these lunatics obey absolutely no one except their own squad leader. Thinking that, she smiled faintly, becoming even more interested in Jackna, but still could not resist mocking him. You dare refuse an offer from the Red Cloak Knight Order? At that moment, Aisha turned to Marcus and said flatly, I've done what you asked, Company Commander Marcus. Marcus gave a perfunctory smile and replied, Of course. You've worked hard. There was nothing left to do here. So Aisha turned to leave, casually slinging an arm around Frock's shoulders and calling out, Let's go. Frock hesitated, her steps faltering a little as she kept looking back toward Incred. Suddenly, she said, I'll stay here a little longer before I leave. Aisha cried out in confusion. What? Marcus also turned and asked, You plan to stay? Your lodgings. Before he could finish, Frock cut him off and stated her wish directly. About that, I have a request. Aisha had not yet left. She looked at Frock, then glanced away, sighing helplessly to herself. Is she going to make another offer to that blonde one? Once Frock became interested in something, she always followed her own will. Aisha could only roll her eyes in exasperation, then look toward the still unconscious Incred, who was being carried on Graham's back. She thought to herself, that man clearly endured my pressure and even took another step forward. This is the first time I've ever seen anyone do that. If he endured it and advanced that far. Her thoughts stopped halfway. Aisha vaguely recalled the battle she had just had with Incred and murmured despite herself. If he ever realizes that power, he might become a monster. But if things were that easy, then even dogs and cats could become knights. No longer lingering, Aisha left alone. At that moment, Venner was hiding behind the houses, observing everything that had happened. His face darkened and his mind was in turmoil. No wonder it had been so noisy during the night watch. What in the world is going on here? People moved back and forth busily while the guards still carried out their duties with discipline. Venner wandered slowly along the empty road, his expression pensive, his thoughts refusing to stop. Incred dreams of becoming a knight. He had never once hidden that dream. If it was true, and the whole unit knew it, then the unease in Venner's heart became even harder to dispel. Thinking of this, he unconsciously pressed his thin lips together, and a vague image of Incred rose in his mind, from the boy who had always feared failure to the man he was today. Venner felt genuinely troubled and conflicted. Even though he had been criticized and looked down on because it was said to be an impossible dream, he had still endured in silence and persisted. But hearing the word impossible spoken by someone who had already reached the realm he himself longed for, even Incred could not help faltering, if only for a moment, sinking into silent thought. Venner wore a weary expression, his spirits low. So lost in thought was he that he did not even realize when he had arrived in front of the little wooden house. Jim opened the door, and the moment he saw him, he started babbling nonsense. Did the squad leader get dumped by a girl because he's ugly or something? Why bother using such a long title? So what is it? Venner looked into the room and suddenly froze. Seeing Frock sitting by the bed next to Incred, he cried out in shock, what? Why is Frock here? Frock turned to look at Venner and Jim, and said blandly, "I owe him a debt. That's all." While Venner still trembled, his body stiff as though frozen, pointing toward Frock, Jim merely leaned a hand against the wall and answered indifferently, "I see." Seeing how strangely calm everyone was, Venner could not help feeling suspicious. Looking more closely, why does everyone seem so unfazed? The dream of the squad leader you all follow was just denied, wasn't it? The more he thought about it, the more he glanced around. Jackna was sleeping soundly beneath a warm blanket. Jim dropped onto the bed and rudely picked his nose. Jana silently wiped down her sword. Auden sat in a corner, focused on whatever he was doing. Each person was busy with their own thing, their attitudes so normal it was unbelievable, making Venner inwardly lament, this is clearly the kind of crisis that should drive someone into despair. At that moment, Incred began to show signs of waking up. He frowned faintly, slowly opened his eyes, looked around, and then spoke in a hoarse voice. "This is," Frock reflexively asked a nearly pointless question. "You're awake?" Jem, showing no restraint whatsoever, bluntly told Incred, "They said you'd absolutely never become a knight." Hearing that, Venner instantly exploded and shouted at him, "Hey!" But Jim still did not stop and continued, not even the slightest possibility. Incred sat up and leaned slightly to one side as Jim went on and on. Not even as much as a pea-sized chance. Panicked, Venner clamped a hand over Jim's mouth and yelled, "You bastard, stop it." Incred fell silent and only murmured, "Is that so?" Venner let go of Jim's mouth and hurried over to Incred, anxiously trying to comfort him. "Hey, you don't have to pretend you're fine. I understand how you feel." Jim cursed roughly, "Idiot." Incred kept a blank expression. Venner went still, his throat tightening so much that he could not say another word. Behind him, Jim was burning with anger, his cold eyes fixed straight ahead. Incred rose to his feet and said calmly, "I'm going to train." Jim, though still holding Venner down, turned to him and asked in concern, "How are you now?" Incred answered stiffly, "I'm short on time. Just because I fainted, I already missed morning training." At that moment, Jana also woke up, stretched, and yawned. "What's going on? Did the squad leader go outside?" After saying that, she got out of bed as well, slung her sword over her shoulder, and headed for the door. "I'm going too." Frock followed them out and let out a soft laugh of admiration. "How interesting." Inside the room, only Jim and Venner remained, with Venner pinned to the floor, clutching his head in bewilderment as he asked, "Why is that Incred guy so calm?" Jim answered flatly, "What else?" "Because he's a stubborn, pig-headed bastard." Even after saying that, he did not lift his foot off Venner. At that moment, Marcus lightly rubbed the insignia in his hand and explained Incred wasn't shaken by Frock's words, and she was someone who reads talent. Even if a true knight stood in front of him and said the same thing, he'd still be exactly like this. Jana looked at the blade she had just finished polishing, the bright steel reflected in her eyes, and casually added, "If you look at that kind of stubbornness in a positive light, then it's conviction." Hearing them speak that way, Venner vaguely understood something. He lowered his head and looked at the ground, thinking to himself, someone who has never truly tasted disappointment or despair would never know how to give up. That's why he won't collapse, because of anyone's words. Thinking of that, Venner looked up and gave a self-mocking smile, muttering, "Damn it, making other people worry about you. How embarrassing." Seeing Venner struggle to his feet, Jim asked shortly, "Going?" Venner answered honestly, "I need to train too. I don't want to lose to Incred." As he said it, he turned his head and looked Jim straight in the eye, a rare determination flashing in his gaze. Outside, Incred was straining through one-arm push-ups. He kept reminding himself of the power of a probationary knight, the blade illusion, and that invisible pressure that had weighed down on him so heavily his body had nearly become unable to move. That was absolutely not ordinary killing intent. As his thoughts drifted, his mind unconsciously returned to what had happened before. As if seeing through his thoughts, Frock walked over and asked bluntly, "Curious about what kind of power the pressure Aisha displayed actually was?" Incred sat up, sweat soaking his entire body, still looking dazed, and asked back, "Pressure? Is that the name of a skill?" Just then, footsteps sounded and Jana appeared. Seeing the two of them turn to look at her, she finally spoke. "What makes knights different? People who surpass their own limits often aim for the gate of knighthood, but if they cannot perceive this kind of power, then they can never become knights." Her voice was unusually serious. After that, Jana continued with a lengthy explanation. "The chance of perceiving that power is only 1 in 10,000. It may even be a mysterious power possessed by no one else." Frock gave a faint laugh and said ambiguously, "If we tell him everything, won't that just leave him completely hopeless?" Incred did not understand and immediately asked, "Then what exactly is that power?" Frock stiffened and fell silent, offering no reply. But Incred still insisted in a low voice, "Please tell me." After a stretch of silence, Frock finally gave a rough explanation. "The pressure Aisha displayed belongs to that kind of power as well." Jana continued, making it clearer. "The thing that allows knights to unleash power beyond ordinary humans is the general term for all such abilities." At this point, she suddenly paused. Incred stared at her intently, his eyes filled with expectation. In a grave voice, Jana finished, "It is called Aura." Then Ragna continued the explanation. "Aura is a power born from will. Because of that, some people also call this ability the power of will. It is the greatest mysterious power that humanity is capable of manifesting. To possess Aura, the first step is to face reality, face the hardships before you, and break through your own limits. Next, to awaken Aura." At that point, he paused for a moment, as if he did not know either, then continued vaguely, "Well, when the time comes, you'll understand." Incred asked back, "Understand? Understand what?" For now, you're still not capable of grasping that yet." Incred continued, "So in the end, will I understand it or not?" Luagan, who was standing beside him, spoke up as well. "Each person expresses a different kind of power, completely unique to themselves. That's why the method of awakening Aura is also something each person must come to realize on their own." He turned toward Ragna. "Isn't it still too early to be talking about this, when he hasn't even surpassed his own limits yet?" But Incred paid no attention to the question and only answered vaguely, "Right. That's exactly what I was trying to say." Incred said, "I understand the main point now. So what I need to do to break through my own limits?" Luagan gave a faint smile. "That is something only you can discover for yourself. What your limit is, only by experiencing it firsthand can you truly recognize it. What you can do right now is..." Before he could finish, Incred had already grabbed his sword and said, "I know what I need to do now. Then all I need to do is keep repeating my training until I collapse from exhaustion." Luagan continued, "Haha, but I don't think that method will produce any results." He thought to himself, the frog tribe's instinct is to judge talent, and that instinct is usually quite accurate. In particular, combat instinct is built through experience. I have seen and experienced countless talented humans. When it comes to assessing talent, I surpass anyone else. My criteria for judging talent consist of two parts. First, whether the person truly possesses talent in the literal sense. Second, whether that person has the will to keep moving forward. Normally, if the first part fails, then the second is hardly worth considering. But that one, he thought as he watched Incred train, he possesses a will so extraordinary that it overwhelms everyone else. That is something I have never encountered in anyone before. He truly is a rare, nameless existence. For the frog tribe, to live is to immerse oneself in personal desire. Some stake their hearts on absolute power. Others drown themselves in love and lust. And what I desire most is to uncover what has never before been known. He stepped up in front of Incred and said, "Squad leader Incred, I'll be staying here for a while to help everyone in the camp." Incred raised a hand in greeting. "Then what's your name?" Luagan replied, "My name is Luagan." As he shook his hand, he thought to himself, "I'm very curious about you, squad leader. Nameless one, just how far will you be able to go in the future?" The scene shifted to evening. While everyone was eating, plenty of whispers rose up. "It's a frog. A frog is living together with squad leader Incred's mad squad. Oh, so that person really is staying here. Hey, how would I know?" The people around them began getting angry and speaking more loudly. "What's going on over there? Why is there a frog here? You all reek of sweat. Don't come near me." Seeing that, Jem frowned. TCH, what a pack of people with no manners at all. Jackna immediately mocked him. "And someone like you is criticizing other people for that." In an instant, Jem grabbed a fork and stabbed toward him, but Jackna leaned back and dodged it. Just like that, the two of them started brawling again. The people around them immediately cried out in unison. "They're causing trouble again. Evacuate." Chris let out a sigh. Geez, not a single one of this bunch knows how to behave with even basic decency. Luagan thought to himself, "I have already realized that their talent is exceptional. However, to be more precise, they're not merely exceptional, they are exceptionally outstanding. All four of them have already surpassed their personal limits. If they awaken aura, they will easily become knights. But luck is also a decisive factor in everything. Finn turned and asked, "Hey, should we interfere?" Incred didn't care and replied, "But they fight pretty well together, so just leave them be." "Huh, what's wrong with you?" "They're making a mess. Compared to before, now they can talk to each other without holding anything back at all. They're close enough that they won't really beat each other badly enough to get hurt. That fight will probably end on its own." Finn was surprised. "Oh, really?" Meanwhile, the others were still going at it wildly. Yua, he pulled out an axe. He drew his sword too. "Everybody get out of the mess hall." Incred turned to Luagan and asked, "Have you picked a place to stay in this camp yet? As for that, staying near you would be best." While they were talking, whoosh, one of Jem's axes came flying toward them. Clang! Incred didn't even care, raising his sword and knocking it aside. Jem shouted in their direction, even as he fought, "That spot is mine. You presumptuous frog, don't even think about stealing it." Luagan answered indifferently, "People said you lot were insane, and I didn't believe it. Now, it seems you really are." Incred said tiredly, "I apologize on his behalf. It's fine. Handsome men are allowed to be a little rude." Incred replied, "I heard the frog tribe understands human beauty, but..." At that moment, Finn also blushed and murmured, "I admit it, you guys really do stand out." Luagan smiled. "On that point, you also meet our standards for a handsome man, Incred. I can overlook a few minor rude behaviors, you understand? So, is there anything you'd like to ask of me?" Incred fell silent for a moment after hearing that. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. "Then let's have a spar so we can learn from each other." "What? After training all day, you still want to fight?" "Well, I plan to keep training until I'm tired out anyway." Luagan sighed. "Then you're the craziest one in the whole squad." Finn nodded. "I admit it." Meanwhile, Incred still asked blankly, "Why are you saying that about me?" Luagan pondered. Normally, just training during the day is enough to make people collapse from exhaustion. It seems his mental strength is several times greater than that of an ordinary person. If he possessed aura, just how powerful a knight would he become? Incred was still puzzled. "But I think I'm just an ordinary person." Finn broke into a sweat and asked, "Are you honestly serious?" Thinking that, Luagan picked up her whip and thought, "Normally, I wouldn't waste time on someone with no potential. But he is different. I want to spend time on him." She took off her coat and said, "I won't show any mercy in this battle." Incred's eyes immediately shone. "That's exactly what I wanted." The scene shifted to the Aspen Duchy. A figure was deep in thought. "Failure? My prediction of an absolute victory has completely collapsed. I prepared many trump cards. I believe there was no way we could lose this battle. The origin of this failure was Meat Harrier's death. After that, the provocation plan fell apart, and even the giant that was sent out was defeated. And at the center of everything is that squad captain of the Mad Squad, the soldier named Incred. The war has not completely ended yet. Once the temporary ceasefire ends, Aspen can still win. But if Incred obstructs me once again then, the Greyhounds were once sent to assassinate him. At the time, I thought it strange that they would pay attention to such an insignificant squad leader. But now, perhaps that was the most correct decision that could have been made at the time. As he continued thinking, he put pen to paper to write something. Munker Swamp, the place where missions have never failed, thanks to the exceptional skill of the Palace Assassination Guild under Aspen's royal court. We hereby issue an order in the name of the Aspen Palace. Target, the soldier named Incred. Objective, elimination. The scene shifted to outside Incred's group's tent during dinner. A concealed figure was silently watching from atop a tree. Seeing Incred through the window, he gripped his weapon and thought, target confirmed. "Hey!" A voice suddenly sounded beside his ear. It was Jackna, who had appeared behind him and pressed a knife to his throat as he asked, "Who are you? And why are you here?" The scene shifted to the outskirts of Aspen territory, the secret base of the Monster Swamp Guild. There was the sound of a fist slamming a table, followed by an angry voice. "All of them? Damn it!" The old man shouted. "Lost contact again? That makes the fifth one already." Someone reported, "There's someone repeatedly obstructing the assassinations." Even though we dispatched a high-ranking assassin this time, he was still taken down before he could react. The old man broke into a sweat as he thought, "What the hell are you people doing? This is a direct commission from Aspen's royal family. If our royal-affiliated guild fails this commission, the guild's very survival will be threatened. Now only those people can solve this matter. The finest assassins in our guild, the Lux brothers." A violet glow flashed in his eyes as he growled, "You must complete this commission." The scene shifted back to Incred. He was walking through the streets, and many civilians greeted him warmly. "War hero, are you out on patrol? This is just a small gift. Please accept it. Incred waved his hands. I can't accept these. Thanks to you, my son came back alive. Please accept this token of my gratitude. How are the shoes I gave you? No matter how much he refused, they still gathered around and kept stuffing gifts into his hands. Stop by our shop later. I'll wrap up lots of dried meat for you. But no one noticed that within the crowd, there was someone secretly holding a needle, preparing to assassinate him. On a rooftop above, another man was also preparing to throw a hidden weapon. Come by our place too. We got lots of fresh fruit. Inside a milk tea shop, another man was casually sipping his drink while holding a weapon in his hand. Very quickly, two darts flew toward him at the same time from opposite directions. The man in the crowd also moved in close. Suddenly, an axe came flying in and smashed one of the darts. The other was struck aside by a sword. As for the assassin in the crowd, a wire had already wrapped around his neck. Sensing danger, Incred's eyes immediately swept in that direction. But there was nothing there, which left him slightly puzzled. In truth, the man in the crowd had already been strangled by Jackna and dragged into an alley. At the same time, his accomplice on the rooftop immediately shouted, "Is it you? The one who's been interfering with the assassinations." He instantly lunged forward and stabbed from behind. But Jackna lightly dodged, and at the same time, wrapped wire around his body. GHK, he was mercilessly strangled on the spot. The one drinking milk tea also rushed out, thinking, this is bad. My brothers were taken out in an instant. I have to deal with the target first. But his weapon was sliced in half by a thrown blade. Jackna closed the distance with incredible speed, wrapped wire around him, and took him down. Tap, tap, footsteps approached at the same time. Seeing him, Incred asked, "What are you doing over there, Jackna?" He calmly replied, "Oh, there were a few drunk guys sprawled out in a dangerous spot, so I moved them to keep anyone from bumping into them." Incred smelled alcohol and didn't question it further. "You actually do good deeds like that too?" Jackna smiled and answered, "Got a problem with that?" "No, nothing." After seeing that his squad leader had gone far enough away, Jackna thought to himself, squad leader is in a phase where he needs to grow much stronger through training, so I can't let little pests like these get in the way. In any case, opponents of a higher level are starting to gather. There was a little goblin rat who targeted the squad leader before, too. TCH. Who do you think this territory belongs to? Not long after, he moved to another place and entered what seemed to be a flower shop. There, he met an exceptionally beautiful woman to discuss the matter. In the market alley, they disguised themselves by splashing alcohol on their bodies. The woman respectfully bowed. "They appear to be from Monster Swamp. What should we do?" "Handle it our way." After answering, he turned and left. Seeing that, the woman whispered sadly, "You really are leaving again without a moment's hesitation, my lord." After a moment, she coldly shifted her gaze toward the window. Outside, two figures in black had appeared at some point. They spoke in unison. Understood. Not long after, the assassins received a warning delivered to Monster Swamp. Our leniency ends here. Along with that message came the severed heads of those assassins. From this moment on, any assassin who enters this city, kill them all. Spare no one. Very quickly, they had no choice but to report the news back to their leader. He was shocked. Assassination is impossible. Those escorting the target are on a completely different level from us. We only operate within the Aspen Duchy, but our enemies are people who treat the entire continent as their stage. Those words made his face immediately darken. After a while, he spoke. "So that means he isn't someone who could be dealt with by assassination alone. I understand. Withdraw the commission." He thought to himself, if there truly is something special about Incred, I will confirm it myself on the battlefield. The scene shifted. 3 months had passed since returning to the border. Two soldiers grumbled. Is it because the weather's getting hotter? Just standing still is exhausting. And yet he really hasn't missed a single day, has he? As they spoke, they looked over at Incred, who was training. No wonder he got stronger. Training that much. How much has he grown by now? Bullshit. Jim's mocking voice suddenly sounded behind them, startling them. Ragna hugged his sword and said in frustration, "How strange. It's not like I taught him anything wrong." Auden continued praying off to the side. "O Lord above, Lord Dawn forward, our brother squad leader has been possessed by a terrifying demon." Elsewhere, Jackna sighed. Sigh. Llewellyn observed him while thinking, did I misjudge him? No, my initial judgment was correct. He has no talent. In that case, I judge him accurately after all. He has completely hit a plateau, Incred. Hearing that, he smiled faintly and thought, no. Right now, I hold something that the others do not know. A step forward, an enormous one. The scene shifted to early morning a few days later. Inside the squad's tent, the sound of muttering came from under a blanket. Chris was looking something up while muttering, "Not this one. Not this either. What does this letter even mean?" A figure appeared beside her. It was Luagan. She angrily yanked off the covering and shouted, "You're too noisy." Chris jumped in fright and screamed, "Ah!" Luagan irritably asked, "What are you muttering about at the crack of dawn?" The writing on this map." Hearing her tone, Chris immediately asked, "Huh? Don't tell me you can read it." At that same moment, a rooster crowed. Whoosh! Incred sprang upright like a machine, startling both of them. He looked outside. It's time for morning training. Very quickly, he went right back to diligently training. The rest of them could only watch in weary frustration. That guy really isn't improving at all. He must feel that he's hit a wall himself. But look at his face. Why does he look so happy? Jim thought to himself, "Squad leader, just what are you thinking?" At the same time, a soldier approached. "Squad leader Incred, do you have a moment?" "Huh, I do. What is it?" "Company Commander Marcus is calling for you." When he arrived, Marcus said, "I have a commission mission for you." He read the mission: exterminate the herd at Reclamation Village. That's right. At this time of year, the danger level outside the city rises sharply. Summer is the season when monsters and demonic beasts multiply. When their numbers increase and a leader appears, the herd becomes a serious threat to the surrounding villages. There are reports of signs of an extra-large herd near Reclamation Village. I will grant you temporary command of the village's self-defense force. Deal with them and return safely. Not long after, he returned to the squad's tent. "So you're preparing to leave right away?" "Back across Stronghold 2. Did you carry around this much stuff?" He replied, "The more thoroughly prepared I am, the better." Luagan also said, "This level of preparation is appropriate for dealing with an extra-large herd. Even stupid corpse-eating fiends become dangerous when they gather in numbers." "Is this the commission slip?" "Let's see." Incred thought to himself, "It would be better if I also had throwing daggers. After using up all the materials I took from those goblins last time, I have no way to get more. It was a rare weapon to begin with, so I guess it can't be helped." Jackness sat there in thought. Suddenly Chris raised her voice. "Hey, this is Squad Leader." Her eyes lit up as she hurried over. "This time, I'm coming with you too." Incred was startled. Hey, what's with that look in your eyes? Get rid of it right now. Do you not understand? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chris excitedly held up the map. "There's treasure hidden right next to Reclamation Village." "Oh, treasure. It's the wealth hidden over 100 years ago by the legendary merchant Donf." Incred studied the map more closely. It was something Chris had picked up on the battlefield last time. He took it and examined it, while Chris stayed beside him, still excited. This was a very famous story among treasure hunters. The dungeon holding Donf's treasure had existed for more than 100 years. The traps no longer worked either. If they found it, they would hit the jackpot. Finn wondered aloud, "But I can't read this writing. Isn't this an ancient language?" Luagan laughed smugly and replied, "I already help him with that because I'm a scholar. Deciphering an ancient language is easy." Incred was surprised. A warrior of the Frog Tribe is also a scholar? That's the first time I've heard that. Don't lump everyone together like that. At that moment, Chris happily asked, "Squad leader, so we're going, right?" He nodded. "If we're only stopping by, then sure." Chris immediately shouted, "Yes, the treasure will be ours." Incred reminded them, "We leave early tomorrow morning. Everyone in the squad, get ready." Before he could finish, Jim interrupted, "I'm not going." Auden said while praying, "The gods have given me no answer." Ragnus said, "I'm going to sleep." Jackna walked outside. "I've got something to do." Seeing that, Chris asked in confusion, "What's going on?" He's usually always eager to follow the squad leader. While Incred was still thinking, Finn also asked, "But if that's the case, will our manpower be enough?" On the contrary, Luagan said, "I'll go with you." As she spoke, she shoved Esther aside with her hip, making the beast visibly annoyed. "If Incred is going, then I have no reason to stay behind." Chris beamed. "It'll be great if you join us. Then I'll get our luggage ready first." As for Incred, he was still silently staring at his comrades, unable to understand what they were planning. The scene shifted to early the next morning. They began leaving camp. "If everyone's ready, let's go." Chris flinched in fear when Esther growled at her. "Whoa, this panther is coming too. Ah, why does it always hate only me?" Jackna suddenly stepped closer. "Squad leader." He tossed something to Incred, leaving him puzzled. "This is... Oh, the broken blade insignia?" Jackna replied, "I got it in my own way. So, the reason you were busy yesterday was because of this? Because I thought the squad leader needed even one more weapon right now. At the same time, Incred noticed that even though the others were not joining, they still seemed to be watching him. Incred fell silent for a moment, then said, "I know why you all are doing this." A faint smile appeared on his lips. "When I get back, let's have a few sparring matches. I'm sure it'll be fun." As soon as he finished speaking, he left. Jem stared after him in confusion. What is the squad leader thinking? Ragnar said, "No matter how you look at it, there's no sign he's going to improve." Jackna sighed. Still, there have been quite a few cases where someone suddenly makes a huge leap in skill. Auden added, "I want to believe in that confidence of his." Zen watched Incred's back as he departed and thought to himself, "This time, how will he surprise me? How strong will he become?" Then he picked up his axe and said, "No matter what, he really is a strange man." He glanced at Ragna and said, "Hey, sleepy worm, let's spar. Let's bet half our lives on it." Ragna also picked up his sword and replied, "Don't blame me if you die." Beside them, Auden and Jackna stepped forward as well. "I wanted to. I'll take you on." Zen continued thinking. As the squad leader said, when he gets back, it's definitely going to be interesting. In that case, we should prepare a fitting reward to welcome that moment. Scene shift. That enormous herd had already drawn monsters from the surrounding region. So I had already predicted that the journey to Reclamation Village would not be a peaceful one. At that moment, Incred's party was fighting a pack of monsters. Llewellyn grumbled, we're running into them way too often. Ever since we set out, we've already encountered 7 or 8 groups. Finn said, "Please forgive me, everyone. I swear I haven't led us the wrong way." "Don't worry," Incred replied. "Let's keep moving." By evening, they had finished another battle and were continuing forward cautiously. He thought to himself, the shortcut through the thorn plum thicket is a route wild beasts rarely come near. Finn has guided us correctly. Suddenly, growling sounds came from nearby. Another pack of beasts rushed at them. Finn shouted in frustration and alarm, "Damn it again." Incred had already readied himself for battle and kept thinking. Even so, the beasts just keep appearing. Llewellyn said, "Even if there really is a huge herd in this area, this is still far too abnormal. Besides, this isn't the Magic Kingdom." Incred thought to himself, the Magic Kingdom? The Forbidden Land, the breeding ground of monsters and wild beasts. A place said to hold an entity at its center that endlessly gives birth to abominations. And a place humanity absolutely cannot set foot in. I have a bad feeling about this. Not long after wiping out those monsters, they arrived at a village. "Welcome, honored guests. I am the head of this reclamation village." Incred introduced himself. "We came here under a request from the Mercenary Guild. We heard there were signs of a large monster tide." Another man stepped forward and said, "Discuss the rest directly with me." The village chief asked in surprise, "Wait, you are?" But before he could finish, one look from that man made him too intimidated to continue. Chris noticed and immediately sensed that something was strange here. The one-eyed man introduced himself. "A pleasure to meet you all. I am Dutch Pullman, captain of the village self-defense force." Incred replied, "Incred squad, attached to the border guard." But Pullman cut him off and said in a low voice, "I'll get straight to the point. The wild beasts have already been wiped out. The members of my self-defense force are all seasoned mercenaries. A bunch of straggling beasts are nothing to us, especially with that defensive fence system over there. It's a masterpiece built with a hunter's utmost effort. Ordinary monsters and wild beasts could never get past it." At that point, he stressed, "There's nothing here that requires your involvement anymore. I'll report that the mission has been completed, so you can return now." Hearing that, Incred thought for a moment, then replied, "I'll find something to do here myself." When Pullman heard that, he was so angry he began trembling. Seeing this, Chris hurriedly said, "We've traveled a long way to get here, so we're all rather tired. Even if we have to leave immediately, we should at least rest a little first, don't you think?" Only then did he reply, "In that case, we'll arrange lodging for you." "Hey, Hugo." "Yes, leave that to me." At that moment, Llewellyn suddenly spoke up. "Hi." Chris, who was standing nearby, asked, "Is something wrong?" She replied, "With my instincts and a frog's senses, I can't ignore a man like that. For some reason, he irritates me so much I want to punch him in the face." Chris broke into a light sweat and muttered, "Hey, try to hold it in." Llewellyn thought to herself, the aura coming from that man is exactly like those people's. Meanwhile, Hugo said, "I'll take you to your lodgings." But she thought, no, I'm probably just overthinking it. Scene shift to the place where they were staying. "He's openly keeping us under surveillance." "Well, I can roughly guess the reason." The squad leader is in temporary command, right? That pool man fellow is probably feeling threatened, thinking we'll take away his authority. Incred thought, but I'm afraid things are not that simple. Finn asked, do you think what they said about the beast herd being completely wiped out is true? Of course not. Just looking at the monsters we encountered on the way here makes that obvious. The herd is still very much out there. It's going to be troublesome if we don't have their cooperation. Incred replied, it's fine. He was lifting weights as he continued. We just need to fulfill our duty. Chris asked in confusion, but how long are you planning to keep training? Incred replied, we still have plenty of time. By the way, where did you get these rocks? Finn and Chris then left. Phew, it's late. I'm going to sleep first. Me too. Only Llewellyn remained, still deep in thought. If there is no advancement, then training is nothing but meaningless repetition. Even so, how can he always wear that cheerful expression? Does he really like training that much? A memory suddenly flashed through her mind. She had once known someone who loved training just like that. Back then, those days have been very happy. That person had once said, if you wish it, I will always be by your side and help you whenever you need me. Love of my life. Back in the present, Incred had put down the weights while she remained lost in thought. Even though a frog still carries a spiritual love for a human, even now, those feelings remain unchanged. If only the one I loved had not been killed by them. She spoke up and asked, is training really that enjoyable, Incred? He smiled and answered, it's very enjoyable. That expression and attitude made her heart skip a beat. He really is so much like him. At the same time, Poolman was leading the village chief somewhere. Hey Poolman, we've driven back several waves of wild beasts, but their numbers are still enormous. In a situation like this, we should request reinforcements from the city. He replied coldly, that is not allowed, then shouted, this is our village. Everyone gathered here to escape the nobles' cruel exploitation. We work day and night to build everything here with our own two hands. If we allow the city's army to intervene just because of a few minor monsters, they'll strip us of our right to self-governance as well. Then his voice softened. Don't worry, we are more than capable of protecting this village ourselves. At this very moment, my trusted subordinates are guarding the fence. The village chief asked, you mean that Hugo you brought into the village? That's right. He's efficient and devoted. A man truly worthy of trust. At the same time, Hugo approached a watch post and asked, nothing unusual, right? Yes, everything is ready. Hearing that, he smiled. Then there's no need to keep acting anymore. Begin the plan. One night passed, and dawn came quickly. Outside the fence, countless predatory eyes appeared. The instant the guards saw their silhouettes, they immediately rang the alarm bell. Clang, 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 clang. Monsters are attacking. It's a whole herd of monsters. Incred's group immediately rushed out of their lodging and prepared to fight. The alarm echoed out. The beast herd had already stormed into the village. At that moment, Llewellyn seemed to realize something and shouted, damn it, so that aura really was theirs. Her voice was filled with overwhelming fury. It's that cult. At the same time, Hugo wore a horrifying smile. All of this is for the sake of our supreme god, imprisoned within this magic kingdom. A few minutes earlier, in what had been a peaceful village, chaos erupted in an instant. The smell of blood quickly began soaking the air. The monsters rapidly flooded into the village before the people had time to react. Poolman hurried toward the local defense force. Protect the villagers at once. Llewellyn immediately warned her companions. Squad leader, this is a trap set by the Monster Swamp Guild. Damn it, we have to stop this monster stampede. Burning with killing intent, Llewellyn replied, sorry, but I have to leave. I swore to myself that I would exterminate every last one of those accursed cultists, the people who took the life of the one I love. Right after that, she dashed outside, smashing the door apart. At the same time, a pack of monsters charged at Incred. He immediately stepped back, took his stance, and ordered, Finn, check the situation on the wall. Don't leave my side by even half a step. Be careful. There are a lot of enemies. The moment he finished speaking, he charged into battle. The monsters rushing at them seemed to be only the vanguard. Incred was fully capable of taking them down, but their numbers were overwhelming, and all he could do was fight with everything he had while thinking. We'll definitely get through this. We survived a monster attack before, didn't we? Just like that time, dodge while killing them and carve out a path of blood. With every slash and every step he took, more monsters fell one after another. He charged forward like a machine built to kill them. One tried to ambush him, but Incred leaped aside and avoided it. He clenched his teeth. Damn it, there are even mutated gnolls twice the usual size. These monsters are completely different from that werewolf wave. Their numbers showed no sign of ending. Terror spread, screams rang out, and the villagers were quickly slaughtered without mercy. Only a few managed to flee with support from the village guards. And then, little by little, everything grew quiet. The village that had been built on hope, on the determination to endure and survive, had been cruelly and mercilessly destroyed. As the mutated monster lunged in to keep attacking, Incred tightened his grip on his sword. Fury blazed in his eyes, and his heart seemed to enter an entirely new state. With a single strike, he cut down the massive monster. Elsewhere, Esther was also fighting while thinking, "It is impossible to cast an attack spell powerful enough to deal with this horde until I regain my human form." Slash. In another part of the battlefield, Chris could no longer hold out. A sword pierced through her neck, and her eyes were filled with unwillingness. Esther saw it and jolted in shock. Damn it, that hateful girl actually. Realizing that the situation was already beyond control, Esther quickly leaped onto a rooftop. Damn it, if not for this curse, it would never have come to this. There are no options left. Even if I keep fighting, it will only be a meaningless death. I have to escape this place. Later, I'll avenge you, Incred. Elsewhere, Hugo was leaving while thinking, the plan has been set in motion. Now I just need to escape through this route. Suddenly, a fist came crashing toward him. By the time he noticed, Llewellyn was already right beside him. But unexpectedly, a protective barrier appeared around him and blocked the blow. Llewellyn ground her teeth. "So it really is you, you filthy cultist." Before she could attack again, he pointed outward, and a gathering force gradually took shape, blasting toward Llewellyn. As for Incred, he was still fighting on. His wounds were growing more numerous by the second. Even with one monster biting into his shoulder, he still swung his sword and killed another. My body is already beyond exhausted. I don't even have the strength to raise my arm anymore. Sniff, sniff. The sound of a child desperately trying not to cry beneath his dead mother suddenly caught his attention. Seeing the child's face, frozen in utter terror and streaming with tears, only made Incred's anger burn even hotter. At that same moment, the monsters began surging forward again, but they did not attack. Instead, they formed a path in front of him. From behind them, a huge monster slowly appeared, and its killing intent instantly made the child even more terrified. Incred immediately recognized it as the leader of the monster herd. He gripped his sword tightly and shouted, "Come." It lunged at once, slashing with incredible speed. Incred swung a horizontal cut, but it twisted aside and dodged. Without stopping, he raised his sword high and brought it down in a vertical strike, but it jumped aside again with astonishing speed. Incred's eyes tracked it, yet the monster had already appeared behind him and thrust forward. Immediately, he tilted his head and avoided the killing blow. The blade scraped across him, leaving a cut on his cheek. His whole body leaped aside at the same time. Just as he was about to steady himself again, a sudden wave of pain flooded his brain and made his pupils contract. What is this? That cowardly bastard. Did it coat its weapon with deadly poison? Very soon after, the poison took effect. He immediately coughed up blood and collapsed. By then, the entire village had sunk into a sea of fire. Incred's blood spread across the ground. I've been poisoned, and my whole body is paralyzed. Even so, I'm not going to return to this very day just yet. Cough, cough, cough. Incred kept vomiting blood, while the pain made his body curl in on itself. The leader of the monsters delighted in watching him writhe, deliberately delaying the final killing blow. To wipe out this entire herd, killing the leader is absolutely necessary. Even though it is only a lowly gnoll, its speed is absurdly fast, and he had even smeared deadly poison on his blade. This was a fight to the death, and he could not afford to come out of it with even a single scratch. How was he supposed to fight an enemy like this? Though his fighting spirit still blazed in his eyes, his life had already reached its end. Then, amid his fading thoughts, that figure from hell appeared once more. He spoke, facing the flood of monsters descending upon them. What could a lone individual possibly change against all this? It is useless. Very soon, he had returned to the early morning again. Gripping his sword and preparing his gear, he thought to himself, "Grace." I told him to stay behind me, but at some point in the fighting, his presence vanished completely. There was a high chance he had already died. Finn, who had moved to the wall with him, was nowhere to be seen either. Something must have happened over there too. Suddenly, Luagan's voice rang out. "Why are you already armed at dawn like this?" Seeing that she was awake as well, Incred asked, "Do you know anything about those cultists?" The question caught her slightly off guard, but she calmly replied, "They are a fanatical organization rotten to the core. Among all the sects spreading heretical doctrines across the continent, the most terrifying is the Border Holy Land cult. They believe this frontier region is their sacred land alone, and they worship 6 great demons. They are a bunch of lunatics. But why would the cult reveal itself here at this exact time?" At the same moment, Incred also picked up the sounds outside. The monsters had begun their assault. Alarm cries rang throughout the village. The gnolls had already pushed deep inside. Incred said grimly, "I had a bad feeling about this. I do not know why the cultists are in the village, but it seemed Luagan had some bitter history with them." At that same instant, Luagan dashed outside and shouted, "So my instincts were right. It really is those butcher cultists." Incred was still thinking. It would be easier if he could make use of Poke's power, but there was no longer time to persuade anyone else. In the next moment, he charged straight into the battle. With a single strike, one enemy was cleanly run through. Faced with a tide of monsters, the only thing a human could do was pour every ounce of strength into everything he had honed all this time. While he fought with murderous intent in his eyes, his comrades also rushed out. "Captain, what the hell is going on here?" Poolman shouted, "Village militia, protect the villagers at once." But when he drew closer, he froze in shock, because Incred was standing alone in the middle of the monster horde. Attacks came at him from every direction. As if by instinct, the power of his monstrous heart was unleashed. He moved with incredible speed, dodging every blow. His sword's sense flared, and his gaze shifted elsewhere toward a monster trying to kill a villager. A wind blade appeared in his hand. Whoosh slash! The flying blade curved in a beautiful arc, cutting through the surrounding monsters before shooting toward that one. The blade swept past the villager's face, cutting only a few strands of her hair without harming her at all. Then it plunged straight into the monster's eye. It let out a shriek of agony and collapsed. The girl, having narrowly escaped death, turned back in shock. At the same time, one monster tried to strike Incred from behind. He instantly ducked, reached for the hilt at his waist with one hand. Ultimate concentration. With a sword in each hand, he immediately swung to meet their attacks. The other monsters seemed to sense the danger radiating from him, so they quickly gathered and charged all at once. Because of that, the villagers escaped their claws. He pushed his combat techniques to their absolute limit. Every movement seemed to slow down. One by one after another, his blades showed not the slightest hesitation. Chris broke out in sweat. This is unbelievable. He is holding all of them off by himself. If that warrior is still here, then we still have a chance to survive. Village militia, advance and support him. We will never give up. We will protect this village with our own hands. The next moment, both sides threw themselves into chaotic battle. But clearly, this time things were different. Every slash from Incred was powerful, swift, and decisive. His 2 arms spun in a circle, and every enemy around him was cut down. Wielding 2 swords, he was like a windmill mowing through the monster horde. Watching this, the leader, who had been observing from afar, finally began to move. It raised its blade, and then thud, thud, thud. The pounding footsteps drew nearer. A tidal wave of monsters was about to rush him and attack Incred all at once. Faced with that pressure, even the guards were overwhelmed. Yet Incred's eyes still burned with fighting spirit. But this time, too, the end was still annihilation. That ghostly figure mocked him. "All your efforts are futile. This is already your absolute limit." And just like that, the loop began again. Incred's battle continued. I will never give up. No matter how many enemies there are, his eyes still shone with determination. He drove the power of his monstrous heart to the utmost. One foe after another charged in. One slash after another fell. Yet his 2 swords never once stopped. His legs were exhausted to the point of collapse, but his will had not diminished in the slightest. He roared and unleashed a sweeping strike that sent the nearby enemies flying. Even when those enemies fell, others immediately rushed in to replace them. Incred saw clearly and swung his sword, severing their heads. Though the enemy was like a tsunami, his figure still charged forward without hesitation. But 2 fists cannot fight 4 hands. His wounds kept piling up. A spear pierced straight through his thigh. The leader's figure was slowly drawing near, and all around him, the others were falling one by one. From the village guard to Finn and Grace, Esther had once again chosen to leave when the situation spun out of control. His injuries were too severe for Incred to remain standing, and his whole body collapsed to the ground. Before him still stood the cold figure of the leader. He cursed inwardly. Cunning bastard. Has he been waiting until I was exhausted and riddled with wounds before moving in? He forced himself up and charged forward to attack, flesh and blood spraying through the air. But the result was the same. Incred was slashed and poisoned. He had missed again. As the poison took effect, he collapsed onto the ground. The monster was clearly enjoying the sight of him writhing in agony, standing there and watching with delight. His gaze turned into the distance, through the swarm of monsters, toward the place where several villagers' corpses lay. That little boy from earlier was gone now, too. The fury in Incred's eyes was beyond words. The 30th resurrection. Dawn broke bright once more, and the endless battles continued. Then 40 times. No matter how hard he fought to resist, the leader never showed himself until he was truly badly wounded. Do I really have to take a fatal blow and stand on the brink of death just to lure him out? No. That monster's speed and strength had already reached the level of a knight. If I face the leader while carrying a body full of injuries, there is no way I can dodge his blade. Is there really no way out of this situation? With what I have right now, I cannot overcome this wall. He recalled Jackna's earlier words. The squad leader's instincts and dodging sense are actually only half of what he learned. It is not simply keen observation and ordinary evasion like you think. The key lies in synergistic power. If what I have now is still not enough to overcome this adversity, then I must unlock something I have never reached before. Eliminate the gap between thought and action. Even while fighting the enemy, he tried to change himself, cast away every scrap of needless hesitation. It was far from easy. At first, he was defeated with absurd ease, but he did not stop. Again. His movements gradually changed. He made his body react automatically in any situation without needing to think. Fight, get defeated, fight, then get defeated again. He had to temper himself relentlessly until that feeling was engraved into every nerve. Accurate judgment, agile footwork, the 80th loop, the endurance and quickness to sustain all of those elements. The 90th loop. Only when everything merged into one would synergistic power truly bloom. The 100th loop. He was still defeated, but the enemy was almost completely wiped out as well. His body fell, but his soul would never stop. 101. He would repeat this day as many times as needed. He had to hold on a little longer. His sense for dodging had to be pushed to its absolute limit until he completely mastered this skill. Another loop. The monster horde flooded into the village, and the cries echoed out. The monsters are attacking. Protect the villagers. We must wipe out all these gnolls. Captain Poolman had not even finished speaking before he froze at the sight before him. Chris broke out in sweat. Is that really our squad leader? Even Esther could not help but stare. That is completely insane. Surrounded by such a dense pack of gnolls, it looked as if he were performing magic tricks with them. Incred was now fighting in the middle of the monster mob without the slightest trace of panic. He restrained every action to minimize wasted energy. He had to predict their direction of attack and move before they struck. Every one of these calculations had to be carried out simultaneously with his actions. Even so, his movements still could not evade every attack. A slash cut across his neck. Blood sprayed into the air and spilled onto the ground. When he was exhausted, the leader appeared again. He clenched his teeth and charged, thinking, the leader only reveals himself once I am gravely wounded. I have died from that poison too many times already, so I have learned the trick. Instead of writhing in agony for a long while, this method is much better. He allowed the monsters to finish him once he knew he had to start over. Everything repeated again. I will devote an entire day to sharpening my evasive instinct. Luagan's voice rang out once more. You are fully armed this early in the morning? He looked at her and thought, in this endless loop, I need to be especially mindful because she has not changed even once. She always chases after that evil cultist so obsessively that she never comes back. He asked, do you know much about those cultists? Luagan fell silent for a moment before replying. They're the largest heretical cult on this continent. They commit brutal acts in service to the god they believe is imprisoned in the demon realm. They even conduct summoning rituals that use human lives as sacrifices. Incred asked further, speaking of summoning rituals, there's a rumor spreading among the mercenaries. It is about a fire demon beast covered in flames called a salamander, and the ones behind its summoning are those cultists. Llewellyn replied, that is not merely a rumor. I saw it with my own eyes. The cultists summoning the salamander, the fire serpent. The monsters launched their sweep through the village just as dawn broke. The gnolls came in overwhelming numbers, using countless different kinds of attacks. By now, I understand. The 170th time, 180, then 190. The sensations carved into him through countless repetitions were beginning to move and react naturally on their own. Dodging, blocking, or striking back with his sword. Choosing the most optimal response usually depended on instinct or on the experience accumulated over all this time. The sun gradually vanished behind those distant hills, and the battle grew ever fiercer. More and more monsters were killed with each loop. The battle dragged on longer and longer until evening came. The moon slowly rose high, a crimson full moon illuminating the entire battlefield. Yet in the midst of that battle, Incred's face held only joy and his eyes overflowed with fighting spirit. The battles continued. But in the air now, instead of his blood, there were only drops of sweat. Loop after loop after loop. The essence of this skill was not merely sharp sight and fast evasion. It lay in the ability to make decisions in an instant, along with the training needed to coordinate the corresponding actions. This sense of evasion, I have now fully mastered it. But every time he met that figure from the underworld, it still kept crushing his spirit. Merely enduring is not the final answer. You understand that very well, too, do you not? Another loop began. He opened his eyes and rose from sleep, but his spirit was overflowing with resolve. Of course, I know that perfectly well. I already have a plan in mind. Today, the 200th day, will be the day I survive without dying. He walked over to Chris, then yanked away the blanket, startling her. You nearly scare me to death. What's going on? Incred called out, everyone wake up. Finn, Esther, you two are coming with me. Hurry and get your things ready. Chris, I have a separate task for you. Llewellyn asked, why are you in such a rush this early in the morning? Incred replied, we do not have much time to hesitate. At the same time, he thought, when dawn comes, the gnolls will flood in and attack this village. I have to finish all preparations before that moment, so I can overcome this wall this time.